Flower Stealing Master Chapter 2420 to Chapter 2486. The next morning, Princess Xiaoluan fixed her clothes as she looked at Jin Bingyun lying on the bed. Her cheeks burned at the memory of last night's mischief. What are you going to do with her? You can't just leave her unconscious forever. Song Qingshu, who was standing behind her and helping her braid, replied, "It should be fine after today." Princess Xiaoluan's heart skipped a beat. She grabbed his hand. "Are you leaving today?" Song Qingshu shook his head. "No, I've sent Guo Jing and the others out today, so I don't have to worry about her leaking the secret." As for Tong Tian, it was better for her to die than for herself. Even if she had leaked the secret, she was still a grandmaster and would not die so easily. Temujin and Pang Ban were both injured, but Tong Tian was at his peak condition. Perhaps if they really fought, he would be able to reap the benefits from it. "Oh, that's good." Princess Xiaoluan sighed in relief. Song Qingshu moved closer to her ear and said with a grin, "What? Can't bear to part with me?" "Bah," Princess Xiaoluan spat. "I can't wait for you to leave." Seeing the flirtatious expression on her face, Song Qingshu couldn't help but give her a peck on the cheek. "Right, what if I get pregnant?" Even though he could transform energy into qi, he might not be able to control himself when he was in love. Princess Xiaoluan rolled her eyes and pushed him away. "Don't worry, I've taken precautions. She won't get pregnant. Actually, you can give birth even if you get pregnant." As time passed in this world, Song Qingshu's attitude had changed. Having a few more children was not a bad thing. "Bah." Princess Xiaoluan blushed. Even though the Mongolians were more open-minded, she was still a princess. She couldn't afford to be pregnant after her husband had been dead for so long. After flirting with her for a while, Song Qingshu unsealed Jin Bingyun's acupoint so that she could get up and eat something. After that, he sealed her acupoint for sleeping. Princess Xiaoluan could not help but say, "If the nobles of Helen City knew how you treated their goddess, they would probably come after you." "They can't beat me." Song Qingshu spread his hands. "Please take care of her for the time being. I'll be back soon to take her away." "Alright, but don't take too long. After all, if someone finds out that she's here, it won't be easy for me to clean up the mess," Princess Xiaoluan warned. After Song Qingshu said goodbye to her, he went to Li Qimei's place and pretended to search for the fugitive. Then he found an opportunity to slip away. "That damned ladyboy is looking at me strangely. Should I ask Tong Tian Shaman to find a chance to get rid of him?" Song Qingshu recalled the way Qimei looked at him and felt uncomfortable. However, the most important thing right now was to send Guo Jing and the others away. He had no time to think about this problem. After circling the city a few times and confirming that there was no one following him, he went to Destiny Sect to look for Dan Yuru and check on the production of the hang gliders. After rushing to several places, Song Qingshu felt exhausted. He thought that it would be great if he knew how to split himself into two. Fortunately, Dan Yuru was very efficient. She found all the materials in one night and spent most of the day making 2 hang gliders under his guidance. Because no one else knew how to use it, there was no need for everyone to have one. They made 2 just in case one was damaged. Lingjiu Literature Network he asked Dan Yuru to meet up with Guo Jing and the others. They agreed on a time to meet near the Devil's Palace at night. Dan Yuru could not help but worry. There are many masters in the Devil's Palace. There are many people meditating and cultivating in the tower every day. Won't it be too risky? Don't worry. I have a solution. Destiny Sect and the Devil's Palace had never been on good terms. To avoid trouble, Song Qingshu did not explain the reason. After the two parted, Song Qingshu returned to the Mongol Palace and brought Jin Bingyun out. "I've never felt so free before." Jin Bingyun breathed in the fresh air with her acupoints unsealed. The scenery of the northern kingdom that she was used to was now more vivid. "I'm a little embarrassed to have imprisoned you for so long. Let me treat you to a meal as an apology." Song Qingshu said apologetically. "I can't complain about being imprisoned because I'm not as skilled as you. At least you didn't kill me." Jin Bingyun smiled faintly. However, her stomach suddenly growled and her smile froze on her face. Song Qingshu held back his laughter. "You haven't eaten for a day. Don't be embarrassed." Jin Bingyun did not refuse this time. After walking with him for a while, she suddenly thought of something and said, "The whole city is looking for you. Where are you taking me to eat?" Song Qingshu chuckled and found some beard to stick on his face. He then put on the hat and clothes of a barbarian. It could be said that he had turned into a different person in an instant. If one was not familiar with him, it would be difficult to recognize him. No wonder no one could find you after hiding in the city for so long. Your disguise technique is truly superb. Jin Bingyun sighed. Song Qingshu thought, what kind of disguise technique is this? It can only be said that the people of this world are not imaginative enough. A beard and a hat can completely change one's appearance. The two of them arrived at a secluded Hu merchant's tavern and sat down. As expected, Song Qingshu did not attract anyone's attention. Instead, it was Jin Bingyun's beauty that attracted quite a few people's attention. There were even some people who frivolously whistled at her. However, that was all. The whole city was under martial law, and there were soldiers patrolling everywhere. Anyone who caused trouble at this time was tired of living. After sitting down, Song Qingshu could not help but laugh. It seems that even the barbarians can't resist your beauty. Jin Bingyun was already used to this kind of situation. Unfortunately, I can't tempt you. Song Qingshu sighed. If not for Pangban's Dao heart being bedeviled, I would have delivered myself to you even without your temptation. I don't believe you. Jin Bingyun looked at him calmly. Song Qingshu could not help but ask, have you always been this calm and emotionless since you were young? He thought back to the first time he met her. It seemed that only last night when the Tongtian shaman fed her an aphrodisiac and found someone to take her body did she have any emotional fluctuations. At other times, she was as calm as a lake. To put it bluntly, she was as still as a pool of stagnant water. Actually, her temperament was similar to Xiaolong Nu's. However, Xiaolong Nu was just ignorant of worldly affairs. Under her cold exterior was a warm and gentle heart. Jin Bingyun, on the other hand, was cold from the outside to the inside. If not for her lively and beautiful eyes, she might have been treated as an ice sculpture. I don't really remember. I don't think I was like this when I was young. Jin Bingyun's eyes were a little dazed as if she was recalling something from her childhood. Is it because you found out that Pangban's mission is to train you? Song Qingshu also sighed. Although outsiders were amazed by her beauty, only a few people knew of her miserable fate. As the saying goes, there is no sorrow greater than a dead heart. Knowing the fate, she naturally lost interest in life. Due to unknown reasons, Sogu is suddenly unable to find this site today. Dear readers, please remember this site's domain name, Booksy Pavilion, and find your way home. Song Qingshu paused, then calmly poured her a cup of wine. Why do you think it's a princess and not a princess? Jin Bingyun replied, there are only so many princesses, so it's impossible to eliminate them one by one. As for the princess, I thought it was Princess Xiaomin at first, but after thinking about it, I realized that wasn't right. The Ruyang Palace is heavily guarded, so it's impossible for you to hide inside without knowing, and it's even more impossible for you to bring me in. Later, I carefully thought about it. Although the woman's voice last night was disguised, I could clearly tell that it wasn't a young girl's voice. The princesses in the city aren't very old, so it can't be them. Song Qingshu frowned. That's not right. The unmarried princesses are not very old, but many of them are already married. Are they not considered princesses? Jin Bingyun shook her head. Married princesses follow their husband's family, and the power they can use is limited. I really can't imagine who could hide a criminal like you. Song Qingshu laughed. But isn't it too sudden for you to guess that it's a princess? Jin Bingyun pursed her lips and smiled. I was just guessing randomly, and even I didn't believe it. But your reaction proves that my guess is correct. Song Qingshu didn't think that this woman, who looked as pure as a piece of white paper, would dig a hole for him to jump into. But after experiencing so much, he didn't show any emotion. Then can you guess which princess in the city it is? He asked. I can't guess. Jin Bingyun sighed. In all of Helen's city, there are at least several hundred, if not 1,000. I don't know many of them, so I really don't know how to guess. The Golden Clan was flourishing, and Temujin had many sons and even more grandsons. In addition, the other branches of the clan had many descendants, and many of them had even been conferred the title of king. There were as many kings and titles as there were hairs on a cow in all of Mongolia, so how could she guess? Song Qingshu heaved a sigh of relief. Princess Yaluan had done enough for him. It would be terrible if her identity was exposed. Seeing the other party staring at him with widened eyes, Zhang Xian could not help but smile. Do you really want to know? N. Jin Bingyun nodded hurriedly. Song Qingshu moved closer and whispered, I'm not afraid to tell you, the one with me is Chabi Wang Fei. Princess Chabi, how is this possible? Jin Bingyun's face was filled with shock, but the other party had already started to eat and drink, ignoring her. Her first reaction was that it was definitely not Chabi. Who would tell the truth? But on second thought, the other party might have purposely eliminated Chabi's suspicions. Otherwise, why would he mention Chabi instead of others? Thinking about Chabi's power, it did seem to match the characteristics of the woman from last night. Seeing Jin Bingyun's conflicted expression, Song Qingshu's heart bloomed with joy. He would let her think about it slowly. Until the end of the meal, Jin Bingyun still did not understand what was going on. Song Qingshu brought her to the devil's palace and said, help me do one last thing, then I will set you free. Jin Bingyun originally wanted to say that it did not matter whether she was free or not. She had originally wanted to stay by his side. After all, it would be easier for her to complete her mission if they were familiar with each other. But if she kept being thrown aside and hit on her acupuncture point like yesterday, it would not feel good. Alright, I will help you move the guards away from the high tower. Jin Bingyun weighed the pros and cons and agreed. The other party had already roughly explained the matter to her in the restaurant. As the saintess of the devil's palace, she had this bit of authority. Why did you not hesitate at all? Are all of us criminals? Song Qingshu asked curiously. You are only the Khan's criminals, not the devil's palace's criminals. Even if master knew, he wouldn't say anything. Jin Bingyun thought to herself, Pang Ban had asked me to save you. Song Qingshu was relieved. Thinking that the devil's palace and Temujin were not as united as a piece of iron, he wanted to see if there was a chance to drive a wedge between them. When Jin Bingyun returned to the devil's palace, her face no longer had the innocent look of a young girl. Instead, she had regained the frosty expression of a saintess. She led Song Qingshu straight to the high tower, saying that she wanted to use the tower tonight and that everyone else should leave. The masters did not hesitate and bowed to her one after another. Many of them were curious as to who the person next to the saintess was. In all these years, they had never seen the saintess walk with a man. However, the people of the sect were always secretive, so no one dared to ask. In the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, everyone in the tower had left. Now you can rest assured, right? Jin Bingyun was a little dissatisfied with his narrow-mindedness and insisted on coming along. Song Qingshu made sure that she did not send any messages to anyone else. Only then did he relax. The safety of others is at stake, so I had to be careful. I hope you can forgive me. Jin Bingyun nodded and said no more. Only then did Song Qingshu bring her to the rendezvous point outside the devil's palace to meet up with Gu Jing and the others. Jin Bingyun had always liked peace and quiet. She waited by a tree in the distance, clearly not interested in greeting so many people. Jin Bingyun? Dan Yuru was shocked to see the cold beauty in the distance. Song Qingshu nodded. Don't worry, she has already sent everyone away from the tower. Dan Yuru couldn't help but sigh. Master, I admire you more and more. You can even handle this famous iceberg girl. She even began to wonder if Master preferred this kind of pure and aloof girl. Was I too seductive before? Seeing that everyone was staring at him with admiration and a strange gaze, even someone as thick-skinned as Song Qingshu could not help but feel his face heat up. It's not what you think. Forget it, it's more important to bring them out first. Dan Yuru handed the glider to him. This thing is ready, so I won't go. The skills of the Holy Gate are similar. If I get close, she might recognize me. I don't mind, but I don't want to implicate the others. She finally understood why Song Qingshu told her to cover her face when she came over. Song Qingshu nodded. Thank you, master and disciple. If there's a chance in the future, I will definitely pay you a visit. Guojing and the others also expressed their gratitude. Dan Yuru returned their greetings one by one. When she looked at Song Qingshu, her eyes curved into crescent moons. Okay, I'll be waiting for you. After bringing everyone to meet up with Jin Bingyun, Zhou Badong suddenly ran over to Jin Bingyun. She looks like Xiaolong Nu Yanghua, don't you think so? Their temperaments are similar, Yanghua nodded instinctively. Yanghua instinctively nodded, but when he saw Song Qingshu at the side, he couldn't help but feel his heart ache, and he almost vomited blood. Xiaolong Nu? Jin Bingyun was stunned. She seemed to have heard this name before. When she returned to the Demon Master's palace, she had to do some research on her. She wasn't used to being watched by so many people. She subconsciously moved closer to Song Qingshu. Who was that woman? Her aura seemed a little familiar. Song Qingshu thought that the Holy Gate's 3 sects and 6 schools martial arts were almost all derived from the demonic codex. How could he not be familiar? Song Qingshu gave a half-truth. She's the one who helped you change your clothes last night. How could I not be familiar? It's her? Jin Bingyun was taken aback. She searched her mind carefully, but she couldn't connect it to a certain princess. By this time, the group had already reached the top floor of the tower. Jin Bingyun couldn't help but ask, why did you bring everyone here? Is there a secret passage out of the city? You'll know in a moment. Song Qingshu's smile suddenly froze. He walked to the window and looked at a group of people rushing towards the Devil's Palace a few streets away. The person in front had red lips and white teeth. It was the transvestite Qimei. Why is he here? Jin Bingyun also came over to check. When she saw Li Qimei, she was a little surprised and hurriedly explained, I didn't leak the news. I know. Song Qingshu thought for a moment and said, we have to speed up. I hope he is not coming to the tower. Then he looked at Guojing and said, Brother Gua, let me send you out of the city first. Guojing immediately shook his head and said, let's send Master out of the city first. I will go last. They are all here to save me. If they can't leave safely in the end, I will not be able to absolve myself. Hong Qigong and the others comforted him, asking him not to mind. Seeing the group of people start pushing and shoving, Song Qingshu decisively decided to send the others out of the city first, because he knew that Guojing's personality would not be the first to leave. The rest of the people also stopped pushing. They were all outstanding people and knew that they could be discovered at any time. At this time, they did not want to waste time. After discussing, Hong Qigong could not be the first to leave the city because he had lost his martial arts. If he encountered danger outside the city alone, he could not protect himself. So they planned to send Zhou Badong out first. Song Qingshu took the hang glider and felt the wind. Then he flew out of the city with Zhou Badong. The hang glider originally needed a run-up to take off, but Song Qingshu knew Qinggong. The initial speed obtained by his feet was enough. In addition, the wind on the tower was strong enough. Soon, the hang glider flew straight out of the city in front of everyone's eyes. He can really fly. Jin Bingyun had always been cold, but at this time, her face was a little moved. She looked at the figure in the distance with her mouth slightly open. She had been curious about why he came to this tower and could not figure out how he could get out of the city. Until she saw this scene, she suddenly understood and was full of shock. Guojing could not help but sigh and said, no wonder people in Linen say that Brother Song is a banished immortal. These magical things really don't seem to be in the human world. Hong Qigong laughed and said, if he was born 20 years earlier, I would not look up to a silly disciple like you. Surely the 5 uniques would ask him to be their disciple. Jin Bingyun glanced at him lightly and said, your martial arts are not as good as his, right? How can I be his master? Hong Qigong choked and said angrily, was his kung fu so high 20 years ago? Besides, even if I can't do it, Wang Chongyang can. Jin Bingyun nodded. Yes, I heard that Wang Chongyang is a great grandmaster. There should be something I can teach him. If it was someone else, Hong Qigong would only think that she was deliberately humiliating him, but Jin Bingyun's eyes were as pure as water, making it clear that she didn't have any malice and was just speaking the truth. But it was precisely because of this that he felt even more uncomfortable. On the side, Dao and Xiaowu were full of admiration, thinking, Brother Song is really a man of God. When I go back this time, I must tell Sister Fu about it. I don't know if we can make this glider and take Sister Fu to the sky to play. She will definitely look at us with admiration. Only Yanggua's expression was gloomy. He thought, I really am not as good as him. Thinking of Xiao Longnu's disappearing figure, he suddenly felt that his overwhelming sadness palm had a lot of inspiration, but he didn't feel happy at all. Gongsun Lui, who had been watching him from the side, couldn't help but feel sorry for him. She knew about the grudge between her sweetheart and Song Qingshu, so all she could do was pat his shoulder and comfort him. Meanwhile, Song Qingshu was flying with Zhou Baodong. Along the way, Zhou Baodong touched here and there. If it wasn't for his strong control, he would probably have crashed and died. Old urchin, can you not move around? It's easy to get into trouble. Song Qingshu finally regained his balance and said with a dark face. How can this thing fly? What's the principle behind it? Zhou Baodong was so anxious that he scratched his ears and cheeks. If it wasn't for the fact that his kung fu was strong, he would have fallen off long ago. Song Qingshu wanted to say that Zhou Baodong didn't understand fluid mechanics, but after thinking for a while, he decided to use a method that was easier to understand. You've seen a kite before, right? This is an enlarged version of a kite. But the kite needs someone to hold the string from below. Without the string, the kite can't fly, Zhou Baodong asked, puzzled. Song Qingshu was stunned. He didn't know what to say. After thinking for a while, he replied, it's probably because the kite can't fly high enough. A hang glider relies on the updraft in the atmosphere to fly without any power. A kite usually can't fly high enough to be affected by the updraft. No wonder you went out of your way to find a tall tower, Zhou Baodong suddenly asked. But why is it that after I saw you fly in the Jin Kingdom and tried it a few times, I ended up with a bloody nose and a swollen face every time? Seeing that Zhou Baodong was like a questioning baby, Song Qingshu felt a headache coming on. Maybe it's because you didn't make it properly. Okay, I'll give it to you after I'm done with it. You can try it yourself. Okay, Zhou Baodong said excitedly. Then be careful when you use it later. Don't break my hang glider. Song Qingshu was speechless. It's yours so soon? After dropping Zhou Baodong outside the city, Song Qingshu suddenly felt a headache because he realized that he had forgotten one thing. He had glided from the tall tower to the outside of the city, but the Mongolian grassland was boundless. The terrain here was flat. How could he fly back? There was a mountain a few miles away, but it would take a lot of time to fly from there to the top of the mountain. Moreover, he wasn't confident that he could accurately land on the tall tower from such a long distance. Old urchin, help me throw it into the sky, Song Qingshu thought for a while and said. Originally, he could step into the air and fly into the sky, but that would use up too much internal energy. Now that he was heavily injured, it was difficult for him to use it. Since there was free labor available, why not use it? Zhou Baodong was interested in everything about hang gliders. Seeing that he had a chance to learn more about it, he naturally ran over to help. Song Qingshu pulled on the hang glider and was carried by Zhou Baodong as he ran at high speed for a distance. Then, Zhou Baodong used all his internal energy and threw him into the sky. Even though it was a bit shaky, he still managed to fly. Just like that, he brought Hong Qigong, Xiaowu, Gongsun Lui, Yanggua, and the others out of the city. There was a small interlude in the middle of the journey. Gongsun Lui wouldn't let him touch her during the flight. I was just worried that you would fall. Song Qingshu's face was also gloomy. Anyone would feel uncomfortable being looked at as if they were a thief. Gongsun Lui bit her lips, you're not a good person. Miss Long and Brother Yang were so in love and you broke them up. Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. So she was feeling indignant for Yanggua. What, are you afraid that if I touch your body, you'll fall in love with me? Then you'll leave Yanggua. Gongsun Lui's face turned red, she was clearly a bit embarrassed. I don't think it makes sense for you to hate me, Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh, it's because I stole Xiaolong knew that you and Yanggua have a chance. I'd rather not have this chance. I just want Brother Yang to be happy. Loving someone doesn't mean you have to have them. Him being happy is better than anything else. Gongsun Lui said with a straight face. Song Qingshu snorted, where did you get such a messy view of love from? That's just an excuse used by losers to comfort themselves. If you love someone, you have to work hard to have them. Isn't it better to be happy together? Not everyone is like you. Gongsun Lui snorted. This is human nature, Song Qingshu laughed. Miss, listen to me. Yang Hua is at his weakest right now. It's a good chance for you to walk into his heart. If you don't take advantage of this chance, you'll end up feeling sorry for yourself. Who will pity you then? Gongsun Lui blinked. She originally wanted to refute him, but she seemed to be a bit tempted. When Song Qingshu finally sent Guo Jing off and returned, he found that Li Qimei had already climbed to the top of the tower and was chatting with Jin Bingyun. He was startled and stealthily landed on the top of the tower with his glider. What's that sound? Li Qimei suddenly looked up. Song Qingshu was shocked. Controlling the glider in the air was not as convenient as using Qinggong. Landing at such a high speed, no matter how careful he was, would inevitably make some noise. Moreover, he was injured, so it was difficult for him to be completely silent. Li Qimei's kung fu was also very good, so she immediately noticed the abnormality. He was thinking about how to deal with it later. Just Li Qimei alone was a bit tricky. If he attracted the other masters with him, as well as the people from the Devil's Palace, he would be in danger today. At this moment, he heard Jin Bingyun say lightly, "It should be the sound of the wind blowing the tiles. The top of the tower has not been repaired for many years, and the tiles are a bit broken." Qimei did not doubt her words and nodded. "I will send someone to renovate it another day. This is the landmark of the Devil's Palace, how can there be any mistakes?" "Thank you, sir." Jin Bingyun nodded slightly. "Why are you here today, sir?" Song Qingshu also pricked up his ears to listen. Did this ladyboy have a dog's nose? Why did he follow him wherever he went? Li Qimei's feminine voice rang out. "I originally came to visit the Devil's Master today, but he was still in seclusion. I was about to leave when I heard from the palace that you transferred all the people from the tower. I was worried that something might have happened to you, so I came to see." Jin Bingyun asked curiously, "What could have happened to me?" Li Qimei looked around and did not see anything out of the ordinary. She then said, "In all these years, this is the first time I have seen you clear the place. You have always been a quiet person, so you usually do not disturb others like this. That's why I wanted to see what happened today that made you use the power that you have never used before." Song Qingshu frowned slightly. Qimei's kung fu was high, her thoughts were meticulous, and she was also Temujin's confidant. She was really a disaster. Jin Bingyun said, "It's nothing. It's just that I am not in a good mood and want to be alone." Song Qingshu was worried about how she would deal with it, but she lied without batting an eye. Was this the talent of women? Li Qimei could not help but comfort her. "Bingyun, should I go talk to the Devil's Master and ask him to change people?" He thought that she was worried about the magic medium, and could not help but sigh at her tragic fate. Jin Bingyun sighed faintly. "This is the mission I've known for as long as I can remember. Who else could it be? Besides, I don't want to bear this fate, and I don't want others to bear it because of me." Li Qimei was silent. In fact, he also knew that Jin Bingyun was the best candidate to cultivate the Dao Heart demonic seed. Great technique in terms of appearance, aptitude, and cultivation. How could Pangban find someone else because of his words? "Mister, you don't have to worry about me. I'm used to it after so many years." Jin Bingyun smiled faintly, her tone exceptionally calm. Bingyun is indeed open-minded. However, as long as the evil master doesn't choose a cauldron, you will be safe. Li Qimei comforted her. Jin Bingyun didn't say anything. Pangban had already chosen Song Qingshu, and this was something that only the two of them knew. Of course, the target himself probably knew as well. Thinking about how he was right above her, she couldn't help but blush. Seeing that she had no intention of chatting, Li Qimei chatted with her for a while and then left. When he walked to the stairs, he suddenly remembered something. "By the way, Bingyun, did you find anything about the Water Moon sect that I asked you to follow before?" On the roof, Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. Li Qimei really had doubts about his identity. However, he didn't expect that he would ask Jin Bingyun to investigate. He didn't know how much she knew. Jin Bingyun was stunned. She had been imprisoned by Song Qingshu for the past 2 days. She had almost forgotten about this mission. She seemed to have gone to the Shuiyu Great Sek's house and then saw Song Qingshu and another person coming out. Noticing her expression, Li Qimei was delighted. "Did you find anything?" Jin Bingyun shook her head lightly. "No, he doesn't seem suspicious at the moment." "Not suspicious?" Li Qimei was a little puzzled. He really didn't expect this result. Jin Bingyun continued, "But the 3-day agreement is not over yet. I'll take a look. Maybe I can find something." "That's true." Li Qimei immediately felt relieved. "Then you have to be careful. The martial arts of the Watermoon sect are not weak. If they are really desperate, I'm afraid they won't be easy to deal with." Jin Bingyun nodded. She thought that she had been with Song Qingshu all the time. Who could hurt her? After Li Qimei left, Song Qingshu jumped down from the roof. "I thought you would expose my existence. I didn't expect you to hide it from me." Jin Bingyun replied, "Your martial arts are so high. Mr. Li and I are no match for you. It's not wise to expose your location. I'm injured now. Why are you afraid of me if you join forces?" Song Qingshu pretended to be distressed. "I thought you didn't want me to be in danger, so you deliberately hid it from me." "Bah." Jin Bingyun's face turned hot. "It's just because you are the master's chosen furnace. It's not in the interest of the Devil's Palace to let you be captured by the Khan's people." Song Qingshu couldn't help but sigh. "Look at your innocent appearance. I didn't expect you to lie without blinking." "When did I lie?" Jin Bingyun naturally didn't want to admit that she was protecting him. Song Qingshu changed the topic and said tentatively, "You lied to Li Qimei just now. Not only did you hide my existence, but you were with me these 2 days. You didn't have the chance to investigate the Watermoon sect, right?" Jin Bingyun said lightly, "Although everyone respectfully calls me the Saintess, I know very well that I'm from the Devil's Palace. It's more appropriate to call me the witch. Isn't it reasonable for the witch to lie?" "What you said makes sense." "I'm speechless." Song Qingshu thought of the Shaolin football players with wrenches. It was reasonable for a car mechanic to have wrenches. "By the way, what's your relationship with the Watermoon sect?" Jin Bingyun looked at him closely. "What relationship can I have with them?" Song Qingshu said, pretending to be calm. Jin Bingyun nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Seeing that Li Qimei and the others had left, Jin Bingyun took Song Qingshu out of the Devil's Palace. Song Qingshu said, "It's been hard on you these 2 days. Go back and have a good rest." "You really want to let me go?" Jin Bingyun was a little surprised. "A man never goes back on his word," Song Qingshu said with a smile. "Aren't you afraid that I'll report it to Master when I go back?" Jin Bingyun asked doubtfully. "Then do what you want. But don't forget that you still have the leopard embryo tendon changing pill," Song Qingshu reminded her. Jin Bingyun was a little puzzled. "Just a leopard embryo tendon changing pill may not be able to restrain me. Are you really not worried?" Song Qingshu looked at her with a faint smile. "Why? Are you saying so much because you can't bear to leave me?" Jin Bingyun rolled her eyes at him and turned to leave, leaving him with a beautiful back view. "You really let her go like this?" With a cold snort, a mysterious man with a mask came out of the darkness. "She's so beautiful. Wherever she goes, she attracts too much attention. It's a little troublesome to bring her around." Song Qingshu was not surprised to see Tong Tian Wizard. "Why are you here so coincidentally?" Tong Tian Wizard snorted. "I got the news that Jin Bingyun returned to the Devil's Palace. I'm worried that she'll talk nonsense." "Don't worry. She's poisoned by me. She won't talk nonsense." Song Qingshu wanted to pat his shoulder to comfort him. However, Tong Tian Wizard automatically slid 3 feet away to avoid it. "Only the dead will not talk nonsense. Since you have tender feelings for the fairer sex and are unwilling to kill her, then accompany me to kill Pang Ban now." Tong Tian Wizard paused and added, "This is also the condition you promised me last time." Song Qingshu was stunned. Killing a devil in the Palace of Devils? Are you kidding me? The Tong Tian shaman stood with his hands behind his back and looked in the direction of the Palace of Devils with an indifferent expression. With two grandmasters working together, the Palace of Devils is nothing. Moreover, nearly half of the masters from the Palace of Devils have been killed. Except for Pang Ban, the rest are nothing. Song Qingshu said in a low voice, but I see no signs of injury. Don't forget that Pang Ban is also injured. The Tongtian shaman sneered. But you don't seem to be injured. Don't forget that Pang Ban is also injured. Pang Ban's injury is much lighter than mine. Song Qingshu was also having a headache. He had to show that he was injured but not show too much weakness, lest the Tongtian shaman kill him directly. Besides, even if I am not injured, it is easy to defeat one of the two grandmasters, but it is very difficult to kill one. Moreover, this is his home field. The Tongtian shaman snorted. You have been evading so much. I think you just don't want to do it. Are you going to break your promise? Song Qingshu shook his head. Dealing with Temujin and Pang Ban is our mutual benefit. But now that the enemy is out in the open and we are in the dark, we must find the right opportunity to strike. We cannot take risks. The Tongtian shaman stared at him, his eyes extremely cold behind the mask. Then what is the right opportunity? I don't know yet. We can only wait. Song Qingshu said in a low voice. The Tongtian shaman was silent for a long time. Finally, he said, very well, I will accompany you for a few more days. I hope you are not lying to me. With that, he disappeared into the shadows. Song Qingshu frowned slightly. He did not know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the Tongtian shaman was more impatient than usual today. After he left, the Tongtian shaman flashed out of the shadows again. Looking at his gradually disappearing figure, his eyes were full of coldness. Since you are not willing to enter the game, I will give you a push so that you have no choice but to enter the game. As he left, Song Qingshu felt a cold wind blowing on his back. He could not help but sneeze. The wind in the Mabe kingdom was really cold. Originally, he was thinking of going to talk to Zhao Min and tell her what had happened in the past few days, but the Ruyang mansion was heavily guarded inside and out. Even a needle could not enter. He hadn't recovered from his injuries yet, so it was impossible for him to find Zhao Min without alerting the guards. He had no choice but to return to the Menk Palace. Princess Yaluan was playing with her child in the room, her face full of tenderness and love. Song Qingshu leaned over and pinched the baby's cheek. This chubby boy is actually quite cute. Princess Yaluan panicked. She turned her back to him with the child in her arms. You're strong. Don't hurt him. Song Qingshu's face was gloomy. Am I such a black-hearted person? I have no enmity with his father, and we are even brothers. Why would I harm him? Hearing that word, Princess Yaluan's face turned red. Pooh. Nothing good comes out of a filthy mouth. Song Qingshu laughed and picked her up again. Princess Yaluan was so scared that she asked, What are you doing? What do you think? Song Qingshu kissed her earlobe. It's all Temujin's fault that I can't reunite with Min Min. Princess Yaluan panicked. Wait, I'll ask the servants to take Yulong Dashu away. He's so young. Even if he sees it, he won't understand. Song Qingshu directly refused her request. Princess Yalu looked at her son in her arms, her eyes flashing. His eyes were exactly the same as Mink's. At that moment, she felt as if there was a thorn in her back, as if she was being watched by her husband. She felt a strong sense of betrayal. No, before she could finish what she wanted to say, her mouth was already gagged. The next morning, Princess Yaluan gritted her teeth in anger as she watched the man beside her tidy up his clothes. Where did you get your anger from last night to vent it on me? Song Qingshu laughed. That was clearly love. How can you say that I was venting my anger? Bah, you know better. Princess Yaluan's cheeks blushed as she recalled the servants who came to ask if she should take the little prince away last night. She didn't know if she had revealed anything. Your injuries are almost healed. Don't come to me every day, Princess Yaluan said, biting her lip. She had heard of a saying among the Han people, if you often walk by the river, your shoes will be wet. The servants in the residence were no fools. They would eventually discover something after a long time. She thought of how dignified and virtuous she used to be, but these days, whenever he touched her, her whole body would go limp, like a slut. Moreover, during this period of time, she would feel weak and listless during the day. This kind of change was very difficult for her to accept. After all, she used to be the crown princess and had accompanied her husband on the western expedition. She was not a woman who had never seen the world. She was also known for being calm and rational. She had been hesitant before, but what happened last night made her completely determined. Xianxia was a little surprised. After a moment of silence, he smiled. I was being rude. I am indebted to your kindness for taking care of me for a few days. I will remember your kindness and gentleness. I will not disturb you in the future. I don't want to disturb your normal life. Seeing him leave, Princess Xiaolun felt empty. She thought to herself, I only meant that you don't have to come every day. If you come once in a while, it's not impossible. But as a woman, she couldn't bring herself to say such words. On the other side, Jin Bingyun stood on the wall of the Shuiyue clan's residence. Looking at the empty courtyard, she was a little surprised. The Shuiyue clan hasn't returned all night? No wonder Li Qimei asked her to follow him. The Shuiyue clan was indeed strange. After thinking about it, she decided to report this to Li Qimei. He had asked her to investigate the Shuiyue clan, but after a few days, there was no news at all. She was quite embarrassed. When she arrived at Li Qimei's office, the guard said that Li Qimei had gone out. Jin Bingyun frowned. When will he be back? His Excellency should be back soon. The guard replied while secretly looking at the beautiful face of the woman in front of him. He suddenly felt a sense of inferiority. Then I'll wait for him inside, Jin Bingyun said as she walked straight in. The guard opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't say anything. This was against the rules, but Li Qimei had always regarded Jin Bingyun as a junior niece. The two of them were very close, and everyone here knew that. What's more, there was basically no man in the world who could bear to refuse such a beautiful woman. Jin Bingyun sat down in Li Qimei's seat. Li Qimei had always been clean, and his seat had always been spotless. Otherwise, she wouldn't have sat on a stinky man's chair. Suddenly, her eyes narrowed as she noticed that there was a flying knife stuck in the table. There was a piece of paper attached to the flying knife. It was obvious that someone had used this method to send them in before he arrived. Who could have sent a letter here? Jin Bingyun secretly frowned. Li Qimei's place was not a dangerous place, but it was heavily guarded inside and out. It was difficult for outsiders to get close. Originally, she was not interested in this letter. She just wanted to mention it to Li Qimei when she saw him later. However, there was no envelope in this letter. She could vaguely see the word Shuiyue on half of the paper. Huh? Her heart skipped a beat. She couldn't help but take the paper off the flying knife and spread it out. After seeing the words on it, her beautiful face suddenly paled. It was written, the Shuiyue clan is Song Qingshu. So it's him. Jin Bingyun had been a little suspicious before, but now that she thought back on all the unreasonable things that happened before, she suddenly had a feeling of realization. Who on earth sent in this intelligence report? Jin Bingyun fell into deep thought. Even she did not know about this, so who else in Helen City would know? Could it be that person? Haha, Bingyun, you're here so early. I heard you have something to tell me. A feminine laugh sounded, and Li Qimei slowly walked in from outside. Jin Bingyun subconsciously tucked the dart and letter into her sleeves. She did not know what she was thinking, but it was completely out of instinct. When she heard the other party's question, she smiled and said, I do have something important to tell you, but it's of great importance. Li Qimei frowned and immediately dismissed the guards at the door. He closed his eyes and sensed the situation around him. After a while, he opened his eyes again. You can tell me now. There's no one else in a radius of several dozen feet. Jin Bingyun hesitated for a moment, then said, there might be a problem with the Tongtian shaman. She then told him what she knew before, but of course, she did not mention the fact that she was drugged. Li Qimei's expression changed several times, and he hurriedly said, come with me to the palace to see the Khan. Jin Bingyun frowned slightly. She did not like the uncomfortable feeling of oppression in the palace, but today's matter was indeed very important, and she could not refuse. In the palace, Temujin's eyes narrowed after listening to Jin Bingyun's report. It really is him. Jin Bingyun was surprised. The Khan already knew? Li Qimei explained on his behalf. In fact, we have always suspected this. When Red Sun Fa Wang died mysteriously, after eliminating the suspicion of the Shuiyue clan, there were only a few people in Helen City who could kill him without anyone knowing. There's also Wu Chen's death in the Gaochang labyrinth. Although we've previously pushed the suspicion on Song Qingshu, the characteristics of that person's martial arts don't match Song Qingshu's. And according to our intelligence, although Song Qingshu's martial arts are high, he's a bit soft-hearted. He's not a bloodthirsty person, and he has no motive to kill Wu Chen. Heezer's death was even stranger. At that time, Song Qingshu held him hostage. It was good to use him as a hostage, so there was no reason to kill him. Later, after our investigation, we speculated that the cause of his death was due to a kind of witchcraft curse. This is a method that only the shamans have. Temujin snorted. The Tongtian shaman has always considered himself the spiritual leader of the Mongolians. I only asked him to call himself an emissary of Tingri. I didn't expect him to take it seriously. At first, I thought he just wanted to be on equal footing with me, but now it seems he wants to replace me. Li Qimei said, it's quite obvious that Tong Tianwu doesn't want to submit. However, he has a high status and is highly skilled in martial arts. If we rashly deal with him, Temujin cut him off. The Han people have a saying, a dead man is like a lamp going out. No matter how high his position or how much influence he has nothing when he is dead. Pass down my order, summon the Grand Magus to the palace for a meeting. Li Qimei swallowed with difficulty. Great Khan, please reconsider. Tongtian Shaman is a great guru after all, and you are injured. I'm afraid, don't worry, my injury has healed. Temujin had absorbed Naya's energy and his injury was almost healed. But when he thought of what he and the Empress had done, he still couldn't suppress his anger. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he said, but we really can't be careless. Qimei, go find Ba Siba and gather more masters. Bingyun, go find the Devil Master. Remember, only a few of you can know about this. Don't let anyone know. Yes. Qimei and Bingyun knew that the Khan had made up his mind to deal with the Tongtian shaman. If word got out, with the power of the Tongtian shaman, it was hard to tell who would be the winner. A few hours later, the Tongtian shaman came to the palace. He thought that the letter he sent must have worked. The purpose of the invitation was probably to discuss how to kill Song Qingshu. This time, I must seize the opportunity and let both sides suffer. Then, I will take care of everything. Reaching Heaven Shaman was calculating in his heart. The only thing he was unclear about was how much of Song Qingshu's injury had recovered. Logically speaking, he should have been seriously injured, but the last few times they met, he seemed to have recovered by 70 to 80%. It would be best if he was fully recovered so that he could drag Temujin and Pang Ban down with him. The Tongtian shaman was thinking about some details. When the time came, he must advise the Khan not to bring too many people. The fewer people who knew, the better. This way, he wouldn't have to kill too many people. He wasn't worried that the Khan would disagree. After all, with the cultivation of a grandmaster, bringing too many people would be pointless. On the contrary, it would be easy to alert the enemy. In the main hall, a servant served salty milk tea. Unlike the customs of the Central Plains, the Mongols liked to boil tea leaves, milk, and salt together. Naturally, the royal palace used the best ingredients. The Tongtian shaman took a sip, frowned, and put down the cup. I wonder why the Khan asked me to come here. He noticed that Pang Ban was here as well. Sure enough, they were here to deal with Song Qingshu. Otherwise, Pang Ban, who rarely went out, wouldn't be here. I asked you to come here to discuss the recent deaths of important people in the city, Temujin said in a low voice. Song Qingshu is hiding in the city. He has ulterior motives. It won't be difficult for him to kill those people. Pang Ban's magnetic voice sounded. But as far as I know, Song Qingshu had an alibi when they died. The Tongtian shaman's eyes narrowed. Who else could it be other than him? There's no point in discussing this. Let's go capture him and ask him. Temujin suddenly stood up and walked down from the throne. I've received information that we found Song Qingshu's hiding place. I called you here today to make sure that he doesn't escape again. Seeing that they were indeed going to capture Song Qingshu, the Tongtian shaman's lips curled up slightly. Your subject will do his best. Let's go. Temujin waved to the crowd and walked out of the hall together. The Tongtian shaman glanced around. Apart from Temujin and Pang Ban, there were only Li Qimei and Ba Siba. That's for the best. It'll be easier to deal with them later. While he was deep in thought, Temujin's body suddenly trembled. A monster sea of blood swept toward him. Dozens of bone cages instantly rose from the soles of his feet and locked him in place. If this punch that could destroy the heavens and exterminate the earth were to strike, those who were slightly weaker would probably be crushed into minced meat on the spot. Pang Ban waited for the right moment to strike. The timing and angle of this punch were perfect, making it impossible for the target to dodge, even if the opponent was a grandmaster. Pang Ban saw that the punch had hit the Tongtian shaman, but there was no joy on his face, because the Tongtian shaman's body had turned into a mass of black crows and was blown away by the punch. The black crows regrouped a few feet away and once again formed the figure of the Tongtian shaman. Although his face was hidden behind the mask, the seriousness in his eyes indicated that the blow just now was not easy to deal with. Before he could even breathe a sigh of relief, the sea of blood seemed to have been prepared and wrapped around him like a shadow. When the black crows around him came into contact with the sea of blood, they immediately turned into wisps of black smoke and dissipated. At the same time, the sea of blood with the skulls also melted. Temujin's body spun rapidly and shot toward the center of the sea of blood like a spiraling arrow. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged several blows. This was not a duel in the ring. From the very beginning, the intention was to kill, to determine who was better and who was better. Both sides did not hold anything back and aimed to severely injure the other in the shortest time possible. After several blows, Temujin quickly retreated. His face was pale, and it was obvious that he had suffered serious injuries. The Tongtian shaman was even worse off. Temujin could recover, but he could only hold his breath and continue to deal with Pang Ban. Pang Ban did not give him any time to catch his breath. One punch, one palm, one finger, all of them carried an imposing aura. At this moment, he did not seem to be some evil master, but rather the will of heaven and earth. Reaching heaven, shaman could no longer bear it and spat out a large mouthful of blood. It was obvious that he had been seriously injured. He ran out of the palace in a panic, and no longer had the calmness that he usually had when he could instantly turn into a black crow and disappear without a trace. Pang Ban stayed where he was, his chest rising and falling rapidly. It was obvious that the 3 blows just now had taken a lot out of him. His protective chi has been broken, go after him. It was easier said than done to kill a great grandmaster. This time, they had set up a perfect trap. 2 great grandmasters had joined hands and launched a sneak attack in an instant. Only then did they gain the upper hand. However, the other party's counterattack was also very fierce. If they were not careful and injured their foundation, it would affect their future cultivation. Everyone had their own selfish motives, so whether it was Temujin or Pang Ban, both of them began to regulate their breathing and suppress their injuries after the attack, lest the Tongtian shaman drag them down with him. Every grandmaster had a trump card, and who knew what other trump cards he had yet to reveal. Anyway, the tea that the other party drank was poisoned, and with top experts like Li Qimei and Ba Siba chasing after him, he could not escape. In the battle just now, Qimei and Ba Siba had not made any moves. It was not their turn to make a move in a duel between great grandmasters. However, they had been ready and waiting. Once they received the order, they immediately led their people to chase after them. Temujin and Pang Ban rested for the time it takes to drink a cup of tea before catching up. Their current speed was much faster than that of the heavily injured Tongtian shaman, so even after such a long delay, they were still able to catch up with the people in front. The Great Khan, the Tongtian shaman, has run back to the main altar of shamanism. Li Qimei and the Tongtian shaman came to report. The shamans obviously did not know what had happened, and they were all shocked to see their revered leader running back in a panic. They could not understand who in the world could hurt him, but as subordinates, they subconsciously pulled out their weapons to stop the pursuers. However, when they saw Li Qimei and Ba Siba, they were confused again. These 2 people were highly respected in Mongolia, and everyone knew that they were the confidants of the Great Khan. The Great Khan has ordered that the Tongtian shaman has colluded with the enemy and committed treason. Those who do not know will not be punished, but those who resist will be killed on the spot. Li Qimei looked at these people with a murderous look. At first, the experts of shamanism were still a little hesitant, but when they saw Temujin and Pang Ban, they knew what had happened. They all put down their weapons and knelt on the ground. Where did the Tongtian shaman go? Temujin asked in a low voice. He ran in the direction of the leader's secret chamber, a member answered. As the name suggested, this secret chamber was normally a forbidden area of shamanism. Only the leader had the right to enter, and anyone else who entered would die without a doubt. Temujin waved his hand and led the group in the direction of the secret chamber. This is his territory, everyone be careful. The group nodded. Li Qimei said, I will go scout ahead. The Tongtian shaman had already been seriously injured by the Khan and the evil master. Even if his kung fu was higher than his, it would not be by much. He had mastered the art of gathering yin, so his speed was not inferior to the Tongtian shaman at his peak. Even if there was any danger, he would be able to protect himself. As long as the evil master Temujin arrived, everything would be settled. Temujin nodded. Li Qimei's kung fu was high and his mind was meticulous, so he could be at ease in his hands. Next, Li Qimei led a group of warriors in the front, followed by the evil master Temujin. Ba Siba led the soldiers to surround the entire shaman sect and eliminate the Tongtian shaman's henchmen. The Tongtian shaman had 7 brothers, and his father was one of the founding ministers of the Mongolian Empire. He was one of the first Qianhu, so his power was not to be underestimated. Today, they had only caught him off guard. If the two forces were to fight head-on, it would definitely cause turmoil in the upper echelons. Ba Siba and Yang Lianjun led the experts of the palace to kill the Tongtian shaman's henchmen while sending people to capture the 7 brothers of the Tongtian shaman. As they were making arrangements, they suddenly heard a loud bang. The entire shaman sect shook and many houses collapsed. Ba Siba's expression changed dramatically. He had fought with the Mongolian army in the west for many years, so how could he not know that this was the sound of explosives? And the direction of the sound was where the leader's secret chamber was located. The Khan. He hurried over with his men and found that the entrance to the secret chamber had collapsed, and the entire chamber was in ruins. Everyone suddenly had a bad feeling. Ba Siba's face was gloomy. All of you, go up and dig up these stones. The group of warriors seemed to wake up from a dream. Even the shaman sect members came forward to help. If the Khan died here, it would be a disaster that would result in the execution of 9 generations. How could they escape? Not long after they started digging, a pile of stones suddenly exploded, and a bloody figure shot up into the sky. Who else could it be but Temujin, but at this moment, he no longer had his usual majesty. Most of his hair and beard were burned, his body was covered in dust, and his face was full of ash. He stood where he was for a moment, then spat out a mouthful of blood. Clearly, being detonated in a confined space was too much for even a grandmaster. Immediately after, another pile of stones exploded, and the evil master Pang Ban also rushed out. He was usually handsome, but now he was in a sorry state. There were many burn marks on his face and body, and his long black hair had been burned into natural curls. As soon as he came out, he sat cross-legged in meditation. It was obvious that his injuries were not light. Khan, where is Li Qimei? After a while, there was no more movement in the ruins, so Ba Siba asked tentatively. I'm afraid Qimei is in danger. Temujin thought about how even though he clearly had the upper hand in the battle, he was almost dragged down by the Tongtian shaman to the point of mutual destruction. He couldn't help but grit his teeth in anger. Dig up all these for me. The Tongtian shaman was just inside. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. More and more soldiers were summoned and began to dig out the rubble from the pile of rubble. Although Temujin's injuries were not light, he had no intention of leaving. His eyes were fixed on the pile of rubble. Soon, bodies were dug out one by one. They were the elite warriors who had followed him into the secret chamber. They did not have the cultivation of a grandmaster, so they naturally could not survive the explosion in such a confined space. Temujin remained unmoved. He needed to confirm the death of the Tongtian shaman. Keep digging. After a while, Li Qimei was also dug out. His jade-like skin was charred black, and his body was badly mutilated. His face was only vaguely recognizable. When an explosion occurred in such a confined space, no matter how good his qigong was, he had nowhere to hide. Moreover, he was at the forefront, so the impact of the explosion was the greatest. Even with his level of cultivation, he died on the spot. Temujin's eyelids twitched. Continue, he said in a low voice. Seeing Li Qimei's tragic death, Ba Siba suddenly felt a sense of sympathy. He and Li Qimei had always been good friends. Their martial arts were about the same, and he admired Li Qimei's knowledge and wisdom. But such a person had died just like that. He knew that if he had not been searching for the remnants of the Tongtian shaman outside, he would have been among the corpses. Li Qimei had always been the Khan's most trusted confidant, but after his death, the Khan looked at him the same as he looked at the corpses of other warriors. He knew that the Khan cared about the life and death of the Tongtian shaman the most. As long as the Tongtian shaman was dead, no matter how many other sacrifices there were, he would not hesitate. The surrounding soldiers and shamans all used their hands and feet to search. After a while, the crowd of soldiers cheered as they finally found the body of the Tongtian shaman. Temujin's expression changed. He hurried over, pushed aside the surrounding soldiers, and stared at the broken body. His clothing and hairstyle were barely recognizable. The only reason he could confirm his identity was because of the golden mask on his face. Temujin frowned, still a little worried. He reached out and took off the mask. On his face. The man's face had been burned by the high temperature, but his features could still be seen through the lines between his eyebrows. Pang Diandian, who had heard the news, nodded. It is indeed him. Ha ha ha, finally dead. Temujin breathed a sigh of relief. Although the Tongtian shaman always wore a mask and few people had ever seen his face, Temujin and Pang Ban did not include them, so they naturally recognized him. Temujin felt as if all the pent-up frustrations in his heart had been swept away. He didn't even care about the injuries he had sustained. With a loud laugh, he ordered, "Give these warriors a proper burial. In addition, they will be promoted one rank and their positions will be inherited by their children and relatives. As for Li Qimei, he has no children. Enshrine him in the Hall of Meritorious Officials and let him enjoy the incense of our great Mongolian Empire for generations to come." Ba Siba felt a little better. Although this great Khan was not a generous and benevolent ruler, he was willing to give his subordinates high positions and generous salaries. This was also the reason why so many surrendered generals were willing to work for him. "Imperial Preceptor, I'll leave Skirich Shaman's henchman to you." Temujin finally remembered that he needed to return to the palace to recover from his injuries. However, Skirich Shaman had always been a thorn in his side. Now that he had finally gotten rid of him, he felt as if he could walk much more easily. A few miles away, in a secluded residence, a black figure coughed up a mouthful of blood. "If I don't get my revenge, I'm not a man," he said with hatred. A mysterious old man wearing a cloak supported him and channeled inner energy into his body. "Supreme Lord, your injuries are not light. I'm afraid you won't be able to recover in a short period of time." "Don't worry, I'm not a reckless person. I won't make a move before I recover," the black figure said with hatred. "I just don't know what went wrong this time. I was the one who told them to deal with Song Qingshu, so why did they suddenly attack me?" If Song Qingshu was here, he would have recognized the two immediately. The mysterious old man in the cloak was Huashan, the elder of the mountain, and the black figure was venerated Ming, who had disappeared for a long time. "Man proposes but God disposes." The old man sighed. "It's a pity that we spent so much effort to replace the Tongtian wizard. I didn't expect that we would fail at the last step. I'm afraid we'll have to redo all our previous plans." Venerated Ming laughed. "At least I've recovered to the peak of my strength after absorbing all of the Skirich shaman's energy. Don't worry, when my injuries recover, it'll be easy for me to do anything with my Grandmaster Cultivation." When he first approached the Skirich shaman had already planned to deal with Temujin. How could he not be happy to have such a powerful helper? Thus, he took him under his command. Venerated Ming was highly skilled in martial arts and meticulous. Every time he completed a mission, he would do so beautifully and gradually gained the Skirich shaman's trust. Later, he found an opportunity to sneak up on the Skirich shaman. Both he and the Elder of the Mountain were experts in assassination and could be said to be the kings of assassins for 2 generations. Even the Skirich shaman, with his Grandmaster Cultivation, failed miserably and had his energy sucked dry by Venerated Ming's absorbing star's great technique. Then, Venerated Ming put on the Skirich shaman's mask and began to impersonate him. As for the crippled Skirich shaman, he was not in a hurry to kill him. Instead, he locked him in a secret room and interrogated him about all his secrets, gradually extracting all of his knowledge. Venerated Ming did not expect to be able to escape this time. He felt that he really had to thank the Elder of the Mountain for helping him even in death. Continue to hide beside Su Liaowu. If there are any changes, I'll let you know, Venerated Ming ordered. The Elder of the Mountain nodded, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Are we really going to leave the Ming dynasty alone?" Venerated Ming's face was indifferent. Now that the Mongolians are getting stronger and stronger, the Ming dynasty of the Central Plains can only defend themselves and not fight back. Its potential is destined to be limited. Are we going to stay there and perish with them? It's easier to hide within the Mongolians and replace them from within. After the last trip to the Western Xia, Su Liaowu has suffered serious losses in both power and prestige. Should we change our target now? The Elder of the Mountain said. Of course we should change. Venerated Ming snorted, his eyes shining. Su Liaowu can only be the king of the western regions at most. How can that compare to becoming the master of the entire world? If Temujin one day finds out that the empire he worked so hard to conquer has been given to me, I wonder how angry he will be. Ha 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 ha. Seeing him vomit, the Elder of the Mountain was shocked. What happened to you, Venerated Ming? Venerated Ming's face darkened. Those bastards even poisoned the tea. How despicable. Then what should we do? I'll go to the palace to find the antidote for you. The Elder of the Mountain stood up. No need. Venerated Ming waved his hand. This little bit of poison won't kill me. At most, it'll just take some effort. If the Elder of the Mountain entered the palace and alerted Temujin, then the perfect escape plan would be wasted. Then rest well for the time being, Venerated Ming. If you need anything, let me deliver it to you. The Elder of the Mountain bowed to him and quietly left. As Venerated Ming adjusted his internal energy, he thought to himself, where should I go next? Meanwhile, when Song Qingshu heard the huge commotion coming from the shaman sect, he rushed over. Just as he was about to arrive, he was stopped by a beautiful figure. Looking at the fairy-like woman in white, Song Qingshu smiled. Greetings, Miss Jean. Jean Bingyun looked at him quietly for a long time before sighing. Your acting skills are really good. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat, but he didn't reveal anything on his face. Instead, he looked at her with a puzzled expression. What are you talking about, miss? Jean Bingyun smiled faintly and didn't pursue the topic any further. Instead, she asked, where are you going? Song Qingshu found it strange that Jean Bingyun rarely smiled. Now that she was smiling in front of the Shuiyue clan, it was truly puzzling. Oh, I heard a strange noise coming from the shaman religion. I don't know what happened, so I came to check it out. Jean Bingyun glanced in that direction and casually replied, oh, so the Khan and Master are working together to kill the Tongtian shaman. Song Qingshu? He didn't expect that such a big piece of news would happen so soon after he parted with the Tongtian shaman. He was about to move, planning to help the Tongtian shaman. After all, both grandmasters were on par with each other, and the Tongtian shaman would definitely lose in a 1 versus 2 fight. If he were to die just like that, the balance of power between the two forces in Lin City would be broken. Jean Bingyun noticed his footsteps and asked, are you going to help the Tongtian shaman? Song Qingshu frowned, but he kept a smile on his face. Miss, you must be joking. Of course I'm going to help the Khan and the Demon Master. Jean Bingyun didn't expose him and said directly, you don't need to go. The Tongtian shaman is already dead. Dead? Song Qingshu was shocked. The Tongtian shaman was fighting 1 versus 2. Even if he couldn't win, he shouldn't have died so quickly. Killing a grandmaster was easier said than done. Jean Bingyun said slowly, the great Khan and Master. Set up a killing trap in the imperial palace. Tongtian shaman was caught off guard and took part in it. As soon as the trap was activated, he was severely injured. With so many experts chasing after him, he naturally died. Song Qingshu really didn't understand why Temujin would suddenly attack the Tongtian shaman. It didn't make sense. The one who should have died today was you, Jin Bingyun suddenly said. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. Miss, what do you mean? I don't understand. Jin Bingyun took out a letter from her bosom and handed it to him. Li Qimei asked me to investigate the Shuiyue sect. This morning, I planned to report to him what I found recently, but I didn't expect to find this information on his desk. If I'm not wrong, I'm afraid that only Tong Tian Wizard has the ability to leave this letter in Li Qimei's seat. Song Qingshu's expression changed several times. In an instant, he understood the Tong Tian shaman's plan. Yesterday, he must have invited me to attack Pang Ban but was rejected. Thus, he lost his patience and took the initiative to expose me, forcing me to attack him. Then, he would take the opportunity to reap the benefits. But why was he the one who was attacked? As if she saw his confusion, Jin Bingyun opened her red lips and said, I hid this secret report and told Li Qimei about the Tongtian shaman. The Khan had always suspected him and decided to make the first move after getting confirmation. The Tongtian shaman thought that they had summoned him to deal with you, so he was careless and didn't take any precautions. He suffered a great loss from the beginning. Song Qingshu was silent, but his heart was in turmoil. He didn't expect that he would have a trip to the gates of hell today. Jin Bingyun tilted her head and looked at him. Do you still plan to face me like this? Song Qingshu smiled and took off his mask. He sighed. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? Jin Bingyun shook her head. Ever since Master chose you as a cultivation vessel, I've studied a lot about you. I know that you are not a bloodthirsty person. You can even be said to be a bit soft-hearted. But when it really threatens the overall situation, I won't be soft-hearted. Song Qingshu reached out and strangled her neck. Jin Bingyun didn't resist, and there was no panic in her pure eyes. I'm a woman, a pretty woman. Besides, I saved you. You won't kill me. Song Qingshu was a little annoyed. He let go of her neck. Aren't you afraid of losing the bet? Jin Bingyun pursed her lips and smiled. I told you, to some extent, I know you better than you know yourself. Song Qingshu pondered for a long time and said, You're really making it difficult for me to deal with you. I really don't want to kill you, but you know my identity. Before he could finish, Jin Bingyun interrupted him. Don't worry, I won't reveal your identity, not even to Master. Why? Song Qingshu could tell from her tone that she wasn't lying and couldn't help feeling puzzled. What's in it for me to reveal your identity? Jin Bingyun rolled her eyes at him, as if she didn't expect him to ask such a stupid question. Song Qingshu paused for a moment, then realized that once his identity was revealed, Temujin would want to kill him, and Pang Ban didn't want him to die. This would inevitably cause a rift between the king's tent and the palace. And if he only told Pang Ban, it would mean that Jin Bingyun would soon have to take on the role of traveling magic medium. She had always been against this task. I was gauging the heart of a gentleman with my own mean measure. Song Qingshu thought for a moment, then took out a pill and gave it to her. What is it? It was Jin Bingyun's turn to be puzzled. The antidote for the leopard fetus heart-changing pill. Song Qingshu had to admit that even a puzzled expression from a beautiful woman was very pleasing to the eye. As for the antidote, the Tongtian shaman was dead, so there was no need to keep it a secret. Jin Bingyun didn't refuse pretentiously. Her slender fingers picked up the pill and stuffed it directly into her mouth. Aren't you afraid that this is another poison? Song Qingshu couldn't help but say, if you don't keep your guard up against people like this, sooner or later you will suffer a great loss. Jin Bingyun looked at him strangely. I don't treat other people like this. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. Are you seducing me? He even felt that her pure and flawless appearance was even more irresistible than Dan Yuru, who had mastered the art of seduction. Of course, this was somewhat unfair to Dan Yuru. She was the first person in the history of thousands of years to master the art of seduction. In terms of purity and charm, she was no less than Jin Bingyun, and even more attractive to ordinary men. Unfortunately, he knew her background in advance and knew that she was using the art of seduction. So he was a little wary from the beginning, and naturally the effect was greatly reduced. Seduction? Jin Bingyun blushed slightly. Don't misunderstand, I just know you better. Song Qingshu looked at the dust in the distant sky that hadn't dissipated yet. Is Tong Tian's shaman really dead? Jin Bingyun grunted. The Great Khan personally examined his body. He was chased by the Great Khan and Master, and fled into the secret chamber of the sect. Unexpectedly, he buried explosives in it. Knowing that there was no hope of escaping, he detonated the explosives and tried to die with the Great Khan and the others. However, although the Great Khan and Master were seriously injured, their lives were not in danger. But Li Qimei was not so lucky. Song Qingshu was shocked, thinking that Tong Tian's shaman was really a ruthless person, and he had prepared such a killing move in advance. Noticing that Jin Bingyun looked a little sad, he couldn't help but say, "You had a good relationship with Li Qimei, so you must be very sad." Although he knew it was a little unkind, he felt a little relieved. Before, Li Qimei had been suspicious of him, but now that he was dead, the threat was removed. Jin Bingyun gently shook her head. Everyone has to die. It's not a bad thing for him to return to the arms of Timri sooner. Song Qingshu knew that this was the unique view of life and death of the people here, so he was not too surprised. He looked in the direction of the palace, where Temujin and Pang Ban were both seriously injured. Soon, he made a decision in his mind that he must seize this opportunity to see if he could kill Temujin. It should be noted that the political structure of the Mongol king's military power determined the position of the Khan, which was very important. In history, every time a Khan died, the Mongols would be in civil strife for a long time. If he could successfully kill Temujin, Inner Mongolia would not have the energy to invade the Central Plains for at least a few years. How can your disguise be so amazing? I don't see any difference between you and the Shuiyue master, and no one has noticed anything unusual. Jin Bingyun suddenly reached out and stroked his face, as if worried that he was also wearing a mask. Can you disguise yourself as anyone? Song Qingshu felt a little strange as her cold and delicate fingers slid across his face, but he knew that she was not seducing him. Everything was just a natural action. He turned his face to avoid her fingers and said, "It's not that easy. I just happened to run into the Shuiyue master and took off his face." Although he had an agreement with her, he was not stupid enough to tell her everything. Jin Bingyun was not surprised. The Shuiyue master was good at martial arts, but facing a great grandmaster would only mean death. But thinking about the human face, she could not help but take a step back. Her face was a little pale. Although she was usually a little cold, she was still a woman and could not help but be afraid of such a bloody thing. "Thank you, Bingyun. I still have some things to take care of, so I'll go first. We'll talk again when we have time." He smiled at Jin Bingyun and hurried in the direction of shaman. He was still a little shocked by the death of the Tongtian shaman and had to confirm it himself before he could rest assured. Seeing him leave without looking back, Jin Bingyun could not help but pout. Was she really that scary in his heart? Every time he saw her, he ran away, but on second thought, he no longer called her Miss Jin, but Bingyun. She could not help but smile. Song Qingshu did not know that the girl behind him was thinking so much. He put on the mask of the Shuiyue master again and came to the scene of the incident. His status as a guest was already high, and the only suspect, Li Qimei, was also dead, so no one thought it was inappropriate for him to appear in shaman. He saw the ruins and secretly smacked his lips, thinking that the Tongtian shaman must have set this trap long ago to trap Temujin. If he had not been seriously injured at the beginning, the explosives in the secret room would most likely have taken Temujin's life. He found an opportunity to approach the corpse of the Tongtian shaman. He had never seen what the other party looked like under the mask. Looking at the half-cooked corpse in front of him, it was hard to associate it with the mysterious Tongtian shaman. After the explosion, thanks to the mask, Tongtian shaman's face was probably the best preserved part. This Tongtian wizard is too skinny. Noticing his shriveled cheeks, Song Qingshu frowned. He shook his head and left. He was still thinking about how to enter the palace and assassinate Temujin. Although he was injured, Temujin was also heavily injured. It was worth a gamble. After walking for a short distance, a thought flashed across his mind. He turned his head abruptly and stared at the corpse of Tongtian's shaman not far away. He walked back and stretched out his fingers to feel the skin on his face. It was too dry and rough, and this was not caused by an explosion. A great grandmaster's luck was profound, and their power circulated endlessly throughout their bodies. They might not look like Panin, but their bodily functions were definitely the healthiest and most energetic. However, the corpse in front of them seemed to have been like this when it was still alive. This was definitely abnormal. This was more like the after effects of the absorbing stars, a thought flashed across his mind. He was very familiar with the absorbing stars and dark north divine kung fu. He knew the incantations of both techniques, and he had even personally experienced being almost sucked dry. The Tongtian wizard was almost completely sucked dry before he died. Could it be that Temujin sucked all his power? Song Qingshu recalled the tragic scene of Naya being sucked dry and shook his head slightly. The symptoms did not seem like it, and according to the descriptions of these people, Temujin did not have the chance to suck him dry. Then who was it? He went through all the people who knew the absorbing stars and dark north divine kung fu in his mind and eliminated them one by one, until there was only one person left. Could it be him? Song Qingshu thought of the information he had received. It seemed that Mingzun had also come to Mongolia. He was worried that he had taken over Guojing's body, but now it seemed that he had gone to the Tongtian shaman. No wonder there had been no news of him. Song Qingshu felt a little emotional when he thought about how the only person he had dealings with during this period of time was probably revered Ming. This revered Ming was truly an ambitious and ruthless person. He was actually able to temporarily suppress the grudges between the two of them without revealing any flaws. But Hu Qingtong was miserable. Back in the Gaochang labyrinth, she had said in front of her fiancé that she was his woman. At that time, Mingzun must have exploded. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Ba Siba noticed that he was wandering around the Tongtian wizard's body and could not help but ask. Nothing, I just don't believe that the Tongtian wizard really died just like that. Song Qingshu said tentatively. The Khan and the evil master have confirmed it personally. They recognized the original appearance of the Tongtian wizard. It can't be wrong. Ba Siba was obviously not in the mood to discuss this topic. You came at the right time. Accompany me to catch the remaining Tongtian wizard. In just 1 year, Nian Liandan, Naya, Li Qimei, and the others had died one after another. Originally, they were full of masters, but now they were stretched thin. The 7 Tongtian wizard brothers were not mediocre, and he was afraid that he would not be able to handle them alone. But with the help of the Shueiyue Grand Master, it would be much easier. Song Qingshu could not refuse, so he followed him everywhere to catch the Tongtian wizard faction. They were busy all the way until nightfall. After finally finding a chance to escape, Song Qingshu came to the Mongolian palace. He had been a little afraid of Temujin before, so he did not dare to rashly alert the enemy. But today, he was seriously injured by the explosives, so he could not waste this opportunity. With a tap of his toes, he snuck in. Unlike the Ruyang Palace, the Ruyang Palace was smaller, and Temujin had specially taken care of it, so the defense was flawless, making it difficult for him to sneak in. But the palace was so big, and with the accident of Naya, who was in charge of the imperial guards, he could always find a loophole. Sneaking into the palace was a walk in the park for him. But the layout of the Mongolian palace was very different from that of the Central Plains. The tents were mixed with the houses, giving a different sense of harmony. Sneaking into the inner palace, he could not find Temujin even after a long time. He was hesitating whether or not he should catch a servant to ask, but he was also afraid that the missing servant would be found and exposed. Just as he was hesitating, he suddenly heard a seductive moaning in the air. Song Qingshu was stunned. How could he not know what was going on with such a sound? In the entire palace, who else would have the guts to make love with a woman other than Temujin himself? Overjoyed, he followed the sound and finally found traces of Temujin in a palace. Leaning against the wall, he quietly slid open a corner of the window and peeked in. He saw Temujin half lying on the dragon throne, half naked. The throne was covered with a large tiger pelt, and it was obviously very soft to sit on. But his attention was quickly attracted by the woman in Temujin's arms. She was completely naked, and her hair was scattered all over her body, making her skin look even fairer and more alluring. The woman was sitting on Temujin's waist with a seductive look on her face. Her soft waist moved in a seductive rhythm, like water moving up and down. Hua Jieyu of beauty. Song Qingshu recognized her. He had met her before in Western Xia, and if he remembered correctly, she was the wife of the white-haired Lu Shaoji. How did she end up with Temujin? He remembered Hua Jieyu's flirtatious demeanor, but when he remembered that she was already over 50 years old and was an old witch who harvested yang energy to nourish her yin energy, how could he have such thoughts? But looking at her now, he had to admit that she was indeed the cream of the crop. Her skin was even more delicate than that of many young girls, and her movements were so practiced and beautiful that any man could enjoy her to the fullest. Even so, when Song Qingshu thought about how she had relied on plucking young experts to get to where she was today, he felt a wave of nausea wash over him. This Temujin sure was cold and unscrupulous, sitting on the 4 seas. What kind of woman couldn't he get? But in the end, he even wanted a woman like this. Poor Lu Shaoji, who knew how many times she had been cuckolded in her life. But Temujin didn't seem like a good person either. The two of them had their own fun, so it could be said that they were cuckolding each other. Now that Temujin was truly enjoying himself, it was a good time to strike. But Song Qingshu wasn't in a hurry. He still had to wait for Temujin to reach his peak before he would be at his weakest. Just then, Hua Jiyu suddenly spoke, "Khan, you are so strong. I have never seen a man as strong as you in my life." Temujin snorted, "Your skills are not bad either. I am quite satisfied." Hua Jiyu rolled her eyes and suddenly said, "Khan, you seem to have suffered some serious internal injuries. Why don't you find a virgin to heal you? What, are you afraid that I will suck you dry?" Temujin opened his eyes slightly and looked at her. Hua Jiyu's heart skipped a beat. "Your servant's entire body belongs to you, Khan. It is my honor if you want to suck me dry. But I do not have a purine body. Even if I can use the secret arts of the Holy Gate to help you, I can't compare to some women." "Oh, do you have any recommendations?" Temujin was a man of his stature and could naturally tell that there was a hidden meaning in her words. Hua Jiyu giggled. "I've been keeping an eye out for the Khan these days, and I've found a few girls with good potential. For example, Ah Xiao, the eldest daughter of the Bai family of the Snow Mountain sect. Not only is she beautiful, but she's also as gentle as water. She's still young, so she's definitely a virgin." Outside the window, Song Qingshu almost cursed out loud. This witch was really not a good person. It was bad enough that her own private life was a mess, but now she was trying to drag other girls down with her. He still remembered that he had met the young lady called Ah Xiao once when he was in the Vulture Palace. That pure and shy young lady was very likable at first sight. Temujin grunted and stretched his waist. "I've seen that Xiao before. She's really young and tender. But the Bai clan of the Snow Mountain sect has pledged their allegiance to the Mongols. If I were to touch her, wouldn't I be discouraging the rest of the world?" Song Qingshu nodded to himself. Although Temujin was a bit lecherous, he had a clear mind and was able to make the best choice for himself. If it were Song Qingshu, he would not be that kind of person. Hua Jieyu was also a wise warrior. She praised Temujin for a while before continuing, "Then you can consider sect leader Shan of the divine sect. She is the first person in our holy gate to master the art of seduction. Even as a woman, I could not resist her charm and wanted to push her down. What's more, she is still a virgin. Only a great hero like the Khan would have the right to pluck such a beautiful flower." Temujin nodded in agreement. "That's right." Hearing her mention of Dan Yuru, Song Qingshu's eyes turned cold. This witch could not be allowed to live in this world. If she were to continue like this, who knew how many innocent women would be harmed? Passion Danryu is indeed of the highest quality. Temujin licked his lips, clearly tempted, but after a long time, he shook his head. She is, after all, the leader of a sect, and also the confidant of the sixth. If I were to touch her, it would easily destroy the balance of power between him and the fourth. The sixth and fourth he was referring to were Ali Buj and Kublai. As the emperor, he naturally had to maintain a balance among his successors. He could not allow one family to dominate, or else it would easily threaten his position. Song Qingshu breathed a sigh of relief. Although he could not say that he loved Danyuru, he did not want other men to touch her. If Temujin kept thinking about her, it would be troublesome. What about Jin Bingyun? She and Princess Xiaomin are the two most beautiful women in Mongolia right now. One is like an orchid in a valley, and the other is as bright as a rose. Most importantly, her cultivation level might even be able to help the Khan break through to a higher level. Temujin's eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment when he heard Temujin's words. Outside the window, Song Qingshu suddenly frowned. In that instant, he seemed to have felt a wave of energy, but when he tried to search for it, it had disappeared without a trace. What was going on? Was it an illusion? He quickly rejected the idea. As a grandmaster, how could he have an illusion? Every time he had a sudden impulse, it could be a warning, let alone this one. Temujin suddenly sat up straight, and his expression turned cold. Do you want me to become a cauldron? Don't tell me you don't know that she is Pangban's magic medium. Hua Jiayu's heart was pounding, and she hurriedly said, Please calm down, Great Khan. The great way of planting demonic seed of the heart is not omnipotent. Usually, it is easier to succeed when the stove is unprepared. Now that the Great Khan is prepared, coupled with your great way of the sky demon, it is hard to say who will be the one to absorb who. Pangban's cultivation might even be absorbed by you, Great Khan. If that happens, your cultivation will be unprecedented and you might even be able to ascend to heaven. Song Qingshu was stunned. Was there such a thing? He had heard that the great Taoist seed magic would change his expression, but now that he thought about it, the blissful Zen might not be afraid of his Taoist heart turning into a demon. Are you trying to drive a wedge between me and the Devil Master? Temujin snorted. I dare not. I was just saying. I was mainly talking about Jin Bingyun. As long as the Khan asks, the Devil Master will definitely give up his treasure. As she spoke, she began to twist her hips even harder. From her experience, no matter how hot a man's temper was, she could always use her gentleness to extinguish it. You are also a member of the Devil Master's palace. Are you jealous of Jin Bingyun? Temujin's face was expressionless. No, no. Hua Jiayu began to panic under the eagle-like gaze of the man. Temujin chuckled. If I remember correctly, you used to like Pangban as well. Unfortunately, he wanted to break through the void, so he married Lu Yaoji. Hua Jiayu's expression changed slightly. She quickly wrapped her arms around his body and put on a fawning smile. Great Khan, I am your woman now. At that moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded in the hall. This woman cannot be allowed to live. A black-cloaked man walked out of nowhere. His figure was tall and mighty, and he was as steady as a lofty mountain. His skin was fair, and at first glance, he looked like a statue of a god carved from crystal. His eyes were as blue as a deep lake, and they were like two precious gems wrapped in the night. Due to unknown reasons, Sogu is unable to find this site today. Please remember this site's domain name, Book Ocean Pavilion, and find your way home. At first glance, he thought it was Pangban, but upon closer inspection, they didn't look alike. The reason he mistook him for Pangban was because their temperament and aura were too similar. Who is this person, and what does he have to do with Pangban? Song Qingshu was shocked. He had thought that victory was in his grasp, but a grandmaster that he had never heard of appeared and turned the tables. M.O. Master Devil, you're still alive? Hua Jiayu's soul almost left her body. Her whole body went limp, and she had no energy to show off her skills in bed. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. Who was the Devil's grandmaster? Why wasn't he mentioned in the intelligence report? The man with blue eyes said coldly, You're doing very well. Master Devil, you misunderstand, that's not what I meant, Hua Jiayu hurriedly explained. Seeing that the man was unmoved, she turned to Temujin for help. Khan, you know that I'm doing everything for you, I don't have any bad intentions, of course, I know your loyalty. Temujin sneered and grabbed her hair, pressing her down on the table and pinning her down on top of him. Hua Jiayu didn't get angry at his rudeness. Instead, she happily leaned on the table. Yes, Khan, I've always been loyal to you. Temujin grinned, since you're loyal to me, then give me everything. Hua Jiayu smiled charmingly, haven't I already given you everything? Not enough. What? Oh, no, don't. Outside the window, Song Qingshu was stunned as he watched Hua Jiyu struggle desperately, even trying to attack the man behind her. But she was pinned down by Temujin. How could she break free? In a few breaths' time, her struggling movements became smaller. Song Qingshu's eyes were like lightning, and he immediately noticed that her originally lustrous skin was now gradually shriveling, and very quickly, she was sucked dry at a speed visible to the naked eye. Shaking his waist, Temujin reached out to grab a robe from the side and draped it over his body. "I didn't expect to disturb you," he said to the other man. The man from the Devil's Doctrine suddenly turned around and looked at Song Qingshu. "Who is it?" Song Qingshu knew that something was wrong. He had just witnessed the shocking changes inside, and his heartbeat could not be controlled. The people inside had heard the commotion. With a light tap of his foot, he activated his qinggong to the extreme. Although Temujin was injured, he himself was also injured. On top of that, there was still a grandmaster on the other side. If he really got entangled with them, his life might be in danger. As soon as he left, the window was smashed into pieces. The black-clothed man stood where he was, obviously a little surprised that the other party could escape from him. However, he immediately snorted coldly and chased after the other party. "Guards!" Temujin's face was dark as well. Soon, the guards rushed in. They were all shocked to see Hua Jiyu, who looked like a mummy on the table. However, they had seen things like this many times, so no one said anything. "An assassin has come in. Take some people to search for him. Also, pass down the order to seal the palace gates. Don't let a fly out." Temujin did not expect that someone would be so bold as to come in. However, he still needed to digest the spiritual essence he had just absorbed, so he could only leave the task to his subordinates. "Yes, Great Khan." After the guards left, the entire palace began to move. Song Qingshu sprinted all the way to the palace walls. However, he found that the nearby soldiers had already heard the warning and were patrolling the area. Although he was not afraid of these people, he would be in trouble if the Devil's Doctrine caught up with him. Therefore, he changed direction and continued running toward the inner palace. He used the complicated architecture of the palace to hide, and after a while, he successfully lost the Devil's Doctrine. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, he suddenly heard a gentle female voice outside the door. "Why is it so noisy outside?" Another somewhat familiar voice laughed and said, "It seems like some kind of assassin has arrived." Song Qingshu was stunned. This unique and charming voice was very easy to recognize. Hearing the approaching footsteps, Song Qingshu hit on the beam with the tip of his foot. Soon, two women in palace attire pushed open the door and entered. One was graceful and luxurious, while the other was mature and charming. Who else could it be other than Sea Lost? An assassin has come to the palace to die? The elegant woman's voice was full of surprise. It had been many years since she had seen an assassin who dared to enter the palace. "Let's not talk about them. Why has the third empress summoned me?" Hai Wanchen asked with a smile. "The third empress?" Song Qingshu remembered that Zhao Min had told him that Temujin had 4 empresses. The first empress, Borte, was the birth mother of the Taoyui brothers. The second empress was Hulan, who had a relationship with Naya. The third and fourth empresses were a pair of sisters. The elder sister was called Yesue and the younger sister Yasugen. Both sisters came from a tribe hostile to Temujin. When the younger sister Yasugen was captured, Temujin liked her beauty and took her into his harem. Later, Yasugen recommended the older sister to Temujin, who was even more beautiful than herself. Temujin went to kidnap Yesue. Sure enough, she was a beautiful woman, so he took her in as a concubine. But Yesue was already married and had been depressed ever since she was kidnapped. Her husband tried his best to save his wife, but Temujin was too powerful for him to do anything. The only thing he could do was to blend in with the crowd and look at his wife a few more times. One time, Temujin held a banquet in the wild. When he looked into the crowd, he couldn't help but sigh. Temujin looked rough, but he was very careful. He immediately sent people to investigate and found a handsome young man, who turned out to be Yasue's husband. There was no such word in Temujin's dictionary. He directly cut off the man's head and couldn't help but grieve. Fortunately, his younger sister Yasugen was there to calm her nerves, so she was able to keep her life. Song Qingshu looked at the graceful woman. She was indeed prettier than Hulan. But when he thought about how she had watched her husband be killed, and how she had served her husband's murderer with all her heart for so many years after that, and how she had given birth to a child for her enemy, he didn't like it. But then he thought about it and realized that this was probably the law of the grasslands. The strong were respected, and the women of the tribes were often taken away. When Temujin was still weak, his wife was also taken away by his enemy and gave birth to a child. The people of the grasslands didn't follow the customs of the Central Plains, so it was not right for him to criticize her. Yasugen sat down on the couch and ordered the maids around her to leave. After they closed the door, she asked, "Did you do what happened to Hulan?" Hai Manchen's expression didn't change. She still had that charming smile on her face. "What are you talking about, Third Empress? We don't want to see anything happen to the Second Empress. It's Naya's fault for being too daring." Yasugen gave her a deep look and said lightly, "The eunuch who invited Hulan out of the palace is in my hands." Hai Manchen's expression changed. She was about to say something but was stopped by Yasue. "You don't have to say anything. We all know what happened, so you don't have to worry. Since we are both from the Tartar tribe, I've already taken care of the eunuch for you. But you have to be careful in the future. Paper can't wrap fire." The Tartar tribe? Song Qingshu remembered that Zhao Min had once mentioned that during the rise of the Mongols, there were two major feuding tribes. One was the Mi-Urki tribe. Temujin's mother was the fiancée of his father who had stolen the chief of the Mi-Urki tribe. Later on, the Mi-Urki tribe stole Temujin's wife, not only making him a cuckold, but also having Temujin's first child be Mi-Urki's son. The two tribes had a love-hate relationship, but the Mi-Urki tribe was eventually destroyed by Temujin's tribe. Empress Hulan was Mi-Urki's princess and was taken into Temujin's harem as a spoil of war. Apart from Mi-Urki, the most powerful tribe at the time was the Tartar tribe. Temujin allied with the Jin kingdom and Ong Khan of the Kalay tribe to defeat the Tartar tribe. The Yasui sisters were the daughters of the chief of the Tartar tribe, while Hai Wanli was the descendant of another chief of the Tartar tribe. It was probably because of this relationship that Yisui helped him deal with the aftermath in the dark. Lost put away his usual fake smile, and his tone was no longer as respectful as before. "So you still remember the Tartar tribe? Seeing how you served the Khan with all your heart all these years, I thought you had forgotten about it." Empress Yasui frowned. "From what you're saying, you seem to still be hiding the hatred of the Tartar tribe. Are you doing all this for the sake of our former tribe? Listen to me, the Tartar tribe has been destroyed for decades. There's no point in doing all this." Hai Wanli chuckled. Even after her husband was killed, she still served her husband's murderer without any regrets. She didn't even think about revenge, so how could I avenge a tribe that has already perished? As she spoke, her expression turned serious. "I just want to take back what I deserve." Song Qingshu, who was sitting on the beam, felt a chill run down his spine. These women's minds are really scary. I wonder if my female friends are the same. Empress Yasui was surprised, but she quickly reacted. "Are you talking about the relocation of the imperial family? But you also know that Guiyu died from drinking too much." Before she could finish, Hai Wanli interrupted her with a sneer. "These people only need to lie to the common people. Do you also believe them? There are some rumors about the death of Ogdi and your husband, but there's no evidence." Empress Yasui sighed. In fact, the ownership of the imperial family had little to do with her. Whether it was the Ogdi tribe or the Thor tribe, they were all born of the Grand Empress. It was just an internal dispute of their family. Hai Wanli walked to the window and looked in the direction of Temujin's palace. Ordinary people may not be able to find evidence, but the Khan is very capable. Wanli can of his ability. Now it is clear that he is allowing the Thor tribe to exist. So what if he acquiesces? After all, the throne is his. He can pass it to whoever he wants. She couldn't help but say. She didn't want this relative of hers from the same tribe to do something stupid. We Mongolians have never resigned ourselves to fate. Wander's eyes flashed with an inexplicable luster. Since he doesn't care, I'll take back what belongs to us with my own hands. Wanli sled. I hi hi shin. I Wanli Ishin hi 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 shinin. She of Shin of. Hai Wanli snorted. Since he doesn't care, I will take back what belongs to us with my own hands. Seeing the sadness in his eyes, she hesitated for a moment before saying, but I still have to thank you for your help this time. I will remember this favor. No matter what I do in the future, I will try to avoid involving you. After saying that, she bade farewell and left. Her expression changed several times, and she walked to the side of the bed with a lonely expression. She took out a lifelike doll from the secret compartment under the bed and stroked it while crying silently. I'm sorry. Although he had never seen it before, Song Qingshu guessed that the doll was most likely a carving of her husband. He sighed and quietly left the room. Hai Wanli was walking in the palace when her expression suddenly changed. She was about to turn around when a deep voice came from behind her. Don't move. You are the assassin who broke into the palace today? Hearing that it was a man, Hai Wanli relaxed a little. She was very confident in her charm, and few men could resist it. Take me out. Song Qingshu's finger pressed against her back. He didn't need her to leave the palace, but now that he had a ready-made tool, it would be a pity not to use it. Interesting recitation, okay? Hai Wanli didn't refuse at all. Instead, Song Qingshu was stunned. Can you let me see you? Ocean Wander continued. Song Qingshu said coldly, don't you know that it's easy to be killed if you see the appearance of a bandit? Hai Wanli giggled. That's just an ordinary bandit. A bandit like you who dares to break into the Mongolian palace is not someone ordinary people can compare to. Song Qingshu snorted and dragged her to a hidden corner. Only then did he release his hand from her back. He did have some things to say to her, and he didn't mind being seen by her. Hai Wanli turned around. When she saw his appearance, she was shocked. Song Qingshu? Do you recognize me, Your Highness? Song Qingshu had to admit that looking at Hai Wanli from the front was more visually impactful. There was a sense of turbulence, and coupled with the perfect curves of her waist and hips, she was much more attractive than Hua Jiu, even if she didn't cultivate the art of charm. A flawless smile appeared on Hai Wanli's face. I'm afraid there aren't many people in Helen City who don't know you now. Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. These days, Basabari and Chime had brought the army to search for him everywhere. His portrait was plastered all over the streets and alleys of Helen City. Indeed, there weren't many people who didn't know him. But should I call you Song Qingshu, or the Shuiwei clan? Hai Wanli suddenly asked teasingly. What do you mean? Song Qingshu wondered what was going on. How was it that more and more people could see through his disguise? Could it be that everything had been smooth sailing for the past few years had caused him to become arrogant and not pay attention to the details? Hai Wanli didn't mind explaining. In all of Helen City, I'm probably the only one who knows that the Shuiwei clan isn't the real Shuiwei clan, but I've always been curious as to who has the ability to impersonate him. After all, the Shuiwei clan is one of the few masters in the world. Not everyone has the ability to do so. Later, when you fought against 3 of them, your name spread throughout the city. Only then did I realize that only you had the ability to do so. At first, I was only guessing, and I was only 60 to 70% sure. But when you held me hostage just now, I was very sure. Oh? Song Qingshu was stunned. I'd like to hear more. Hai Wanli pointed at his beautiful and delicate nose. I have a very good sense of smell, and I won't forget many scents after smelling them once. Back then, I rolled in the sheets with the Shuiwei clan, and just now, I smelled your scent. Isn't it obvious? Song Qingshu didn't deny it anymore. Instead, he sighed. The princess is indeed meticulous. But for someone like you who colluded with the 3rd empress to make Temujin a cuckold, I wonder what will happen to you if he finds out. Hai Wanli's expression changed. You heard what we said just now. Song Qingshu shrugged. I've always thought that the princess is a smart person. Why are you asking such a stupid question this time? Hai Wanli took a deep breath. I lost my composure. Young master, there's no need to be nervous. We are on the same boat, and our previous alliance agreement is still valid. Song Qingshu recalled her agreement with the Shuiwei clan and couldn't help but look at her full body. I remember someone said that I would get what I wanted. Hai Wanli revealed a charming smile. If it was the Shuiwei clan with their wretched appearance, I would naturally lie to them. But if it's you, young master, I can consider it. Don't worry, you can sit in my palanquin later. Hai Wanli said. In the palanquin? Song Qingshu frowned. But now that the city gates are closed, even if you are the princess, they will definitely check your palanquin. Don't worry, they will at most look around. Do you think they will turn everything upside down? What's more, my palanquin is different from other palanquins. Hai Wanli hooked her finger at him and quickly led him to a palanquin. She had already sent her subordinates far away. She reached out to the side of the seat, and a secret door appeared from under her seat. Song Qingshu frowned. I don't want to go through such a dog hole. Hai Wanli smiled sweetly. How could I dare let a great grandmaster go through it? You can just sit with me. I will only use it when I have no other choice. But isn't your palanquin too small? Song Qingshu frowned. Hai Wanli took his arm. Young master can hug me. Of course, if young master doesn't mind, you can also let me hug you. An amazing sensation came from his arm. Song Qingshu wondered if this vixen was doing this on purpose. I dare not refuse a beautiful woman's invitation. Song Qingshu entered first and sat down in the palanquin. Only then did Hai Wanli call her subordinates over from afar, and then she also got into the palanquin. Even though she said that she wanted to carry him, she actually sat beside him. The palanquin was not big, but it could barely fit 2 people. Soon, someone lifted the palanquin and walked out. Feeling the amazing elasticity of his body, Song Qingshu couldn't help sighing. Has anyone praised the princess's good figure? Hai Wanli looked at him with a smile. To be appreciated by young Master Song, who has countless women, makes me happier than everyone else added together. Other people, including your husband? Song Qingshu thought to himself that from the moment he met this woman, she had never said anything sincere. Hai Wanshan's breath caught in her throat. It was clear that mentioning her husband at this time made her feel a bit awkward. However, she quickly adjusted her mentality and revealed a charming smile. Let's not talk about him at this time, okay? Song Qingshu quietly lifted one of the curtains and looked outside. You were able to enter the palace in a palanquin? Looks like Temujin treated you well. I don't like to walk. The first queen took pity on me, so she gave me this privilege. Hai Wanli said softly. He thumped his leg. Song Qingshu rolled his eyes. Who was it that ran around in the desert all by himself? Why didn't I see that you didn't like to walk back then? Don't worry. My identity is a bit special. Normally, no one would dare to check my palanquin. Seeing him looking around, Hai Wanshan thought that he was worried and comforted him. What's there to worry about? You're right next to me now. If I'm found out, I can just take you hostage and get out. Song Qingshu said with a relaxed expression. Hai Wanshan was speechless. This man was really different from the people she had met before. Sometimes, she felt like she was punching cotton. Is this how you treat your allies? She took a deep breath and said in a pitiful tone, I don't believe that I can't handle you. Allies? Song Qingshu turned his head and looked at her soft and fair cheeks. The faint light from the lamp spilled in through the gap in the curtains, covering her entire body with a kind of longing that was unique to a young woman. No wonder the shadow assassin was fooled by her. This woman was indeed extraordinarily beautiful. However, Song Qingshu was not moved at all. Based on my understanding of the princess, you will sell me out in the blink of an eye. It's really hard for me to treat you as a trustworthy ally. Am I that kind of person? Hai Wanshan pushed him and said coquettishly. Yes. Song Qingshu nodded with a serious expression. Hai Wanshan put her hand on his shoulder and gently rested her chin on the back of her hand. She looked at him with her big eyes at such a close distance. Then how can you trust me? At such a close distance, he could even clearly feel her aura. Song Qingshu knew that this was just one of her usual tricks. Every time, she would deliberately make some ambiguous moves to tease you, but in reality, she wouldn't really let you take advantage of her. If you didn't believe him, just ask that bootlicker, shadow assassin. In the end, he would end up with nothing. Isn't gaining my trust something you should consider? Song Qingshu was not moved at all. What about this? Hai Wanshan suddenly leaned over and kissed him on the cheek. Is this enough to express my sincerity? Song Qingshu was taken aback. He had not expected her to do this at all. Do you often rely on this to win people's trust? Of course not. You're the first. Hai Wanchen said with a hint of shyness on her face. Song Qingshu was a little impressed. This woman's acting skills were really admirable. Answer me honestly. What? I'll definitely tell you everything I know. Si Wander tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear, exuding a languid and charming aura. Song Qingshu said in a low voice, Tell me honestly, have you been lusting after my body for a long time? Hai Wanchen? She had seen too many men who were good at using their beauty to their advantage. She had a feeling that any man would be easy to get, but this man in front of her was the only one who did not play by the rules. However, she reacted quickly and immediately followed his words. That's right. Prince Song is one of the most powerful men in the world at such a young age. Most importantly, he is so handsome. Which woman would not like him? It's good that you like me. Song Qingshu said and kissed her red lips that were inches away from his. Hai Wanchen's eyes widened. She had just wanted to give him a little sweetness to keep him in suspense. It had to be known that ordinary men would not even have this little sweetness. It was only because he was a grandmaster that she had touched him. In her experience, all men would show their most perfect side in front of her. They were all afraid of showing any excessive behavior and destroying their image in her heart. Who would have thought that this guy would be so direct? She subconsciously wanted to push him away, but her body was held tightly. How could she push him away? Coupled with Song Qingshu's rich experience, Hai Wanchen soon felt like her head was about to explode. Her hands that had been desperately trying to push him away also seemed to slow down. No matter how cunning she was still a young woman, a woman at the peak of her physical strength. After her husband left, she did not know how many nights she had spent in the cold and lonely. It was just that she had been deliberately suppressing herself with revenge. Repressed emotions were destined to explode one day. This man was a man she did not hate, and more importantly, he was a powerful man. Growing up in a Mongolian tribe, she had always respected the strong. Although Temujin and Pangban were powerful, they were not of the same generation, so she naturally did not have any other thoughts. However, Song Qingshu was a man about the same age as her, and he was the youngest grandmaster in the world. A few days ago, he had placed third, which shocked her greatly. She did not seem to be at a disadvantage against such a man. Song Qingshu whispered into her ear, Just now, I met another grandmaster in Temujin's palace. Do you know who he is? Feeling the heat of his breath, Hai Wanli felt a little itchy and moved back a little. Her eyes were also full of confusion. There was another grandmaster? I've never heard of him. Song Qingshu was not surprised. From his experience in the royal palaces of various countries over the years, every palace had a hidden master. Otherwise, how could the emperor sleep soundly with so many masters in the world? Such masters were almost unknown to outsiders and would only appear when the emperor was in danger. They were the emperor's last trump card. I heard someone call him the devil's grandmaster. Do you remember anything? Song Qingshu recalled and added. The devil's grandmaster? Hai Wanli was startled and hurriedly asked, was that person tall, had crystal-like skin, and blue eyes? Song Qingshu recalled the appearance of the person he just saw and hurriedly nodded, yes. Then it must be him. Hai Wanli sighed, he is Pangban's master, Main Qihang. People call him the devil's grandmaster. It is said that he passed away many years ago. I didn't expect him to be hiding in the palace. How sinister. All these years, she had been working against Temujin. If they were to meet in battle in the future, and another grandmaster emerged from the other side, she would not even know how she died. She had thought that victory was in her grasp. She would not even know how she died. How sinister. She sighed again. He is Pangban's master? Song Qingshu frowned, but I don't think his cultivation is higher than Pangban's. In fact, Pangban was relatively weak among the grandmasters because he had not formed the devil's seed. This Main Qihang was even weaker than Pangban. It seemed that he had just entered the grandmaster realm with great difficulty, which did not make sense. Hai Wanli explained, Meng Qihang personally said that Pang Ban's talent was far superior to his and that he would certainly surpass him in the future. Now that I think about it, could it be that he was about to be surpassed by his disciple and felt a little embarrassed, so he faked his death and secretly hid to cultivate? Song Qingshu's expression was a little strange. That's possible, but he doesn't seem to be cultivating the great Dao Heart demonic seed technique. If the other party also practiced the great art of Dao Heart demonic seed, then it would really be impossible to guard against. If it was Pang Ban, he would know that his demonic medium was Jin Bingyun, so it would be easy for him to guard against it. But if Meng Qihang also made a beautiful demonic medium, with his character, he would probably fall into the trap if he wasn't careful. Hai Mansion shook his head. The Devil's Doctrine cultivates the Hidden Wisdom book, and Pang Ban has cultivated his cultivation method to the extreme. Knowing that there is no room for improvement, he turned around and began to study the great Dao Heart demonic seed technique that no one in the Devil's Doctrine has ever mastered, to see if it can break the void. I see. Song Qingshu suddenly understood. Ocean Lost continued, as an ally, I'll give you a friendly reminder. These 3 grandmasters might not be the only ones in Helen City. It's best if you don't keep a high profile. If you accidentally die, they will be sad. There's more? Song Qingshu frowned. Back at Mount Wudong, the grandmasters from the Central Plains had either died or were injured. If the Mongolians sent a few more grandmasters, then there would really be no need for them to fight anymore. What, are you afraid? Hai Mansion said with the ghost of a smile. There are 2 factions and 6 paths in the Devil's Doctrine. The 2 are Inweed faction and Flowers faction, while the 6 paths are Sacred Zenith sect, Mieching Dao, True Teaching sect, Heaven Mending Pavilion, Heavenly Lotus sect, and Demonic Face sect. These factions chose their own masters and joined the Mongolian kings. Pang Ban and Meng Qihang are from Demonic Face sect. Aside from them, Sacred Zenith sect's evil Emperor Xian Yutian, Inweed faction's Bloody Hansley Gong, and Heaven Mending Pavilion's evil King Shi Zhishuan might have all reached Great Grandmaster realm. Evil King Shi Zhishuan doesn't have Great Grandmaster realm. Song Qingshu shook his head. He had met him in Torre Manor. Even though his martial arts were strong, he had not taken that step. Hai Manchen's eyes lit up. He also remembered the situation back then. Since he had seen it with his own eyes, if he said there was no more, then there was no more. He had obtained another reliable piece of information. Beauty's Nest, Song Qingshu thought. Inweed factions Fu Yaohong and Dan Yuru were all top-class elites. Dan Yuru's martial uncle, Bai Yejing, had almost fought to a draw with Hong Qigong. It was rumored that his eldest senior brother, Li Gong, was even more unfathomable. He might indeed be a grandmaster. As for evil Emperor Xiang Yutian, he had heard of his name for a long time. Just this title alone was enough to tell how strong he was. Wait a minute, he suddenly remembered something and looked at the woman in his arms with a strange expression. If I remember correctly, Sacred Zenith sect joined your side. Speaking of which, evil Emperor Xiang Yutian is your subordinate. A distant look flashed past Hai Manchen's face. That was in the past. Back then, my husband was the Khan's chosen successor, so they naturally joined us. But ever since Guiyu passed away, our faction's reputation has been greatly reduced. They have long since stopped listening to my orders. Is that so? Song Qingshu did not completely believe her words, but there was definitely some truth in what she said. After all, people leaving was a common occurrence in the world. Can you let go of me now? Hai Mansion noticed that her clothes were in a mess, and the snow-white skin on her chest was slightly exposed. She could not help but blush, thinking that she must have been possessed. How could she let him off so easily? Song Qingshu wrapped his arm around her waist and leaned against him. Let's continue after we're done talking about business. Hai Manchen's heart skipped a beat when she saw his eyes that were as deep as the starry sky. Perhaps it was because she had suppressed her emotions for too long and was too tired from pretending, but at that moment, she could not bring herself to reject him. Instead, her heart raced, and a bold thought appeared in her mind. Seeing that her eyes were watery and her eyebrows were full of lust, Song Qingshu reached out to lift her up and let her sit completely in his arms. Hai Wanming's breathing suddenly became irregular. Thinking that there were people carrying the sedan chair outside, she could only bite her lips tightly so as not to reveal anything. Song Qingshu was stunned. This woman was not as wanton as she appeared. At least, from the condition of her body, she had not been like this for a long time. When they left the palace, the guards only asked a few questions, and High Mansion casually answered them before letting them go. Clearly, her status in Mongolia was special, so these people did not dare to make things difficult for her. When they arrived outside the palace, the guards of High Mansion's residence also came to greet them. Shadow assassin Xianxia also came to the side of the palanquin and asked, "Consort, I heard a lot of activity in the palace. Are you all right?" But after a while, High Mansion did not answer him. Shadow assassin Xianxia's expression changed slightly. "Consort?" Just as he was about to step forward and investigate, High Mansion's lazy voice rang out. "I'm fine. Let's go back. I'm a little tired." Yang Xian's heart skipped a beat. Her voice sounded a little strange. Compared to usual, it seemed to have a hint of seduction, and it made people's blood boil. However, this master had always looked at Yan Xing seductively, so Yang Xian did not think too much about it. He gestured for them to return to the residence while he stood guard outside the palanquin as usual. Inside the palanquin, High Mansion glanced at the man beside him with a hint of bitterness. He wanted to stop him. Song Qingshu used secret voice sending to say, "Don't worry. He can't hear you." His martial arts were much better than Yang Xian's, so he intentionally hid his presence. Naturally, Yang Xian did not know that there was someone else in the palanquin. The shadow assassin outside seemed to sense something. He suddenly felt a little empty in his heart, as if he had lost something important. He subconsciously touched his body. As an assassin, he usually carried very few things on him, so how could he have lost something? Strange, why do I feel like this? He turned to look at the sedan chair that was moving up and down from being carried and couldn't help asking, "Princess? HM? HM, what is it?" After a while, High Wanshan's voice came out. "It's nothing." After confirming that the other was safe, the shadow assassin finally relaxed. He also noticed that the other's voice was sweeter than usual. Could it be that all these years of being at her beck and call had finally moved her? Just like this, he escorted the sedan chair all the way back to Prince Guiyu's residence. A voice came from the sedan chair, telling him not to follow and ordering the sedan chair bearers to carry the sedan chair directly to her courtyard. High Wanshan had always been lazy and didn't like to walk. This had happened before, so no one would suspect it. Although the shadow assassin was somewhat reluctant, he didn't refuse. He was worried that he would upset the woman of his dreams, so he never disobeyed any of her requests. After the sedan chair was put down in her courtyard and everyone left, Song Qingshu couldn't help sighing. "I've seen this shadow assassin's assassination skills. He's quite a character, but he was played like a hoodlum by your hands." "Who is a hoodlum?" High Wanshan somewhat lazily put her arms around his neck, her cheeks bright red. It was clear that the experience just now had made her heart beat faster and she couldn't control herself. "You don't know him, a tragic person." Song Qingshu carried her down the sedan chair and looked around. "This is your residence? It feels like it has good taste." "Don't worry, I've already had the nearby guards withdraw. There's no one else here right now." High Wanshan couldn't help shivering as the cold wind blew. "Quickly carry me in, it's a bit cold outside." Her voice seemed to come out of honey, so sweet that it made one's heart flutter. After all, there were a lot of people in the sedan just now, so he really couldn't let go. Now that he heard her invitation, Song Qingshu's heart suddenly burned. He carried her into her bedroom in a few steps. But as soon as he entered the bedroom, he was surprised because he noticed an incense burner table with a memorial tablet on it. There was a row of golden characters written in Mongolian. He had stayed in Mongolia for a long time and had learned some Mongolian. He could vaguely recognize the characters written on the tablet. He didn't know much about the other characters, but after thinking about it for a while, it should be Guiyu and some of his posthumous titles. "You believe in this too?" Song Qingshu was surprised. He had assumed that the people here believed in the celestial longevity plane. Unexpectedly, they would also worship memorial tablets like the Central Plains. "Ah?" Hai Wanli turned around and her face paled. She hurriedly ran over to put the tablet away, clearly embarrassed by this scene. Song Qingshu walked over and hugged her. He smiled and said, "Why should I? I don't mind." Hai Wanli rolled her eyes. "But I do mind." Song Qingshu seemed to have guessed what she was thinking and comforted her. "You have been very good to him all these years. You wandered among the wolves but kept your chastity like jade." Then he said to the tablet, "Brother Guiyu, I can testify to this. She was just like a virgin just now." Hai Wanli was ashamed and angry. "Do you have to humiliate me like this? Get out of here." Song Qingshu was stunned. Why is the princess reacting so strongly? Isn't it the custom here that after the husband dies, the wife can remarry at will? Father is the son, brother is the younger brother, it is not a big deal. What's more, you did all this just to help him take revenge and take back what should be his. Did you do anything wrong to him? Hai Wanli was stunned. What he said made sense. She couldn't think of any reason to refute. Song Qingshu pulled her back into his embrace and whispered in her ear, "Don't worry, I'll definitely help you fulfill your wish." The two of them had the same goal to a large extent, so he didn't mind helping her along the way. Hai Wanli bit her lip, her eyes somewhat seductive. "But why do I feel like you are just finding excuses for yourself?" Although she said this, she didn't try to push him away. Song Qingshu laughed, "But I can see that the princess's eyes are also a bit eager." Hai Wanli's face turned red, but she quickly recovered. She had never been a pure person anyway, so it didn't seem like a big deal. Just thinking about it made her heart beat faster. On the other side of the palace, Temujin looked at the tall man in front of him with a surprised expression. Even the devil sect couldn't catch him? Meng Qiheng was also a bit depressed. That person's qigong is too good, and the terrain of the palace is also very complicated. In just a few breaths, he disappeared without a trace. He, a great grandmaster, had to chase after a little assassin and let him escape. It was really embarrassing. Qigong is good enough to escape your pursuit, Temujin thought for a moment. Could it be that Song Qingshu has entered the palace? That Song Qingshu who fought against the three of you? Meng Qiheng was also interested. Temujin snorted coldly. Now that I think about it, it must have been the Tongtian shaman who went easy on us. Otherwise, how could he have escaped from the three of us? It can't be him. I heard you say that he was seriously injured in that battle. How could he have recovered so quickly? Meng Qiheng was puzzled. That person's qigong just now didn't look like he was seriously injured. It really is a bit unbelievable. Temujin was also a bit uncertain. Send someone to check the chambers of the concubines in the harem, lest he is hiding in there. Okay, I will send someone to inform them. Meng Qiheng's expression was a bit strange, thinking to himself, you are always occupying other people's wives and daughters, and yet you are so sensitive in this area, afraid of being accused of something. Report, the Imperial Preceptor requests an audience, a servant came to report. Let him in, Temujin replied. Beside him, Meng Qiheng disappeared into the shadows, obviously not willing to let others know of his existence. Greetings, Great Khan. Ba Siba came in and bowed. The dried corpse of Hua Jiu on the table had already been taken care of, so naturally it could not be seen now. How is the capture of the henchman of the Tongtian shaman? Temujin asked. Ba Siba replied, many of his henchmen have surrendered after learning of his death, except for a few who stubbornly resisted, but were killed on the spot by me and the people of the Shuiyue clan. Temujin grunted, thinking that he originally thought that the Shuiyue clan was not reliable, but now it seemed that they were doing quite well. Ba Siba then spread out an account book and reported some of the specific details of the operation to him. After a long time, Temujin said, Imperial Preceptor, recently we have killed Elder Wu's son and the Tongtian shaman. I am afraid that the people of the shaman religion have become restless. Add to that the deaths of many important officials one after another. Although they have not shown it, I can already feel that there are many treacherous waves hidden beneath the calm surface of Helen City. Once it erupts, the consequences will be unimaginable. Does the Imperial Preceptor have any solutions? Ba Siba pondered for a moment, then said, in my opinion, it is better to send out troops and use external wars to divert internal conflicts. He was very knowledgeable and could be said to have learned many things. He was keenly aware that with the Mongolian military state system, once the pace of conquest was stopped, all kinds of internal conflicts would become prominent and intensified. Temujin was overjoyed. I was thinking the same thing. Where does the Imperial Preceptor think the best place to send troops? It seemed that Ba Siba had been thinking about this issue for a long time. So, he replied directly upon hearing Chu Yang's question. Originally, the Xianxia country had tricked our Mongolian country. And, the fifth prince had been insulted in the previous marriage contest. So, the Xianxia country should be our first target to retaliate. But, the Xianxia country has been established for many years. On the contrary, the Dzungar tribe in the west seems to have formed an alliance with Xianxia and the Jin recently. They are communicating with the remnants of Kharezm, and then a large number of caravans travel between Xianxia and the Jin, selling silk and porcelain from the Central Plains to the west, and then transporting weapons from Ras and other places to the Central Plains. In the long run, I'm afraid that these countries will become more and more powerful. Temujin nodded. Yes, I have been busy with the Western expedition for the past few years and did not expect Galdan to become so powerful that he has been harassing my rear. This time, we must completely wipe out these rats on the grasslands and ensure the safety of the Mongolian right flank. The Dzungar Khaganate was not weak. They had tens of thousands of soldiers from the same Mongolian tribes and were all brave and good at fighting. But most of their territory was desert or grassland. This kind of flat terrain was most suitable for cavalry. In terms of cavalry, Temujin was confident that his Chiashui was not targeting anyone. Ba Siba smiled. And for us, there is good news. The Dzungar Khaganate will have internal strife in the next few days. Oh, internal strife? Temujin suddenly became interested. Ba Siba explained, when you rose to power and unified the Mongolian grasslands, the most powerful tribe in the west was the Naiman tribe. The Naiman tribe was defeated and the Naiman Taiyang Khan was killed. His two sons fled to the west, the eldest son Sang and the second son Galdan. Sang led the remnants of the tribe and went through many hardships to occupy the Ili area. But not long after, Sang was assassinated by a local nobleman and died. At that time, Sang's son was only about 10 years old and could not lead the tribe forward, so everyone elected Sang's younger brother Galdan to inherit the throne. Galdan inherited everything from his brother, including his sister-in-law, Anu. He is more talented than his brother and has expanded his territory to the Altai area. He is even stronger than the Naiman tribe at its peak. It was normal for the tribes of the grasslands to be on good terms with each other. Temujin nodded slightly. Not bad, Galdan is a talented man. If not for his wild ambitions, I would have wanted to recruit him for my own use. Ba Siba was silent. He knew that the great Khan's words had sentenced Galdan to death. Such an ambitious and ruthless person would never truly submit, so he had to be captured and killed. What does that Anu look like? Temujin suddenly asked. Ba Siba was taken aback. After a few seconds, he realized that he was asking about Singji's wife, the one who was later inherited by Galdan. I heard that she is not bad-looking. Temujin laughed. After conquering Dzungar, I will make her kneel before me and let her know who the strongest man in the world is. These years, Sang and Galdan brothers had given him a lot of trouble. He wanted to vent all his anger on their wife and daughter. Ba Siba knew the great Khan's hobbies. He once said that the greatest joy in life is to defeat the enemy, to chase them away, to take what they have, to see those closest to them in tears, to ride their horses, and to take their wives and daughters. These years, who knew how many wives and daughters of Mongolian enemies had been taken into the harem of the king's tent? After laughing, Temujin asked again, if we calculate the time, after so many years, Sang's son should have grown up. He will definitely want to take back what originally belonged to his father. Is this the internal strife you mentioned? The great Khan is wise. Ba Siba sighed. Although the great Khan liked women, his insight was unparalleled in the world. Sang's son is named Sawang. In fact, Galdan only married his sister-in-law and inherited his brother's business. After all, he has expanded a lot of territory over the years. Even if Sawang was dissatisfied, it would be difficult for him to take action. But Galdan should never have taken Sawang as his fiancé. Oh, he is a man of my line. Temujin laughed heartily, thinking that a woman who could make uncle and nephew fight over her must be very beautiful. Yes, I want both of them. These years, Galdan has been conquering the east and the west, and he has defeated the Mongolian army several times. Now his territory is vast, and he has an alliance with Xianxia and the Jin kingdom in the east and Khorasan in the west. His reputation is unparalleled. I'm afraid this is what made him so proud that he forcefully took his nephew as his fiancé. As Basiba evaluated, he secretly admired Temujin. Although the great Khan liked women, he would never compromise the bigger picture for a woman. Whether it was Galdan or Li Yuanhao of Xianxia, they would all be blinded by lust and forcefully take their nephew's woman. This would inevitably lead to trouble. On the Mongolian side, there was no lack of beauties among the concubines. The most beautiful were Guiyo's wife, Hailioi, and Menk's wife, Yaluan. Their husbands had died and they had been separated for a long time. Who knew how many men in the city coveted them? Logically speaking, Temujin only needed to issue an edict to summon them into the palace, and it would be a piece of cake for him to do whatever he wanted. But he had never thought of doing so because he was worried that it would cause internal instability in the royal family. There was also Princess Xiaomin of the Ruyang Palace, who was known as the #1 beauty in Mongolia. When the Prince of Ruyang was still alive, it was one thing, but now that he was dead, the Khan did not touch her. As his confidant, of course, he understood that Temujin had considered the whole situation. Although the Prince of Ruyang was dead, there were still many forces in his faction. In addition, there were also many tribal kings who sympathized with the Prince of Ruyang's innocent death. It was easy to touch her, but it was very likely that the conflict between the two sides would be completely ignited, which would not be good for the stability of the country. Therefore, from beginning to end, he could actually resist touching that beautiful girl. It's a pity that during the marriage selection in Western Xia, the people of Destiny sect did not succeed in getting rid of the people of Peerless City. The people of Peerless City have always been assisting Galdan, so they are not easy to deal with. Temujin's tone was full of regret. Last time, with the help of the marriage selection in Western Xia, he had sent several people to deal with Galdan, Peerless City, Khorasan, and Western Xia. Originally, he had planned to use experts to eliminate the elites of Dzungar and Khorasan, and then Su Lai would become the emperor's son-in-law and successfully enter Western Xia. Then, the western region would be settled without bloodshed. But a mysterious person had appeared, and all of this had become a bubble. Thinking of the Grand Master of Goryeo, Kai Lin, Temujin felt a burst of anger. You have ruined my plans. In the future, after I suck you dry, I will definitely use your skull to make a chamber pot. Previously, he had sent Yagu to lead a group of people to exert pressure on Goryeo. He did not know how the battle was going. His father, Heezer, had died a few days ago. If the news reached the front lines, he was afraid that it would shake the morale of the army. While he was pondering, Basiba had already laughed. Great Khan, there is no need to worry about the matter of Peerless City. The Crown Prince of Peerless City, Du Gaming, is on good terms with Suwang. Because of this matter, he has publicly supported Suwang. I am afraid that the two sides have already broken off relations. Temujin did not expect that there would be such an idiot in the world. He could not help but be overjoyed. The heavens are really helping me. Pass down my order, in a few days, we will mobilize our troops to attack Galdan. On the other side, Song Qingshu was in Si Lost's room refining extremely pure Yuanin qi. Whether it was Princess Yaluan or Si Lost, their natural endowments were extraordinary. After living alone for so many years, the Yuanin qi in their bodies was not inferior to that of a young girl. More importantly, the two women seemed to have some natural elements that complemented each other. One was of the ice and the other was of the fire. Under the combination of water and fire, it unexpectedly nourished and repaired the foundation that Song Qingshu had damaged in the previous battle. Si Lost's slender fingertips gently slid across the man's firm cheeks. She said somewhat lazily, "Why do I feel that you are not paying attention?" Song Qingshu was infuriated by her words. Now that he had completed a full cycle of cultivation, he no longer had to keep his cool. He smiled and said, "Your Highness is truly a meticulous person. Allow me to apologize to you." Hai Wanli let out a cry of surprise and giggled. Her snow-white arms gently wrapped around his neck, and her eyes were so seductive that they were about to seep out. Generally speaking, Song Qingshu wouldn't use his joyful Xianxia on his confidants, but this dangerous woman in front of him couldn't be considered a confidant. It was more appropriate to describe her as a temporary strategic ally. There was no need for him to take pity on her. In addition, the foundation of their alliance was still a little weak, so he had to use some methods. Although Hai Wanli was usually seductive, in reality, she was no different from a blank sheet of paper. She had never seen such a scene before, and she quickly fell for it. After an unknown amount of time, Hai Wanli rested her head on her hand and lay on her side. She gently brushed her hair across Song Qingshu's face. "Do you usually torture that Princess Xiaomin like this?" Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. "Are you trying to find out about our relationship? Hurry up and tell me." Hai Wanli actually used a coquettish tone. Even she was startled. She had used many methods in her daily life, but she had never pretended to be young before. Think about it from another perspective. You wouldn't want me to talk about you when I'm with someone else, right? Song Qingshu was indifferent. Hai Wanli pursed her lips. "I don't mind you talking about it." "Really?" Song Qingshu looked at her with a smile that was not a smile. Right now, there was still a lingering flush on her face, and her skin was as beautiful and alluring as a rose. He couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Hai Wanli's face heated up. Her identity meant that this matter couldn't be known by others. She could only snort. "I think you're the one who can't bear to torture a girl like that." Thinking back to what had happened just now, even someone as daring as her couldn't imagine it at all. Song Qingshu clearly didn't want to continue this topic. He reached out and pulled her into his arms. "By the way, what's your next plan? Is there anything I can help you with?" What happened just now was just an auxiliary method. As an ally, the most important thing was to look at benefits. Otherwise, it was destined to not last long. Hai Wanqing chuckled. "The one I want to get rid of the most is Nua Luhetani. Why don't you help me kill her? Do you think that I'm an idiot? She has plenty of elites around her, and she's constantly together with evil King Shi Zixuan. Do you think that I'll go and kill myself?" Song Qingshu rejected it outright. The last time he and Naya went to the Tuale Palace, they clearly felt that there were many hidden masters in the palace. Zhao Men had mentioned before that Toluhatini was not a simple woman. Back then, she was an orphan and a widow, but she managed to transfer the imperial family over. Rumor had it that she controlled a shadow government. Princess Yuron had confirmed this fact. Back then, the shadow government had been run by Lutini and Brother Mungo. Unfortunately, after Brother Mungo died, many people in the organization abandoned Yuron and disappeared without a trace. There was reason to believe that these people had all been taken in by Nua Luhetani. Although she had kept a low profile over the years, it was more likely that she had deliberately hidden her sharp fangs. "You're a great grandmaster, and you're afraid of Shi Zixuan?" Hai Wanqing was suddenly a little displeased. Song Qingshu smiled. "I'm not injured. Last time, I escaped from the 3 great grandmasters. How can I not pay a heavy price?" Hai Wanqing looked suspicious. "But when you humiliated me just now, I couldn't tell that you were injured at all." Song Qingshu was speechless. "You call that humiliating?" Hai Wanqing blushed. "Don't you know what you were like just now?" Seeing that he was speechless, she could not help but laugh. "By the way, don't just ask me. Tell me your plan too. You've been in Helen City for a long time. You can't be here to sightsee, right? Why don't you guess?" Some things could not be told in full, let alone this kind of temporary relationship. Hai Wanqing stared at his face and suddenly said, "You're not thinking of assassinating the Khan, are you?" Song Qingshu did not deny it. "So what if I am and what if I'm not? Could it be that princess can lend me a helping hand?" "I can't help you with that." Hai Wanqing shook his head like a rattledrum. "But you don't have to worry that I'll report you. I don't care whether the Khan lives or dies. For me, I just want to take back what belongs to me." Song Qingshu was slightly puzzled. "From what I know, you don't have any children. Even if the imperial line returns to the Wokutai line, in the end, another prince will ascend to the throne. What good will that do for you?" Hai Wanqing remembered that her husband, Gue Yu, liked to drink, and his health had long been ruined. They had been married for many years, but they still had no children. "I don't care, as long as he's not in the hands of the Thor line." She instigated that bitch Lohedani to murder Gui Yu and Eunuch Gong. I must take revenge. My lady is truly a heroine. I really admire her determination to avenge her husband. Song Qingshu couldn't help but feel a bit solemn. Although she looked gentle and charming, she was fierce and unyielding. Compared to Empress Yi Sui in the palace, who served her husband's murderer, she was much better. But if she and the Thor line were like fire and water, and if she knew about his relationship with Princess Xiaoluan, just thinking about that situation gave him a headache. Hypocritical. Hai Wanqing muttered and changed his sleeping position. After tossing and turning for most of the night, he was very tired. Just now, he had been forcing himself to stay awake. Seeing that he couldn't get anything out of her, he quickly fell asleep. The next day, when Song Qingshu went to work in the guise of Shuiyue, he learned of Temujin's intention to send troops. After a brief shock, he felt relieved. This day would come sooner or later. The biggest problem now was how to inform them in advance. It was a pity that Li Macho had returned to Jiangnan first, otherwise she would have been able to send a message. After spending most of the day working, Song Qingshu hurried to Zhao Min's manor. With the help of Princess Xiaoluan and Hai Wanqing, his injuries were almost healed, and he could just about sneak in. But he didn't let his guard down. He disguised himself as a guard of the manor and snuck in. When he arrived, Zhao Min was obviously pleasantly surprised. Your injuries have healed? After not seeing her for a few days, she seemed to have lost a lot of weight. But she was still the most beautiful rose in Mabe. Song Qingshu nodded and explained the purpose of his visit. Who knew that Zhao Min would say sourly, your injuries have healed. You don't know how many girls you've harmed. Song Qingshu was speechless. He didn't expect her to care about this at this time. After a moment of hesitation, he told her about his relationship with Yaluan and Hai Wanqing. At the very least, he wanted to give her some information to avoid some internal friction. That wouldn't be worth it. For a schemer, the slightest accident could ruin the whole plan. Zhao Min was stunned. These two women are like fire and water, and you slept with both of them? Song Qingshu was also a little embarrassed. It was just an accident, an accident. Zhao Min originally wanted to say something more, but when she remembered that her relationship with Zhou Zhirua wasn't any better, she couldn't help but snort angrily. You bastard, even a breeding pig isn't as exaggerated as you. Song Qingshu looked embarrassed. He had really been a bit too much of a bastard. For a moment, he had no face to defend himself. Zhao Min vented for a while, and then she calmed down a little. But thinking about it, it's not entirely a bad thing. Song Qingshu? He even suspected that the other party was deliberately being sarcastic and setting a trap for him to jump into. Zhao Min rolled her eyes at him, and then explained, although the power of Prince Guiyu and Prince Mink's mansion is not what it used to be, they were once the heir of the Great Khan. A skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. If we have their help, it will be much easier to control the situation in Mongolia in the future. Song Qingshu secretly admired her. After a short period of anger, she could calmly weigh the pros and cons. She was indeed a smart person. But why did he feel a little disappointed? What's wrong with you? Zhao Min noticed his strange expression. Song Qingshu looked aggrieved. I always feel that you don't care about me very much. Even when I made such a mistake, you are not as jealous as I thought. Zhao Min was so angry that she laughed. You have taken advantage of me. Can't I be a little more generous? Do you want me to scold you? You are a bitch. Song Qingshu smiled and hugged her. I feel much more at ease with you like this. Zhao Min twisted her body, but he hugged her tightly. She couldn't push him away. She could only roll her eyes. Let's get down to business. Can you make those two women fall in love with you? Song Qingshu shook his head. They are very assertive people, and they have been in high positions for many years. They are not like ordinary girls who will do anything for love. Zhao Min looked disdainful. You are really regressing. Didn't you use the Huanhuan genuine qi on them? Song Qingshu gasped. This woman was really ruthless when she wanted to be. She would use all kinds of means. Zhao Min snorted. No matter what you do, you'd better make them more obedient these days. It will be good for the future. I'm afraid we don't have time. Song Qingshu continued to tell them about Temujin's upcoming expedition. His current status in the Shuiyue clan was that of an expert guest of the Great Khan. With the accidental deaths of Li Qimei, Red Sun, and Nia A, he would have more and more opportunities. This time, he would definitely go with the army. Do you have anyone you can use? Send them to inform Galdan and have them get ready. Song Qingshu was a little anxious. Zhao Men looked at him with a strange expression. Why inform Galdan? Of course it's to inform them to take precautions in advance, Song Qingshu said, puzzled. Zhao Men shook her head. From what you just described, the internal conflicts in Zungar are already irreconcilable, and a split is inevitable. Even if we remind them, they won't be able to change the situation. Of course, that's not the main point. The main point is, what do you want? Song Qingshu was stunned. What do I want? That's right. Zhao Min's expression became serious. If you want to maintain the status quo and let the countries continue to fight like this, then there is indeed a need to inform Galdan and let him hold on for a while longer. But if your ambition is to unify the world, then there is no need to inform them. You can use the Mongolians to wipe out these separatist forces so that you don't have to deal with them in the future. Song Qingshu frowned and said, but this way, Mongolia will become more and more powerful. If I continue to sit back and do nothing, won't I repeat the mistakes of Qi in the past? When the Qin destroyed the 6 states, Qi had been watching from the sidelines. In the end, it was shocked to find that it was the only one left, and the only thing waiting for it was to surrender. Thinking that it had also been conferred the title of King of Qi, it felt somewhat inauspicious. No, Zhao Min explained, every time after the Great Chaotic Era, because too many forces were destroyed, the internal situation was bound to be unstable. When the Qin kingdom and the Sui dynasty ended hundreds of years of chaos, they only lasted for a dozen years before they perished. Later on, the Han dynasty and the Tang dynasty reaped the benefits. You can also let Mongolia play the role of the Qin kingdom and the Sui dynasty. Song Qingshu sighed. But I'm afraid that if we are not careful, things will go wrong. Zhao Min rolled her eyes at him. It's not like you don't know how chaotic the Mongolian internal situation is right now. Moreover, you have me, Xi Lost, Yaluan, and other allies. I think the situation is very good. Could it be that you want me to replace Temujin? Song Qingshu asked. Zhao Men shook her head slightly. Unless you plan to stay behind the scenes. If you want to go to the front, you naturally can't use the previous method of disguise. This is also a problem that has been troubling me for a long time. Song Qingshu scratched his head. Over the years, his influence in various countries was actually not small, but basically all of it could not see the light of day, which made him extremely vexed. I have also been thinking about this problem for you. Zhao Min walked over to the table and poured 2 cups of tea. She gestured for him to sit down and talk. Fortunately, I have been under house arrest for this period of time, so I have plenty of time and energy to think about this problem. She paused for a moment, then continued, in my opinion, there are 2 ways. Song Qingshu also perked up. I'd like to hear the details. Zhao Min replied. The first, which I think is the best, is to use the power of the Mongols to sweep through the divided world. Then, you can take advantage of the time when they have not completely digested the power of the various regions. With us as spies, and with the help of those who hate the Mongols, you can overthrow the Mongols and establish a new dynasty. This way, even in history, there is no one who has been more righteous than you. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. Of all the emperors of China, no one was more righteous than Zhu Yuanzhang. First, he came from a humble background, and second, he drove out the Tartars and restored China. If he followed Zhao Min's suggestion, he might really be able to emulate him. What about the second? The second is to learn from Cao Cao, Sima Yi, Yang Jian, and Zhao Kuangyin. Take advantage of the crisis of the Mongols' invasion, and when the countries have no choice but to rely on you, step by step, become the most powerful officials. Then, when the time is right, usurp their country. Zhao Min replied. Song Qingshu frowned when he heard this. I'm a man of indomitable spirit. How can I learn from Cao Cao and Sima? Zhongda to bully orphans and widows? Zhao Min immediately rolled her eyes. Pfft. Haven't you bullied many orphans and widows over the years? Let's not talk about the distant ones. What about Yaluan and Haiweng? Song Qingshu choked on his tea, and the momentum he had just accumulated immediately dissipated. After a long time, Song Qingshu said in a deep voice, after thinking about it, although the first option is good for me personally, it is destined to bring misery to the people. I don't know how many families will be destroyed, and how many cities will be empty. I'll choose the second option. Based on the brutal acts of the Mongols in history, it would be good if half of the country's population could survive. Zhao Min frowned. But if it's the second option, I'm afraid your reputation in the future will not be any better than Cao Cao and Sima Yi. Song Qingshu smiled. Although it sounds a little pretentious and hypocritical, compared to the safety of the people of the world, my reputation is nothing. Zhao Min sighed. You really are too soft-hearted. But I also guessed that you would most likely choose the second option. Fine, I hope you don't forget your original intentions. Song Qingshu and Zhao Min continued their discussion for a long time. After leaving the Ruyang Palace, he went to the hidden sentries that Zhao Min had set up in Helen City. Although there was no need to notify Galdan, there was still a need to notify Western Xia. According to Zhao Min's analysis, Temujin would certainly send troops to Western Xia at the same time to restrain them and support Galdan. At night, he went to Haiweng and received the latest military intelligence. The Mongols were preparing to send out their armies in 3 days. I've been writing this book for 6 years now, and it's about time for it to be finished. I previously said on the official account that it would be finished in 1 or 2 months. After hearing this news, quite a few readers have come to chat with me. You can add me on the official account, Monk Lu Ru, to understand the latest news about the end of this book and the new book. In the future, there may be some side articles that will be posted on this page, so don't think too much about it. In the past few days, the official account has been asking readers for the plot or language that left the deepest impression in the book. Everyone is welcome to contribute and watch. Unlike Princess Yaluan, Hai Wanli was determined to take revenge. She had planted spies everywhere in the court, so she was the first one to get the military information. How many armies? Song Qing was surprised. Hai Shen nodded. There should be several routes to attack the Western Xia, and several routes to attack the Jin Kingdom. These routes should be used to restrain the Jin Kingdom. The main force is to attack Galdan, but the commander of each army and the specific attack location have not been determined yet. It's already rare for Princess Yaluan to get such detailed information. Song Qingshu gave her a thumbs up. Zhao Min's prediction was right. Fortunately, she had sent someone to inform Western Xia in advance. As for the Jin Kingdom, there was no need to worry. The Jin Kingdom was stronger than the Jin Kingdom, and the training of the loyal army was very effective. Hai Wanli sighed. It's a pity that we have to separate again after only 2 days. She knew that the Shueiyue sect was going to the battlefield. Song Qingshu pulled her into his arms. Don't worry. I will come back alive to see you. At the same time, he inwardly sighed at the other party's astoundingly voluptuous body. She was truly a top-grade stunner. Anyone who saw her couldn't help but think of a bed. No wonder the shadow assassin was always at her side. However, Hai Wanli's expression changed when she heard his words. She quickly covered his mouth and said, "Don't say that. Guiyu said the same thing to me before he left for the war, and then he never came back." Song Qingshu didn't think that Hai Wanli had fallen in love with him. Instead, he guessed that she must have recalled what happened in the past and couldn't control her emotions at the moment. Don't worry. Good people don't live long, but bad people live for thousands of years. A bad guy like me won't die so easily. Song Qingshu put her on the table. How could Hai Wanli not know what he wanted to do? Even though she was a mature woman, she had never experienced such audacity before. She subconsciously wanted to refuse, but in her heart, she faintly looked forward to it. While she was hesitating, the other party had already stuck close to her. With a blush on her cheeks, Hai Wanqing smiled charmingly and tightly hugged the man on top of her. By the way, are you allied with the Tongtian shaman? Song Qingshu couldn't help but suspect that during this period of time, many of the important people around Temujin had been killed one by one with the help of these two. Why did you suddenly choose another man ahead of time? Hai Wanli gave him a resentful look. but still replied, I can only say that we both guessed each other's purpose, so sometimes we try to cooperate with each other, but there is no formal alliance. Isn't he dead? What are you doing? Why did you suddenly mention him? Song Qingshu said in a low voice, the key is that he's probably not dead. He explained his suspicions and conjectures. Hai Wanli was startled. According to what you said, it really is possible. I don't know where he is hiding now, it's strange. That's why I'm reminding you to be careful in the future, lest you fall into his trap. Song Qingshu reminded her. He had mentioned this to Zhao Min before, but Zhao Min didn't really care. The Ruyan Palace was now even more heavily guarded than the Imperial Palace. If the venerated Ming were to come, then everything they had done before would be for nothing. On the other hand, Hai Wanli and Yaluan still needed to be on guard. Song Qingshu thought for a moment and said, you should bring Xianxia with you when you go out. Also, arrange for a few more experts to protect you. Hai Wanli bit her lip. After being like this with you, I suddenly don't know how to face Xianxia anymore. I can't help but feel like I'm letting him down. I didn't expect you to care about him so much, Song Qingshu said gloomily. What, are you jealous? Hai Wanli giggled. Don't worry. Even a dog would feel a little reluctant to part with it after being with it for a long time, let alone a human. Even though I was a little unrestrained before, I knew that I was just putting on a show. I didn't really plan on letting anyone take advantage of me. Who knew that I would run into such an unreasonable person like you? You directly did that to me. I don't even know how I should treat other people now. So you're saying that Yang Shuyan and the others are too gentlemanly? Song Qingshu said with a smile. Pa. You're the one who's too much of a jerk, Hai Wanli scolded with a smile. But you clearly didn't reject him back then, and your body. Song Qingshu moved closer to her ear and whispered. Hai Wanli couldn't help but feel her heart beat faster when she thought of the absurdity and boldness in the palanquin that night in the palace. Her eyes were like silk, and soon, she was like a bolt of lightning that ignited the flames of the earth. Later the next day, Song Qingshu went to the Mongol palace again. Ho Shibai was comforting Princess Yaluan with music. Under the guidance of Zhao Min and Shen Bijuan, Song Qingshu knew a thing or two about music. When he heard Ho Shibai's skill with the flute, he couldn't help but praise him inwardly. Ho Shibai was indeed a great talent. Unfortunately, Princess Yaluan's expression didn't change. It was obvious that she was faking a warm smile as a polite response. Ho Shibai sighed inwardly, chatted with her for a while, and then left. Princess Yaluan didn't ask him to stay. She walked to the window alone, and there seemed to be a trace of unresolved worry on her face. Ho Shibai played so hard just now, but he still couldn't make you happy. Suddenly, a person hung upside down from the window and looked at her with a smile. Ah! Princess Yaluan was startled and subconsciously cried out. But when she saw the person's face, she covered her mouth in time. Why are you here? Princess Yaluan's face showed a trace of joy at first, but she quickly put on a straight face and turned to walk inside. Song Qingshu jumped in through the window and said, Your Highness is so heartless. Don't you welcome me at all? Princess Yaluan sneered and said, A bastard like you is not welcome anywhere. Song Qingshu knew that she was still a little angry at him. That time, he had indeed gone too far. She had always been a dignified and reserved person, so she couldn't accept it for a while. Compared to him, See Lost was much bolder. He didn't even mind talking about. Ahem, I digressed. I'm here this time to say goodbye to you. You're leaving? Princess Yaluan was finally moved. She turned around and looked at him in surprise. Yes. Song Qingshu sighed and said, I've been here for so long. It's time to go. Princess Yaluan bit her lip and finally snorted. If you want to go, then go. Why are you telling me? Song Qingshu opened his arms and said, Can you give me one last hug before you go? Princess Yaluan hesitated for a long time, but still walked over and gave him a gentle hug. Okay, you can. Before she could finish, she was kissed by him. Her eyes opened wide and she instinctively wanted to push him away. But the familiar smell made her weaker and weaker. Finally, she slowly closed her eyes. After an unknown amount of time, Princess Yaluan, dressed in a white silk undershirt, sat in front of the bronze mirror and preened. Looking at her still blushing face, she couldn't help but spit on the ground. "You're really the devil in my life." Song Qingshu stood behind her and combed her hair. He smiled gently and said, "Yaluan, you're really beautiful." Hearing his compliments, Yaluan's lips curled up slightly, but she was too embarrassed to show it. Song Qingshu continued, "Remember what I said just now. In the future, strengthen your defense. The Tongtian shaman is probably not dead. But don't tell anyone else about this, or it will be bad for me." "Got it." Princess Yaluan agreed without hesitation. If her husband was still alive, she might have been worried. But now that he was gone, no matter what the Tongtian shaman did, it had nothing to do with her. Just like that, he spent 3 days with Sea Lost and Yaluan. Finally, he and Temujin embarked on their journey south. Temujin ordered Baru to lead an army to attack from the northeast of Xianxia. They would cross the Yin mountain range and attack Wulahai city in the Hetao plain. The Yellow River was full of dangers, but the Hetao plain was known as Jiangnan. This area was extremely fertile and could be said to be the granary of Xianxia and a heavily taxed area. Wulahai city bordered the Yin mountain range to the north and the Yellow River to the south. It was the gateway to the northeast of Xianxia. If they lost it, the Mongolian army could march straight down and threaten Xinjiang prefecture in the Helan mountain range to the south. Baru was the son of Mawali. After his father's death, he inherited his father's title and army. He had made countless contributions and could be considered a famous general. Song Qingshu regretted this news. If he had known this would happen, he would have gotten rid of him when he rescued Jin Bingyun from his house. Now he could only hope that Xianxia had been notified in advance and could make preparations. Temujin sent Kublai to lead another army to attack Xianxia's western gateway, the Sand Island. That Sand Island would become Dunhuang in the future and was an important link between Xianxia and the western regions. If they lost it, the Mongolian army would be able to advance eastward and attack Jiuquan, Xiangyang, Wuwei, and finally Xinjiang prefecture. Hearing this news, Song Qingshu's mood was somewhat heavy. Temujin's arrangement was said to be a feint, but if the two armies were to actually tear open a gap, the feint might actually turn into a war that would wipe out the entire country. It seemed that Temujin was also planning to first destroy Galdan and then conquer Western Xia. After analyzing this, he sent people to inform all the countries in the Central Plains that he needed them to mobilize their forces. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for Xianxia alone to stop the Mongolian army. Although there were many countries in the Central Plains, only the Jin and the Southern Song could support Xianxia. Although Liao was related to Xianxia by marriage, he was also in an alliance with the Mongols. Even if he saved Xianxia, there was nothing he could do. The Jin and Xianxia had been allies for decades, so it would not be a problem for them to send troops. On the other hand, the Southern Song had been at war with Xianxia since the founding of the country. This war had been going on for hundreds of years, so they might not be able to send troops. Fortunately, he had become the prince consort of Xianxia under the identity of Jia Baoyu. With this relationship, it would be easier for Yingying to operate in Linen. Originally, Sichuan was under his control and sending troops was not a problem. However, he was worried that the Southern Song dynasty would send troops into Sichuan as soon as Sichuan sent troops. After all, according to the character of the Song dynasty, it was more important to deal with foreign affairs than domestic affairs. Therefore, he needed Yingying to handle the relationship in Linen. Although Qin was far away, the Mongols had sent 2 teams of 10,000 soldiers to attack Korea. And they would definitely pass the Qin territory. This could be Mongolia could use Jin as they could Jin army. And could Chu. Jin's army. And Shan's. By Jin's. Jin would Jin. By Xia. Jin's dynasty Jin. By Jin. Song Qingshu had met Wuliang Hetai before in Helan City and knew that he was the son of the famous general Subutai. In history, he and Kublai had traveled a long distance to conquer Dali. She had thought that he had a good relationship with Kublai, but when she chatted with Yaluan, she found out that Wuliang Hetai was Brother Meng's trusted aide in the past. He was also very respectful towards her, so Kublai might not really trust him. Song Qingshu was deep in thought. He wanted to see if he could use his relationship with Princess Yaluan to control him in the future. In addition, Temujin sent Su Liagu to lead a large army westward to completely wipe out the remaining forces of Kalazim. For this, Song Qingshu could only mourn for Zalandan. Although Zalandan was indomitable, the difference in strength between the two sides was too great. Su Liawu was not mediocre in terms of martial arts or intelligence. This time, Khwarazm's forces would probably be completely destroyed. He wondered if Madame Zhen in Xingqing Manor would be sad when she heard this news. But a wise woman like her must have known that sooner or later there would be such a day. Oh, my God! Song Qingshu himself followed Temujin's main force to the Dzungar Khaganate. Together with him were Ali Buj and his subordinates. Song Qingshu could not help but speculate about this. The Mongols had a custom of having the youngest son guard his property. It seemed that Temujin liked this grandson very much. Previously, when Song Qingshu was being beaten back by the Manchurian Qing in the northeast, Temujin swapped him with the Prince of Ruyang. Prince of Ruyang went to the Manchurian Qing, while he dealt with the scattered soldiers of the western regions. Who would have thought that after so many years, the various powers of the western regions would grow stronger and stronger? Many people in the court were critical of this, and Kublai's faction even used this to attack Temujin. This time, Temujin personally led the expedition. It could be said that he was determined to win. By bringing Ali Buj with him, it was obvious that Temujin was giving him military achievements. When they set up camp that night, while Song Qingshu was meditating, a graceful figure entered his tent. Song Qingshu did not open his eyes. Instead, he said calmly, "In the future, Chief Dan should come to my tent less often. Otherwise, in the eyes of some people, Chief Dan, who has always regarded all men as nothing, will definitely be suspicious of the ugly Shueiyue clan." Dan Yuru knelt in front of him and giggled. "Don't worry, young master. Although my kung fu is not very good, unless a grandmaster personally follows me, I will definitely be discovered." Song Qingshu knew that what she said was true. Although she was better at seduction, she was still a grandmaster. It would not be that easy to follow her. Don't be too careless. Although Temujin won't go as far as to follow you, there is still Meng Qiheng in the camp. If he discovers you, it will be troublesome. This time, Pangban did not come with them. He stayed in Helen City to recover from his injuries, and also to guard the rear to deter any disobedient people. Temujin kept Meng Qiheng by his side just in case. Of course, not many people knew of his existence. The Devil Master is still alive? Dan Yuru was surprised. As a member of the Devil sect, she naturally knew of Meng Qiheng's reputation. So you must not be careless. Song Qingshu opened his eyes and was surprised. The woman sitting in front of him was dressed very simply. There was no trace of makeup on her face, and her long black hair naturally draped over her shoulders. She did not look at all like a seductive master of a devil sect, but more like a virtuous wife at home. Noticing the surprise in his eyes, Dan Yuru's lips curled up slightly. She was obviously a little proud. After spending some time together, she had gradually figured out his preferences, so she decisively abandoned the pure and innocent demeanor of being seen through by him. "That's right, young master, I'm afraid you must prepare in advance, or else your infatuated little lover will be in danger." Little lover? Song Qingshu did not react for a moment. The princess of the House of Dual Cultivators. Dan Yuru was responsible for killing the people from the House of Dual Cultivators in Peerless City. She saw with her own eyes that he saved Gu Zixian and the others, so she naturally knew the relationship between the two. According to the information we just received, because Du Gumming publicly supported Su Wang, Galdan became angry out of humiliation. He is now leading an army to besiege Peerless City. They are killing each other. When the Mongolian army arrives, they will naturally collapse. How can Peerless City defend against the Khan's personal army? The Princess of Dual Cultivators and Princess Fragrance, one in the south and one in the north, can be said to be the most beautiful women in the western region. Which man on the grasslands does not know of them? I believe you also know the Khan's habits. After Qingpa arrives, he will probably favor her, so young master must plan ahead. Song Qingshu frowned. He was also worried about this problem. If Peerless City fell, with Temujin's habit of raping the wives and daughters of his enemies, Gu Zixian would be in real danger. Should he rescue her before that happened? But there was also the risk of being exposed. Danuru looked at his expression and said, "Young master, I have an idea." "Oh?" Song Qingshu was surprised. "What is it?" "We can make Peerless City surrender," Danuru replied. "In addition, we can make the princess appear as the fiancée of the young master of Peerless City. That way, Temujin won't touch her again." "Surrender?" Song Qingshu fell into deep thought. The history books did mention that the Mongols were cruel when they massacred cities, but they rarely mentioned that the Mongols were kind to those who surrendered. The cities they massacred were usually those who resisted from beginning to end and caused the Mongols many losses. In a sense, the Mongols' massacre was a tactic. When other people saw that those who surrendered would still be rich and powerful, and those who resisted would not be spared, reality proved that this method was very effective. Many places in history surrendered at the sight of the Mongols. Even if the defending generals were unwilling to surrender, they would still be forced to surrender by their subordinates or the local people. Seeing his silence, Danuru quickly said, "Young master, you may not know Temujin well. I have been in the Mongols for so many years that I know his habits. He would never bully the wives and daughters of his subordinates, and he would not touch the women of those who surrendered. He is worried that if he sets a bad precedent, no one will dare to surrender to him in the future." Song Qingshu nodded. He had heard about this before. It was not a bad idea to have Peerless City surrender on their own. The Mongolians had always been kind to those who surrendered. They would usually keep their positions and troops, and those who surrendered only needed to hand over their hostages to Helen City. This would not destroy the combat strength of their original faction, and it could also ensure that they would not easily betray them. In history, the Mongols only had about 100,000 soldiers, but the number of armies that swept through the world was more than 1,000,000. Most of the servant armies were recruited through this method. He was not too worried about Peerless City increasing the strength of the Mongols after they surrendered. At most, they could rebel when the time was right. In history, the leader of the Red Coat Army, Li Quan, suddenly rebelled and surrendered to the Song dynasty after they surrendered, causing a lot of trouble for the Mongols. In history, Li Quan could not do anything alone, but if he allowed the Mongols to flourish everywhere, how could he have the energy to suppress the rebellions everywhere? Danuru noticed his expression and knew that he already had an idea, so she stopped talking about it. "Young master, it's getting late. Aren't you going to rest?" Song Qingshu answered, "I'm circulating my internal energy. It might take a while." Danuru exclaimed in admiration, "No wonder you can become a great guru at such a young age. Your self-discipline and hard work are really unmatched by ordinary people." "I'm not that hard-working." Song Qingshu blushed. Although he was hard-working, it was mainly because of the blissful zen that he achieved his current level of cultivation. Danuru, who was originally kneeling in front of him, suddenly got up and crawled in front of him. "Young master, are you lonely? Do you want me to accompany you?" Noticing her beautiful eyes and the moist luster on her red lips, Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. However, he still declined, "But I still need to circulate my internal energy to heal." He was not made of iron. These days, he had been running back and forth between Sea Lost and Princess Yaluan. Of the two women, one was as passionate as fire and the other was as gentle as water. Moreover, they were at the peak of their maturity. They could be described as two juicers. Even he was a little overwhelmed. Depuis now that he was in the stage of a sage, his thoughts were more rational than usual. He was still not sure how much Danuru truly loved him and how much was fake. Before figuring it out, he could not simply touch her. Hearing his answer, Danuru was not too surprised. However, there was a hint of bitterness in her tone. "Everyone says that young master is a playboy. Why do I feel that young master is more of a gentleman than Lu Shaohui?" Song Qingshu said in a low voice, "It's not easy for you to cultivate your martial arts. For thousands of years, you are the only one in the demonic gate who has mastered the art of seduction. If you lose your virginity, it will definitely affect your cultivation. Moreover, it would be easy for the people in the demonic gate to notice the change in her. If they suspected his identity, it would affect the overall situation." Danuru's eyes lit up. "So young master is worried about me." Like a beautiful snake, she climbed up his body and whispered in his ear, "Young master, you don't have to worry about this. In fact, there are ways to play without losing your virginity. Song Qingshu was stunned. Before he could react, he saw Dan Yuru smiling at him charmingly. She lowered her head and moved closer to his lower abdomen. Song Qingshu gasped. What did she just say? The stage of a sage? That was impossible. In the face of a peerless beauty who had mastered the demon sex charm arts for 1,000 years, even a eunuch would be able to rejuvenate you, let alone a normal man. After a night of rest, the next morning, Temujin suddenly ordered the entire army to march day and night towards Peerless City. Song Qingshu finally experienced the power of the Mongolian army's blitzkrieg tactics. Although he had seen the Mongolian army in Gaochang, he had not traveled day and night like this. Every Mongolian soldier had 3 to 4 horses to take turns riding. They did not stop even when it was mealtime. They ate the dried meat they brought with them, drank horse milk wine, or drank water. Even if they ran into a large river, it would not stop them at all. Every Mongolian soldier had a large water pouch sewn from animal skin. When they filled the pouch with water and filled it with air, it would become a life buoy. They would swim across the river and then refill it with water to replenish their supplies. This kind of marching speed completely outpaced the armies of the Central Plains. On the third day, they appeared outside of Peerless City. Galdan had clearly miscalculated. He had received news of the Mongolian army, but he thought that it would take at least 7 or 8 days for them to gather here. By that time, he would have either taken down Peerless City or made a new agreement with them to turn back and deal with the Mongolian army. Otherwise, he would have been able to temporarily avoid them. But the Mongolian cavalry descended from the sky and suddenly appeared outside the city. In an instant, they were caught in a pincer attack from both inside and outside. Zunger's army quickly fell into a state of panic, but Galdan was also a formidable character. After a short moment of shock, he came to his senses. He deduced that the Mongolian army must have traveled a long distance to appear here so quickly. At most, they only had a few % of their fighting strength left. Have everyone change formation. Aim the cannons and guns at the east. Prepare to fight the Mongolians. He waved his whip and said in an unquestionable tone. Great Khan, if Peerless City's army rushes out and attacks us from behind, we might all be wiped out. Some of the generals began to worry. Don't worry, it was just an internal conflict. The Mongolians are our common enemy. Peerless City will not be so unwise to attack us at this time. Galdan quickly waved the flag and quickly changed the formation of the army. Song Qingshu secretly sighed. This Galdan was indeed a famous general. No wonder he could conquer such a large territory. But it was a little surprising that the enemy army was equipped with so many firearms. Seeing that Galdan's army was equipped with such a high rate of firearms, Song Qingshu was full of expectations for them. From his previous contact with them and subsequent intelligence, their firearms should be from the Ross Principality in the west. Other than the firewall, their army was also equipped with quite a few cannons, but they weren't the usual heavy cannons. Instead, they were small cannons tied to the humps of camels, which was why they were called camel cannons. The Mongolian army had been fighting in the west for so many years that they had naturally seen firearms before. In fact, they had some in their army, but they didn't bring them with them this time because they had to move quickly, and it was inconvenient to bring cannons with them. They only brought cannons when they couldn't take down a city after a long siege. However, compared to cannons, they preferred to use siege cannons. This was because siege cannons were large catapults, and they could usually be made with local materials, so it would not affect their mobility. The cannons in this era were too heavy, and even though they were more powerful than siege cannons, there was not much of a difference in quality. When considering mobility, the Mongols usually used siege cannons. As for muskets, while they were powerful at close range, their range was far inferior to bows and arrows. Adding on the fact that reloading was troublesome, the cavalry probably only had enough time to fire 1 or 2 volleys of muskets. The Mongolians, who grew up on horseback and excelled at archery, naturally didn't want to use muskets. With a wave of Temujin's command flag, the generals under his command spread out with the Xianxia army and attacked Galdan's flanks, waiting for an opportunity to create a commotion and an opening. As long as there was a split second of opportunity, the Mongolian cavalry would tear open a hole like a shark and attack from that spot. It was easy to make mistakes on the battlefield, and with the Mongolian army's high mobility, it was easy for the enemy to collapse after a few rounds. However, Galdan was also a famous general of his generation. He methodically moved his troops, using muskets and camel cannons to deal with the flood of attacks. The Mongolians' attacks were thwarted several times, so they changed their strategy and used the range advantage of bows and arrows to fire into the enemy's formation. Song Qingshu could not help but sigh when he saw bullets and arrows raining down on the battlefield. It was unknown how many soldiers were killed every moment. Even a great grandmaster could only protect himself in a head-on confrontation with thousands of soldiers and horses. As for the others, no matter how high their martial arts were, they would only be sending themselves to death if they went up. The difference in martial arts was how long they could last. Song Qingshu was suddenly puzzled. Although the Mongolian army was strong, they had been marching day and night for the past few days, and their fighting strength had been greatly reduced. Why would Temujin immediately send his army into battle, instead of letting them rest for a night and recover their strength to continue fighting? His doubts were quickly answered. Galdan commanded his subordinates to fight with the Mongolian army for several rounds without falling into a disadvantage, but suddenly, there was a commotion in the rear camp. This commotion gradually spread, and his entire formation felt like it was going to collapse at any moment. Song Qingshu's eyes were sharp. In the distance, he saw a group of men and horses appear behind them. Apart from some totems on the flags, there were also some words written on them. Unfortunately, he did not recognize the words, but judging from their clothing, they seemed to be similar to Galdan's subordinates. Not far away, Temujin laughed loudly. Su Wang has indeed arrived. Galdan's defeat is certain. Pass down my order, start the charge for the decisive battle. With that, he actually led the charge towards Galdan's camp. Seeing the Khan leading the charge, the morale of the Mongolian soldiers instantly increased 100 times. One by one, they waved their weapons and began to charge. Song Qingshu was among them and had no choice but to follow the flow and charge. Along the way, he secretly observed Temujin. Although he was a great grandmaster, he did not fight barehanded on the battlefield, nor did he use his blood, sea and bones technique. Instead, he held a soladin in his hand and used it to pick off anyone who stood in his way. In Mongolian, soladin meant spear and was the symbol of the Mongolian god of war. Soladin were usually black and white, and were called Kala Soladin and Xianxia respectively, meaning black and white. Black symbolized war and power, while white symbolized peace and authority. At this time, Temujin was wielding the black soladin as if he was wielding the scythe of the Grim Reaper. No one was a match for him. Galdan's army finally fell into chaos and began to collapse. From afar, Temujin saw Galdan's flag and couldn't help but yell, "Galdan, let's see where you can run to." Galdan was scared out of his wits. Although he was considered a master and the warriors under him were not weak, how could they compare to a great grandmaster like Temujin leading a group of top-notch masters? Unable to care about the army, he turned his horse around and fled. Where there's life, there's hope. Once he escaped, he would gather his subordinates and plan again. Temujin had obviously thought of this as well. Back then, Galdan had fled from the Naiman tribe like a stray dog, but in just a few years, he had managed to build up such a large force. This time, he obviously couldn't make the same mistake. Seeing that Galdan was about to be caught, a group of people suddenly charged out of Peerless City and headed straight for Temujin's position. Because the battlefield was too chaotic, and because Temujin was chasing Galdan too fiercely, he was a bit separated from the rest of the army. Of course, with his level of cultivation, he didn't care about such a small matter. In any case, Galdan was already like a stray dog. But now that the people of Peerless City had arrived, there was a new variable. The person at the front of Peerless City was incomparably brave. His two hands seemed to be made of iron, and when he swung them, they were like two giant hammers. Behind him was a group of youths dressed in white. Their sword formation was like a meat grinder, and the slightest approach would cause flesh and blood to fly. Song Qingshu's eyes lit up. These youths' sword formations were indeed not bad. If they could be widely used in the army in the future, wouldn't they be invincible? The experts under Ali Buj's command happened to be in that direction. In order to show their faces in front of the Khan, they all roared and charged forward. At the very front were old acquaintances, Night Owl Yongling and soul-locking Taisui Dumu. Of the 4 experts of Heaven's Mandate sect, Dan Yuru was subdued by him during the Jade Owl soul-stealing battle. Soul-stealing Hua Fu was killed by him during the siege of the Xianxia. Dumu's hand was broken, and Yongling was seriously injured. Looking at their current appearance, could it be that after this period of rest, their injuries had already healed? Last time in Xixia, you surrounded my Ming-er. I'll settle this debt with you too. The man at the front of Peerless City roared and swung his arms at the 2 people. Yongling and Dumu both took out their weapons and rushed forward, but as soon as they came into contact, their weapons were broken and sent flying. Then, with each blow, the 2 of them were sent flying with blood spurting out of their mouths. Song Qingshu's eyes narrowed. Yongling and Dumu were obviously affected by the injuries they had suffered in Xixia, but no matter what, they were still close to the level of a grandmaster, and yet they were still no match for this man. His cultivation was already half a step into the level of a grandmaster. The invincible hand of the hegemon is indeed powerful, but, Temujin snorted coldly, Du Guifeng, Galdan attacked you, and you still came to save him? Song Qingshu suddenly realized that this man was the Duke of Peerless City, Du Guifeng. This level of cultivation was indeed not bad. Du Guifeng laughed loudly. We only had a few misunderstandings with Galdan before. In the face of a common enemy, what happened in the past is nothing. It turned out that they had already received news of the Mongols' invasion and had already begun to discuss a truce and alliance. After all, they all understood the principle of mutual destruction. But they never imagined that Temujin's army would arrive at this time, leaving them no time to discuss the details. Temujin said coldly, I heard that Peerless City has a few secret techniques. Today, I will experience them one by one. Right at this moment, Meng Qiheng, who was at his side, spurred his horse forward. Great Khan, you're injured, so leave him to me. Song Qingshu was instantly amused. This Meng Qiheng was really honest, directly exposing Temujin's background. Sure enough, when Du Guifeng heard the news of Temujin's injury, his eyes lit up. This was a great opportunity. If he could kill or capture Temujin alive, then the entire power structure of the grasslands would be reshuffled. Temujin waved his hand, indicating that he would leave everything to Meng Qiheng. Even though he didn't think this injury was a big deal, it was better to have someone else do it for him than to end up himself. Meng Qiheng urged his horse forward slowly. Dressed in black, he was tall and mighty, as steady as a mountain. His skin was white, and at first glance, he looked like a statue of a god carved from crystal, a beauty that surpassed all living things in the world. Song Qingshu had to admit that he and Pang Ban, the master and disciple, were really flashy. Not just women, even men would think they were handsome. No wonder Jin Bingyun, who had been adopted by Pang Ban since childhood, couldn't help but fall in love with him. Therefore, even though she knew that he was using her as a magic medium, she couldn't bring herself to completely leave him. Du Guifeng noticed that his opponent's eyes were as blue as a deep lake, like 2 precious gems wrapped in the night sky. When not moving, they seemed lifeless, but when they flashed, they shone brighter than the brightest stars in the sky. His heart skipped a beat. Having lived in the West for many years, he knew that the people of the demon sect were good at using psychic energy to invade the enemy. Not daring to look at his opponent's eyes again, he roared and raised his aura to the maximum. Then, he leaped up and swung his 2 hammer-like arms at his opponent. Song Qingshu nodded to himself. The invincible hand of the hegemon was worthy of such a domineering name. The aura that erupted in that instant caused the nearby Mongolian warriors to retreat. However, Meng Qiheng remained in place on his horse, with no intention of making a move. Du Guifeng secretly sneered. You're being a bit too arrogant. Even if you can withstand my invincible hand of the hegemon, your horse won't be able to. When the horse stumbles, you'll definitely lose your balance. Then, my invincible hand of the hegemon will be endless, enough to kill you. Du Guifeng's heart couldn't help but jump when he saw that his fist was only 3 feet away from him. However, the opposite party was still indifferent. Moreover, the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. Du Guifeng's heart couldn't help but jump. But, he had no choice but to throw a punch. Bang, a loud sound rang out, and Du Guifeng's eyes instantly widened. That was because he felt as if his fist had struck a transparent wall. It had to be known that he had originally planned for the peak of this punch to completely explode upon hitting Meng Qixing's body. But now, it had exploded midway. It had to be known that if one did not pay attention to the steps while walking normally, even a slight step would cause great discomfort to one's body, let alone a full-powered punch of his. The internal energy in his body shook so much that he almost vomited blood. However, he was a top-notch expert after all. His other hand was like an antelope hanging its horn, and he punched out again. Bang, there was another loud noise. From the side, Song Qingshu could clearly see that there was a layer of transparent energy wall 3 feet away from Meng Qixing. Only when Du Guifeng's fist smashed on the energy wall could the traces be seen. His true qi is powerful to such an extent? Song Qingshu subconsciously compared this with the protective true qi of the sweeping monk. The sweeping monk also had a 3 feet thick energy wall. Back then, when Jiao Maji sneak attacked him with the formless finger of disaster, the energy of the finger was automatically dissolved when it was 3 feet away from him. Even Xiao Feng's 18 dragon subduing palms had been dissolved a lot when it came into contact with his energy wall. However, he quickly noticed the difference between the two. Meng Qixing was not releasing his true qi, but more like a thin layer of barrier had appeared out of thin air. Song Qingshu remembered that Dan Yuru had mentioned to him that night that Meng Qixing cultivated the hidden wisdom book, which was good at transforming mental power into physical power. It seemed that this transparent light wall should have been formed by the materialization of his mental power. The people of the demon sect and the tantric sect were all good at mental power techniques. This time in Mongolia, he had encountered countless mental power experts. In the future, he would really have to be very careful when facing them. Du Guifeng was already prepared for the second punch, so it was not as uncomfortable as the first punch. He roared, and suddenly, countless fist shadows appeared in front of him, bombarding the target from all directions. I don't believe that this stupid wall can block me. Song Qingshu's eyes were wide open. Pegasus Meteor Fist? The invincible He gem in hand was indeed amazing. He had seen Du Gaming use it at the Shixian, but compared to this, it was like comparing a chicken to a phoenix. Unfortunately, Meng Qixing's body was always surrounded by various invisible light walls, and every time, he just happened to block the fist shadows from all directions. Seeing that his opponent did not even move a finger and had blocked his ultimate move, Du Guifeng was a little scared and hurriedly retreated. At this time, he did not care about Galdan anymore. It must be known that Temujin was also a grandmaster. He had always been very conceited, and felt that his martial arts were not below Temujin's. Now, he found out that he could not even defeat a subordinate of his opponent. How could he not panic? Seeing that he was retreating, Meng Qixing finally moved. He directly waved his wide sleeves. The others were puzzled, thinking, what are you waving your sleeves for when your opponent has already run away? Only Song Qingshu could see it clearly. At their level of cultivation, most of the time, they did not just rely on their eyes to see, but also on their senses. Using the mind's eye, he could clearly see 2 invisible wind blades slashing toward Du Guifeng. Du Guifeng was, after all, also a top expert. In that instant, he felt all the hair on his body stand up, and he hurriedly crossed his arms in front of his body. With a crisp sound, the armor on his arms was instantly torn apart, and his hands were also dripping with blood. Even so, he had still blocked it. But Du Guifeng did not have time to be happy. Suddenly, another wind blade fell on his chest, and a cloud of blood exploded from his back. He looked down at the hole in his chest in disbelief, and then his whole body slumped to the ground. Meng Qixing did not stop. He disappeared from where he stood. When the others rubbed their eyes, they discovered that he had already appeared next to Galdan. The guards next to Galdan were shocked. One by one, they brandished their swords to save him, but they were all blocked by a transparent wall of light. Galdan also hurriedly pulled out the sword from his waist. Unfortunately, the sword was only half drawn when Meng Qixing grabbed his head, twisted it, and directly cut off his head. His deep voice resounded throughout the battlefield, Galdan is dead. Those who surrender will not be killed. Galdan's army had already lost. Now that their commander was dead, and Meng Qixing was like a god, how could they still have the heart to resist? No one knew who started it, but countless weapons fell to the ground, and then the sound of countless weapons falling to the ground could be heard. Galdan's remaining soldiers all dismounted and surrendered. In the whole process, there were several times that Song Qingshu almost made a move, but in the end the success rate was too low, so he gave up. Let's just follow the original plan. On the top of Peerless City's city wall, Du Guoming saw the situation and could not help but cry out. He was angry and scared, and he directly fainted, causing chaos on the city wall. Fortunately, a graceful figure came out and methodically arranged for the city gate to be closed, and the defense on the city wall to be strengthened. Only then was the situation barely stabilized. Song Qingshu saw this and secretly nodded. Madame Dual Cultivator is not a vase, but I'm afraid that the fate of Peerless City is not something she can change alone. Temujin sent his men to clean up the battlefield and gather up the surrendered soldiers from Galdan's army. Those who resisted were naturally killed on the spot. After that, he ordered his army to set up camp outside the city. After marching for so many days and fighting with Galdan, his soldiers were at their limit. As for Peerless City, it was just an isolated city and couldn't do much. Next, Temujin gathered his generals to discuss the matter of the surrender. This was a Mongolian custom. Whenever they arrived at a place, the first thing they did was not attack, but threaten and bribe to see if they could get someone to surrender. This would save a lot of trouble. In addition, they had encountered resistance in the past few years. They had massacred the city and treated those who surrendered well, so the results were usually very good. But this time, no one dared to volunteer to be the messenger. After all, there was a certain amount of danger involved. In the past few years, there had been quite a few stupid local lords who couldn't beat the Mongolian army, so they took out their anger on the Mongolian messengers and killed them in extremely cruel ways. Of course, the allies would retaliate afterward, but what did that have to do with the dead messengers? No matter how glorious the Mongolians were in the future, he was already dead. In addition, they had just killed the lord of their city, Du Guifeng. If they went in now, wouldn't they just be sending themselves to die? Meng Qiheng and Ba Siba were originally capable of protecting themselves in the city, but Meng Qiheng was only responsible for Temujin's safety and didn't care about anything else. Ba Siba was also the emperor's tutor, so he wasn't very suitable for this kind of thing. Someone as precious as Ali Buj wouldn't put himself in danger. Just as everyone was looking at each other, Song Qingshu stepped forward and said that he could go. Temujin was overjoyed and rewarded him generously. He then revealed some of the Mongolians' bottom line and told him to act according to the situation. The others knew that the Shueyue sect had messed up a few times before, so they were eager to make a contribution and were willing to take the risk. Dan Yuru had also offered to go with him, but Ali Buj had rejected him. The reason was that Dan Yuru had brought experts to ambush Peerless City in western Xia, and going now would have the opposite effect. In reality, he didn't want his subordinates to take the risk. After all, his subordinates were either dead or injured, and the remaining ones were all precious. Temujin, of course, agreed, so Song Qingshu took a few followers with him and went to Peerless City on his behalf. Next, Temujin met with Sawang, Galdan's nephew. If he had not suddenly appeared on the flank of Galdan's camp with his men and attacked from both sides, it would not have been so easy to defeat Galdan. Song Qingshu looked at him a few more times. He looked quite spirited, but it was a pity that he might not be able to win the beauty's heart in the end. He had already received information that the women of Galdan's family had been captured by the surrendered soldiers and presented to Temujin. Temujin was overjoyed and ordered the two most beautiful women to be sent to his tent so that he could enjoy them later. One of them was Galdan's wife, Anu. The other was originally Sawang's fiancée but was forcefully taken by Galdan as a concubine. Because the two women were Galdan's wives in name, Sawang didn't have any right to get them back. He had already boarded the boat, and there was no turning back now. How pitiful, his own mother and fiancée being taken by two men at the same time. Song Qingshu complained, but he quickly focused on his own matters. He brought a group of retainers to Peerless City. After explaining the purpose of their visit, Peerless City did not open the gates. Instead, they put down a few baskets from the top of the walls for them to sit in before pulling them up. It was obvious that they were worried that the Mongols would play some kind of trick and take advantage of the chaos to break through their gates. Originally, Song Qingshu could have just jumped up the wall, but he was worried that it would cause a reaction from the defending soldiers, so he obediently sat in the basket and was pulled up to the top of the wall. As soon as they landed, a large group of soldiers surrounded them and took away their weapons. Song Qingshu didn't care. It didn't make much difference whether he had a blade or not. Seeing how calm he was, the Mongolian warriors were all impressed and gradually relaxed. The group was brought to the governor's mansion, where all the high-ranking officials of Peerless City were gathered. Song Qingshu noticed that the wife and princess were both present. One was voluptuous and graceful, while the other was elegant and tall. What a pair of beautiful flowers. He felt a warmth in his heart. After so many days, they were still as beautiful as ever. However, at this moment, both Gu Ningqing and Gu Zixian had a layer of worry on their faces. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, it wasn't convenient for him to reminisce with the two of them, so he told them the reason for his visit. As expected, the two of them, who had just lost their city lord, were furious at this moment, and when they heard what he said, they all cursed angrily. Among them, Du Gaming cursed the most and even wanted to draw his sword to kill him. However, he was immediately stopped by a few others. Clearly, they also knew that the Mongols valued the envoys the most. If the envoys were killed, it would be a massacre in the city. Song Qingshu knew that Du Guifeng had just died. Even if there were people who wanted to surrender, they didn't dare to show it on the surface. It would be difficult to persuade them in front of so many people. After thinking for a while, he said, "Can I talk to the wife and princess alone?" The other people in the hall frowned. The wife and daughter looked at each other and said curiously, "We don't know each other, what is there to talk about?" Song Qingshu smiled, "That may not be true. I have some news that the wife and princess are interested in." As he said this, he purposely circulated his true qi. The other people didn't care, but the wife and princess were the most sensitive to his technique. Their hearts jumped, and they looked at him with surprise. Then, they nodded and said, "Okay." Initially, Du Gaming was unwilling to do so. However, Madame Xiaoxiao had always been prestigious. Since she had spoken, no one dared to stop her. Hence, Du Gaming could only lead the soldiers to guard outside. If they were to call for help immediately, he would immediately bring people in. The wife and princess brought him to a secret room. After closing the door, they stared at him. "Who are you?" "Xian'er, don't you recognize me?" Song Qingshu returned to his original voice. He took off his mask and smiled at the beauty in front of him. "Ah!" Gu Zixian cried out in surprise. She had a look of disbelief on her face, and then she threw herself into his arms. The young girl's body was indeed light and slender. Before Song Qingshu could say anything, his lips were sealed by the beauty's kiss. As the saying goes, the younger generation is more important than the newlyweds. Moreover, Gu Zixian had thought that she would never see him again. She had already gone crazy with love. Now that she suddenly saw her lover, her passion completely exploded. The two kissed passionately. Their breathing became more and more heavy, and the air was filled with a charming atmosphere. Gu Ningqing felt a little awkward. Seeing that the two of them were about to lose control, she couldn't help it anymore. She cleared her throat and said, "There are people here." Gu Zixian came to her senses and quickly jumped out of her lover's arms. She touched her face and found that it was burning hot. Song Qingshu was much more thick-skinned. He nodded to Gu Ningqing. "Qingshu greets the wife." Gu Ningqing nodded. "Why have you suddenly come to the Mongolian camp and become a member of the Shuiyue sect?" "It's a long story. I'll explain it to you in the future," Song Qingshu replied. "But please keep my identity a secret, or my life will be in danger." "What are you talking about, master?" Gu Ningqing hurriedly said. "You are our savior and Xian'er's, why would we put you in danger?" When she said this, she also felt very awkward. After all, her daughter's relationship with him had not been officially confirmed, but what was done was done. Logically speaking, as a mother, she should fight for some status for her daughter, but he had saved her before, so she didn't know how to say it. Song Qingshu didn't expect his carelessness to cause her to worry so much. "I'm here to solve the crisis you're facing. Now that the Mongolian army is here, and Galdan has been defeated, Peerless City will not be able to hold on. Rather than wait for the city to fall and be slaughtered, it's better to surrender earlier." "Surrender to the Mongolians?" Gu Ningqing and her daughter looked at each other. They had been enemies with the Mongolians for so many years, and it was hard for them to change their minds. We're not really joining the Mongolians. We're just preserving our strength and waiting for the situation to change before we make a comeback. After all, based on what I understand, the Mongolians treat the forces of power that surrender quite well, and they usually keep their original forces. Song Qingshu gave a general analysis of the situation. With you as a guarantor, of course we can trust you, but... Du Ningqing's beautiful face showed a hint of hesitation. She glanced at her daughter. Temujin is famous for being cruel and lecherous. I heard that many women died after being raped by him. If he has any ideas about Xian'er, we won't be able to resist. I've thought about that as well, Song Qingshu explained. Temujin may be lustful, but he won't let his lust get in the way of his business. Over the years, there have been many forces that have surrendered to him, but he has never touched their women in order to avoid affecting his future recruitment. The Mongolians still have many enemies, so I don't think he'll take such a risk. Women, but Xian'er. Du Ningqing hesitated. Song Qingshu said, as far as I know, Xian'er and the young city lord of Peerless City were engaged. Now that Du Guifang is dead, Du Gaming is the successor of Peerless City. Therefore, with Xian'er's status, Taimu won't touch her. Noticing Gu Zixian's pale face, he hurriedly comforted her, don't worry, this is just an act, not a real marriage. Moreover, I will be by your side at all times, I won't let you encounter any danger. Du Ningqing felt the need to speak up for her daughter. But this will ruin Xian'er's reputation. In the future, people will only think of her as Du Gaming's wife. If she continues to be with young master in the future, I'm afraid people will gossip. Song Qingshu replied, Madam, you've misunderstood. I'm not asking them to marry for real, I'm only asking them to be my fiancé. After all, according to your family's tradition, the princess of the dual cultivation house will be married to the successor of Peerless City. There's no official engagement. The reason for this is to prevent Taimu Zhen from having any evil thoughts. Du Ningqing's expression softened a little. Just as she was about to say something, Gu Zixian, who was beside her, gently grabbed her hand. Mother, don't worry, I'm willing. Moreover, I won't really lose anything. Song Qingshu couldn't help but sigh. Xian'er, I'll have to trouble you for now. Don't worry, soon I'll let you regain your freedom, and we'll be together openly. It's nothing. Gu Zixian pursed her lips and smiled. All this time, she felt that she couldn't do anything for brother Song. This was a good opportunity. If she became the nominal wife of the Peerless City Lord, it would be perfectly justifiable for her to take over the power of Peerless City. As for Du Gaming, she didn't care about that good-for-nothing playboy at all. After that, the three of them discussed a few more details. Then, Gu Ningqing gathered the middle and upper echelons of Peerless City for a meeting and announced that Gu Zixian would be betrothed to Du Gaming. Du Gaming, who was originally anxious, was overjoyed when he heard this news. He almost jumped up in joy. One had to know that he had always coveted this beautiful and alluring princess. However, she had always been indifferent to him. Especially after the trip to Western Xia, she didn't even bother to give him face. This made him think that the marriage between the two of them wasn't going to happen. Now that his wish had been fulfilled, the joy he felt made him forget that his father had just died not long ago. Then, when she proposed to surrender, many people subconsciously opposed it. However, in reality, when they saw the Mongolian army pressing down on the city, many people already had the intention to surrender. It was just that they didn't want to show it before. Now that the princess had taken the initiative to propose it, these people jumped out and went along with what she said. Du Gaming, who was supposed to be the most staunch opponent of his father's death, was already overjoyed when he heard that Gu Zixian had agreed to marry him. How could he have any other ideas? He subconsciously went along with what she said. Seeing their leader like this, the other opponents knew that there was no point in continuing to resist, so they accepted their fate and went along with the proposal. Song Qingshu left the city and brought the news to the Mongolian camp. Temujin didn't expect things to go so smoothly and was overjoyed. He even rewarded Song Qingshu with a piece of land and 1,000 herdsmen. Because of the deaths of the Red Sun Dharmaraja and Li Qimei, the status of the Shuiyue clan was now second only to Ba Siba. Everyone in the Mongolian tent congratulated him. Song Qingshu couldn't help but sigh at how generous Temujin was in rewarding his subordinates. If it were anyone else, they would have been moved to tears by his generosity and would have risked their lives for him. The next day, the surrender ceremony was held. Du Gaming, the princess, and the princess led a group of high-ranking officials of Peerless City out of the city to pay their respects to Temujin. The whole process went quite smoothly, but something unexpected happened during the banquet. Perhaps it was because they had been drinking for a long time, but Temujin suddenly said, "I have long heard that the princess and the princess are the most beautiful women in the western regions, but I have never had the chance to see your faces. Why don't the two of you take off your veils and let us have a look?" Du Gaming panicked and forced himself to say, "Great Khan, the House of Dual Cultivators has a tradition that the appearance of the women in the house cannot be seen by outsiders." Temujin smiled. "Ah, now that you have surrendered to the Mongols, we are all brothers and sisters, how can we be outsiders? Besides, the House of Dual Cultivators has this rule, and we Mongols also have our own. If we don't show our faces, aren't we not friends?" As he spoke, his tone carried a hint of threat. Du Gaming was intimidated by his aura and didn't dare to say anything else. "No matter, Great Khan's words make sense. We should indeed show our sincerity. It's just that we are ugly, so I hope we won't stain your eyes." As she spoke, she slowly took off the veil on her face, revealing a plump and charming oval face. Gu Zixian, who was standing to the side, was the first to see her. Since the oath she had sworn was broken, she had nothing to worry about and also took off her veil, revealing her beautiful face. The entire tent, which had been very noisy a moment ago, was now completely silent. Everyone's breathing seemed to have become heavier, and the sound of someone swallowing could be clearly heard. It should be noted that either one of them was a dazzling beauty, and now that they were standing together, the visual impact was more than doubled. For a moment, all the men in the tent could only stare in awe. "Madam and the princess are truly outstanding beauties." Temujin laughed heartily, a hint of fanaticism flashing across his eyes. "I, Madam and the princess, have many things I would like to learn from. Later, I will be hosting a private banquet in the tent. I hope Madam will come and give me some pointers." The House of Dual Cultivators was, of course, best suited for dual cultivators. The meaning behind his words was self-evident. As soon as he said this, both Gu Ningqing and Gu Zixian's faces paled. Even Song Qingshu's expression changed. All this time, they had been trying to prevent Temujin from harboring any ill intentions towards Gu Zixian, but they had neglected the fact that Gu Ningqing was also a beautiful woman. How were they going to deal with this? Song Qingshu hurriedly stood up and said, "Great Khan, Madame Duxiu has kept her chastity for a long time and has always been revered by the citizens of Peerless City. This might be a bit inappropriate." He couldn't care less about offending Temujin. If he really did bully Madame Duxiu, not only would Gu Zixian hate him for the rest of her life, even he himself wouldn't be able to get over it. He quickly thought of a way to protect Madame Duxiu. He even thought of claiming that he had an affair with her. Even though it would be a bit awkward, but in order to save her, neither Gu Ningqing nor Gu Zixian would blame him. But he had no choice but to reject this plan. After all, in theory, he and Gu Ningqing had never interacted before. How could they hook up in such a short time just because he went to recruit her? Wouldn't that be the same as trying to steal Temujin's woman? No normal subordinate would do that. Unfortunately, even though his mind was working furiously, he couldn't think of a way to protect her in such a short amount of time. Hearing his words, the entire crowd quieted down. Everyone had a strange look on their faces as they waited to see how the situation would develop. A flash of anger flashed across Temujin's face, but he managed to restrain himself and said coldly, "Great Khan, you misunderstand. I only invited Madame Duxiu to discuss the transfer of hostages from Peerless City. After all, we are about to leave for another place, and this matter needs to be settled as soon as possible." The Mongols weren't stupid enough to just listen to verbal surrender. Usually, they would have important local figures provide hostages to Helen City, and Temujin would place them in the Xianxia army. Compared to other armies, it was easier for the Xianxia army to get rewards, and it was also easier for them to be promoted. Because of it, they tied the benefits of the surrendered hostages to the Mongolians, and they indirectly tied the surrendered forces to the Mongolians. Unless there was a major change, with this method, these people will basically not rebel. Since Temujin had put it this way, there was no way he could criticize him on the spot. He couldn't very well point out that Temujin intended to take advantage of the opportunity to rape Madame Duxiu, could he? Alright, this matter has been settled. Everyone, let's continue drinking. Boss Ziba came out to smooth things over. At the same time, he gave Song Qingshu a look. This matter was considered settled. Gu Zixian couldn't help but look at Song Qingshu for help. Even Gu Ningqing's usually calm eyes had a trace of panic. Song Qingshu secretly said, "Don't worry, I won't let Madam be violated." With his assurance, "I will do my best." Although he couldn't think of anything else to do, his uneasy heart calmed down a little. During the banquet, Dan Yuru took advantage of the chaos to come to Song Qingshu's side. While congratulating him on his promotion, she lowered her voice and asked, "What do you plan to do?" Song Qingshu said in a deep voice, "I have a rough idea, but I need to improve it." Dan Yuru asked, "What can I do for you?" "Thank you for your kindness, Hierarch, but there's no need for it for now. Furthermore, this matter is too dangerous. It's best not to involve you," Song Qingshu said. Dan Yuru's face was full of hidden bitterness. "We're already in such a state, yet you keep calling me Hierarch." Ahem, Song Qingshu almost choked. He hurriedly comforted her, and only then did she smile. After the banquet was over, everyone went their separate ways. The dual cultivator's wife was invited away to Temujin's tent. Before leaving, she couldn't help but look back at Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu gave her a reassuring look, then quickly returned to his tent and took out some materials. In the king's tent, the madam sat nervously on a stool. Her hands, hidden in her sleeves, tightly gripped a dagger. She had kept her chastity for so many years, and she didn't want to be defiled by someone like Temujin. What she was hesitating about was whether she should choose to perish together with Temujin or commit suicide. Her kung fu was not weak, and if she suddenly launched a sneak attack, she might be able to hurt Temujin. However, she had heard rumors that Temujin was a grandmaster, and she was not confident. She was also worried that her actions would bring disaster to Peerless City and the House of Dual Cultivators. If the innocent people of Peerless City were to die because of her, it would be too much to redeem herself. But if she had to obey Temujin just like that, how could she be willing? Thinking back to the calm look Song Qingshu gave her before she left, and the words he had entrusted her with, the madam bit her lip. Now that things have come to this, she could only trust him. "I hope he won't disappoint me." Not long after, heavy footsteps could be heard. Temujin, reeking of alcohol, rushed in. The madam's heart tightened. She hurriedly stood up and saluted, at the same time tightly gripping the dagger in her sleeve. "Your servant greets the great Khan." With the help of the candlelight, Temujin carefully looked her up and down. Her skin was as white as milk, her face full of lust, and her voluptuous body. All of a sudden, he felt a burning sensation in his lower abdomen. "Ha ha ha, she. Everyone says that your daughter is the most beautiful woman in the north, but in my opinion, she is still too young and inexperienced. How could she be as mature and beautiful as you?" The madam's heart was beating wildly. She hurriedly replied, "You flatter me, great Khan. Your servant has come to discuss the matter of the hostages." "Who does the great Khan want as hostages?" She did not dare to continue on that topic, so she could only quickly change the subject to proper business. Temujin sat down on the edge of the bed and patted the seat next to him. "Madam, you can come and sit." The madam forced a smile. "No need, I can stand." She did not dare to sit down. Otherwise, if he took advantage of the opportunity to hug her, the two of them would immediately roll onto the bed behind her. Temujin did not mind. As for the issue of the hostages, he said slowly, all the upper echelons of Peerless City have sent their eldest son to Helen City to join the Xianxia army. However, the governor of Peerless City and the princess of the House of Dual Cultivators are still young and have no children. What do you think we should do, madam? The madam bit her plump red lips. Your servant is slow-witted, I really do not know. Temujin laughed. I have an idea, but I don't know if you are willing. Since we have already surrendered to the Great Khan, we will naturally follow his orders, the madam replied. Temujin looked at her with a burning gaze. Wuji's eyes swept up and down her beautiful, round curves. Although they do not have children, they do have other relatives, and that is you, madam. From now on, madam can stay by my side as a hostage. Don't worry, I will treat you well. The madam's expression changed. I'm afraid that's not appropriate. Temujin's words were already so obvious, how could she not understand? Madam, you are no longer an inexperienced little girl. There is no need to beat around the bush with me. If you obey me, I will guarantee that Peerless City and the House of Dual Cultivators will be safe and sound in the future. Otherwise, Temujin was already tipsy and did not want to go around in circles with her. The madam's face was deathly pale. She had finally reached this point. Just as she was at a loss of what to do, Temujin had already pounced on her. With the cultivation of a grandmaster, there was no way for her to dodge. In an instant, Temujin hugged her and kissed her on the face, his breath reeking of alcohol. Come, madam, I will let you know the true happiness of a woman. At that moment, a loud roar came from outside the tent, shaking the entire tent. Who dares to bully the descendant of I, Dugu Chobai? The sound was like a bolt from the blue, shaking all the tents in the camp. The ordinary soldiers covered their ears, clearly stunned by the sound. Temujin couldn't be bothered with bullying his wife any longer. He pushed her aside and hurried outside. Guards, he shouted. Soon, many guards came to report, a mysterious man suddenly appeared. He calls himself Duga Seeking Loss. His kung fu is very high, and many of our brothers have been injured. Duga Seeking Loss? Temujin's eyes narrowed. Pang Ban, Tong Tian, and the others had mentioned this legendary figure when they talked to him. But no one had ever seen him with their own eyes, so many people wondered if he really existed. But there was a saying among the demonic sects that the Peerless City Lord was the descendant of Duga Seeking Loss. Most people scoffed at this saying, thinking that it was just a coincidence that the Lord of Peerless City was surnamed Dugu. Some people even tried to link the two. But today, after killing Dugu Ifang and destroying Peerless City, Duga Seeking Loss appeared. Could the legend be true? Temujin was a little surprised. According to the legend, Duga Seeking Loss's kung fu was unfathomable. Take my talisman and pass down my order. Everyone is to guard the camp. Remember, do not cause chaos. As a famous general, Temujin knew how dangerous it was to blow up a camp at night. As he passed down the order, he led his men to the most chaotic area. To deal with someone like Duga Seeking Loss, he would have to do it himself. Although the man was said to be powerful, Temujin was confident that his kung fu would not lose to anyone. After Temujin left, the woman clutched her clothes tightly. Her face was pale. Even now, she still had some lingering fear. She had been hesitating whether to die with Temujin or commit suicide. But just now, when Temujin threw himself at her, she could not resist at all. Her martial arts were considered pretty good, but she had been completely powerless in front of the great grandmaster just now. She had been completely at the mercy of the other party. When he thought about how he would still be humiliated when Temujin returned, he decided that he might as well kill himself while he still had the chance. Thinking of this, the dagger in her sleeve slipped into her hand and she slashed it at her own neck. Ding, with a crisp sound, she felt a strong force coming from her hand. She couldn't hold on to the dagger in her hand and it was sent flying. Then, a figure rushed in and hugged her. The lady was shocked and hurriedly attacked the other party with her palm. As a result, the person's fingers pressed on her waist and she lost all her strength. Madam, it's me. A familiar voice sounded. The dual cultivator's wife was taken aback and hurriedly looked at the other party. She saw that the person hugging her was a thin old man that she had never seen before. However, this voice was very familiar. It was Song Qingshu's voice. Furthermore, at such a close distance, she could acutely feel the great attraction that the other party's cultivation method had for her dual cultivation method. It was as if there was a warm sun next to her. Young Master Song? She couldn't help but feel a little dazed. She didn't think that he would actually take such a big risk to save her. Song Qingshu smiled, "Don't worry, madam. Since I promised you, I won't let anyone bully you. Let's leave first." With that, he flew out of the tent with his arm around her soft and plump waist. The dual cultivator's wife no longer struggled. Instead, she hugged him tightly and pressed her body against his to avoid any additional resistance. As soon as the two of them left the tent, they were met by a group of warriors. With a wave of his sword, Song Qingshu instantly generated countless sword auras. The spears and swords in the hands of the warriors were all broken, and their chests exploded in a mist of blood. Song Qingshu took this opportunity to escape with the dual cultivator's wife to the outskirts of the camp. Although a grandmaster's kung fu was high, facing an army of thousands was still a stupid idea. "Since your excellency has come, then stay." A voice came and Meng Qiheng appeared from the shadows. Song Qingshu sighed to himself. His previous diversionary tactic had only managed to lure Temujin away, but he was glad that at least one grandmaster had left. Otherwise, he would have been in trouble. Just then, a transparent wall of light suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his way. He had seen this scene earlier during the day. At that time, the Lord of Peerless City had used all his strength and still could not break this seemingly thin wall of light. Although he was not afraid, he did not want to be entangled. So, he tapped the wall of light with the tip of his foot, and as if violating the laws of physics, his whole body changed direction and shot out from the side. Meng Qiheng was surprised. He did not expect his opponent to change direction at such a high speed so easily. He wanted to set up another wall of light, but the distance was too far. Even if he did, he might not be able to stop his opponent. He could only use his lightness kung fu to give chase. Although Song Qingshu's lightness kung fu was high, he was carrying a person, and his injuries had not fully recovered. It was not easy to shake off a grandmaster. Originally, he had planned to take the dual cultivator's wife into Peerless City and hide her there. But with so many pursuers, and seeing that Temujin had sent people to lock down the camp, he could only start with Plan B. He shuttled back and forth between the tents of the camp, using this to block the enemy's line of sight. Then, he found an opportunity to quickly enter his own tent. Song Qingshu made a shushing gesture to him, then quickly took out a soldier's uniform. "Madam, put this on, and put on this mask as well. In a moment, there will probably be soldiers going door to search." He had long since prepared another mask to cover up Gu Ningqing's beauty. For the time being, he would let her pretend to be a bodyguard and stay here. Later on, he would see how the situation would develop and whether she would be sent out or not. After all, if he let her return to the House of Dual Cultivators, he would not be able to do anything if Temujin became lustful again. The madam's face reddened. Although she didn't have countless maids, she could be said to have lived a pampered life. There was nothing in the tent that could hide her. Could it be that she was going to change in front of him? She saw that Song Qingshu had already turned around and started to take off his clothes. Obviously, he was going to change back into the Shueyue sex attire. The dual cultivator's wife gritted her teeth. Knowing that the situation was urgent, she couldn't care less. She quickly untied her belt and changed out of her somewhat flashy palace dress. On the other side, Meng Qiheng suddenly lost track of his target halfway through the chase. He jumped onto a flagpole and looked around with a pair of sharp eyes. He gestured with his finger and said coldly, "That person should be in this area. Search every tent for me." "Madam, are you done changing?" Song Qingshu changed back into the Shueyue sex attire. I'm done changing." Gu Ningqing's voice was a little nervous. Clearly, everyone had taken a great risk today. She was worried that Song Qingshu would be implicated, and also worried about the impact on Peerless City. Song Qingshu turned around and picked up the clothes that were scattered on the side. He rolled them into a ball and stuffed them under the quilt. Only when he couldn't see any traces from the outside did he stop. The clothes were still warm and had a faint fragrance. He couldn't help but feel a little headache. Why did these women make themselves so fragrant every day? When the time came, it would be easy for them to find out. However, he couldn't care so much now. He looked up and down at Gu Ningqing and helped her tidy up some parts of her clothes that were not neatly dressed. Then, he paused for a moment and stretched out his hand to tie up some of her messy hair. Then, he took a hat and put it on her head. "Madam, later, try not to speak. If you have to speak, you must deliberately lower your voice and change your tone." Her hair had never been touched by other men. Gu Ningqing's cheeks became slightly hot. She thought to herself, "What am I thinking? she hurriedly responded in a low voice. Song Qingshu was also a little nervous. After all, he couldn't think of a plan in such a short time. Now, he could only take one step at a time. Seeing that the footsteps of the searching soldiers were getting closer and closer, a vigorous voice suddenly came from not far away. In the past, I roamed the Jianghu for more than 30 years. I killed all the enemies and defeated all the heroes. There was no one in the world who could match up to me. Helpless, I could only live in seclusion in the deep valley and befriend eagles. Alas! I've been looking for a worthy opponent all my life, but I couldn't find one. It's really lonely and embarrassing. Hearing these words, Song Qingshu's eyes widened. Others might not know what this meant, but how could he not know? In his previous life, Duga Seeking for Loss was a legendary figure in the lower realm. In this world, he had personally seen the words he carved on the mountain wall in the Valley of Divine Eagles. The swordwell in those words had benefited him greatly over the years. "Madam, you should be saved," Song Qingshu said. Gu Ningqing murmured to herself, could the legend be true? Being in Peerless City, she had naturally heard of the legend of the Dugu family. Previously, when Dugu Yifang died, Dugu Ming even went to the ancestral hall to burn incense and pray. At that time, she secretly despised this guy's actions. But now, it seemed that he really invited the ancestors? "Madam, stay here and don't move. I'll go out and take a look." After leaving Gu Ningqing, Song Qingshu hurried out of the tent. He discovered that there was a man standing in the distance. He was not as old as he had imagined. Instead, he looked very young. His eyebrows were like swords and his eyes were like stars. However, he was different from the usual milky white students. There was an indescribable confidence and calmness in his eyes, as if nothing in this world could stop him. His black cloak fluttered in the cold wind of the night, and he stood there like the sharpest sword. On the other side, Meng Qihong's pupils constricted slightly when he saw this. Dugu Chobai? As an elder of the devil sect, he had naturally heard of the legend of this person. "I didn't expect that there would still be people in the Jianghu who remember me." The young man smiled, then his eyes fell on him. "Was it you who killed Dugu Yifang?" Song Qingshu was shocked. Duga Seeking for Loss should be over 100 years old. How could he be so young? However, he remembered that the old urchin Zhou Badong was not young either. As he grew older, many of his white hair turned black. It should be that his cultivation had reached a certain level. Coupled with his naive state of mind, he could return to his youth to a certain extent. There were also the people from the carefree sect. They were obviously 70 or 80 years old, but they all looked like little girls. This Duga Seeking for Loss must have either cultivated a skill similar to the everlasting ageless art, or his martial power had reached an unimaginable level. It seemed like it was the latter. Meng Qihang was a great grandmaster after all, and he was also an overlord of the devil sect, so he naturally had pride in his heart. When he heard Chu Yang's question, he replied coldly, "So what if I am?" Duga Seeking a Loss sighed, "Originally, I did not intend to meddle in the affairs of the mortal world. However, I still have some unresolved ties with Peerless City. Since the son of an old friend was killed, I have to seek justice for him." Song Qingshu's heart was thumping wildly. The swordsmanship that Duga Ming had used back in the western Xia did indeed have the shadow of the Duga Seeking for Defeat sword will. It was just that there was too much of a difference in their realms. Song Qingshu had his suspicions back then, and now he had finally confirmed them. Meng Qihang roared with laughter as well. "Open your eyes and take a look. This isn't your era anymore. Our Mongolian army has millions of soldiers, and we have countless experts under our command. How dare you come to our army camp alone? You overestimate yourself." Duga Seeking a Loss glanced at him indifferently without getting angry. His voice was as calm as still water, as if he was talking about something that couldn't be more natural. "You attack first. Otherwise, you won't have the chance anymore." Meng Qihang was furious. How arrogant. Of course, he could order the Mongolian soldiers and warriors to attack first. First, he could test the opponent's cultivation, and second, he could exhaust his strength. But now, under the watchful eyes of so many people, he also wanted to save his face. Moreover, as a great grandmaster, cultivation was one thing, but cultivating one's mind was equally important. Which great grandmaster didn't have absolute confidence and vigor? How could they show weakness just because of a few words from the opponent? Then die. Meng Qiheng's pupils shrank. His psychic power turned into a solid form, and 9 transparent wind blades suddenly appeared around Dugu seeking a loss. The next moment, they shot toward his body, trying to turn him into a beehive. Earlier, when he was dealing with Du Guifeng, a single wind blade had broken the opponent's unique skill, the invincible tyrannical hand, and reaped his life without losing any momentum. Now, he had condensed 9 wind blades at the same time, attacking from all directions at the same time. It was obvious that he didn't dare to underestimate his opponent. Just when the 9 wind blades were released, and the momentum was about to increase rapidly, the shadow of a sword seemed to appear above Dugu seeking a loss's head. His body didn't move at all, but the sword shadow above his head had already spun out in advance, making an extremely sharp air-piercing sound. When the 9 wind blades were at their weakest point, the sword shadow shattered them into powder. Song Qingshu seemed to have realized something. He remembered that Dugu seeking a loss's sword art always focused on offense, and never on defense. Every time, he would attack the enemy's weak point, and then, one move after another, he would drown the enemy in it. If someone could make him withdraw his sword and defend himself, he would be overjoyed for months. Sure enough, after Dugu seeking a loss's sword had dispersed the opponent's wind blades, he didn't give his opponent any time to breathe, and instantly slashed towards Meng Qiheng. Meng Qiheng's expression changed drastically. He didn't expect that his attack would be neutralized by his opponent at the very beginning, and that the next attack would be so fast. However, he reacted quickly as well. After all, he only needed to use his psyche power, and a transparent light wall appeared in front of him. Previously, he had only relied on this light wall to let Du Guifeng bombard it with the invincible tyrannical hand countless times, and it didn't even budge a bit. But now, he had set up 3 of them. However, the previously indestructible light wall was instantly shattered into pieces by his opponent's sword, as if ice had met with fire. Then, his opponent's sword didn't stop at all, and directly broke through the 3 light walls, and the last sword slashed towards his opponent's forehead. Meng Qiheng's tall and big body stiffened, and he murmured in a very bitter tone, "Such an overbearing sword." Then, a line of blood spread out from his forehead, and his pupils lost their previous luster. His whole body swayed, and he fell down from the tower. He fell heavily on the ground, and didn't have any breath left. He died just like that? All the soldiers felt a chill run down their spines. Even Song Qingshu was no exception. Although Meng Qiheng wasn't considered a strong person in the great grandmaster realm, his method of turning his psyche power into an object was quite brilliant. Even if Song Qingshu was at his peak, it wouldn't be difficult to defeat him, but it would be very difficult to kill him in a one-on-one fight, not to mention ending his life in one move. That sword just now, if it were me, would I be able to take it? Song Qingshu only felt a little thirsty. Meng Qiheng. Tai Muzhen had just rushed over after hearing the news. He saw Meng Qiheng fighting with his opponent from afar, and he was about to come over to hold the line. He thought that with 2 against 1, and with his thousands of soldiers, his opponent would definitely die. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, Meng Qiheng would actually die, and he was killed by his opponent in one move? He felt a chill run down his spine. Ever since he unified Mongolia, the word fear had never appeared in his dictionary again. But at this moment, he felt a deep fear. "Are you the one who brought people to destroy Peerless City?" Dugu seeking for loss shifted his gaze and looked at him quietly. "Those who follow me will prosper, and those who oppose me will perish." Temujin had already calmed down after a brief moment of shock. He had seen all kinds of situations over the years, and there was no way he would show any fear in front of so many of his subordinates. "Since Peerless City has chosen to surrender, I will naturally treat them well. If they choose to resist stubbornly, then don't blame me for being merciless." "But in the end, you still killed Du Guifeng." Dugu seeker of defeat looked at him indifferently. Temujin laughed heartily, his voice full of arrogance and heroism. "So what? His stubbornness is his way of seeking death. In my opinion, this is also what you deserve," Dugu seeker of defeat said. "Right now, in my camp, who knows who will be the one to die?" Temujin sneered. With a wave of his hand, the Mongolian soldiers who had not reacted earlier were now ready. They all knocked their arrows, and in an instant, a terrifying rain of arrows filled the sky. Duga's Seeker of Defeat still did not move an inch. The shadow of the giant sword stood in front of him, and any arrows that got within 3 feet of him were either deflected or turned into dust. Song Qingshu was secretly impressed, but he knew very well that any master facing a rain of arrows like this would have a problem of endurance. After all, blocking so many arrows consumed a lot of internal energy. In the long run, the internal energy recovery rate would not be able to keep up with the consumption rate, and the master would definitely be exhausted to death. But the army was made up of people, not machines. They could not keep shooting arrows non-stop. If there was a slight moment of relaxation, the master would have a chance to escape. As expected, after 3 rounds of arrows, both the power and the number of arrows that were fired had decreased. Duga's Seeker of Defeat moved. With one step, he appeared near the archers. With a wave of the giant sword in his hand, the group of archers was instantly routed. At this moment, another group of Mongolian soldiers moved. Each of them held a gun and fired at the figure. The barrel of the gun spat out countless sparks. Huh? Duga's Seeker of Defeat had obviously not seen this kind of weapon before, but his natural instinct as a master told him to give up on taking it head-on. Instead, he dodged to the side. At this moment, there was a loud bang. Song Qingshu swallowed his saliva. They had even taken out cannons. These were Galdon's troops that had surrendered previously. The Mongolians were indeed very efficient. In such a short time, they had already taken them in. Ordinary people might not be able to see the trajectory of the cannonball, but Duga Seeking for Loss was not one of them. With a wave of his sleeve, he caught the cannonball with a gentle force and threw it back. Boom! The Mongolian artillery camp was instantly blasted into a bloody mess. The camels were frightened and ran away in panic. The camp was in chaos. Temujin knew that he could not continue like this. Just now, he had watched coldly from the sidelines, and he felt a little more confident, so he made his move. While Duga Seeking for Loss was dealing with the cannonball, the sea of blood and countless white bones wrapped around him. The sea of blood was like a giant python that coiled around his body. The white bones and skulls in the sea of blood were like demons from hell, opening their mouths and trying to bite him. Everyone in the Mongolian camp cheered. But halfway through the cheers, the shadow of a giant sword suddenly swelled up and rushed out of the sea of blood. Countless sword auras spread out in all directions, smashing the sea of blood and white bones into pieces. Countless tents nearby were flipped over, and the Mongolian soldiers who did not manage to dodge in time exploded into clouds of blood mist. Temujin spat out a mouthful of blood. Due to the battle with Song Qingshu and the injuries caused by the Tong Tian witch bomb in the shaman sect's secret tunnel, his strength had not fully recovered. Now that his sea of blood and bones had been destroyed by the enemy, his injuries were naturally not light. Duga Seeking for Loss said coldly, "Who would have thought that there are still people who practice the kung fu of the heavenly demon? To create a sea of blood of this scale, who knows how many lives must have been slaughtered? Today, I will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens." As he finished speaking, he walked towards Temujin step by step. Although his steps looked slow, he covered a distance of several dozen feet in the blink of an eye. The Mongolians were shocked. Countless guards of the Great Khan rushed forward, and at the same time, many of the Mongolian experts led by Ba Siba also rushed forward. Ali Buj also asked the experts of the prince's mansion to help. But no one was a match for Duga Seeking for Loss. They all spat out blood and retreated. Only Ba Siba lasted a little longer. With the protection of the lotus seal and the counterattack of the god-vanquishing palm, he created a lot of trouble for the enemy. Although Duga Seeking for Loss was strong, it was not easy for him to advance under the blockade of so many experts. Song Qingshu pretended to rush forward, but his eyes were on Temujin. He saw that Temujin had picked up the Sulu rod, but it was obvious that his cultivation level was much lower than usual. Should I gamble with him now? Song Qingshu was a little tempted. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Damn it, let's shoot him. His eyes turned serious. Just as he was about to make his move, a clear voice suddenly rang out in the air. "Little Condor, you're messing around again." Song Qingshu was shocked. He looked at the green figure on the flagpole not far away in disbelief. How can it be her? Her green robe fluttered, making her look even more petite and delicate. The green bamboo stick in her hand was especially eye-catching. It was the mysterious sheep-raising girl, Qing. Duga seeking for law sent the surrounding experts flying with one strike. When he saw Qing, his calm face darkened. Mysterious lady of the ninth heaven, how many times have I told you not to call me by that name? Mysterious lady of the ninth heaven? Song Qingshu was surprised. He had indeed heard of such a legend in his previous life, but he was still shocked that Qing was really the mysterious lady of the ninth heaven. But your name is not as nice as Little Condor. Qing suddenly looked around. Hey, where's that silly condor next to you? Back then, you would come and pluck its feathers from time to time, so of course it ran away. Whenever Duga seeking for loss talked about this past, he always felt like gnashing his teeth. That's a pity. Calculating the time, its feathers should have recovered by now. Qing said with some regret. Duga seeking for loss was speechless. He was too lazy to pay attention to this heartless crazy woman and directly swung his sword at Temujin. He had not forgotten why he was here. Temujin held the tulu in his hand, surrounded by a sea of blood and bones. He looked at the giant sword coming at him as if he was facing a great enemy. At this moment, a green sword aura swung over and pushed the giant sword to the side. Duga seeking for loss was furious. Mysterious lady of the ninth heaven, do you really want to go against me? At this moment, the originally innocent Qing's eyes suddenly became cold and dignified. Duga seeking for loss, you should have broken through the void a long time ago and left this world. You shouldn't meddle in the affairs of the world. Song Qingshu looked at the green-clothed girl on the flagpole in bewilderment. Was this still the innocent sheep-raising girl who called him Big Brother in his impression? At this moment, she was holy and dignified, as if all living things in the world were nothing but ants in her eyes. Duga seeking for loss frowned. I'll leave after I kill this guy. Qing shook her head. He has great luck protecting him. He should be the emperor of this world. You can't kill him. He has mastered the kung fu of the heavenly demon and has killed countless people, Duga seeking a loss said in a low voice. Millions of corpses and rivers of blood, and you still want to protect him? Heaven and earth are heartless and view all living things as dogs. You should understand this, Qing replied indifferently. Duga seeking a loss laughed so loudly that it shook the entire camp. I don't understand your great principles, but the sword in my hand is my principle. With that, the huge sword above his head slashed towards Temujin. Qing was already prepared, and a huge green sword aura met the attack. Song Qingshu couldn't help but think of the joke from his previous life where someone pulled out a 40-meter-long sword. These two guys in front of him were exactly like that, using swords as knives. After a loud bang, many soldiers who didn't retreat in time were blasted into a mist of blood. Even those who were prepared and held their shields in front of them were seriously injured. Fall back, Temujin ordered. He knew that these two guys were not human, and watching from the sidelines would only bring disaster to the fish in the moat. He wasn't afraid, but the soldiers under him couldn't. The Mongolian soldiers retreated as if they had been pardoned, leaving a huge empty space in the middle of the camp. But Qing and Duga seeking a loss had already fought far away, and only the green figure and the huge black sword could be seen in the air. The sound of the two fighting was like thunder from the sky, like thunder from the heavens. The momentum made everyone who was far away tremble in fear, and they all looked at each other in horror. Song Qingshu silently gazed into the distance, thinking that Qing hadn't used her full strength during the golden snake meet. However, he immediately recalled that Qing was different from this cold and indifferent woman who looked like a high and mighty deity. Could it be that the mysterious fairy of the ninth heaven that Duga seeking a loss mentioned was sealed inside Qing's body, and she usually walked the world as Qing, and would only awaken the mysterious fairy of the ninth heaven at special times? Just now, when the mysterious fairy of the ninth heaven mentioned that Temujin was destined to be the Renhuang of this world, she jumped out to stop Duga seeking a loss when he wanted to kill him, and then when he wanted to deal with Temujin. The next day, the mysterious fairy of the ninth heaven came out to mess things up. He felt a wave of irritation in his heart. Originally, everything was going according to plan, but now there was a huge variable in the plan, and he still didn't know how to solve it. At this moment, an ethereal voice came from the sky, Dugu Chobai, your time is up, hurry up and go. Song Qingshu followed the sound and saw Ah Qing floating in midair. Ah Qing did not continue to attack, but was staring coldly at Duga seeking a loss. Duga seeking a loss also stood between heaven and earth. His entire body started to flicker, as if the will of heaven and earth could no longer contain his existence. Is this what it means to break through the void? Duga seeking a loss looked at his disappearing body with a complicated look in his eyes. In the end, he looked at this familiar world with nostalgia, and his whole body turned into a shadow and ascended into the sky. All the Mongolian soldiers turned pale, and some even trembled in fear. Their horses whinnied and stood on their hind legs. Looking at the scene in front of them, they all knelt down and kowtowed. Temujin also looked at the scene with a face full of fanaticism. From the time of Qin Shi Huang until now, every emperor had longed for immortality. But the idea of immortality was just an illusion, and no emperor had ever achieved it. Today, however, he seemed to have seen the possibility of immortality with his own eyes, and he wondered if he could achieve it one day. At his current age, he was already an old man in the eyes of the world. No matter how high his martial arts level was, it would only prolong his life, and he would still die eventually. But if he could ascend, then the thing that he had been worrying about all these years would be solved. Compared to Temujin's fanaticism, Song Qingshu was quite calm. So what if he ascended? He would still have to start as a small soldier in the immortal world. Staying in this beautiful world and enjoying the prosperity of the world, and having the company of his female friends was pretty good. In the immortal world, there would be all sorts of loneliness and coldness. The legend of Chang'e in the Moon Palace was well known. Oh, there's Chang'e in the sky. Song Qingshu's originally firm heart suddenly wavered. Temujin, treat the people of Peerless City well, or I will take your life even if I have to split open the gate of heaven. Duga Seeker of Defeat left his last words and disappeared from the world. Temujin swallowed hard. Could it be that he had forced the Lady of Two Paths to attract this devil? After tonight's incident, Meng Qiheng died, the Mongolian army suffered heavy losses, and he himself almost lost his life. He had long since thrown that thought to the kingdom of Java, thinking that this woman was inauspicious and should not be touched in the future. Song Qingshu, on the other hand, looked everywhere for Ah Qing, but she was nowhere to be found. She must have left quietly when Duga Seeker of Defeat broke through the void. I wonder if she still remembers me. Song Qingshu let out a long sigh. At this time, on the other side, Ba Siba took the lead and knelt down to Temujin. The emperor appointed by the immortals, the great Khan, is destined to unify the world. Long live the Khan! Temujin was surprised at first, then secretly praised him for his brilliance. With Ba Siba taking the lead, the others all knelt down to worship him. Morale, which had been somewhat scattered after the heavy losses tonight, was restored to its peak, and his reputation had also reached an unprecedented height. Naturally, Song Qingshu was too lazy to worship him. Taking advantage of the crowd, he sneaked back to his own camp. Gu Ningqing was hiding behind the curtain, peeking at him. She did not expect him to suddenly come in and ran right into him. Feeling an elastic body, Song Qingshu hurriedly held her up. Madam, are you all right? Gu Ningqing shook her head slightly. I'm fine. Was that really Duga Seeker of Defeat? How could he be so young? That's right. Others might not be sure, but he had seen Duga Seeker of Defeat's sword, so how could he not recognize it? Madam, you don't have to worry. After this incident, I'm sure Temujin will not dare to have any evil intentions towards you. He hadn't expected that his carelessly thought-up method would actually draw out Dugu Chobai. In any case, only Meng Qiheng had seen his disguise as Dugu Chobai. And Meng Qiheng was already dead. So, he naturally didn't know that two different Dugu Chobai had appeared today. This is all thanks to you. Gu Ningqing blushed at the thought of the situation at that time. If the real Duga Seeker of Defeat had appeared a little too late, by the time he came to save her, her body would have already been taken by Temujin. Moreover, it seemed that he was here to avenge Dugu Yifeng, not to save her. But after the disturbance caused by Song Qingshu, Temujin had the misconception that all of this had something to do with her. This way, her safety could really be guaranteed in the future. But tonight's situation is still unclear, so you shouldn't go back for now. Come back tomorrow in front of everyone, and claim that it was Duga Seeker of Defeat who saved you. He can't jump down to prove it anyway. Song Qingshu pointed to the sky. Gu Ningqing could not help but smile. You're so naughty. As soon as she finished speaking, she felt that it was a bit inappropriate. It sounded too much like flirting. Song Qingshu did not notice, but pointed to the bed. Madam, you've suffered a shock tonight. You should rest early. What about you? Gu Ningqing could not help but ask. Song Qingshu pointed to the cushion beside him. I'll meditate for one night. How can you do that? I heard that you seem to be injured. How can you not rest well? Gu Ningqing said hurriedly. You sleep on the bed. Song Qingshu was surprised. We sleep together? That's not very good, is it? Gu Ningqing's face immediately turned red. She glared at him coquettishly. I said you sleep on the bed, and I'll make do on the cushion. What are you thinking? Only then did Song Qingshu realize that he had misunderstood. He laughed awkwardly. Before he could think of a way to resolve the awkwardness, Gu Zixian's low voice came from outside the door. Big brother Song outside the tent. Gu Zixian's dress fluttered in the wind, and her figure looked even more charming under the moonlight. Song Qingshu hurriedly pulled her in. Grandaunt, don't call me by my name in the future, or else you'll be exposed. Gu Zixian stuck out her tongue. I was just in a hurry, I didn't think too much. She thought to herself, should I call him Master Shueyue? It feels weird. What's so urgent? Song Qingshu asked as he made sure there was no one else outside the tent. It's mainly about my mother. My mother has always kept herself clean, and kept her chastity for my father, but tonight she was summoned by Temujin. I really don't know what to do. Gu Zixian's delicate brows were full of worry. At this time, a light snort came from inside the tent. I'm not keeping my chastity for your father, I just don't want to come in contact with those stinky men. Gu Zixian's whole body trembled, and she hurriedly looked towards the source of the sound. When she saw Gu Ningqing, her face was full of excitement. Why are you here? Gu Ningqing spat. Do you want me to be in Temujin's tent? Of course not. Gu Zixian noticed that she had already changed her clothes, and couldn't help but look back and forth between the two. You guys, what are you thinking about? He was the one who rescued me and temporarily placed me here. Gu Ningqing's face reddened as she jokingly scolded her. Gu Zixian stuck out her tongue. I didn't say anything, you were the one who misunderstood. Seeing that the two seemed to be trying to hide something, Song Qingshu couldn't help but cough, and quickly explained what had happened today. Gu Zixian ran over to hold his hand, and her face pressed tightly against his shoulder. I didn't expect Big Brother Song to hit the jackpot and actually draw out the real Dugu Chobai. This way, Temujin won't dare to have any evil thoughts towards mother anymore. The young girl's body was delicate and youthful, and Song Qingshu couldn't help but secretly praise, not bad, but it's best if you don't show yourself tonight. Tomorrow, when there are more people, you can come back and borrow Dugu Chobai's power. Gu Zixian pursed her lips and smiled. In the end, Big Brother Song, you just want mother to stay in your tent for the night, right? Song Qingshu was startled and hurriedly said, don't talk nonsense like that. Gu Ningqing's face was also pale. She glared at her daughter. What are you talking about? Gu Zixian curled her lips. I'm just joking. What are you guys so nervous about? As he spoke, he hugged the man of his dreams tightly. Brother Song, I've missed you so much. Seeing that she really didn't mean anything, he let out a sigh of relief and responded by hugging her in his arms. Gu Zixian's body was tall and slender, filled with the aura of a young girl. Hugging her was extremely comfortable. Ahem. Gu Ningqing couldn't stand it anymore. There are people here. Gu Zixian's face turned red and she hurriedly pushed her lover away. Then I'll leave first to avoid attracting attention. Take good care of my mother for me. Song Qingshu smiled. Of course. Gu Zixian jogged away as if she was escaping. Only Song Qingshu and Gu Ningqing were left in the tent. The awkward silence was restored. This couldn't go on. Song Qingshu coughed and said, Madam, you can sleep on the bed. Don't worry about me. I have a place to sleep. As he spoke, he found a rope and tied it to the two ends of the tent. Then, he turned over and slept on the rope. Gu Ningqing's eyes widened. You can sleep on a rope? Yes, a friend taught me. The image of Xiaolong Nu's pale but beautiful face appeared in Song Qingshu's mind. He didn't know where she was right now. Aren't you afraid of falling? Gu Ningqing blinked. Her big eyes were full of surprise. Song Qingshu replied, as long as you don't have any evil thoughts in your heart, you won't. Then, the tent became quiet again. The two of them went to sleep with their own thoughts. In the middle of the night, there was a sudden thump. Gu Ningqing jumped in fright. She propped herself up from the bed and looked at Song Qingshu, who was covered in dirt. How are you? Song Qingshu blushed. I'm fine. My skin is rough and my flesh is thick. Seeing that he only had a scratch, Gu Ningqing relaxed. She couldn't help but smile. You said before that you won't fall if you don't have evil thoughts in your heart. Are you having evil thoughts now? As soon as she said this, she regretted it. It felt like she was teasing him. Song Qingshu was also startled. He smiled and climbed up the rope again. After a while, he asked, Madam, you don't seem to be much older than me. Yes. Gu Ningqing was only in her 30s. The two of them were about the same age. In fact, Gu Zixian was a year younger than him. Then do you feel like a cabbage that you've painstakingly raised has been eaten by a pig? Pfft. How can you describe yourself as a pig? On the eve of dawn the next day, Song Qingshu quietly left the camp with Gu Ningqing. According to the plan, she would return early in the morning in front of everyone. That way, Temujin wouldn't dare to have any more ideas about her. The eve of dawn was the time when people were in the deepest sleep, and the chances of being discovered were the lowest. Not long after he returned to the camp, a soldier came to report that Temujin had summoned him. He couldn't help but be surprised. Why did it have to be so early? When he arrived at the king's tent, he found that there were many generals and experts present, all of whom were Temujin's trusted aides. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Temujin opened his mouth and said, I have good news to tell everyone. When we attacked Galdan, I knew that the Mutrin tribe would definitely hear about it and come to our rescue, so I sent Boratai to lead a group of people and set up an ambush on the path they would definitely pass through. In addition, we defeated Galdan in one battle yesterday, so I sent another group of people to support them. They just happened to block the reinforcements led by Hu Qingtong and completely annihilated them. The only regret is that Hu Qingtong ran away, but there are already many people out to capture her, so she probably won't be able to escape. That B*TCH in yellow has injured many of my Mongolian soldiers over the years, but I heard that she's not bad, so I decided to show her some mercy and let her become my servant girl, ha ha ha. Boratai was the son of Bogorchak, a person of high status and great trust. Hearing about this great victory, the generals in the tent all congratulated Temujin for his wisdom and bravery. Song Qingshu, on the other hand, was secretly shocked. Unfortunately, his position was too low before and he didn't know about these military affairs, so he couldn't warn Hu Qingtong in advance. This time, the Mutrin tribe was probably in trouble. As expected, Temujin sat up straight. Before, I allowed the Mutrin tribe to jump around, mainly because I was afraid of the mysterious sword immortal of Kunlun Mountain. But when she appeared yesterday, it was obvious that she supported me. That group of people can't be left alive, so I've decided to take this opportunity to completely pacify the western region. Yesterday, they had been recognized as emperor by that fairy-like figure, so the morale of the Mongolian soldiers was at an all-time high. Now that they heard that they could fight another war, their eyes lit up with excitement. War meant money and women, and who wouldn't like that? Only then did Temujin look at Song Qingshu. Shueiyue sect, I'll send you ahead to the Mutrin tribe to steal the Treaty of Alliance from the 36 tribes of Tianshan and completely disrupt their alliance. Then, when our army arrives, we'll wipe out all those who don't submit. Temujin then said to Ba Siba, Imperial Preceptor, take a team of 10,000 people to Guanming Peak to destroy the remnants of the Ming dynasty. During this time, Zhang Wuji has been missing. Even though Yang Xiao announced that he was in seclusion, no one is a fool. The people of the Ming dynasty are already in a state of panic. Yang Xiao is old and unvirtuous, so he cannot convince the people. Now that the Ming dynasty is divided, and with the Imperial Preceptor leading the team, they will be destroyed without a doubt. I will not disappoint you. Ba Siba bowed and accepted the mission. Song Qingshu frowned. The Ming dynasty was full of factions and had been in a state of internal strife for many years. It was only with the appearance of Zhang Wuji that the Ming dynasty was able to unite. Zhang Wuji was able to smoothly become the leader of the Ming dynasty not because of his martial arts, but because he represented the interests of every faction in the Ming dynasty. Golden Fur Lion King was his adoptive father, and the White-Browed Eagle King was his grandfather. Yang Xiao owed him a huge favor when he escorted Yang Buhui back then, and he also saved the people of the Five Elements banners from Meiju. It could be said that every faction in the Ming dynasty was either his relative or had received a great favor from him, which was why they were willing to recognize him as the leader. Now that Zhang Wuji was missing, the conflicts that he had previously suppressed were completely triggered, and the Ming dynasty returned to its previous state of disunity. Song Qingshu couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. What was the revered Ming planning? From the looks of it, was he planning to give up on the Ming dynasty, but he had been seriously injured in the last war and probably wouldn't be able to recover even after a few years. Thinking back to the days when he had been pretending to be a Tongtian shaman, Song Qingshu fell into deep thought. Could it be that he was also planning to steal the fruits of the war from the Mongols? No matter what the situation was, it seemed that the Ming dynasty could not be saved. Previously, it was Galdan, Wood Table Luan tribe, and the Ming dynasty in the western regions. This time, Temujin had come out in full force and destroyed Galdan and defeated Wood Table Luan tribe. The momentum of unifying the western regions was unstoppable. At first, Song Qingshu was wondering if he should inform the Ming dynasty secretly. However, after some thought, he decided not to do so. If even revered Ming himself was not going to care, then the Ming dynasty could only pray for their own good fortune. His biggest headache right now was figuring out how to deal with the Wood Table Luan tribe. Temujin had sent him alone, which clearly meant that he valued his martial arts skills. He was going to steal the Treaty of Alliance from the 36 tribes of Tianshan and destroy the alliance between the tribes. Then, he would lead his army to take them down one by one. How can we preserve the power of the Wooden Table Luan tribe as much as possible? Even when Song Qingshu came out of the tent, he still could not think of any good ideas. After all, the Wooden Table Luan tribe was different from Peerless City. Over the years, under the leadership of Hu Qingtong, they had killed countless Mongolian soldiers, especially at Gaochang not long ago. Protecting them would be very difficult. In the distance, there was a commotion in the camp. It turned out that Gu Ningqing had returned. Many people had heard about Duga seeking loss rescuing her last night, so when they looked at her, there was a sense of shock mixed with a lot of fear. Even Temujin had a lingering fear of what happened last night, so he took the opportunity to give her a lot of titles. Song Qingshu remembered one of them, Lady Chastity. TSK, 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 this guy couldn't have her, so he put her on a pedestal so that no one else could have her. As Song Qingshu's imagination ran wild, Dan Yuru had already lifted the curtain and entered his tent. Young master, I heard that you are going to the Wood Table Luan tribe. I have some things to say to you. Oh, please speak. Song Qingshu invited her to sit down. Dan Yuru said, Young master, are you thinking about how to save the Wood Table Luan tribe? Song Qingshu nodded. That's right. Does Cult Master have any good ideas? Dan Yuru shook her head. No, and I also want to persuade Young Master to give up on this idea. Song Qingshu could tell that there was a hidden meaning in her words. He couldn't help but ask curiously, why? Dan Yuru explained, although the Wood Table Luan tribe's Hu Qingtong is the most famous, it is mainly led by two brothers, Muzwolan. The elder brother is Podu, and the younger brother is Muzwolan. One occupies Kashgar, while the other occupies Yarkand. Together, they rule the southern frontier. However, in recent years, Hu Qingtong has been in the limelight so much that people only know about Muzwolan and not Podu. Podu has long been dissatisfied with this. The Mongolians are keenly aware of the rift between them, so they have long started to make arrangements. I have a female disciple called Bai Fenghua. She is beautiful and has almost mastered the art of seduction. She was sent to get close to Podu before. Now, Podu listens to her. We can only send a message here and she will take action. She is just one of the many people that have been sent there. For example, I know that Brother Aliber has also set up a few spies there, but I don't know what they are. I have said so much to tell young master that the wood table Luan tribe is doomed. The reason why it could survive for so long was that the Khan was afraid of the mysterious sword immortal in Kunlun Mountain. Now that this is gone, all the previous arrangements are beginning to close the net. So young master, please don't take any risks. Song Qingshu's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect that the Mongolians had been making arrangements in the western region for so many years. At first, he was wondering why the Mongolians would tolerate the few separatist forces in the western region. If it wasn't for Cult Master's reminder, I'm afraid I would have really caused a lot of trouble this time. Song Qingshu said with emotion. Dan Yuru was a little apologetic. It's a pity that I didn't get to know young master earlier. Otherwise, I wouldn't be afraid of Feng or going there. Song Qingshu shook his head. It's none of your business. Even if you didn't send someone, the Mongolians would have sent someone else. Dan Yuru was relieved. She directly leaned on his shoulder and whispered in his ear, my female disciple is beautiful and has learned the art of seducing men. If you like her, you can let her serve you in bed. Just tell her that I said it. Song Qingshu rolled his eyes. Am I that lecherous? Dan Yuru smiled sweetly and sat in his arms. She gently put her arms around his neck and said with an inexplicable charm, if young master is interested, we can serve you together in the future. Song Qingshu's face heated up. You demons of the demonic sect really have no scruples when talking. Dan Yuru twisted her body slightly. Hee, young master, although you say you don't want it, your body is quite honest. Song Qingshu spent a lot of effort to get off her. After all, he had important matters to attend to and really didn't have the time to fool around. He then quietly went to the dual cultivator residence and said goodbye to Gu Zixian and the others. Then, he embarked on his journey to the wooden table ethics department. Song Qingshu went all the way south and found the Mongolian soldiers cleaning up the battlefield near the Anjihai Grand Canyon. Obviously, the Mongolian army had ambushed the reinforcements brought by Hu Qingtong here. Logically, a famous general like Hu Qingtong wouldn't make such a mistake. It was just that she was eager to save people and didn't expect that the always powerful Galdan would be defeated in a day. Then, the Mongolian army took out their forces to ambush her. All these factors combined led to this terrible defeat. I don't know if she escaped or not. Looking at the broken limbs on the battlefield, Song Qingshu could imagine how tragic the battle was. He continued to go south with a solemn expression. He asked the local Mongolian soldiers and heard that Hu Qingtong ran into the mountains. Many experts led troops to chase after her, so he also rushed in that direction. Although he knew that the probability of meeting Hu Qingtong was very low, he still didn't want to do nothing. After walking for an unknown period of time, he felt that the mountain walls on both sides were tall and straight, as if they were carved by a knife. Looking up at the sky, he felt that the sky was blue and bright, as if he was looking up from the bottom of the sea. The surrounding rocks were all dark black and shone with a dark light. The road twisted and turned, becoming steeper and steeper. Song Qingshu had no choice but to release the horses and camels he brought with him. He could only wait to cross the mountain and buy new ones from the local herdsmen. At the same time, he sighed. The famous and dangerous Duku Highway in the future was almost in this direction. With the technological conditions of the future, tens of thousands of soldiers fought for 10 years and sacrificed hundreds of people before it was built. It could be imagined how dangerous and difficult this route was in this era. The reason why he gave up the main road and took these small paths was that he saw some scattered footprints along the way. In his opinion, there were few people in the vast mountains and no one would pass by on a normal day. These footprints were most likely left by the Mongolian warriors who were chasing after Hu Qingtong. He could not help but worry secretly. Calculating the time, he was 1 or 2 days late. He did not know if Hu Qingtong had escaped or been caught. Along the way, he used his qinggong to flip through the mountains and fields. His speed was much faster than when he brought the camels and horses. After searching for another 10 miles, he suddenly could not find any more traces. Song Qingshu was silent for a long time. Finally, he leaped onto a high rock, exhaled his dantian, and used the sound transmission and soul-searching technique to spread the sound waves. Miss Hua, where are you? Although the sound transmission and soul-searching technique he learned from Li Qiushui was magical, There were echoes everywhere in the vast mountains. Naturally, the effect was greatly reduced. Even if it was not affected, the range of the search was no different from finding a needle in a haystack compared to the vast heavenly mountain. However, now that he had lost the direction, he could only try. He used the sound transmission and soul-searching technique at intervals. Finally, after a while, he suddenly heard the sound of fighting coming from afar. His figure flashed and he rushed in that direction. In a valley several miles away, a yellow-robed woman was leaning against a rock, holding a long sword in her hand as she vigilantly looked at the 4 men around her. She said in a cold voice, "I advise you to leave as soon as possible. When my companions come, you won't be able to run even if you want to." She was naturally Huaqingtong. However, she was different from the valiant and heroic yellow-robed girl in the past. The green feather on her head had already fallen somewhere, and her dress was a little tattered. It could be seen that she had been scratched by tree branches and rocks while fleeing in the mountains. What was more eye-catching was the bloody wound on her chest. Blood could be seen with the naked eye, and it was obvious that she was seriously injured. The 4 burly men looked at each other. One of them could not help but say, "Big brother, that person's inner force could spread so far. I'm afraid we can't deal with him. Why don't we retreat first?" The man who was called Big Brother was holding a 1-legged bronze statue in his hand. Upon hearing this, he said angrily, "Bullsh*t. We've worked so hard to chase after her for so long and finally stopped her. Are we going to retreat just like that?" Another thin and tall man holding a steel fork hurriedly echoed, "That's right. You should know that the Great Khan has put a bounty on this woman's head all these years. 10,000 taels of gold and the title of 1,000 households are at our fingertips. How can we give up just like that?" As he spoke, he looked at the woman in front of him with a pair of extremely lustful eyes. "You don't say, this woman is really pretty. Why don't we capture her and rape her first before killing her? Anyway, the Great Khan didn't say that we have to keep her alive." "Gu Jinbiao, you shameless bastard." Huaqingtong's eyes were about to spit fire. She subconsciously wanted to rush over, but she was affected by the injury on her chest and had no choice but to stop. The 3rd man snorted coldly. "Huaqingtong, when you killed our 5th and 6th brothers, did you ever think that this day would come?" It turned out that these people were nicknamed the 6 Devils of Guangdong. The first devil Tingilei was extremely strong and was good at using 1-legged bronze statues. He was originally a tyrant in Liaodong with a family fortune of tens of thousands. He owned many ginseng fields, farms, and gold mines. Later, he was recruited by the Mongols and brought his brothers to seek refuge with the Mongols. The second devil Gu Jinbiao was a famous horse bandit. He was good at using steel forks and flying pitchforks. He was like a demon and was usually elusive. He was extremely lecherous and had the worst character among the 6 devils. The 3rd devil Jiao Wenqi was a disciple of the Han family's iron pipa players. He was good at using iron pipa players and pipa nails. The 4th devil Hahatai was a Mongolian and an expert wrestler. He played the key role in the brothers seeking refuge with the Mongols. The 5th devil Yan Shirkue and the 6th devil Yan Shizhong were Yan Shirkue's blood brothers. Both of them were good at using the 5 forms wheel. Years ago, they stole the Quran of the Muzhuoluan tribe and died under the sword of the Halcyon Feather, Huaqingtong. So this time, they came for the reward from the Mongols and also to avenge their brother. The great devil Tingilei said, "Her blood is almost gone. Let's attack together and finish this quickly. This mountain is so big. That person won't be able to find us in a short time." After saying that, he waved the 1-legged bronze statue and rushed forward. The other devils also rushed forward together. Huaqingtong's eyes were already blurred. After fighting for so many days, her guards had died one by one. She did not know how many Mongolian pursuers she had killed, but in the end, these 4 guys still caught up. Originally, she saw that it was impossible to escape and was ready to kill herself while she still had the strength to avoid being violated by the perverted Gu Jinbiao. But when she heard that person's voice in the air, she suddenly felt reluctant to die. Biting her lips, she gathered the last of her strength and rushed forward. She only had one thought, which was to hold on no matter what. As long as that person came, she would be saved. Unfortunately, she was too heavily injured and lost too much blood. She was already at the end of her life. The other party wanted to finish this quickly, so they did not have the leisurely feeling of a cat chasing a mouse. Instead, they all used their full strength. Bang! The long sword in Hu Qingtong's hand was slightly cut by Tingilei's one-horned bronze statue. Then, Ha Hitai grabbed her and threw her to the ground. Hu Qingtong was already heavily injured and this time, she almost lost her breath. The last of her strength immediately disappeared. Gu Jingbiao's eyes lit up as he rushed forward and began to tear her dress. Hu Qingtong turned pale with fright. Now, she did not have any strength to resist. She could not even bite her tongue to commit suicide. Fortunately, Tingilei lifted Gu Jingbiao up and slapped him on the back of the head. Damn it, you want sex more than your life. Let's leave this place first. When we find a safe place, we can slowly enjoy her. The mysterious person's telepathic message just now was like a shadow pressing on his heart. The others nodded in agreement. Even though Gu Jingbiao could not resist it, he could only temporarily suppress it. Tingilei was worried that his second brother would act recklessly, so he asked Ha Hitai to carry Hu Qingtong and leave. However, they didn't walk for long before they suddenly stopped. That was because a figure was blocking their way. Where are you going? Song Qingshu glanced at Hu Qingtong and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, although she was seriously injured, she was not dead. The 6 devils of Guangdong were originally on guard, but when they saw him clearly, they all heaved a sigh of relief. So it's Lord Shueiyue. Shueiyue was a guest of the Great Khan's tent, so they had seen her from afar before. Now that Lord Shueiyue is here, there's nothing to be afraid of. Did you hear someone's telepathic message just now? This person's inner strength is extremely high, but with Lord Shueiyue here, I think that person is no match for him. Song Qingshu said lightly, what if I tell you that the person who transmitted the voice just now was me? The 6 devils of Guangdong were stunned at first, then their expressions changed. They all wanted to take out their weapons, but a figure flashed in front of them and they all fell heavily to the ground. Song Qingshu caught Hu Qingtong, who had fallen, and asked hurriedly, are you okay? Unexpectedly, Hu Qingtong raised her hand and gave him a slap. There was a hint of sobbing in her voice. Why are you so late? Hu Qingtong fainted after the beating, causing Song Qingshu to be dumbfounded. Did this woman do it on purpose? He reached out to check her pulse. It was already faintly discernible. Only then did he know that she was indeed seriously injured. He hurriedly carried her away. He heard from the Mongolian soldiers that many people had entered the mountains to search for Hu Qingtong. The 6 devils of Guangdong must be one of them. If other Mongolian warriors came, although he was not afraid, he was afraid of trouble. He first gave her a 9 turns bear snake pill to protect her vitality. Then, he carried her all the way through the mountains and finally found a cave a few miles away. Song Qingshu then placed her inside and began to channel his energy to heal her. About an hour later, Hu Qingtong woke up. Seeing the unfamiliar environment, she was confused at first. Then, she suddenly remembered something and hurriedly lowered her head to check her clothes. Seeing that her clothes were intact, she let out a sigh of relief. At this time, a faint voice came from behind her. Am I so unbearable in your heart? She shuddered and hurriedly turned around. She found that Song Qingshu was channeling his energy to heal her behind her. He had already taken off the Watermoon sect mask. After all, it was not so comfortable to wear a layer. It's really you? Hu Qingtong was in disbelief. Song Qingshu smiled. Why? Miss Hu doesn't want to see me? No. Hu Qingtong bit her lip and did not know how to explain for a moment. Thinking of what she said just now, she hurriedly said, I was not guarding against you just now. I was not very clear-headed and thought that I had fallen into Gu Jingbiao's hands. Song Qingshu helped her lean against the stone wall and sat down opposite her. Then can I take it that you don't mind what I do if you fall into my hands? You are always so flippant. Hu Qingtong glanced at him faintly. For the first time, she was not angry. Then let's talk about something serious. Song Qingshu stopped smiling and pointed at her bloody lapel. Just now, I hit your acupoints to stop the bleeding, but you should know that if you keep hitting acupoints, your muscles will die, so you need to bandage the wound. Now that you're awake, I want to ask for your opinion. Do you agree with me treating your wound? Hu Qingtong was finally a little annoyed. Then you could have handled it for me when I was unconscious just now. Why do you have to ask me now? Song Qingshu spread his hands with an innocent look on his face. Your wound is quite sensitive. I'm worried that if I do it for you while you're unconscious, you'll think that I'm taking advantage of you and slap me when you wake up. Hu Qingtong blushed and said apologetically, I'm sorry. I was too worried just now because I heard your voice and you didn't show up. I was worried that I would be humiliated by the 6 devils of Guangdong, so at that time, alright. Song Qingshu also looked depressed. I've never been hit by a woman like this in my life. Tell me, how are you going to compensate me? Why don't you slap me too? Hu Qingtong raised her head after saying that. Her eyelashes trembled slightly with her closed eyes, as if she was waiting for the execution. Song Qingshu waved his hand. Forget it. I'm afraid that I'll slap you to death with your current appearance. Even if I slap you, I won't be able to undo the slap. It's not worth it. Then what do you want? Hu Qingtong opened her eyes and looked at him. I haven't thought about it yet. I'll tell you when I've thought about it. Song Qingshu pointed at the wound on her chest that was starting to bleed again. Hurry up and decide. If you continue to bleed, you'll really die. Hu Qingtong's expression changed. After a long time, she said in a barely audible voice, okay, what? I didn't hear you clearly. Song Qingshu moved his ear closer. Hu Qingtong felt her teeth itch. This guy was really too annoying. He could have treated the wound when she was unconscious. That way, no one would have been embarrassed. However, he had to wait until she woke up before asking. How was she supposed to answer him? Could it be that she didn't mind him looking at her chest? Hu Qingtong took a deep breath and suppressed the urge to bite him. She said in a low voice, help me treat the wound. You won't hit me again after I'm done, right? Song Qingshu confirmed again. Hu Qingtong's teeth chattered. If you continue to say that, I can't help but want to hit you now. Song Qingshu laughed. He knew that it was about time, so he stopped teasing her and began to treat her wound with a serious expression. He slowly untied her clothes and found that her inner clothes had long been soaked in blood and stuck tightly to the wound. If he tore it, it would easily affect the wound. Therefore, he said in a low voice, don't move. Then, a trace of sword aura seeped out from his fingertips. He slowly cut open her clothes and removed the bloody clothes that stuck to her skin piece by piece. Song Qingshu couldn't help but sigh. Miss Hua, you are really a heroine. You were able to escape the Mongolians' pursuit after suffering such a serious injury. Hu Qingtong's eyes turned red. Compared to my tribesmen who died in battle, my injury is nothing. Song Qingshu cleaned her wound and said apologetically, I'm really sorry that I didn't inform you in time. Hu Qingtong shook her head. It's not your fault. You didn't know our marching route. Moreover, I didn't expect Galdan to be defeated so quickly and let the Mongolians ambush us. Song Qingshu applied medicine on her wound and felt her body tremble. It was obvious that she was in pain. The Mongolians are going to attack the Muzwolan tribe next. They are going to unify the western region. What are your plans? Hu Qingtong smiled sadly. What else can I do? The tribe is the place where I was born and raised. I grew up on this land. Naturally, I have to live and die with it. Song Qingshu was silent. There were some things that were useless to say now. It was better not to say them. Feeling his fingers touch the skin near her wound, Hu Qingtong's face turned red. She also wanted to find a topic to change the topic. Where are you going this time? Song Qingshu replied, Temujin sent me to your place to steal the letter of alliance from the 36 tribes. On the way, I found out that the Mongolians were searching for you, so I came to try my luck. I didn't have much hope, but I really found you. Don't you think we are fated? Hu Qingtong pursed her lips and smiled. We are indeed fated. This time, it was Song Qingshu's turn to be stunned. Logically speaking, shouldn't she be scolding him for not being serious again? Hu Qingtong suddenly bit her lip and reminded him in a small voice, the wound is not there. Song Qingshu's face heated up. Sorry, I was distracted just now. Hu Qingtong nodded, indicating that she did not blame him. Are you really going to steal the letter of alliance from the 36 tribes this time? I'll see how it goes. Actually, it's useless for me to just give up on this journey. The Mongolians have been plotting against your tribe for a long time. This time, they are determined to succeed. Song Qingshu shared the information he knew with her. Of course, he was vague about the matter of Dan Ryu's female disciple. Dan Yuru did not hide anything from him. If he sold her for another woman, that would be too much of a scumbag. Hu Qingtong's face also flashed with unprecedented confusion and helplessness. Is our tribe doomed? Song Qingshu helped her bandage her wound and comforted her. Things aren't that bad yet. You should recover first before we talk. I really have to thank you this time, Brother Song, Hu Qingtong said in a small voice. Seeing that she had unknowingly changed the way she addressed him, a smile appeared on Song Qingshu's face. You are too weak now. Eat something, drink some water, and then have a good rest. Okay. Hu Qingtong took the dry food he brought. After eating a little, she could not help but fall asleep. Song Qingshu also leaned against the wall and closed his eyes to rest. In the middle of the night, he was suddenly awakened by a movement beside him. He saw that Hu Qingtong's eyes were tightly closed. Her body was trembling unconsciously. Cold. Recommend the new book by the history god Desert, The Elegance of the Sun and the Moon. It's a little interesting. Who is the elegance of the moon? Song Qingshu hurried over to check on her. Qingtong, what's wrong? Unfortunately, Hu Qingtong did not respond to him. She just kept trembling. Song Qingshu hurried over to find some firewood to make the fire bigger. However, the cold wind was still howling at the entrance of the cave. He even saw large snowflakes falling slowly at the entrance of the cave. What the hell? Song Qingshu cursed in his heart. The weather in the western region was so strange. The sun was scorching hot in the day, but the temperature dropped drastically at night. When he returned to Hu Qingtong's side, Song Qingshu realized that her condition had not improved. He could not help but worry. Was it because the weather was too cold or because her wound was infected? However, he could not let her continue to be so cold. Song Qingshu hurriedly sat down beside her and slowly transferred his internal energy into her body. Feeling the warm inner energy, Hu Qingtong's tightly furrowed brows finally relaxed a little. In her coma, she subconsciously wanted to be closer to the warm place, so she turned over and curled up in his arms. Song Qingshu could not help but laugh. If he did not know that she was indeed unconscious, he might have thought of her as a vixen who was lusting after his body. He took the opportunity to place one hand on her back and the other on her lower abdomen. Using both methods, he continuously channeled his internal energy into her body. Very soon, Hu Qingtong's body trembled less and less. In the end, her expression gradually became peaceful and calm. After an unknown period of time, Hu Qingtong slowly woke up and realized that he was lying in the other party's arms. He could not help but be shocked. Don't hit me again. You were the one who crawled into my arms just now, Song Qingshu said hurriedly. Feeling the warm internal energy coming from her back and lower abdomen, Hu Qingtong vaguely remembered something. She could not help but feel a little embarrassed. Am I such an unreasonable person in your heart? Song Qingshu smiled and said, I can't help it. I'm afraid of being beaten. Hu Qingtong was so angry that she pretended to hit him, but she was stunned. She noticed that there was a layer of fine sweat on his temples and forehead. Thinking about how he was transferring internal energy to her, she could not help but soften. You must be very tired. As she spoke, she pinched her sleeves and gently wiped the beads of sweat off his face. Her movements were gentle and delicate. Song Qingshu was stunned. Are you trying to seduce me? Hu Qingtong froze and said angrily, your words are always so infuriating. Song Qingshu shrugged. Because women will only fall in love with men who make her cry, not men who make her smile. Hu Qingtong turned his head and ignored him. However, after a while, his heart softened. Stop for a while. I think you're exhausted. Song Qingshu breathed a sigh of relief. You finally know how to care for me, my great aunt. He let go of his hands and wiped the sweat off his face. Half of his clothes were soaked. Hu Qingtong was rather embarrassed. How long have you been transfusing inner energy for me? It's been at least 2 to 4 hours. Song Qingshu hurriedly drank a mouthful of water to calm himself down. He felt that his stamina wasn't that great after his injury. In the past, he wouldn't have been this tired. Thank you, Hu Qingtong said softly. How are you feeling now? Song Qingshu asked. Much better. Hu Qingtong nodded, but he still subconsciously tightened his clothes. Are you still cold? Song Qingshu frowned. Hu Qingtong replied, Tianshan is like this. It's very cold at night. It's a pity that I lost my luggage when I was being chased. I don't have enough clothes. Song Qingshu said in a deep voice, I'm injured. I'm afraid I can't use my inner energy to warm you up like I did before. If it was like this for one night, then he wouldn't be able to hurry on with his journey. Moreover, it would greatly delay his recovery time. This was completely unacceptable to him because he still had to wait for his injuries to recover before doing something big. It's okay. I can warm myself by the fire now. Hu Qingtong moved away from his embrace and adjusted the bonfire with a branch. Were the injuries on your body caused by the fight with Temujin and Pangban? You know about it too? Song Qingshu was stunned. Hu Qingtong pursed his lips and smiled. Everyone in the world knows that you fought against 3 great grandmasters alone. How could I not know? It's a pity that he was still beaten and fled. Song Qingshu sighed. The scene of Duga seeking for loss killing Meng Qiheng with one sword appeared in his mind again. He wondered when he would be able to do that. The two of them chatted for a while. The bonfire was getting smaller and smaller. After all, Song Qingshu was in a hurry to save people and didn't have time to gather much firewood. Now that it was snowing heavily outside, the firewood he gathered could not be used. Song Qingshu noticed that Hu Qingtong's body began to tremble slightly again. He said, Come here. I don't want those 4 hours of inner energy to be wasted. Hu Qingtong bit his lip. But you won't be able to hold on. Song Qingshu smiled slightly. It's okay. I'll just rest for a while after I lose. Hu Qingtong shook his head. We still have to hurry to inform the tribe. How can you be exhausted? Song Qingshu sighed. You're going to die soon. Don't think about the tribe. To me, your entire tribe is not as important as you. Hu Qingtong's heart skipped a beat. She looked at him with a complicated expression. Do you treat every woman like this? Song Qingshu shook his head. No, I only treat pretty girls like this. You're always so frivolous. Hu Qingtong laughed. But my sister is in the tribe. She's much prettier than me. Will you change your mind? Princess Xianxia. Song Qingshu nodded. Then I'll change it to the entire tribe is not as important as you and your sister. You're really shameless. Thank you for the compliment. Soon, the two of them fell into silence. The bonfire gradually extinguished and the entire cave became completely dark. Come here. You're a heroine. You don't have to be so shy, do you? Song Qingshu could not help but laugh. Who's shy? Hu Qingtong snorted and moved to his side. She hesitated for a moment. Actually, you don't have to waste your internal energy. Then, won't you freeze to death? Song Qingshu was stunned. He had his internal energy to protect his body. Hu Qingtong was very weak now. How could she withstand it? Hu Qingtong turned her head and said in a barely audible voice, You can hug me and use your body to keep warm. Okay. Song Qingshu smiled and pulled her into his arms. Hu Qingtong thought that he would decline on the surface. She did not expect him to be so impolite. She could not help but feel a little embarrassed. Did you deliberately lure me into saying that? Song Qingshu shook his head. That's because you're kind and you can't bear to let me waste my internal energy. Hu Qingtong gritted her teeth. Let's make this clear. After tonight, no one is allowed to mention this to anyone else. I know. You have a fiancé. I won't ruin your reputation. Song Qingshu held her in his arms and warmed her with the heat of his chest. Hearing the words fiancé, Hu Qingtong's eyes flashed a trace of sadness. However, she did not say anything. The cave returned to its tranquility. After a while, feeling her slightly cold body, Song Qingshu said, "This won't do. The heat can't pass to your body through your clothes." Some words have been said on the official account, but many people have not added the official account, so I'll say it again. Qing's original form is Zhao Chu, the head of the 33 swordsmen in Wu Yue Swordsman. At the same time, in the legend of pacifying demons written by Luo Guanzhong and Feng Menglong, she is the incarnation of the mysterious fairy of the ninth heaven. In Jin Yang's system, Qing has always been the first character. Others like Sherpadian, the sweeping monk and Zhang Sanfeng compete for second place. She has always been a transcendent character. When it comes to martial arts, she is generally not included. Of course, Sherpadian who cheats in the later stages is also a little beyond the scope of martial arts. However, in the book Journey of the Gallant, Zhang Sanfeng and Dharma are clearly listed as martial arts legends. To a certain extent, no matter how powerful Sherpadian is, to a certain extent, similar to these two. So in my opinion, Qing's martial arts value is undisputedly the first in the Golden Book, unless she is not written. Since she appears, she must follow her first position. In addition, she has a mythical character, so the book is said to have the projection of the mysterious fairy of the ninth heaven in her body. She is equivalent to an existence that protects the world. The entire book is still within the scope of martial arts, not Xianxia. Shut up. Hua Qingtong's face was a little red in the dark. Do we have to take off our clothes and hug each other? Why not? Song Qingshu saw that she was showing signs of losing her temper and said hurriedly, Hey, I'm the one who's at a disadvantage. Hua Qingtong was so angry that she laughed. What did you suffer? Song Qingshu said, I read those stories about chivalry. It's usually about a male chivalrous hero who is injured and shivering in the middle of the night. Then, his confidante takes off her clothes and uses her body to warm him. Everyone will think that the girl is at a disadvantage and is willing to sacrifice her body to save the hero. Why am I not at a disadvantage when it's my turn to save you? Hua Qingtong was a little dizzy by his fallacious reasoning. How can it be the same? Song Qingshu smiled and said, What's the difference? Hua Qingtong was annoyed. Anyway, it's different. I don't know where you read those messy stories. How can there be such a thing? Song Qingshu revealed a nostalgic expression. I don't know how many such stories there are in my hometown, but unfortunately, I can't see them now. Hua Qingtong spat. No wonder you're so bad. Song Qingshu sighed. I said that on purpose to resolve your embarrassment, but you misunderstood me. I'm really a little sad. Hua Qingtong also said faintly, I know, but I'm a woman after all. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly and said, I was teasing you just now. I'll transfer my internal energy to you. As he said that, he pressed his palm on her back again. No need. You'll consume too much energy this way. Hua Qingtong pressed his hand down and shook her head slightly. Forget it. You're lucky. After saying that, she unbuttoned her clothes. In fact, her coat was already a little tattered because of the escape. There was not much left of the lining because he had just treated her wound. Therefore, with a little force, it slipped from her shoulder and her whole body was pressed tightly against the chest of the man beside her. Hug me tightly. Song Qingshu hurriedly took off his coat and put it behind her. Don't catch a cold. Hua Qingtong buried her head in his arms and did not speak. The two bodies hugged each other tightly, and the cave fell into a strange silence. Feeling the beauty in his arms tremble slightly, Song Qingshu did not know if it was because she was cold or afraid. He felt a little apologetic and hurriedly circulated his internal energy throughout his body. His entire body became as warm as the sun. Hua Qingtong hugged him tightly, and her stiff body gradually softened. Of doing a being. A being. Hoof of Song Song. I'm thinking about a physics problem, Song Qingshu replied. Physics? Hua Qingtong was stunned. Obviously, he had never heard of this term. Song Qingshu explained, I took a course in the past, and there was a chapter that talked about work efficiency. It mentioned that it's impossible to use 100% of energy. In the process of work, most of the energy is wasted, and only a small amount of energy is used on the blade. Do you know that some experts in the martial arts world will pass on their skills to their disciples? Song Qingshu said, when they passed on their skills, only a small part of the inner force was digested and absorbed by the disciple. Most of the inner force dissipated into the air. Hu Qingtong understood a little. But why did you suddenly mention this? Song Qingshu answered, because I transferred my inner energy to you to keep you warm just now. I exhausted myself to keep your body temperature. Most of my inner energy was wasted in the air. But now, I only need to circulate my inner energy in my body. It's easy for me to keep you warm. Why didn't I think of doing this earlier? Hu Qingtong was so angry that she pinched him hard, causing Song Qingshu to scream. It's fine if you pinch me, but don't split your wound open, Song Qingshu hurriedly reminded. Hu Qingtong had already pinched a piece of flesh with her 2 fingers, but when she heard him say this, she couldn't bear to use more strength. What do you think our tribe should do next? Song Qingshu laughed to himself. He knew that she was changing the topic on purpose to distract him, but he still answered, can you be sure that your tribe is united and everyone will be united to fight the Mongolians to the end with you? Hu Qingtong thought about it and shook her head. I am a woman after all. In the past, many people didn't really respect me, but because I always led them to victory, I was able to suppress them. But now that I have led the army to defeat, I'm afraid many people will jump out. If that's the case, take your family and hide in the Vulture Palace. That is my territory. It is in the mountains, and the Mongolians won't be able to attack. Song Qingshu said. This was the retreat plan he had been thinking of recently. The other forces were far away in the Central Plains, and it was easy for them to be attacked by the Mongolian cavalry on the way. Coincidentally, the Vulture Palace was on Mount Tian, and it was not too far away from the Muzzwolen tribe. Many people from the Vulture Palace had been transferred to Linen to help control the palace. There were still some people left, and it should not be a big problem for them to protect themselves. Hu Qingtong shook her head. That is, after all, my native tribe. I still have to try my best to see if I can protect them. Song Qingshu immediately felt a sense of respect. Most people in the world would weigh the pros and cons, but there were still some people who would do things even though they knew it was impossible. It was because of these people that the cultural heritage would not be destroyed. Soon, the cave fell silent again. Hu Qingtong said softly, I'm going to sleep. Song Qingshu nodded. Okay. After a while, he felt a strange movement in his arms. Song Qingshu could not help but ask, what's wrong? How can I sleep with you like this? I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. It's purely a physiological reaction. Hu Qingtong was silent for a while, and suddenly asked, Brother Song, do you think I will die with the Mongolian army here? Song Qingshu hugged her tightly. Don't worry, I will definitely save you. Thank you. A smile appeared on Hu Qingtong's face. Actually, I don't want to die. There are still many things I haven't done in my life. If I die like this, I will have regrets. What kind of things haven't the dignified yellow robe of green feathers done before? Song Qingshu was curious. For example. As soon as she finished speaking, she raised her head and kissed his lips. Song Qingshu was stunned. Before he could react, his hands had already tightly hugged her energetic body. Hiss, what's wrong? Did you touch a wound? Yes, wait, let me adjust it. Song Qingshu put his hands under her armpits and lifted her up. She sat in his arms with her back facing him. Hu Qingtong tilted her head back slightly, and her face was flushed. You are so skilled. Song Qingshu smiled and did not answer. He kissed her from behind. At that moment, Hu Qingtong felt that the cold air around them seemed to have become warm. After an unknown amount of time, Song Qingshu sucked his bag over, took out a blanket, and wrapped it around the two of them. Hu Qingtong was stunned. Why didn't you take it out just now? Would you believe me if I said I forgot? I don't believe you, you bad thing. Under the blanket, a young man and woman were hugging each other tightly. Song Qingshu gently stroked the beautiful hair of the beauty in his arms and said with some emotion, Qingtong, are you planning to go back to live and die with the tribe this time? Is that why you suddenly let go of yourself like this, because you have the will to die? Hu Qingtong's face was flushed, and she sighed faintly. You really understand a woman's mind. That's right. After all, that is the place where I was born and raised. If it is destined to be destroyed by the Mongolians, then I will definitely accompany it. Song Qingshu said in a low voice, "Why are you so stupid? As long as there is life, there will be hope. As long as you are alive, there will be a day when you can turn defeat into victory." Hu Qingtong shook her head, and there was some confusion in her eyes. Now that the Mongolians are powerful, where is Qing Shan? I can't see any hope of turning defeat into victory. Song Qingshu patted his chest. Although you don't have Qing Shan, you have Qing Shu. Don't worry, as long as I am here, I will lead you to defeat them sooner or later. Hu Qingtong bit his flesh. I haven't settled the score with you for lying to me just now. Song Qingshu could not help but mumble in a low voice, you were the one who took the initiative first. Hu Qingtong glared at him fiercely, and in the end, she said helplessly, this time, the odds are against our tribe. Zhang Wuji is also dead, so I have nothing to worry about. I'll just take it that you got lucky, and I can also settle one of my own worries. Song Qingshu's expression suddenly became strange. Zhang Wuji is dead? Where did you hear that? Hu Qingtong sighed. Even though the Ming dynasty announced to the public that their cult master is in seclusion, it's impossible for there to be no news at all after such a long time. Moreover, when the Mongolians attacked the western region some time ago, I wanted to join forces with the Ming dynasty to fight against the enemy. Unfortunately, he still didn't respond. Our spies in the Ming dynasty have sent word that he has been missing for a long time. There are many different theories within the Ming dynasty. Some say that Xianxia rebelled against his superiors, some say that Zhang Wuji died from his injuries, some say that he assassinated Temujin and died. The flags of 5 elements and the scattered ones have already publicly broken off all relations with Xianxia, and the Ming dynasty is in chaos. If he is still alive, how could he not care? Song Qingshu's expression was a little strange. So you think your fiancé is dead, so you don't have any psychological burden to do that with me? What else do you think? Hu Qingtong glared at him hatefully. Although I don't have any feelings for him, since we have an alliance, I will abide by it. How can I let you off so easily? Song Qingshu couldn't help but say, what if I tell you that he's not dead? Hu Qingtong was speechless. Don't joke about something like this. Hu Qingtong's heart was also pounding. He should be in Mongolia. Song Qingshu told him the information he had obtained and his speculation. He has been pretending to be a Tongtian shaman? Hu Qingtong was dumbfounded. That's right, Song Qingshu said. I only realized it when I saw the Tongtian shaman's body and noticed that he had been hit by the asteroid-sucking technique. That guy has indeed hidden himself well. Right now, he should be hiding somewhere in Helen City, secretly recuperating. Naturally, he has no energy to care about the Ming dynasty. Hu Qingtong gritted his teeth. Then, when he became a Tongtian shaman, did he plan to give up on the Ming dynasty from the beginning? That should be the case, Song Qingshu replied. Actually, we all know that whether it is the Ming dynasty or the Wood Table Luan tribe, although they can win 1 or 2 battles, they are destined to be no match for the Mongolians. It is only a matter of time before they are destroyed. He must have been looking for a way out and finally chose to sneak into the Mongolian interior. Then why didn't he tell me? He caused me. Hu Qingtong couldn't continue for a moment. Song Qingshu smiled and moved closer. Caused you to be bullied by me? Bah, Hu Qingtong spat. I am the master of my own body. So what if he is alive? Green feather yellow shirt is indeed a heroine. Song Qingshu gave her a thumbs up. Hu Qingtong suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but ask in a trembling voice, then, in the Gaochang labyrinth, the Tongtian shaman was already him? Yes, so you personally said in front of your fiancé that you are my woman. Song Qingshu laughed gloatingly. You bastard, you did it on purpose. Hu Qingtong pinched and bit. This guy was too despicable. He had led her into a trap step by step. Song Qingshu laughed as he dodged, reminding him, don't open up your wound. Forget it if you die. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Hu Qingtong said hatefully. Song Qingshu hugged her tightly and said gently, you are a heroine. How can you be like those ordinary women? Moreover, that guy chose to give up on the Ming dynasty. He has already betrayed the alliance between the two of you. What do you have to apologize for? Hu Qingtong bit her red lips. But I still feel strange. That proves that we are not familiar enough. Come, let's get to know each other better. Song Qingshu said as he started to touch her up and down again. You bastard. Hu Qingtong's face was red, but she still reluctantly complied. The next morning, Hu Qingtong was worried about the safety of her tribe. She ignored her injuries and insisted on continuing on their journey. Song Qingshu carried her all the way through the mountains and fields. Hu Qingtong's usually heroic eyes became tender and sweet in his arms. She gently wiped the sweat from his forehead. Are you tired? Song Qingshu shook his head. My body is very good now. Ha ha ha. With the help of the two princesses and Hu Qingtong's primordial yin last night, his previous injuries could be said to have completely healed. At this moment, he was smiling proudly in the mountains and was really proud of his success. Hu Qingtong recalled the situation in the cave last night and could not help but blush. This guy's body was indeed unbelievably good. The two of them passed through the mountains and came to a large grassland. Hu Qingtong, who could be considered half the owner, introduced him along the way. This was the Naladi grassland, and behind it was the Bayanbuluk grassland. Later, the two of them met a group of local herdsmen. Song Qingshu wanted to find them to buy horses and camels, but unfortunately, there was a language barrier. They looked at him warily. Fortunately, Hu Qingtong was there to communicate with them in the local language. In addition, she was beautiful and valiant, so she won the favor of the local herdsmen in an instant. After selling their horses, she also gave them a lot of horse milk, wine and dry food. Song Qingshu could not help but feel a little indignant. These lecherous guys. If a few girls saw me, they would not have that attitude. Do you believe me? I believe you, I believe you. Seeing that he was like a child, Hu Qingtong could not help but smile. The two of them went deep into the grassland. The grassland was as flat as a mirror, completely different from the ups and downs in the mountains. Gazing into the distance, they only felt that heaven and earth were connected, and everything was silent. It was as if there were only the two of them in the universe. Although Song Qingshu was skilled in martial arts, he could not help but shudder when he was in such a state. He suddenly felt that the universe was boundless and he was abnormally small. The two of them rode for dozens of miles but did not see anyone. Suddenly, Song Qingshu jumped onto Hu Qingtong's horse. What are you doing? Hu Qingtong was stunned. I've seen a plot in a movie before and I've always been curious about whether it can be done, so I want to try it myself. He pulled Hu Qingtong into his arms and whispered a few words into her ear. Hu Qingtong's pretty face instantly turned red. No way, it's too ridiculous. There's no one around anyway, Song Qingshu said. Besides, isn't your martial arts on horseback very good? Let me see it. Hu Qingtong was annoyed. How can my martial arts be the same as what you're thinking? I think it's similar. Song Qingshu nodded seriously. In such a vast place, it was easy to let go of oneself. In addition, thinking about the uncertain future of the Muzhuoluan tribe, Hu Qingtong also felt like she was celebrating before she died. So in the end, she could not resist the other party's coaxing and pestering and gave in to his wishes. Just like that, the two of them stuck to each other. Time passed quickly and before long, they were nearing the territory of the Muzhuoluan tribe. Hu Qingtong's face also regained its sanctity and did not allow him to fool around anymore. Song Qingshu did not insist, but he was a little depressed because he had always thought that his martial arts on horseback was pretty good. After all, he had personally led troops to battle so many times. Who knew that he would almost fall off the back of the horse several times? Fortunately, Hu Qingtong, who had grown up on horseback, held on tightly to him and was often teased by him because of this. Just as Hu Qingtong was teasing him about this, a passing herdsman suddenly recognized her and told her that something had happened in Yarkand. The color drained from Hu Qingtong's face as she hurriedly asked what had happened. After some communication, she finally understood what had happened. It turned out that the Muzhuoluan tribe was led by two leaders. The two leaders were brothers. The elder brother was Bodu, who was based in the city of Kashgar, which was later known as Kashgar. The second brother was Hu Qingtong's father, Muzhuoluan, who was based in the city of Yarkand, which was later known as Xianxia. The two brothers had been working together for the past few years to conquer the south and the north. They could be considered to have conquered the southern border together. At the same time, they had repelled the Mongolian invasion several times. However, Hu Qingtong had been in the limelight for the past few years. As a woman, she led the tribe to victory in every battle and made a name for herself. More importantly, she was extremely beautiful. Even the people of the Central Plains had heard of the famous yellow robe with green feathers. The consequence of this was that the Mu Tianluan tribe was the most powerful tribe and the limelight was stolen by them. The other Bodu, as the eldest brother, was not inferior to the Mu Tianluan tribe in terms of strength and contribution. However, outsiders would only call them the Mu Tianluan tribe. Bodu would inevitably be dissatisfied if this went on, but it was still tolerable on the whole. Until a few days ago, when a woman appeared by Bodu's side. Bodu fell head over heels for her. When he learned that Hu Qingtong had been defeated on the front lines, he finally made up his mind to lead his army to attack Yarkand. Muzualan thought that his brother had come to support him and did not take any precautions. Of course, his main force had been taken away by Hu Qingtong, so there was no point in taking precautions. Bodu led his army to attack Yarkand. In the chaos of battle, Muzualan and his son, Huai, died in battle. His daughter, Princess Xianxia, was captured. It was said that Bodu planned to offer her to Temujin as a gift of surrender. Hu Qingtong was already injured, and when she learned that her father and brother had died in battle, her vision darkened and she fainted. Song Qingshu was startled and hurried over to support her. You should leave quickly. If Bodu's people know that Miss Hui is here, they will definitely send people to capture you, the herdsman hurriedly reminded them. He had been trading with the Han people for many years and knew a few words of Chinese. Thank you. Song Qingshu secretly sighed at Hu Qingtong's high prestige here. Even now, there were still people willing to inform her. Song Qingshu cupped his hands to thank the herdsman and left with Hu Qingtong. When Hu Qingtong woke up and realized that he was in a dilapidated house, he couldn't help but cry when he thought of his father and brother's tragic state. It's all my fault. If I hadn't been defeated at the front, Bodu wouldn't have dared to be so reckless. Song Qingshu hurriedly comforted him, don't put the blame on yourself. Even if this incident didn't happen, he would have acted because of something else. There's a saying in the Han, there's no such thing as guarding against thieves for 1,000 days. Hu Qingtong's emotions slowly calmed down after he comforted her with good intentions. Where is this? Hu Qingtong looked around and realized that it was not a herdsman's tent. Song Qingshu replied, it's Yarkand. Now that the city is in chaos, it's not hard to find an empty house. Hu Qingtong's expression darkened. Yarkand used to be prosperous, but now it's empty. In the end, it's all my fault. Song Qingshu said in a low voice, the Mongolians are strong. They can lose 8 or 10 times, but your tribe is weak and can't afford to lose even once. This is something that can be salvaged by manpower. You don't have to blame yourself too much. Seeing that she was depressed and lost, Song Qingshu knew that this incident was too big a blow to her. Any words of comfort would be useless. He could only change his approach. Isn't your sister still in their hands? You should pull yourself together and think of a way to save her. That's right. Hu Qingtong's gray eyes brightened. Casley doesn't know martial arts, and she's usually so kind and weak. She must be very scared now that she's alone. I have to save her. Hu Qingtong struggled to stand up, but she felt dizzy and almost fell again. Song Qingshu hurriedly supported her. You've lost too much blood and are very weak now. You've been in a hurry, and the food you've eaten is not nutritious. You should rest first. Hu Qingtong shook her head. No, I can't let Casley be alone. You don't know how beautiful she is. No man can resist her charm. Every moment she falls into the enemy's hands is one more moment of danger. Song Qingshu thought, how could I not know how beautiful Princess Fragrance is? She's one of the most beautiful women in the entire Golden Book system. How about this, I'll help you save your sister, and you promise me to rest and recuperate. No, I want to go too, Hu Qingtong insisted. Song Qingshu pointed at her pale face. You're so weak now. Not only will you not be able to help, but I'll also have to split my attention to protect you. Hu Qingtong gradually regained her rationality. Thinking about it, she agreed. But you've never seen my sister. What if you saved the wrong person? Song Qingshu laughed involuntarily. When the time comes, I'll just go find the prettiest girl. You have to believe in my taste. Ordinary beauties won't catch my eye at all. I promise I can recognize your sister at first glance. Hu Qingtong snorted. Who doesn't know that young Master Song has many female friends in the world? You don't have to show off like this. Song Qingshu was speechless. I'm telling you not to worry. Alright. Anyway, my sister is much more beautiful than me. You can use me as a benchmark, Hu Qingtong said. Song Qingshu helped her tidy up the messy hair on her temples. Don't belittle yourself. You are obviously an outstanding beauty. That's because you haven't seen my sister. Hu Qingtong bit her lip and suddenly thought of something. You're not allowed to have any bad thoughts about my sister. Don't worry. I won't have any ideas about my sister-in-law. Song Qingshu paused. But what if she takes the initiative to fall in love with me? Hu Qingtong rolled her eyes at him. Although I know you're deliberately making me happy, I really want to bite you to death. Song Qingshu laughed and walked over to pick her up. I'd better find a place to settle you down first. I'm worried about leaving you here. Do you have any trusted aides or a safe place in this city? Hu Qingtong shook her head. My trusted aides were all killed or injured when I went out to battle this time. Many of them could have escaped, but in order to save me. Why didn't you come earlier? As she spoke, her eyes turned red. She couldn't help but cry in his arms. Song Qingshu gave a secret sigh. No wonder she slapped him back then. It wasn't just because she was afraid, but also because of the regret of watching her comrades die to save her. After she calmed down a little, Song Qingshu said, Didn't I ask you to take care of the Taiyan tribe people last time? Where did you place them? Why don't you go to them and ask about the latest news in the city? I gave the Taiyan tribe a field at the foot of the southern mountain and also prepared a house for Xianxia and her daughter in the city. It's on the southern side of the city. I don't know if they were affected by this incident. Hu Qingtong had a worried expression. Let's go take a look. If there's nothing wrong, we can let them take care of you. I'll be reassured. Song Qingshu said. Hu Qingtong gave a sound of understanding. She suddenly had a bit of doubt. Are they also your women? Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat and he quickly explained, Don't think too much, they have never seen me like this before. I have always used the identity of the Water Moon Great Sect to deal with them. So it's like this. Hu Qingtong did not dispel his doubts, but they are so beautiful, it doesn't match your personality. Quickly tell me, do you have an affair with a big beauty or a little beauty? Let me be prepared, otherwise it will be awkward when I see them later. No, there is nothing between us. Song Qingshu subconsciously denied it. Wouldn't he be asking for trouble if he admitted to this kind of question? Who would have thought that Hu Qingtong would become angry? You really don't have many truths coming out of your mouth. Who was it in the Taiyan tribe that helped you and Xian deal with the aftermath? Your voice was so loud that it could be heard from several hundred meters away. Song Qingshu thought about it and instantly felt a bit embarrassed. No wonder Hu Qingtong was so strong on the battlefield, he was too sly, even knowing how to fish. He could only awkwardly explain, I've used too many identities over the years and couldn't remember. I didn't lie to you on purpose. Hu Qingtong rolled her eyes at him. Alright. I always knew that you were a womanizer, so I didn't have high expectations of you here. Song Qingshu chuckled a few times. He thought to himself that people couldn't be set up like that. In his previous life, why did so many famous people lose their reputations? It was because they always set up the image of a good husband, a good wife, and a devoted wife. Once something happened, their entire person would be ruined. On the contrary, people like him, who always had the image of a scumbag, would naturally have low expectations of him. Occasionally, he would act a little more devoted, which would actually add to his reputation. The two of them came to Xian and Aman's residence. When they opened the door, there were several blades flying at them. Song Qingshu had already sensed that there were people in the room. With a wave of his sleeve, he sent the blades to the ground. Everyone stop, it's Miss Hua. One of them shouted. Miss Hua. Miss Hua is back. A man and the others can be saved. The group of people were all excited. Song Qingshu was stunned. He noticed that they were dressed in the Taiyan tribe's attire and quickly asked, what happened to A Man and the others? Those people looked at him and saw that he was suitable to come with Hua Qingtong, so they did not hide anything. They were captured by Bo Du's people and brought to the city lord's palace. We were discussing how to save them. Song Qingshu secretly sighed that beauty in this chaotic world would bring endless trouble to women. He suddenly noticed that a familiar figure was missing from the crowd. Where's Su Pu? Why don't I see him? As the leader of the younger generation, Sup liked Amon so much. How could he not be there when something happened to Amon? Su Pu was killed by Bo Do's subordinates in order to stop Amon from being taken away. Those people had mournful and resentful expressions on their faces, revealing the corpses of many of their clansmen behind them. Only then did Song Qingshu notice Su Pu's ashen face. He squatted down to examine the body and found that Su Pu's heart meridian had been broken by someone's internal energy. The culprit's kung fu was quite high. When did this happen? About 2 hours ago. We just heard the news and rushed over. We were about to rush to the city lord's mansion to rescue and take revenge, those people replied. Song Qingshu frowned, aren't you just throwing your lives away by attacking the city lord's mansion? The main force of Taiyan tribe's young and strong men had already been killed by the Mongolian soldiers, and the ones who survived were the old and weak. They did not have much offensive power. Those people were enraged, even if we can't win, we still have to fight. Our Taiyan tribe is not a coward. Miss Hua is back. With her leading the way, we will definitely win. Seeing that these people were looking at Hua Qingtong fervently, Song Qingshu finally knew how high her prestige was in this area. By Chinese network I happen to know of a secret passage that leads to the city lord's mansion. You guys come with me, Hua Qingtong said after thinking for a while. Song Qingshu was shocked and hurriedly asked, your injury? Hua Qingtong shook her head, it was just a sudden bad news just now, and I haven't calmed down yet. I'm much better now. Don't worry, there won't be a problem. These people can set fire to the city lord's mansion once they enter, and they can also help to distract some of the Pota soldiers. At this time, one of the Taiyan tribe warriors said, actually, it's not that bad. This time, it's not just our tribe, there are many other warriors who will attack the city lord's mansion. Why? Hua Qingtong was also a little curious. Could it be to avenge her father? But in her heart, she knew that it would be fine if the situation had not been decided, but now that the Muzhuoluan tribe was clearly finished, would these people risk their lives? Because Princess Xianxia has said that she will marry whoever can avenge her. All the warriors in the surrounding villages have gone crazy and want to charge into the city lord's mansion, the man answered. Hua Qingtong was shocked, my sister actually made such a promise? No one knew her sister's charm better than her. Her sister was publicly recognized as the #1 beauty in the western region, and she even thought that she was the most beautiful woman in the world. But previously, her sister had been close to Leader Chen of the Red Flower Society. Why would she use her own happiness as a stake this time? Another person said, Princess Xianxia is indeed Miss Hua's sister. She is truly a heroine. To avenge her father and brother, she actually made such a promise. I heard that a young Master Chen died to save her. His father and brother died, and so did his lover. So in desperation, he made this plan. Hearing their discussion, Hua Qingtong hurriedly asked, young Master Chen? Which young Master Chen? I think it's some Red Flower Society. I heard someone call him Leader Chen. When Yelkiang City was breached, he desperately protected Princess Xianxia out of the city, but in the end, he couldn't do it alone. Song Qingshu was also stunned. Chen Jialua had died just like that. Although he didn't really like this guy in the original work, who had given his woman away for the sake of the country, he was still a gentleman. He couldn't help but feel a little sad that a familiar person had died without a sound. If I don't take revenge, I am not human. Hua Qingtong said hatefully. Although she and Chen Jialua didn't have any feelings for each other in this world, after fighting together for so long, she treated him as a very good friend. Now that the new and old grudges were added together, she was even more anxious to take revenge. Song Qingshu didn't dare to delay any longer. He led a group of people to the city lord's residence. With Huaqingtong leading the way, they found a secret passage in a well in a courtyard and quietly snuck into the back courtyard of the city lord's residence. After entering the residence, the warriors of the Taiyan tribe grabbed a guard and asked where A Man and the others were. They hurriedly rushed over. Huaqingtong hurriedly stopped them, telling them to set fires everywhere and create chaos. Otherwise, even if they managed to save the people later, the city lord's residence would be heavily guarded, and they wouldn't be able to leave. Since they're preparing to give Casli to Temujin, she shouldn't be in danger for the time being. Let's save A Man and the others first, Huaqingtong quickly said to Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu couldn't help but admire her. In such a short period of time, she had thought through everything clearly. As expected of the yellow robes of green feathers, Huaqingtong was very familiar with the residence. After hearing the guard's words, she quickly led Song Qingshu to the place. Save them first. Seeing the soldiers leave, Song Qingshu quickly brought Huaqingtong's group in. They found a large and small beauty hugging each other as they cried. Who else could it be other than Xianxia and A Man? Song Qingshu was shocked, thinking that they had been bullied. When he saw that their clothes were fine, he let out a sigh of relief. You are? Xianxia and A Man couldn't help being stunned when they saw the man who suddenly charged in, subconsciously hiding behind him. Song Qingshu finally remembered that they had only seen the watermoon sex appearance and did not know his true appearance. He had really shot himself in the foot. Xianxia, A Man, we're here to save you. Huaqingtong also came in at this time. Seeing that the two girls were safe, he let out a sigh of relief. Miss Hua. Xianxia and A Man were pleasantly surprised when they saw her. Seeing the tribe members behind her, they felt like they were in a dream. Song Qingshu gave a cough. We'll slowly catch up after we leave. That's right, I heard from the guards that you were captured by an expert. Where is he? A Man's eyes instantly turned red. That person is a big bad person. Supu died under his hands. Before, Taiyan's group made Song Qingshu have a good impression of this beautiful little girl. Seeing her pitiful appearance now, he couldn't help feeling angry. What is that person's name? I'll help you take revenge. Thank you, hero. A Man revealed a look of pleasant surprise, but she quickly shook her head. But I don't know that evil person's name, I only know that he is fat and very ugly. Song Qingshu. How could he find people with this kind of description? It was a good thing Xianxia knew more on the side. He was trying to bully us just now. He seemed to call himself the evil Buddha. Evil Buddha Zhongzhongyao? Song Qingshu was stunned, but he immediately reacted. Since Bai Fenghua was luring Bo Do here, it was obvious that Brother Ali Buj had also sent other experts from the Heavens Mandate cult over to help. Although Dan Yuru was the cult leader, these elders were not under her jurisdiction, so she naturally did not know their movements. It was true that a dog couldn't stop eating shit. Back then, in Xianxia, Zhong Zhongyao had harbored evil intentions towards Madame Qiu, the princess, and even Dan Yuru. Who would have thought that he wouldn't change even after coming here? You said he was trying to bully you? Where is he? Song Qingshu hurriedly asked. Just now, we thought that we were doomed. Who would have thought that a guard would come and call for him? It seemed that someone had broken into the city lord's mansion. The city lord mobilized the experts there, and he could only hurry over. Compared to A Man who only knew how to cry, Xianxia had more experience, so she was much calmer and could answer questions in an orderly manner. However, there was some doubt in her eyes. Why did the man in front of her give her a very familiar feeling? But she was very sure that she had never seen this person before. Huaqingtong was shocked. Those people must have come to save my little sister. Let's quickly go and help. Song Qingshu nodded and quickly ordered the Taiyan tribe's warriors to bring Xianxia and Huaqingtong out of the city lord's mansion through the secret passage. He would meet up with them after this matter was over. Then he brought Huaqingtong alone and rushed in the direction of the loud sound. In a courtyard on the east side of the city lord's mansion, there was a large group of people fighting. It was a group of warriors of the prairies that had charged into the city lord's mansion. Hearing Princess Fragrance's oath, they all seemed like they had gone crazy. However, they were fighting on their own. How could they be a match for the regular army under Badu's command? In addition, Badu had invited a group of experts from God knows where. They were truly like demons from hell. Very quickly, these brave warriors suffered heavy casualties. It was a good thing that a group of experts came to help them, gradually stopping their decline. But as more and more soldiers and experts came from the city lord's mansion, they couldn't hold on any longer. An old man wearing a felt hat and linen clothes loudly said, "Mingmei, Xingde, quickly retreat. There is an ambush here." A bald old man on the other side loudly scolded, "Isn't this nonsense? I also want to retreat, how can I leave?" A white-haired old woman on the side quickly reminded, "Be careful, don't be distracted. This fellow is very strong." These experts were the Heaven Lake strange hero Xianxia, as well as the Heaven Mountain twin eagles Guan Mingmei and Qin Jingde. When they found out that something had happened to Muzualan tribe, that Qin Jialua had died in battle and that Princess Fragrance had been captured, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Yuan Shishao had brought his granddaughter Yuan Zi and invited the Heaven Mountain twin eagles to take revenge, but who would have thought that Bo Do would suddenly have so many experts under him? In the distance, a middle-aged man wearing a white hat laughed. "When I found out about Casley's oath, I knew that there would be many people coming to save her, so I set up an inescapable net. None of you will be able to escape today. Mr. Bai, can I trouble you to take care of them?" This middle-aged man was Muzualan tribe's elder brother, Bo Do, who now controlled all of southern Xinjiang. As for the person beside him whom he addressed as Mr. Bai, if Song Qingshu was here, he would definitely be able to recognize that he was the elite of Destiny cult, Bai Yejing. He was the one who fought evenly against Hong Qigong in King Ali Buj's mansion. Besides him, there were a few other disciples from Inweed faction, Lai Rian, and Evil Buddha Zhong Zhongyao. There were 5 of them, and the one with the highest martial arts was naturally blood-hand Li Gong. However, Li Gong had always been an isolated training to fight against Pang Ban for the strongest in the evil cult. He usually did not participate in the cult's affairs. His senior sister, Fu Yaohong, was only skilled in the art of seduction, but in terms of martial arts, she could not compare to him. Lai Rian and Evil Buddha Zhong Zhongyao might be slightly weaker than him, but they were still the best in the world. They were more than enough to handle the matter of Muzualan tribe. "I don't need to do anything. They can handle it." Bai Yejing was a little concerned about his identity and did not want to participate in the siege. Lai Rian was up against Yuan Shishao, and Evil Buddha Zhong Zhongyao was up against the 2 eagles of Heaven Mountain. With the other elites surrounding him, they already had the upper hand. Not long after he finished speaking, Evil Buddha Zhong Zhongyao struck Chen Jingde's chest with his palm. Chen Jingde lost his balance and fell back. The warrior who had been waiting for an opportunity behind him stabbed his back in the middle of his heart. The warrior was delighted with his success, but Chen Jingde turned his elbow around and rammed it into him. His skull was instantly crushed, and he died. Chen Jingde's sword had struck his vitals, and he knew that he would die here today. He shouted, and his divine might was awe-inspiring. The evil Buddha was shocked and took a step back. Chen Jingde lifted his sword and threw it at Bo Do. He knew that he would definitely die today, and if he could kill the culprit, Bo Do, with his last strike, it would be worth it. When he sensed the might of the flying sword slicing through the air, Bo Do turned pale with fright and quickly retreated. He tripped and fell to the ground. However, the flying sword suddenly stopped in the middle. It turned out that Bai Yejing had pinched it with 2 fingers, and it could no longer move forward. Seeing this, Chen Jingde was shocked and infuriated, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Guan Mingmei, who was beside him, was shocked to see her husband throw away his sword. She hurried over to save him. Yuan Shishao was furious. He used all his power and blocked the attacks of Lai Rian and Zhong Zhongyao alone. Yuan Zi also rushed over to help Guan Mingmei block the attacks of the surrounding soldiers, so that she could recover. Guan Mingmei hurriedly took out some ointment and applied it on his wound. Chen Jingde shook his head with a wry smile, and said to Guan Mingmei, "I'm sorry. I've made you unhappy for decades. When you return to Tianshan, become husband and wife with Yuan. Brother Yuan. I'll be at ease in the netherworld." It turned out that the double eagles of Tianshan and Yuan Shishao were old friends since they were young. Yuan Shishao and Guan Mingmei were childhood sweethearts, but they both had bad tempers and often quarreled with each other. Once, Yuan Shishao went to Mabe in anger, and Guan Mingmei married Chen Jingde, who had been secretly in love with her. After they lived a peaceful and happy life, Xiao returned to his hometown, but his lover had married someone else's wife. He had no choice but to live in seclusion in Xianxia near the residence of the double eagles to express his love. Because of this, Chen Jingde had always been worried about Guan Mingmei. Therefore, they had been quarreling for decades, and everyone in the martial arts world knew that. However, now that Chen Jingde knew that he was going to die, he suddenly let go of the entanglement in his heart. He only hoped that his lover could live happily in the remaining days. However, Guan Mingmei raised her eyebrows and shouted, "Don't you know that I've been loving you for the past few months? You can rest assured now." She put the sword to his throat, and he died immediately. Chen Jingde didn't expect that she would be so unyielding. He couldn't help crying out loud before he stopped crying. He was holding his wife's body, and they both died in a pool of blood. Because of this unforeseen event, Xiao was shocked and angry. He had been entangled with the two eagles of Tianshan his entire life. Chen Jingde was fine, but Guan Mingmei was the person he had always liked. The two of them were childhood sweethearts. They were supposed to be a couple, but because both of their tempers were too bad, a misunderstanding arose, and Chen Jingde took advantage of the situation. But seeing her die for Chen Jingde without hesitation, Xiao felt that many things in his heart collapsed. It was a bit difficult for him to deal with Lai Rian or Evil Buddha. Now, he was distracted when fighting against the two of them. His flaw was found in an instant, and Evil Buddha slapped his chest. Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. The surrounding warriors all slashed at him with their sabers. "Grandpa!" Yuanzi exclaimed. She waved the white python whip in her hand and wrapped Xiao's body. She pulled him over in time and saved him from being dismembered. However, since the long whip in her hand was occupied, she could no longer resist the sabers of the soldiers around her. She could only close her eyes subconsciously and wait for death. Evil Buddha Zhongzhongyo felt it was a pity. This girl in purple had an oval face, phoenix eyes, and cherry lips. Although she looked cold and arrogant, she was beautiful and radiant. If she stayed for a few days, she would be as happy as a fairy. However, they were far apart. He wanted to save her but was afraid of being counterattacked by Xiao. He had lost the opportunity to save her. Forget it. Anyway, I still have the two beauties of the Taiyan tribe. Although the daughter will be given to the Khan, she will be more beautiful and mature as a fairy. I can play with her during this period. While he was deep in thought, a figure suddenly jumped into the courtyard. With a roll of the sleeves, the swords and sabers of the soldiers were all sucked into the sleeves of that person. Then, a huge force came, and the group of soldiers all screamed and retreated. Then they found that the weapons in their hands had been twisted into a fried dough twist. They were all shocked. Hearing the exclamations and screams around, Yuanzi opened her eyes subconsciously and saw the man who had made her gnash her teeth with hatred standing in front of her solemnly. She didn't know whether it was because she had fallen down or not. At this moment, the man looked extremely tall in her eyes. Master! Master! They were naturally Song Qingshu and Hu Qingtong. At this moment, Hu Qingtong also saw the two eagles of Tianshan lying in a pool of blood. For a moment, he was extremely sorrowful and almost fainted. First, she learned of the death of her father and brother. Now, even her master, who had always taken care of her, was dead. For a moment, she felt how lonely and insignificant she was in this world. Song Qingshu. By then, the Mongolians had already recognized Song Qingshu, and they instinctively took a step back. Back in Helen City, they had witnessed with their own eyes how he had single-handedly fought against 3 great grandmasters. That scene was still fresh in their memories, especially the evil Buddha Zhongzhongyo, who had suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of the other party in Western Xia. Fortunately, he had used the great art of heavenly demon disintegration to escape. Even now, his vitality had yet to recover. Song Qingshu ignored them and went over to gently stroke Hu Qingtong's hair, comforting her gently. Because of the other party's move, even though they seemed to be defenseless, the surrounding soldiers still didn't dare to step forward. Song Qingshu wiped away the tears on Hu Qingtong's cheeks. Don't worry. I'll avenge you. Then, he looked at Yuanzi. Who killed the 2 seniors? Yuanzi subconsciously pointed at the evil Buddha Zhongzhongyo, who was retreating. The warrior who had launched a sneak attack on Xianxia had been killed on the spot. Zhong Zhongyo, who had hit him and caused him to be fatally injured, was the culprit. 56 Zhong Zhongyo's countenance changed greatly. He hurriedly turned around and ran. Even though they had more people on their side and seemed to have the upper hand, he still didn't feel safe at all. There was only one thought in his mind: run, get out of this place as soon as possible. Unfortunately, just as he took a step forward, Song Qingshu appeared in front of him out of nowhere. Zhong Zhongyo was shocked and hurriedly exerted all his martial arts to attack Song Qingshu, trying to buy more time for Bai Yejing and the others to come to his rescue. Unexpectedly, Fang Xingzhan raised his finger. Although his movement was very slow, in almost the blink of an eye, Fang Xingzhan tapped on his forehead. Zhong Zhongyo felt an extremely sharp sword chi rushing into his mind, and then he lost consciousness. When Bai Yejing, Lai Rian, and the others came to his rescue, Song Qingshu had already returned to his original spot. They just happened to catch Zhong Zhongyo's corpse, which had fallen limply to the ground. Song Qingshu said to Hu Qingtong, I've already killed that person. Thank you. Hu Qingtong's expression was distressed. Although he had taken revenge, his master still wouldn't be able to return. Song Qingshu sighed. Oh yes, I almost forgot about an enemy. Bo Du killed your father and brother. However, he's your uncle after all. How do you think we should deal with him? Hu Qingtong said hatefully, I don't have such an uncle. Song Qingshu nodded. All right, I understand. He then stood up and faced Bo Do's direction. Everyone there took a step back. Bo Do swallowed hard and hid behind Bai Yejing. Mr. Bai, I pledged my allegiance to the Great Khan. You must protect me. Bai Yejing's scalp was also a little numb, but he couldn't just ignore it in front of so many people. He could only bite the bullet and go forward to say, Song Qingshu, I know your martial arts are very strong, and none of us are your match in a one-on-one fight. However, there are so many of us here, and you might not be able to win if we all attack together. Bo Du, who was behind him, was stunned when he heard this. He thought to himself, this guy has been so arrogant when he first came to me. Previously, when you were dealing with Yuan Shao and the others, you were also unwilling to make a move because of your status. I thought you were some great expert, but now you're so scared. Song Qingshu said lightly, today, I'm only going to kill the ringleader and not the innocent. Whoever gets in my way will die. Seeing that the Mongolian warriors' eyes were flickering, and it was obvious that they wanted to retreat, Bo Du cursed in his heart and hurriedly ordered his men, go, shoot him to death. After all, he was an overlord, and there were many soldiers under his command. Upon hearing his order, they all drew their bows and nocked their arrows. Song Qingshu stamped his foot on the ground, and the weapons that had been scattered on the ground in the previous scuffle rose into the air and then shot out like lightning. The archers died tragically before they could fire their arrows. The other soldiers' jaws almost dropped. They had never seen such amazing martial arts in Nanjiang, and they couldn't help but retreat. Bo Du was scared and hurriedly waved his hands. Go. As he spoke, he turned and ran. There were too few soldiers here, and he didn't feel safe. He wanted to return to the barracks. However, those soldiers were not fools. Seeing that their commander-in-chief had fled, they did not dare to go forward and court death. Song Qingshu took advantage of the opportunity when they looked at each other to directly take a step behind the wave. He grabbed his shoulder and brought him back to Hu Qingtong. Qingtong, you can deal with him yourself. Looking at Hu Qingtong's dazed look, Song Qingshu knew that he had to let her vent her anger. Otherwise, she would get sick easily if she kept it in her heart. Yuan Zi's beautiful eyes were full of splendor. She thought to herself, if someone is willing to do such a thing for me, it's really worthwhile to die. However, she soon became gloomy because she knew that she didn't have a good relationship with this guy. Song Qingshu was secretly impressed. Hu Qingtong was indeed the famous yellow-robed man. She could still maintain her rationality in such a situation. Instead of rushing to take revenge, she asked about her sister. He was also a little curious. Princess Fragrance was the most legendary beauty in the Golden Book. He wondered how beautiful her hair was. Bo Do hurriedly said, will you let me go if I answer? Hu Qingtong said coldly, there's no room for negotiation now. After all, Bodo was also an ambitious person. He stretched his neck and said, I'm going to die anyway. If you want to kill me, then kill me. Why should I tell you? You. Hu Qingtong was furious, but the other party was really not afraid of death. There was nothing she could do. At this moment, Song Qingshu stepped forward and said, although we're going to die, there's a difference between a happy death and a painful death. Do you know that our Han dynasty has a kind of punishment? It's to bury a person in the ground with only his head exposed. Then, we cut a hole on the top of his head and pour mercury in. What do you think will happen? Bodo swallowed with difficulty. What will happen? Song Qingshu said with a smile, after the mercury is poured in, the person will feel itchy all over. It itches, and he will start to struggle. However, his whole body is buried in the ground. There's only a hole on the top of his head. Then, he will kick hard and rush out of the wound on the top of his head. He doesn't even need his skin, you Han people are all devils. Bodo could not bear listening anymore. He covered his ears and shouted. Song Qingshu's expression turned cold. To deal with a devil like you who kills your brother and nephew, we have to use devil methods. If you don't tell me, I have at least 99 similar methods here. You'll tell me eventually. I'll tell you. Bodo panicked. He actually understood that most of the time, death was not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was to be unable to live or die. I secretly sent her away the day before yesterday to offer her to the Mongolian Great Khan. What? Sent her away? Hu Qingtong's body turned cold. Bodo hurriedly nodded. Yes, because Castley swore that she would marry whoever avenged her. You know how many men adored Castley on the grasslands. I was worried that things would change over time, so I arranged for someone to secretly send her to the Mongolian camp. Then, I set up a trap here and waited for someone to come and save her. Is what he said true? Song Qingshu looked coldly at Bai Yejing and the others. Bai Yejing hurriedly nodded, that's right, the one being escorted is my niece's precious disciple. After witnessing the scene of Lin Feng killing the evil Buddha Zhongzhongyou, how could he dare to have the slightest thought of resisting? Although his martial arts were higher than Zhongzhongyou's, there was a limit to it. Both of them were experts of the same level, but this fellow's movements were so fast that he couldn't even see them clearly. He knew that if they really fought, he would die. Bai Fenghua? Song Qingshu frowned. Yes, so Prince Song also knows her. Bai Yejing secretly complained in his heart. No wonder people in Jianghu said that this surnamed Song was a lecherous person. It seemed that he knew all the beautiful women in the world. Which path did they take? Hu Qingtong hurriedly asked. They went north along the Yarqiang River. As for which path they took later, it should have been arranged by Bai Fenghua. I'm not sure, Bodo answered. I've already said what I need to say. I only ask for a quick death. Alright, after you die, go and apologize to my father and brother. Hu Qingtong did not hesitate at all. He raised his knife and ended the other's life. Song Qingshu secretly clicked his tongue. As expected of a famous general who had fought on the battlefield. His decisiveness in killing was much more ferocious than his. How should we deal with these people? Hu Qingtong held his bloody sword and looked coldly at Bai Yejing and the others. Bai Yejing, Lai Rian, and the others secretly took a step back. It was a matter of life and death. Even if they knew that they couldn't win, they still had to fight. Song Qingshu looked at them indifferently. I just said that I would only kill the ringleader. You guys can leave. After all, they were from the same sect as Dan Yuru and Fu Yaohong. These two women had helped him a lot before. If he turned around and killed all the experts in their sect, it would not be very kind. Also, they were Brother Ali's subordinates. Brother Ali and Kublai were fighting fiercely. He did not want to break the balance between the two. As for the evil Buddha Zhongzhongyou, this shameless guy almost bullied Dan Yuru last time. He should have died long ago. Bai Yejing and Lai Rian were overjoyed. Thank you, young master. Young master, you have shown mercy today. We will definitely repay you in the future. After saying this, the two of them hurriedly left with the people from the Heavens sect. Hu Qingtong did not say anything. Even a cornered dog would jump over a wall. They were still too weak in the city. If they did not use gentle measures, it would be easy for something to happen. Next, Hu Qingtang gathered his old subordinates and started to calm the chaotic situation in the city. Song Qingshu helped to save Yuan Shao and the others. After that, Hu Qingtang collected the remains of his father and brother. At the same time, he also buried a large number of warriors who had died in the battle. Song Qingshu invited them to temporarily stay at the Spirit Vulture Palace. The Spirit Vulture Palace was in the Heavenly Mountain and was not far from here. It was also easy to hide in the mountains. Hu Qingtang did not refuse this time. He brought the remaining people and left Yalqiang City. This was something that could not be helped. The Wooden Tribe was in internal strife, and adding on the fact that their main force had been killed in the valley, there were only the old and weak left. They had no way to fight against the incoming Mongolian army. Originally, Song Qingshu wanted to bring the Taiyan tribe with him, but when he left the city to look for them, he found that the Taiyan tribe had already left. They must have been afraid that Bodu would lead an army to take revenge after saving Aman and her daughter from the city lord's palace, so they quickly left. Song Qingshu was a bit regretful. He still missed the good times he had with Yali Xian, but it was a pity that he had been busy recently and had no time to find them. He could only wait for the situation to settle down and then return to the grasslands to continue their relationship. But he did not know if she would recognize him at that time. After all, she remembered the Watermoon sect. The group traveled north for a day. Hu Qingtang asked Song Qingshu to help him save his sister, Kazli. Now that he was leading a large group, they could not go fast. If they delayed too long and his sister fell into Temujin's hands, then it would be too late to save her. She had wanted to go with them, but she still had to take care of the people in her tribe. She could only settle them down first and could not go with them. Song Qingshu described the location of the Spirit Vulture Palace to her in detail, then gave her the sect master's ring as a keepsake so that she would not be treated as an enemy by the people of the Spirit Vulture Palace. Hu Qingtang reluctantly said goodbye to him. The two of them could actually be considered newlyweds and were stuck together like glue. After I settle down my people, I will come find you. Song Qingshu gently stroked her hair. You don't have to be too anxious. Rest well during this time. I promise I will help you save Kazli. Okay. Hu Qingtang looked at him affectionately, her eyes full of reluctance. At that moment, Yuan Shao walked over with his granddaughter and said, I like Kazli very much too. It's a pity that I'm seriously injured and can't go with her. However, we also want to do our part. Let Z go with you. Her martial arts are not bad. If you encounter anything, she can help you. Yuan Zi was at a loss. She kept pulling at the corner of her clothes. She was obviously very anxious. I have mentioned about the new book on the official account Monk Lu Ru. But many readers do not follow the official account, so I will say it again. On the 21st of this month, which is this Thursday, my new book will be released on the Zongheng website and app. The old book will not be finished by then, so it will probably be open for a while. Originally, I wanted to release the new book later, or at least wait until the old book is finished. But there are new authors releasing new books every month on the website, which involves resources on the management side. My schedule is very full, so I cannot decide when to release the book. I have poured 6 years of effort into the old book, so I will definitely make sure that there will be a happy ending. Everyone can also take advantage of this time to take care of the new book. When the old book is finished, the new book will almost be fat. I hope everyone will like it. Obviously, Song Qingshu didn't expect this. He couldn't help laughing. I don't have a good reputation. If you go with me, I'm afraid that it will damage your reputation. Yuan Shao shook his head. That's just the misunderstanding the people have about you. Based on the few times I've come into contact with you, even though you do things in a rather eclectic manner, you are a righteous and benevolent person, or else, you would not have traveled so far to provide reinforcements and become enemies with the powerful Mongolians. Am I that good? Song Qingshu was a little embarrassed after being praised by him. Yuan Shao said, after all, you're from the Central Plains. You're not familiar with the terrain of the western region and don't use language to communicate with the locals. Z grew up here and is quite familiar with this place. She can also be your guide. Besides, you're chosen by Qing Tong. Even if I don't believe in my own judgment, I believe in Qing Tong's judgment. You won't bully Z. Song Qingshu originally wanted to refuse. However, when he heard Yuan Shao mentioning the guide, he suddenly remembered the different treatment he and Hu Qingtong received when they went to the herdsman to buy horses. He also realized how useful it was to have a guide who was familiar with the locals. Therefore, he didn't refuse anymore, but I don't know if Miss Yuan is willing to. Yuan Zi didn't expect that her grandfather would suddenly make such a request. Therefore, she was a little surprised and panicked for a while. After a while, she gradually calmed down. Caslie and I are like sisters. Now that she's kidnapped, I naturally have to help her. I just hope that you don't think that I'm a burden because I'm weak in martial arts. In that case, thank you, Senior Yuan. Thank you, Miss Yuan. Song Qingshu cupped his hands in obeisance. Yuan Zi hurriedly packed up her luggage and rode a white horse. They bid farewell to the people of the Wooden Table Luan tribe and then rode north. They went north along the Arkand River. Looking at the yellow sand in the east, they only felt that the sea of sand was boundless and human beings were insignificant. Song Qingshu couldn't help asking, "What desert is over there?" Yuan Zi answered, "That's the Taklamakan Desert." Taklamakan means the Great Desert under the mountains in the Uyghur language. Don't go there. You'll definitely die there. Song Qingshu secretly clicked his tongue. In the future, technology could be used to build roads to cross the desert. In this era, it was indeed a dangerous place. By the way, Miss Yuan, you are familiar with the terrain here. Which path do you think the team escorting Caslie will take? Song Qingshu asked. Yuan Zi rode her horse over and took out a map. We're heading northeast along the Yarkyang River. They must have taken the same route. Here, the Yarkyang River, Hatian River, and Oksu River will converge and form the Darim River in the east. Arkas? Song Qingshu was startled. Yuan Zi looked at him in confusion. What's wrong? Song Qingshu smiled and said, "It's nothing. I just remembered that the apples there are very famous." He even started to miss the Oksu ice candy apple from his previous life. Yuan Zi's white finger continued to move to the east. Kush is in the east. They may split up here. They either go north or go east. We need to ask for directions along the way. Song Qingshu nodded with a smile. Fortunately, you're here. Otherwise, I'd be like a headless fly. It would be fine if they were in the Central Plains. However, the biggest difficulty here was the language barrier. It was inconvenient to buy food, horses, and ask directions. Fortunately, he had Hu Qingtong and Yuan Zi, so he didn't have to worry about these things on the way. Yuan Zi suddenly said with a red face, "Brother Song, I've offended you before. Please don't forgive me." Song Qingshu was stunned. Why did you change your attitude so suddenly? Is it because you know you can't defeat me? Are you afraid that I'll rape and kill you in the desert? Yuan Zi rolled her eyes at him. Her eyes were full of coquettishness. No wonder Brother Song has a bad reputation in Jianghu. It's easy to be misunderstood by others when you talk like this. Song Qingshu looked at the purple-clothed girl on the back of the horse. Her figure was slender and graceful. Her waist was slender and her shoulders were thin. She looked delicate and graceful. No matter how picky he was, he had to admit that she was indeed an extremely beautiful girl. You used to misunderstand me. Why don't you now? Yuan Zi pursed her lips and smiled. There was a dimple on her left cheek. She looked very sweet. I've heard too many rumors about you. I don't know that you've done so many earth-shattering things until now. Song Qingshu put his ear close to her. What have you done? Tell me one by one. Yuan Zi was speechless. Of course, Yuan Zi was not stupid enough to tell him one by one. Besides, my grandpa praises you every time he mentions you. Sister Hua also speaks highly of you. She actually praises me behind my back? Song Qingshu was a little surprised. Hu Qingtong has been cold to me before. It turns out that she has already fallen in love with me. Ha ha ha, I'm really charming. Yes. Yuan Zi nodded. Maybe I've heard them praising you a lot. As time goes by, I've become like them. Song Qingshu couldn't help saying, to be honest, I'm not used to your sudden change. Yuanzi sighed. Brother Song, although you never said it, I could feel that you didn't like me since I saw you on Mount Ame for the first time. At that time, I was young and aggressive. Of course, I didn't treat you well. Song Qingshu was stunned. Because of the legend of the flying fox, he didn't have a good impression of Yuanzi. Since she was a nun, why did she take the initiative to flirt with Hu Fei? Later, she competed with Qing Lingsu for Song Qingshu's affection and left in the end. He always felt that Hu Fei was played in the palm of her hand. He didn't expect that the girl was so sensitive. She even noticed his feelings at that time. But now that he thought about it, he felt that he had wronged her. Love was a thing. If it could be completely controlled by oneself, it would not be called love. Yuanzi in the original novel was also very painful. She swayed between love and faith and finally chose faith. Song Qingshu despised himself a little. Just because the girl was pretty and begged him a little, did he change his opinion of her? Bah, cheap. You just want her body. Of course, with Song Qingshu's current eyesight, he wouldn't be attracted by a girl. It was just that it was hard to hate a beautiful girl who was gentle to you. There were indeed some misunderstandings in the past, but you don't have to take it to heart. I'm a very single-minded person, and my tolerance for beautiful girls has always been very high. Song Qingshu smiled and let go of the past grievances. Yuanzi blushed slightly, but she couldn't help but feel happy when she heard him praise her beauty. The two of them headed northeast and arrived at Kush City. From the locals, they received a shocking piece of news. Temujin, seeing that the Muswolan tribe was in a stable position, gave up on the idea of coming to the south. He only sent a general with a group of soldiers to take over while he himself led the main force eastward. It turns out that when Kublai led his army to attack the western gate of Xianxia, the Sand Continent, he suffered heavy losses. The Xianxia general guarding the Sand Continent used his ruthlessness to defeat Kublai's attacks several times. During this period of time, Kublai didn't gain any achievements. The Sand Continent was the western gate of Western Xia, and it was crucial to the success or failure of the attack on Western Xia. When Temujin received the news, he immediately led the main force eastward to support Kublai, who was attacking the Sand Continent and completely tear apart Western Xia's defenses. Song Qingshu had some impression of this name. According to history, he was a famous general in the last years of the Western Xia dynasty. He had defeated the Mongolian army several times in Guazhou, but in the end, he was outnumbered and died bravely. Did the appearance of such a person really mean that the Western Xia dynasty was going to fall? Song Qingshu was in a heavy mood. Although he had expected this day and had his own plan, he was not sure if it would succeed, so he was quite confused about the road ahead. Hearing that he had decided to change their route to the sandbank, Yuanzi was stunned. Aren't we going to save Casli? Logically speaking, the group escorting Casli was most likely to go north, but to the sandbank, they had to go all the way east. Song Qingshu replied, now that Temujin is going east, even if they go north and pass through Tianshan, they will definitely go to the sandbank. Instead of chasing after them, it's better to go to Guazhou first. Maybe we can even get there before them. Hearing this, Yuanzi also felt that it made sense. Then, the two of them went east along the oasis along the Darim River. After a few days, they came to an extremely hot place. Although Song Qingshu's internal energy was profound, he still felt that his body was about to melt. Yuanzi was even more unbearable. She was on the verge of collapsing. The two of them had to hide under the shade of a tree on a sand dune. Song Qingshu handed the canteen to Yuanzi. Are you feeling better? Yuanzi drank a few mouthfuls of water before she recovered. Sorry for dragging you down. Song Qingshu shook his head. Don't worry about it. The power of nature is not something that humans can contend with. Given the current situation, I'm afraid we can't continue during the day. Let's take a rest first and continue in the evening. Yuanzi nodded. This is the territory of Torpon. It's extremely hot all year round. The mountain in front of us is what the locals call Kaziltag, which means Red Mountain. By the way, according to the legends of the Han people, it's the flaming mountain that Master Xuanzang passed by on his way to obtain Buddhist scriptures. Flaming Mountain? Song Qingshu looked in the direction of the voice and saw an endless stretch of red mountains in the distance. Not a single blade of grass grew on the mountains, and birds were nowhere to be seen. At this moment, the red sun was high in the sky. Under the scorching sun, the reddish-brown mountain shone brightly, and the hot air rolled up like a raging flame. The tongue of flame reached the sky. No wonder it was called the Flaming Mountain. Although this place was desolate, it was not uninhabited. When Yuanzi passed by, she bought some fruits from the locals. After catching her breath, she cut them into pieces and ate them. The sweet juice cooled the two of them down a little. In order to conserve their energy, the two of them leaned against a tree and slept. In less than 4 hours, the two of them woke up. After all, it was hard to fall asleep in broad daylight. Song Qingshu was worried about the situation in the western Xia country. The atmosphere seemed a little gloomy. After glancing at him stealthily, Yuanzi hesitated for a while before asking, "Brother Song, I have a presumptuous request." "What's the matter?" Song Qingshu was stunned. After traveling together for these days, the two of them had become more familiar with each other. "I used to think that my kung fu was not bad. But this time in Yarqiang City, when I fought with those masters, I realized how useless I was. If Brother Song hadn't arrived in time, all of us would have been killed." Yuanzi recalled the situation with lingering fear, "So I want to ask Brother Song to teach me kung fu, so that I can protect the people I want to protect in the future." "Kung fu?" Song Qingshu did not expect that she would make such a request. "Can't I?" Yuanzi looked at him nervously. "It's not impossible." Song Qingshu smiled slightly, "It's just that your inner strength method is orthodox and your grandfather has laid a solid foundation for you. The longer you practice, the more powerful it will be. This can't be changed in a short time. As for your kung fu, the white python whip is also one of the top kung fu in Jianghu, and I think it suits you very well. If you practice other kung fu, you will inevitably bite off more than you can chew. However, I can correct some of your force exertion techniques. It should be able to improve your kung fu a lot in a short time." Yuanzi originally thought that he was turning her down. When she was a little disappointed, she was overjoyed when she heard the last sentence, "Thank you, Brother Song." She was also a master in Jianghu. She knew that even if she practiced new inner strength or kung fu, it would be difficult to improve it in a short time. However, the force exertion techniques were different. They could even improve the power of her kung fu by more than half in a short time. "Show me the white python whip." Song Qingshu leaned against the tree and motioned her to do it. "Okay." Yuanzi took off the long whip at her waist and began to show it one by one. Because it was a rare opportunity, she was fully focused. The long whip in her hand was like a silver dragon coming out of the sea. She moved up and down like a purple elf. Song Qingshu nodded frequently. The waist of the girl in front of him was really soft. Well, when she turned over just now, her chest seemed to be quite plump. The white python whip technique was also Zhou Jirua's specialty, and he could not be more familiar with it. However, when the two of them used it, their temperaments were very different. Zhou Jirua's temperament was relatively colder, and when she used the white python whip technique, there was always a ghostly aura. Fortunately, she was beautiful, and could be considered a beautiful ghost. As for Yuanzi, she was obviously not as good as Zhou Jirua in this set of whip skills, but she was also quite good. She looked sweet and enthusiastic in purple. When she performed the whip skills, she was much more popular than Zhou Jirua. She looked more like a coquettish dancer in the western region. Seeing him nod, Yuanzi was overjoyed and worked harder to perform. After a set of moves, Yuanzi was so tired and sweaty. She put away the long whip and looked at him expectantly. "Brother Song, how is it?" "It's quite soft." Song Qingshu answered subconsciously. Yuanzi looked confused. "Ah? Do you mean that my moves were too soft?" Ahem, ahem. Song Qingshu stopped thinking and said seriously, "Overall, it's not bad. However, you are still young, and there are some problems in the way you exert force. Of course, with your talent, you should be able to understand it in a few years. Brother Song, please give me some advice." Yuanzi blinked her eyes, which were full of joy. The man in front of her was the top existence in the world. Getting some advice from him was more valuable than practicing hard for 10 years. Song Qingshu was a little hesitant, but my method may make you a little shy and uncomfortable. I'm afraid you will misunderstand. Yuanzi said hurriedly, how can I blame you? Brother Song, don't worry. I'll cooperate with you. Alright then, stand still and don't move. Song Qingshu stood up from the shade of the tree and came to Yuanzi's back. Don't use the whip. Perform the move of dragon and snake. Yuanzi agreed and slightly spread her legs. Although this move was a whip, it was a test of the strength of the waist. Suddenly, she became stiff all over because she felt a pair of big hands touching her thighs. Brother Song, what are you doing? Her voice trembled a little. Song Qingshu twisted her thighs a few centimeters to the side and adjusted the angle. Then he said, remember this posture. Although it's only an inch different, feel the change with your heart and try again to see if there's any difference. Yuanzi realized that she had misunderstood. She said with a red face, okay. Therefore, she tried to perform dragon and snake again. Halfway through, her thighs returned to her usual posture subconsciously. However, it was held tightly by Zhang Tai and she could not move at all. However, she could feel an obvious strength passing up from her thighs. Then, with the twisting of her waist, the internal strength passing to her wrist was at least 20% stronger than before. If she waved the long whip, the power would be much stronger. Song Qingshu's voice rang out again. Just now, you subconsciously returned to your original state. I can't catch you and correct you like this every time, so you still need to remember the difference yourself and practice more to form muscle memory. Thank you, Brother Song. Yuanzi blushed, thinking that she really misunderstood Zhang Tai. Next, perform the move of wind-blowing willow catkin again. Okay. As soon as Yuanzi performed it, her body became stiff again. Because she sensed that Zhang Tai's big hands moved one step higher. If other men dared to treat her like this, she would have cut them down. But Brother Song, she could only comfort herself that Zhang Tai was guiding her, but her voice still trembled. Brother Song, how should I correct it now? While correcting the posture and angle of her muscles, Song Qingshu said, women's joints are naturally softer than men's, so you have to make good use of this advantage. In addition, because women are going to give birth, their pelvis is relatively broad, and their hip joints are more protruding than men's. Therefore, they are born to move horizontally more widely than men's. You have to make full use of this advantage, so that all your movements can be one step faster. In a fight between masters, you may be just one step behind. Feeling the movement of Zhang Tai's hands, Yuanzi responded in a low voice with a red face. She didn't know whether it was because of the mountain of flames or something else, but her whole body seemed to be burned. During the whole process, she couldn't remember what he said at all. She just followed his instructions mechanically. In the end, Yuanzi felt that her whole body was limp. If Song Yunxian hadn't supported her with his strength, she might have fallen to the ground. Song Qingshu also noticed the changes in her body. He said, you may not be able to practice in your current state. Take a rest first. Yuanzi felt that her voice was trembling and she was about to collapse. She tremblingly went back to the tree and sat down, panting heavily. She felt as if she had been soaked in water. She didn't know whether it was because of the hot sweat or something else. Song Qingshu sat down beside her, handed her a pot of water, and said with a smile, what's wrong with you, Miss Yuan? Yuanzi glanced at him with hidden bitterness, thinking, aren't you asking the obvious? After drinking a few mouthfuls of water, Yuanzi calmed down a little. She bit her lips and hesitated for a long time. Finally, she couldn't help asking, Brother Song, do you usually teach girls to practice in this way? Song Qingshu shook his head, replying, no, it's the first time for me to teach girls in this way. Yuanzi, Song Qingshu couldn't help laughing, saying, don't you worry that I was taking advantage of you just now? Ah? Yuanzi exclaimed, looking confused and annoyed, really? Song Qingshu was speechless. As a girl, why did you ask me such a question? What do you think? Yuanzi shook her head with a blush, replying, I don't think so. What Brother Song taught me just now is very practical. If I practice them well, I may be able to improve my kung fu in a short time. I feel lucky to get such advice. Song Qingshu felt strange, asking, why can't I give you advice and take advantage of you? Is it because I'm handsome? Yuanzi's face turned red for the first time today. Her heart was beating fast, saying, with your kung fu, if you really want to take advantage of me, I can't resist. Why do you have to beat around the bush? Ha ha ha, that makes sense. Song Qingshu stopped teasing her and said seriously, try to recall what I just taught you. Yuanzi nodded. She closed her eyes and began to meditate. However, the first thing that popped up in her mind was the feeling of the other party's large hands moving. Her jade face flushed red, and she quietly opened her eyes to glance at Song Qingshu, who was at the side. Closing his eyes to rest, he couldn't help but stick out his tongue and hurriedly closed his eyes again. Originally, her aptitude for learning martial arts was quite high. In the past, when she learned martial arts, it could be said that she could learn it in one go. Her memory was also amazing. However, for some reason, she could only remember 60% of what the other party had taught her. The rest was forgotten. The more she tried to recall, the more the other party's hand appeared in her mind. For a moment, she was like Xianxia dreaming of a butterfly, extremely absent-minded. Just like that, time gradually passed. The blazing sun set in the west, and the two continued on their way. In fact, the sun set very late in the western regions. Sometimes, the sun could still be seen at 10 o'clock in the evening in his previous life. Therefore, Song Qingshu had no time to wait for the sky to be completely dark before setting off. After walking for several hours, when they passed by a small river in the oasis, Yuanzi suddenly said in a low voice, Brother Song, can you give me some time to take a bath? Take a bath? Song Qingshu was stunned, thinking that women were really troublesome. Yuanzi said apologetically, I know it's a bit of a waste of time, but I'm sticky all over and very uncomfortable. I'll do it soon. Song Qingshu said, I can't stop the girl's normal request. Thank you, Brother Song. Yuanzi carried her luggage and ran to the river in a hurry. However, when she reached the river, she suddenly hesitated. Song Qingshu couldn't help laughing. He turned around and walked downstream, saying, Don't worry, I won't peep. Hearing her words, he also felt uncomfortable all over. Yuanzi then began to take off her clothes and enter the river with a red face. She only showed her head and looked at the man in the river quietly. Seeing that the man didn't look back, she let out a sigh of relief, thinking that she was really a petty person who measured the heart of a gentleman with her own mean measure. After the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, Yuanzi was startled. Following the sound, she saw several black spots running towards here not far away. She was so scared that she wanted to put on her clothes at once. However, the man was rushing towards her, and there was no cover around. If she came out of the water, wouldn't she be seen by him? When she was hesitating, the man's horse was very fast and arrived in front of her in the blink of an eye. Hey, there's a little beauty taking a bath here. Why are we brothers so lucky? She's even more beautiful than the most popular girl in the brothel in Sanzhou City. Damn it, it's all those Mongolians' fault. They killed all of us. We can't even find a prostitute. Haha, with such a beautiful girl, who will fall in love with a prostitute? Don't compete with me. I want to be the first one. Humph, why are you the first one? Yuanzi saw clearly that these people were all in the clothes of horse bandits. The western region was vast and sparsely populated. Usually, one could not see a person for hundreds of miles. At the same time, the western region was a necessary place for the Silk Road, so a large number of caravans came and went here. Therefore, horse bandits came into being. They robbed lone merchants on the road. The large-scale horse bandits would even rob large caravans. These people were either some nearby herdsmen who were grazing while acting as roadblocks, or they were Han Chinese who had committed crimes in the Central Plains. Each and every one of them was a fugitive who was stranded here. From the way these people spoke and dressed, it was obvious that they were the latter. Hearing these people's filthy words, Yuanzi was shocked and angry. Normally, when she met such ignorant people, she would kill them with a single slash without even using her whip. However, now she was naked in the river, so it was impossible for her to attack them. Seeing that she covered her chest with her hands and exposed her white and delicate shoulders and neck in the water, the horse bandits were stunned and rushed into the water one after another, Little beauty, I'm coming. I'll treat you well. The last horse bandit knew that he could not compete with his companions, so he had to stay on the bank to get Yuanzi's clothes. Wow, this is the little beauty's clothes. They smell so good. When he was about to kiss her, his body suddenly became stiff and he fell straight to the ground. Seeing a group of men pouncing on her, Yuanzi couldn't help feeling ashamed and angry. She covered her chest with one hand and secretly accumulated strength with the other. However, her kung fu was greatly reduced in the water. Moreover, she was naked. She thought that if they saw anything, it would be a psychological shadow for the rest of her life. When she was perturbed, a wave suddenly rose in front of her and hit the horse bandits. Then she felt her shoulder was caught by someone. Before she realized it, she had appeared on the bank. Just as she was about to cry out in surprise, the other party had already wrapped a piece of clothing around her body, blocking her naked body from being exposed. She looked into the water again and found that the horse bandits had floated on the water. Obviously, they had been shocked to death by the force of the wave. Holding Yuanzi with one hand, Song Qingshu unsealed the acupoint of the last horse bandit lying beside him and asked coldly, "Did you come from the Shazhou? My new book, Land Fairy, has been published on the Zongheng app today. Please collect it. Welcome to comment on this chapter. You can take care of it first. When the old book is finished, the other side will become fat. The old book is finally coming to an end. I'll try my best to give it a happy ending so that my efforts over these years will not be in vain." The man hurriedly nodded, "Have mercy, have mercy, have mercy." He had seen with his own eyes how his brothers were instantly killed by the enemy's wave. To be able to create such a large wave in the river, it was simply inhuman. How could he not know that he had kicked an iron plate? Song Qingshu said calmly, "I'm asking you a question. If you promise to let me go, I'll tell you." The horse bandit had been living on the edge of a knife all these years. He knew that he would not be able to escape death today, so he might as well use this as a condition. "Okay, I promise to let you go." Song Qingshu did not hesitate. "Really?" The horse bandit was overjoyed. "Of course it's true. Would I lie?" Song Qingshu snorted. The horse bandit knew that these Han masters had some dignity and would not lie, so he hurriedly said, "We really did come from the direction of the Sand Continent." After listening to his explanation, he finally understood what had happened in the Sand Continent. Kublai had led his army to attack the Sand Continent more than a dozen times, but the Xixia general Xianxia had firmly defended it. Unfortunately, Temujin's reinforcements came. Temujin's ferocious reputation, coupled with his powerful reinforcements, even though Xianxia tried his best, the Sand Continent was on the verge of collapse. After defending for 2 days, many people in the Sand Continent knew that they could not hold on any longer and had some strange ideas. The deputy general of the city colluded with a group of people to rebel, tied up Xianxia, and quietly opened the city gates to surrender to the Mongols. Facing Temujin, Xianxia vowed not to surrender and was ordered to be executed. Because of the stubborn resistance from the soldiers and civilians of the Sand Continent, Temujin gave the order to massacre the entire city. Other than a few people, no one was spared. In order to avoid having to face this fortress again in the future, the Mongols even destroyed the entire city. After hearing this, Song Qingshu's face was ashen. Even though he knew about the Mongols massacring cities, this time he was so close to it, the anger and shock made him tremble. Thinking about how many innocent people would die when the Mongols came south, his eyes gradually became determined. No matter what, he had to solve this problem this time. "Hero, I've said everything I need to say. Can you let me go now?" The horse bandit asked with a trembling voice. Song Qingshu waved his hand, and the mounted bandit hurriedly turned and ran as if he had been granted amnesty. Song Qingshu gave Yuanzi a look. She was about to break her teeth, but she immediately understood Song Qingshu's meaning. She kicked the saber on the ground. The long saber pierced into the back of the escaping horse gang. "Your aim is pretty good." Song Qingshu couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Yuanzi, however, blushed. She was only wrapped in clothes. When she kicked the knife just now, a large part of her thigh was exposed. But then she thought about how she was dragged out of the water naked by him. Although the whole process happened in the blink of an eye, he must have seen everything that he shouldn't have seen. It didn't seem to be a big deal to show her thighs now. But she also knew that this was not Song Qingshu's fault. When she thought of the main culprits, she wished that she could stab the horse bandit a few more times. At this time, the horse bandit turned around with his last breath, pointed at Song Qingshu, and said in a trembling voice, You don't keep your word. Song Qingshu shrugged, I promised to let you go, but she didn't. The horse bandit spat out a mouthful of blood and fell heavily on the ground. Thank you, Yuanzi said with a blush. Not only her, but also Song Qingshu was naked. Obviously, he came here in a hurry to save her. Song Qingshu couldn't help laughing, we are companions. I can't let you be bullied by other men. Yuanzi was stunned, feeling that his words were a bit weird. I can't be bullied by other men, but can I be bullied by you? We were disturbed just now. Do you want to take a bath? Song Qingshu asked. Yuanzi took a look at the floating corpses on the water and shook her head hurriedly. Well, put on your clothes. Let's hurry up. After saying that, Song Qingshu came to the riverside, sucked up the horse bandits in the river with dragon-catching skill, and threw them into the Gobi Desert in the distance. Water was precious in the desert. He couldn't let their corpses pollute the water here. Otherwise, he would be guilty. Yuanzi put on her clothes quickly and stared at Song Yunxian in the whole process. Finding that Song Yunxian didn't turn around to peep at her, she was secretly relieved. Meanwhile, she felt a little embarrassed. Brother Song is a gentleman, though his words and deeds are a bit improper. If Song Qingshu knew what she was thinking at this time, he would definitely laugh out. I'm afraid you have some misunderstanding about me. After putting on her clothes, Yuanzi was a little worried for the next 2 days. Fortunately, Song Qingshu didn't mention what happened that night again. Then she gradually felt relieved. After traveling day and night, they finally arrived at Xiaozhou City. No, it was not called Xiaozhou City anymore. All that was left were broken walls and the scene inside was like purgatory on earth. After taking a few glances, Yuanzi couldn't help but run to the side and vomit. Song Qingshu was silent, and no one knew what he was thinking. These Mongolians are too cruel. Yuanzi drank a few mouthfuls of water and finally calmed down. She knew how cruel the Mongolians were because she had helped the Woodhead Luan tribe to fight against the Mongolians. But seeing the massacre at such a close distance, she still trembled with anger. Let's go, continue to the east. Song Qingshu turned over and mounted his horse. The Xiaozhou city was broken, and the western gate of Western Xia was wide open. The Mongolian cavalry could march straight in. Yuanzi nodded and followed closely behind him. As the two traveled eastward, they gradually learned about what happened during this period from the passing refugees. After Temujin broke through the Xiaozhou, he moved eastward without stopping and captured Jiuquan. Then he arrived at Xianxia. Chu Qi, the general in charge of Xianxia, was also afraid of the Mongolians. Taking into account what happened in the Xiaozhou and Jiuquan, he chose to surrender. But there were still many loyal and brave people in the city. Assistant General Chua killed Chu Qi and took over the defense of the city to resist the Mongolians. Unfortunately, they were already outnumbered, and after a wave of internal strife, the city of Xianxia was soon broken. Next, the Mongolian army moved eastward along the Heshi corridor. Wajabu, the general in charge of Western Xia, surrendered. Then, the Mongolian army was like a hot knife through butter. Zhongwei, Xiaozhou, and other places all surrendered. Song Qingshu's mood became heavier and heavier. He had to admit that although the Mongolian massacre was very inhumane, it was very useful in times of war. Because they adopted the policy of massacring the city after it was broken and giving preferential treatment to those who surrendered, the defending side could not work together. Some people wanted to defend, some wanted to surrender because they were worried about being massacred. Even the common people in the city were worried that they would be killed after the city was broken and wanted to surrender. In wars in the Central Plains, the common people in the city would often help their own soldiers defend the city. Whether it was to provide logistics or to work as laborers behind the city walls, they would do their best to protect their homes. Therefore, there were often classic examples of 2,000 or 3,000 soldiers defending against an attack of tens of thousands. But against the vicious Mongolian army, none of this was useful. News of all kinds of horrifying massacres spread, and the people in the city were in a state of panic. Most of them surrendered. Continuing eastward, he received the latest news. Temujin's army had defeated the main force led by the Western Xia general Wei Ming Linggong near Lingguo. Temujin had sent Boru to lead the eastern army to attack the Hetao plain. He broke through the city of Wulahai and then massacred the city of Blackwater. Even now, the city of Blackwater was still littered with broken bones. Boru's army defeated the Western Xia general Dangbu's army west of the Helan Mountains. Finally, they met up with Temujin and surrounded the capital of Western Xia, Xingqing. Song Qingshu couldn't help but worry. He didn't know what was going on in Xingqing prefecture. Mu Wanqing, Yelu Nanxian, and Li Qinglu must be in a terrible situation. The Mongolian army was too strong. Although the Western Xia army wasn't weak, it was much weaker than the Mongolian army. Coupled with the civil strife, the Western Xia army was even weaker. Therefore, the Mongolians marched straight in, looking like they could destroy the country in one battle. The Western Xia army's defeat couldn't be blamed on the poor command. The Mongolian cavalry was too strong in the field. The Western Xia army was already elites, but they still couldn't defeat the Mongolians. But they had no choice but to fight in the field, unless they watched the Mongolian army pillage and ravage the people in their territory. Besides, they could be easily defeated by the Mongolian army, just like in Shazhou City. No matter how well they defended, they couldn't defend against the enemy. Moreover, the Mongolians had learned how to equip cannons during their expedition to the west. They could only buy some time by simply defending. It was a pity that the Western Xia couldn't build fortifications on the mountain like Chongqing City. They couldn't send supplies to each other through the rich water network and rivers in Sichuan and Chongqing. The fishing city of Yichuan was not conquered by the Mongolians until the fall of the southern Song dynasty. Song Qingshu was thinking hard about the Western Xia's way out. The Xingqing prefecture should have the last main force of the Western Xia army. If they lost the Western Xia army, the Western Xia would be finished. But now the Mongolian army was at the gate of the city. They didn't need to send reinforcements, so Mu Wanqing wouldn't send troops out of the city. However, he didn't know where the reinforcements from the Jin Kingdom and Sichuan Kingdom had arrived. Although he controlled a lot of resources in various countries, he couldn't unite all of them. It was just like how the Qing Kingdom couldn't rescue the Xixia Kingdom from thousands of miles away. The southern Song dynasty had been at war with the Western Xia for decades. Lin couldn't send troops. Only Sichuan Kingdom was close and could be commanded. But Sichuan Kingdom also needed to prevent the southern Song dynasty from sending people to take advantage of the situation, so they had to leave some people to defend. So the main force of reinforcements depended on the Jin Kingdom. It seemed that he had to return to the Xingqing prefecture as soon as possible to have enough information to make a judgment. At that moment, dozens of cavalrymen surrounded a carriage and rushed over from afar. At first, Song Qingshu thought that they were Mongolian cavalrymen, but he soon realized that their attire was different. They looked more like the attire of the Tubo. Why would the Tubo cavalry appear here? Song Qingshu was stunned. After all, it was more than 1,000 miles away from here. Moreover, there was the vast Kunlun Mountains and the Hengduan mountain range between them. Suddenly, a strange fragrance drifted over. He only felt that it was simple, elegant, and indescribably sweet. It was not the fragrance of any flower, and at the same time, it was definitely not rouge. No rouge or rouge could have such an elegant fragrance. While he was wondering, Yuanzi's face suddenly changed. "Brother Song, hurry up, catch them." What happened? At this time, Song Qingshu was in a hurry to return to Xingqing prefecture. He did not want to cause unnecessary trouble, especially since he had a good relationship with Tubo. Whether it was Zhou Maji or Princess Jincheng, they were inextricably linked. He did not want to cause any misunderstanding. There's no time to explain. Yuanzi became anxious. The cavalrymen moved very fast as if they were in a hurry. Soon, they had traveled hundreds of meters away. Therefore, she hurriedly urged her horse to catch up with them. Song Qingshu was stunned. Worried that something might happen to her, he hurriedly followed after her. Apparently, those Tubo cavalrymen also found the two people behind them. Suddenly, they turned around and drew their bows and arrows. A small round of arrows was shot over. Yuanzi urged her horse to catch up with them. The arrows were shot so fast that they almost arrived in front of her in the blink of an eye. She hurriedly took out her long whip and knocked down many arrows in front of her. However, many arrows still broke through her defense and shot towards her chest. I'm doomed. Yuanzi was about to close her eyes and wait for death. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of her. With a wave of his sleeve, those arrows lost their aim and fell on both sides of the road. Brother Song, seeing the tall figure in front of her, Yuanzi's heart pounded. Song Qingshu nodded slightly. Then, he tiptoed and moved faster than a galloping horse. In a few breaths, he blocked the way of those Tubo soldiers. Although he did not want to cause unnecessary trouble, it was too strange for these Tubo soldiers to suddenly kill him without any reason. Those cavalrymen did not stop. They raised their scimitars and rushed over, as if they were going to crush him into pieces with the momentum of the charge. Song Qingshu waved his hand casually. There were small stones everywhere in the Gobi Desert. He rolled up the stones and shot them towards the dozens of cavalrymen in the flower rain skill. Before those cavalrymen saw clearly what was going on, they were hit hard and fell off their horses. The whole team was in a mess. Originally, the flower rain skill focused on widening the killing range as much as possible. However, the lethality of each point was slightly insufficient. Therefore, Hong Qigong and Huang Rong could kill Ouyang Feng's snakes with the flower rain skill, but they could not use it to deal with an army. However, Song Qingshu's kung fu was so powerful that each stone contained gravity. Moreover, he aimed at the weak parts of the armor very well. Therefore, when those cavalrymen and horses fell down, many of them had broken bones and muscles. A soft voice came from the carriage. Because of this accident, the carriage was not controlled by anyone. The horses were frightened and rushed to the other side. Brother Song, go and stop the carriage. Yuanzi, who was rushing here, exclaimed hurriedly. She had seen a deep valley over there. If she fell down, she would probably be smashed into pieces. Song Qingshu reacted quickly. With a few leaps, he flew to the front of the carriage and pulled on the reins urgently. His hands now had the strength of 1,000 caddies, so how could the horse withstand it? In an instant, it was pulled upright, and the carriage stopped abruptly at the edge of the cliff. A delicate cry rang out. Due to inertia, the person in the carriage flew out of the carriage like a cannonball. Song Qingshu did not know whether the other party was friend or foe, so he instinctively dodged, and the figure fell into the valley. At this time, Song Qingshu finally saw clearly that the person was a beautiful girl. Her face was so innocent that no one would think she was a bad person at the first sight of her. Song Qingshu hurriedly rushed to her. He held her waist with one hand and grasped the rock wall with the other. They swayed in the air for a while and then stabilized themselves. At this moment, he suddenly understood what it meant to have a warm and fragrant jade in his arms. A strange fragrance came from the girl, which seemed to be the best smell in the world. Brother Song, catch it. Yuanzi threw the long whip down and stood at the edge of the cliff anxiously. No need. Song Qingshu shook his head. He exerted strength in his hands and leaped up. The girl in his arms stared at him with a pair of eyes as bright as the stars in the sky. She suddenly said, at #%yen. And asterisk, even though he couldn't understand what she was saying, her voice was soft and clear. It was warm and gentle, pleasing to the ears. Recently, he was a little puzzled because he didn't know how to write about that famous girl. He always felt that such a person was so unreal that it was difficult to write about her. Song Qingshu was dumbfounded. What was this girl saying? Why couldn't he understand a single word? She's talking in reply. Yuanzi also revealed a relaxed smile. The general idea is, Big Brother who saved my life, are you an immortal from heaven or a messenger sent by Allah? Song Qingshu thought about how Li Xian and Aman often said this and a smile appeared on his face. Tell her that I'm a messenger sent by Allah. Yuanzi glared at him. You must be trying to take advantage of her because she's pretty. You can't say this kind of thing in the border. Be careful of being punished by Allah. After a pause, she said, it's safe now. Can you let go of Casli? Casli? Song Qingshu was stunned. She is Hu Qingtong's sister, princess. Fragrance? Can't you smell the fragrance on her? Yuanzi rolled her eyes. How could Song Qingshu not smell it? He had been smelling that refreshing fragrance since the beginning. However, he thought that Princess Xianxia Bela was being escorted by Feng Hua and the heavens mandate sex people. Just now, he saw that this wave of Tubo cavalry was Tubo cavalry, so he did not think in that direction. Yuanzi went over to help Princess Fragrance out of his arms and then talked to her in reply. Casley peeked at Song Qingshu from time to time, her eyes filled with curiosity. Song Qingshu was also curious about her. Only now did he have the chance to carefully look at the most beautiful woman in the Golden Book. He saw that her skin was as white as snow, whiter than Han women. At the same time, her skin was not as rough as those Western women's. Looking at her from a close distance, her skin was really smooth and glowing. Coupled with her clothes that were as white as snow, she was bright and holy. She didn't look like a mortal, but like a fairy or a saintess from heaven. She was clearly a beauty that could cause the downfall of a city, but there was a kind of immature charm between her brows. The two completely opposite temperaments were naturally unified on her body. Perhaps because of the accident just now, her skirt was torn by something, revealing her two slender and straight calves. It was as if they had been soaked in milk, exuding a tempting luster and clarity. Song Qingshu took a glance and his mouth became dry. His heart was beating fast. He didn't understand why he had such a reaction. It should be known that he could freely face Dan Yuru, who had mastered the charm technique. However, after a few glances at the girl in front of him, he felt a little uncontrollable, as if he had returned to his youth where he was worried about gains and losses. However, he was experienced after all. After the initial intoxication, he quickly calmed down and became secretly vigilant. This girl's temperament was natural, which was even more powerful than the most powerful charm technique in the world. At this time, Princess Fragrance suddenly looked at him and said something in a lively voice. Song Qingshu couldn't understand what she said, so he looked at Yuanzi for advice. Yuanzi turned back and said with a strange look, Casley said, "Hero in front of me, why do you keep staring at my legs? You shouldn't be so bold." Ahem. Song Qingshu almost choked. However, he had recovered his composure and said with a smile, "Because it's beautiful, I can't help but look at it a few more times." Yuanzi was dumbfounded. She didn't expect that he was not embarrassed at all. She even admired him a little. Warriors of the Wooden Table Luan tribe were all dumbfounded when they saw Casley. If they had heard Casley's rebuke just now, they would have been anxious to explain. After translating his words, Princess Honeylush's face slowly turned pink, but she didn't say anything to reprimand him. Ask her why she is in the hands of the Tubo people. Song Qingshu recovered from the shock of her beauty and soon remembered the business. Yuanzi nodded and hurriedly communicated with Princess Fragrance. Then she answered, Casley said that the Mongolian troop escorting her was attacked by these Tubo people not long ago. Most of them were killed, except for Feng Hua and a few others who were the leader, who escaped. Then these Tubo people took her to the south and met us. Song Qingshu thought to himself. Just now, he had found that these Tubo warriors were not weak. Not only were they skilled in archery and horsemanship, but there were also many masters of Tantric Buddhism among them. No wonder they could take Princess Fragrance back from the hands of the Tianming sect. Ask them whether they bullied her or not. Song Qingshu was curious about the purpose of these Tubo people. Did they want to save her? Did I kill the wrong person just now? Yuanzi asked Princess Fragrance and then answered, Casley said these people were fierce at the beginning, but they were very polite to her after she persuaded them with kind words. Song Qingshu was stunned. Just now, these cavalrymen were fierce and wanted to kill passers-by. They were not the kind of people who could be persuaded with kind words. Seeming to know his doubt, Yuanzi explained, Brother Song, you don't know this. This is Casley's unique charm. Her gentle words are like the most severe order, which can't be disobeyed. This is the case in the Muzwolan tribe, and I think these people are no exception. Song Qingshu immediately felt relieved. One had to know that even he had almost lost his mind just now. This woman did indeed have a kind of irresistible charm. Princess Fragrance said a few more words. Yuanzi nodded and added, by the way, Casley said those people don't seem to be Tubo people, but the subordinates of someone called Desiluo. Desiluo. Song Qingshu was suddenly enlightened. No wonder he couldn't figure out why Tubo people would come here from thousands of miles away and the vast Kunlun mountains. If they were Desiluo, there would be no problem. Desiluo's territory was in Qinghai, which was next to Western Xia. It was easy for him to kidnap Princess Fragrance on the road. The tribes led by Desiluo were actually Tubo people, but they didn't live in Tibet but in Qinghai. Their clothes were similar, so Song Qingshu was confused. But why did Desiluo come to kidnap Princess Fragrance? It was obvious that Princess Fragrance was given to Temujin. No matter how lustful Desiluo was, he shouldn't be so daring. What's more, last time in Western Xia, they seemed to be flirting with the Mongolians. How could they bring trouble to themselves at this time? Song Qingshu told Yuanzi about his doubts. Yuanzi asked Princess Fragrance, but she shook her head slightly with a blank look on her face. Obviously, she didn't know about this. Song Qingshu walked to the warriors of Desiluo. Just now, many of them fell off their galloping horses and died, but many were still alive. Why do you want to kidnap Princess Fragrance? Song Qingshu asked. A few years ago, in order to fight against Li Yuanhao of Western Xia, Desiluo had a good relationship with the Song dynasty. Therefore, many people in the tribe could speak Chinese. Hearing his question, someone answered, "Our chief heard that Princess Fragrance is the most beautiful woman in the world, so he wants to take her back to be his wife." Song Qingshu frowned. When Western Xia was looking for a bride, he had met Desiluo and knew that he was an ambitious and ruthless man, so he would never be so unwise for a woman. But no matter how he asked, those warriors insisted that it was so. Song Qingshu didn't want to talk nonsense with them, so he directly used the soul transfer technique to interrogate them. Finally, he learned the truth. It turned out that they were the subordinates of Desiluo's Luanbu, Tubo's prime minister, Wenkuchi. Wenkuchi was originally the chief of the tribe in Qingtang. Because of the arrival of Desiluo, he had no choice but to step back and replace Desiluo. But in recent years, Desiluo's prestige had grown higher and higher, making it difficult for Wenkuchi to kill him. It just so happened that the Mongols had recently invaded Western Xia. Wenkuchi suddenly smelled a good opportunity and decided to steal Princess Fragrance under the name of Desiluo. If Temujin came to attack him, he could take advantage of the Mongols to overthrow Desiluo and replace him. Then, he would send Princess Fragrance back to Temujin to please him and surrender to him. After all, Wenkuchi had no ambition to conquer the world. He would be satisfied as long as he could become the ruler of Qingtang. Besides, the Mongols had a good reputation for treating their vassals well, so Wenkuchi was not worried that the Mongols would annex him. Due to an unknown reason, we can't be found on Sogu today. Dear readers, please remember our domain name, Booksy Pavilion, and find your way home. Song Qingshu's eyes lit up when he heard this. Previously, he was still gloomy, but after hearing this, he couldn't help but feel enlightened. Previously, his plan lacked a catalyst, and now the catalyst was here. Those people gradually came to their senses. Knowing that they had disclosed the secret, they bit the poison in their teeth and died on the spot. Song Qingshu was stunned. Wenkeki was so cruel that he had trained so many men of sacrifice. A Princess Fragrance, who was walking over, exclaimed. She hurriedly turned her face away and couldn't bear to see it. Yuanzi had been in Jianghu for a long time and was used to death. Therefore, she didn't take it seriously. She couldn't help asking curiously, "Is that the soul transfer method in Nining Sutra?" "How do you know?" Song Qingshu was a little curious. Yuanzi answered, "I met Senior Sister Apprentice Zhou a few years ago and was lucky to get her advice. Therefore, I know something about Nining Sutra." Zhirua. Not until then did Song Qingshu remember that Yuanzi's master was also an immortal nun of the Amei sect. He couldn't help laughing. "Speaking of which, shouldn't you call me brother-in-law?" Yuanzi blushed, but she didn't answer. Instead, she said, "Your cultivation method is too weird. With your cultivation, I don't think anyone in the world can resist it." Isn't it?" Seeing that she was hesitating, Song Qingshu said with a smile, "What? Are you worried that I'll use it on women and become a rapist from now on?" Yuanzi spat, "You have enough money to spend." At this time, Princess Fragrance said something. Yuanzi translated, "Kasley said that these people treated her well along the way. She felt sad to see them die like this, so she wanted to bury them. Song Qingshu had wanted to say that celestial burial was popular among Tubo people. Exposing their bodies in the wilderness was also a fate for them. However, he suddenly thought of another thing and agreed. Yuanzi was stunned. They didn't have much time on the way. She thought that he would never agree to such a waste of time. Unexpectedly, he agreed. It seemed that it was Casley's charm again. Thinking of this, she couldn't help feeling jealous. She was also a beauty, but in front of Casley, she couldn't be as proud and confident as usual. In fact, she was not the only one who had such a feeling over the years. Hu Qingtong was also beautiful and had devised strategies to lead her clansmen to victory one after another. However, Yuanzi was clear that it was not so easy to achieve all these. No matter what Hu Qingtong did, she had to bear the criticism of her people. Even her relatives would doubt her. However, Casley had never encountered such an experience. No matter what she did, everyone believed in her and praised her. Even if she did something wrong, no one would blame her. Those people could always find a reason to praise her. Thinking of this, Yuanzi felt a little ashamed. Even though Hu Qingtong had been treated differently all these years, she still loved her sister. Compared with her sister, Yuanzi's experience was nothing. At this time, Song Qingshu had moved the corpses of the warriors to the bottom of the cliff. Casley also wanted to help, but she was too weak to move them. Song Qingshu smiled at her, indicating that he didn't need her help. Soon, he defeated everyone under the cliff. Yuanzi ran over and translated. Casley said thank you. She also asked why you didn't dig a pit but moved them here. Song Qingshu explained, it's easy for wild beasts to dig a pit. I asked them to use the mountain as their mausoleum. They should be able to rest in peace. His plan could not be leaked. If someone found out that these warriors had died here, it would be a little troublesome. He buried them with the mountain. Even if someone found out later, they wouldn't be able to find any clues. Step back a little. When the two women had retreated far enough, Song Qingshu suddenly soared into the sky. He seemed to have turned into a giant sword. No, Yuanzi could see clearly that there was indeed an indistinct giant sword surrounding him in the air. He waved his hand, and the giant sword, which was dozens of meters long, slashed down. With a loud bang, a protruding part of the mountain wall halfway up the mountain was cut off. Large amounts of mountain rocks and soil tumbled down. In the blink of an eye, the corpses of the warriors were all buried under the rubble. Looking at the high mound of soil, Yuanzi thought that if someone wanted to dig them up, it would take tens of thousands of soldiers to dig for 10 days or half a month. She had always known that Ding Hao was very good at martial arts. However, he didn't spend much effort to deal with his enemies. Although she was shocked and admired him, she didn't feel it directly. However, the scene in front of her made her soul tremble. The vigorous and straight figure in the air and the earth-shattering sword. She knew that she would never forget that scene for the rest of her life. Princess Fragrance, whose eyes were more beautiful than the starry sky, was also full of shock. She pulled Yuanzi beside her and kept asking her something. Song Qingshu walked over and asked curiously, what is she talking about? Yuanzi smiled bitterly. She said that all the warriors on the prairie are not as good as you. She is asking for your name. I've already told her your name. Song Qingshu said with a smile, don't fall in love with me because I'm too good. Let's continue our journey. Yuanzi pulled Casley to talk to her using the echo language. However, Casley shook her head, I might not be able to go with you. I have to go back to Xianxia City to look for my sister. Also, I have to find a way to avenge my father and brother. Yuanzi said with a complicated expression, you don't have to go back because he has avenged you. She then told her what had happened in Xianxia City. When she heard what happened over there, Casley's rosy and alluring lips opened wide. She looked at Song Qingshu from time to time, and her beautiful eyes sparkled. So it was Brother Song who took revenge for me. I want to marry him to repay his kindness. Yuanzi was shocked and said hurriedly, you have to marry him just to repay his kindness? That's right. Casley nodded. I made a vow to Allah that I would marry whoever avenged me. Not only did he avenge me, but he also saved me just now. It's obvious that Allah heard my prayers and specially sent him to save me. Yuanzi was anxious, but you can't marry him. Kathleen blinked her eyes. There was a trace of doubt on her beautiful face, but her eyes were full of innocence. Why? Does Sister Z like him too? Yuanzi's heart skipped a beat, and her face turned red instantly. She knew that Kathleen was never scheming and would say whatever came to her mind. She hurriedly explained, "It has nothing to do with me. Your sister and he are already together. He is your brother-in-law." She then told her what had happened between Song Qingshu and Hu Qingtong. She thought that there would be no problem. However, Kathleen shook her head. "Isn't that great? Isn't that just right? This way, I can be with my sister forever and never have to be separated. Plus, I think my sister won't mind." Yuanzi? She realized that she could not keep up with Kathlee's train of thought. She wanted to refute, but she felt that Kathlee's words were very logical. Due to an unknown reason, we can't be found on Sogu today. Dear readers, please remember our domain name, Booksy Pavilion, and find your way home. Yuanzi was speechless for a long time and finally thought of a reason. Don't you like Qinjialua? I do. Like him? Kathleen blinked her big innocent eyes. He's like my brother. No, he treats me better than my real brother. Yuanzi thought, Qinjialua is so infatuated with you. How could he not treat you well? It's a pity that he died in the battle to save me. Kathlee's tears kept falling like pearls. She looked so pitiful that it made people feel sorry for her. Why is she crying? Song Qingshu, who was listening to the heavenly book by the side, was a little baffled. He saw the two girls mumbling something and looking at him shyly from time to time, but in the next second, they burst into tears. He made himself look like a villain who was trying to kidnap a girl. She said she wants to marry you. As Yuanzi comforted Kathleen, she looked at him with a complicated expression. Many men on the prairie yearned for Kathleen day and night. If they could talk to her or see her smile, they would not be able to sleep for more than half a month. If she said she wanted something, all the warriors on the prairie would risk their lives for her. Now that she wanted to marry a man, who in the world could resist such a temptation? Marry me? Song Qingshu was stunned. I'm charming, but I can't be that charming, can I? We just met, and he made the most beautiful woman in the Golden Book fall in love with him? She made a vow that she would marry the one who avenged her. You not only avenged her, but also saved her. Therefore, she feels that you're her Mr. Right. Therefore, she wants to marry you. Are you overjoyed now? Yuanzi even sensed the jealousy in her words. Song Qingshu fell into silence. After a while, he said, "Help me tell her that I don't want her to marry me. Instead, she wants to do something for me." Yuanzi was anxious at once. Are you crazy? Do you know how many men in the world dream of Kathleen? She offered to marry you, but you don't want her? She didn't know why she was so anxious. Song Qingshu smiled. Why are you in such a hurry? Shouldn't you be happy? Yuanzi was stunned. Why should I be happy? Song Qingshu smiled and said, Isn't it better for me to be with you instead of her? You. Yuanzi's face flushed at once. Her mind went blank and she didn't know what to say at all. Song Qingshu hurriedly raised his hand. I was just kidding. Don't mind me. Yuanzi was both ashamed and angry. Don't make such jokes again. In order to conceal the awkwardness in her heart, she hurriedly translated his words to Kathleen. During the entire process, her heart was still pounding, and she did not calm down for a long time. After the two women talked for a while, Yuanzi turned around and said to Song Qingshu with a strange expression, Kathleen said that she will do whatever you want her to do now that she's married to you. So there's no conflict between the two. Song Qingshu was immediately shocked. How could there be such a good thing in the world? Seeming to know what he was thinking, Yuanzi said, Kathleen is a kind and innocent child. I hope you won't let her down. Song Qingshu replied, Let her hear what I want her to do first. I need her to go to the Mongolian camp and meet Temujin. Yuanzi immediately became angry. What? You want to give her to that devil? Are you a man or not? It's not what you think, Song Qingshu explained. I need her to get close to Temujin. I'm afraid that she's the only one in the world who can reduce Temujin's guards to the weakest. He was not like Qinjialua in the Book of Swords and Sabers, who would dream of exchanging princess fragrance for the Han Empire. However, Temujin was usually surrounded by many skilled fighters and guards. Perhaps he would only let his guard down in front of the weak and innocent princess fragrance. Yuanzi was also a smart person. She immediately understood. You want to assassinate Temujin? Song Qingshu made a shushing gesture. Don't tell anyone about this, or I'll die without a burial place. Yuanzi looked serious. Brother Song, don't worry. I won't tell anyone. I misunderstood you before. I didn't expect that you would take such a big risk to assassinate that devil. Please accept my bow. Song Qingshu hurried to help her up. What are you doing? Get up. Yuanzi still insisted on bowing. No, I'm thanking you on behalf of all the people in the world. All these years, she had been traveling the world with her grandfather, especially in the western regions. The Mongols had brought bloodshed and slaughter, and countless people had died. She had always hated herself for not being able to stop all of this. Now that she heard the other party had such thoughts, how could she not admire him? Song Qingshu couldn't help laughing. Stop bowing. It's like you're bowing to heaven and earth. Hearing this, Yuanzi was stunned at first. When she realized what he meant, she blushed and stood up immediately. She didn't dare to bow again. Song Qingshu smiled. Translate it for her. Blushing, Yuanzi communicated with Casli for a while before replying. Casli agreed. She said that it was the Mongolians who caused their tribes to fight against each other. During the whole process, not only her father and elder brother were killed, but also many brave warriors and good sisters were killed. Taimu was the culprit. She also wanted to take revenge. That's good. Let's go first. Song Qingshu helped the two girls onto the horse and rushed to Xinqing Prefecture. He needed to communicate with the Western Xia country first and contact the other parties at the same time. Only by cooperating with them could they complete the task. On the way, Song Qingshu wanted to learn the Hui language and Casli wanted to learn Chinese. Obviously, they were not used to having someone translate for them. Therefore, Yuanzi became their teacher. She taught them Chinese and Hui language for a while. The more she taught, the more uncomfortable she felt. She always felt that she was an extra person in the middle. Due to the Mongols' looting, many towns were destroyed. It was difficult for them to find an inn. In order to completely destroy the resistance of the local people, the Mongols even threw the corpses into the wells in the city. As a result, they could only sleep in the wild. When night fell, the three of them found a valley and set up camp beside a stream in the mountains. Song Qingshu hunted a hare and roasted it. He gave a rabbit leg to Princess Fragrance. However, Princess Fragrance just smiled and didn't take it. Yuanzi said hurriedly, Casli doesn't like to eat meat. She has always been a vegetarian. Song Qingshu suddenly understood and remembered the rumors about her. He patted his head and said, wait a minute. After saying this, he flew into the forest. Yuanzi sighed faintly. She roughly guessed what he was going to do. Casli asked, Sister Z, why are you sighing? Do you like him too? Yuanzi was startled and said, don't talk nonsense. Casli smiled very beautifully and said, Sister Z, why don't you admit it? I can see that you look at Brother Song the same way those women look at their lovers in the tribe. Are you afraid that we will mind? Don't worry. According to our doctrine, a man can marry 4 wives at the same time. Sister, me, and you only have 3. Moreover, we have a good relationship. Why would we mind? Yuanzi blushed and said, it's not what you think. Besides, he has more than 4 wives. Casli was stunned. Ah, that's a little troublesome. Yuanzi heaved a sigh of relief. She thought that this girl had finally realized her mistake. However, in the next moment, Casli said, but it doesn't matter. As long as he treats all of us equally, it's fine. Yuanzi was speechless. She realized that it was hard for her to keep up with this girl's train of thought. She might choke to death if she continued the conversation. At this moment, Song Qingshu had already returned. He was holding a lot of wild fruits in his hands, and at the same time, he had also picked some flowers. I don't know what you like to eat, so I got some of each. I also picked some flowers for you. They smell quite fragrant, you should like them. How do you know that I like flowers? Casley looked surprised. She took the things from his hands. Without looking at the fruits, she plucked a few petals and put them in her mouth. Obviously, she enjoyed it very much. Yuanzi translated her words. Song Qingshu said with a smile, when I was with Qing Tong, she mentioned these things. She said that you liked to eat all kinds of flowers secretly since you were young. You didn't listen to your family's advice. Besides, she couldn't keep an eye on you all day, so she just let you be in the end. He was a little curious about the principle. Logically speaking, even if ordinary people ate flowers every day, they wouldn't emit a strange fragrance like flowers. Otherwise, wouldn't all the herbivores in the world have a fragrance? Bees pick flowers every day, but the honey they produce is very fragrant. Could it be that she has a similar transformation? Thank you, Brother Song. Casley's eyes smiled like crescent moons. Even Yuanzi, who was a woman, was moved by her. After the group finished their meal, Casley suddenly whispered something to Yuanzi. Yuanzi said to Song Qingshu with a strange expression, Brother Song, Casley said that she wants to take a bath in the stream. She's been taken by the guards these days, so it's not convenient for her to take a bath. Again? Song Qingshu felt a headache. Yuanzi also wanted to take a bath every now and then. These women are really troublesome. However, in the face of Casley's big watery eyes and the pleading look in them, no man could bear to refuse her. He could only nod and say, hurry up then. I'll keep watch for you nearby in case someone comes near again. Recalling what happened in the desert last time, Yuanzi blushed from the side of her neck. After getting permission, Casley exclaimed happily and immediately untied her belt. Yuanzi was so scared that she hurriedly stopped her and asked, What are you doing? He's still here. Casley blinked and said, Anyway, I'm going to marry Brother Song, so it doesn't matter if he sees me. Yuanzi was speechless and said, But you are, after all, you. Lei, and Yuanzi said, You are not married yet. Yuanzi hurriedly said, Casley asked you to stay away and not peep. Oh, Song Qingshu naturally wouldn't be so tasteless. He walked 100 feet away and began to meditate with his back facing the stream. This time, he didn't take a bath because he was worried that the same problem as last time would occur. After half an hour, Song Qingshu, who was meditating, suddenly opened his eyes because he felt something was wrong. It seemed that a group of cavalrymen was coming from afar and he could faintly feel the vibration. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Song Qingshu, who was meditating, suddenly opened his eyes. He had sensed that something was wrong. It seemed that a large group of cavalry was rushing over from afar, and he could faintly feel the tremors. However, they were on the mountain. How could the cavalrymen run up and cause such a vibration? He hurriedly said to the stream, Put on your clothes quickly. Something is wrong. What's wrong? Yuanzi was a little stunned because she didn't hear anything. At this moment, the earth suddenly shook and the mountain swayed. The entire earth seemed to be shaking. The two girls in the stream had never seen such a scene before and they both cried out in alarm. Earthquake. Song Qingshu finally understood what the strange feeling was. It was not the sound of the cavalrymen but the vibration from the depths of the earth. Although he had never experienced an earthquake, he had seen a lot of pictures of earthquakes on TV in his previous life. Since the media was so advanced in his previous life, he realized it immediately. At this time, a violent roar came from the upper reaches of the valley. Song Qingshu listened carefully and his face changed greatly. It's a mountain torrent. A mountain torrent is coming. In fact, he was not sure whether it was a mountain torrent or a mudslide. Either way, it would bring a destructive danger. Thinking of this, he could no longer care about anything else and directly rushed over. The two girls had never experienced an earthquake before, so naturally, they did not know what was going on. At this time, they were foolishly looking upstream in the water. When they saw Song Qingshu rushing over, the two girls blushed. When Yuanzi was about to ask, Song Qingshu interrupted her, There's no time to explain. Let's go. Song Qingshu swept across the water directly and flew out with the two girls' shoulders in each hand. Ah! Even the innocent Casley was clutching her chest tightly, her face turning pale. Yuanzi was shocked and angry. What are you doing? Song Qingshu was stunned. He didn't feel anything when he was in a hurry to save them. However, when he came to his senses and saw the scene in front of him, he almost had a nosebleed. Their long black hair was scattered on their shoulders, which formed a sharp contrast with their milky skin. At this moment, the two girls covered their breasts with one hand and covered the hem of their clothes with the other. Their graceful and charming bodies were covered with water droplets. Under the moonlight, they looked more hazy and attractive. It seemed that he could feel the soul-stirring soft and bouncy feeling just by looking at them. Perhaps sensing his gaze, the two girls' smooth and white skin flushed. Casley was more natural. Anyway, she was thinking of marrying him in the future. Yuanzi, who was beside her, blushed and her eyes were full of anger and bitterness. At this moment, a roaring stream mixed with rocks and trees rushed down from the upper reaches. No, it couldn't be described as a stream. It was more like a roaring yellow river. The two girls had never seen such a scene. They turned pale and even Yuanzi forgot to scold him. Let's get out of here first. Facing the power of nature, even Song Qingshu was a little frightened. No matter how powerful a person was, he was too small compared with the power of nature. Clothes, Yuanzi hurriedly pointed at the shore and said as she thought of something. At this time, the stream rose sharply. The clothes they put on the shore had been drawn into the water and were about to be washed away. Wait for me here. Song Qingshu tapped the tip of his foot, and he'd already flashed past the surface of the water like an arrow leaving the bow. He picked up the dress that was in the water, and then he tapped the tip of his foot on the surface of the water before turning back the way he came. The entire process seemed to be completed in one go without the slightest pause, and it was extremely pleasing to the eye. Yuanzi admired him very much. Her lightness skill had always been good, but she couldn't do that. It was hard to borrow strength on the water surface, but he could still be so natural and unrestrained. Could he really be the immortal in heaven that Casley mentioned? At this time, Song Qingshu thought of one thing. He remembered that in history, the Mongolians had besieged the capital of Xianxia for a long time. Although Xianxia was on the verge of collapse, the people of Xianxia had always been brave and had been struggling to hold on. Until one day, there was a sudden earthquake. The mountains collapsed, the ground cracked, and the city wall collapsed, which gave the superstitious people a great psychological pressure. The plague that followed became the last straw for the people of Xianxia. Not long after the earthquake, the last emperor of Xianxia had to surrender with his people. Would history repeat itself after the sudden earthquake this time? Thinking that Xingqing Mansion might be experiencing the biggest crisis at this time, Song Qingshu was so anxious that he couldn't wait to go back immediately. Well, can you give us the clothes? Yuanzi's shy voice came from behind. Only then did Song Qingshu remember that there were two women glowing with holy light beside him. He handed the clothes to them and said, "These clothes are all wet. How can you wear them? It's better than nothing." "I can't wear them, right?" Yuanzi was about to cry. "When the earthquake is over, let's find a place to make a fire and dry the clothes." Song Qingshu said in a deep voice, "Have a good rest tonight. From tomorrow on, we'll have to travel day and night." Although Song Qingshu's back was facing her, Yuanzi took the clothes and covered her chest subconsciously. "Brother Song, are you worried about Xianxia?" Song Qingshu answered. Yuanzi hurriedly comforted him. "Xianxia has been established for 100 years. You don't know how many crises it has experienced. It will be able to hold on. Brother Song, don't worry too much." Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. How could he explain to Yuanzi that he knew the original history? Yuanzi was comforting him out of kindness, so he naturally wouldn't say anything. The three of them stayed on a flat ground in the valley for less than an hour. The earthquake finally subsided. Song Qingshu began to collect firewood. "Let's rest here tonight. There may be aftershocks later. It's not safe to stay in the cave." Yuanzi blushed, "But there's nothing to hide here, and we're not wearing clothes." Song Qingshu built a simple drying pole with branches, hung their clothes on it, and put it between the three of them. "In this way, I can't see you." Yuanzi hurriedly explained, "I'm not afraid of being seen by you. I'm just saying that there's nothing to hide here." If someone comes, we'll all be exposed. Don't worry. Song Qingshu smiled, I'll fully activate my qi to sense the movements around. If someone comes, I'll inform you in advance. Hearing his words, Yuanzi was relieved. Given his martial arts, no one could approach him if he tried his best to guard himself. By the way, you don't seem to mind being seen by me. Then why do you still use clothes to hide between us? Song Qingshu couldn't help teasing her. Yuanzi blushed instantly, haven't you seen enough? She wondered how many times he had seen her naked during this period. Song Qingshu laughed. At this time, he heard Casli saying something on the other side and asked Yuanzi, Casli, what is she talking about? She said you were so handsome when you flew just now. She still doesn't know how it feels to fly in this life. Yuanzi also looked depressed. Was she the only one who was troubled about being naked? Casli didn't care about it. This silly girl is too carefree. Song Qingshu smiled, that's easy. He took off his coat and wrapped it around Casli's body. Then, he hugged her soft waist and flew up the nearby cliff. Ah! Casli was shocked and hugged him tightly subconsciously. When she realized that they were really flying in the valley, her face was flushed. She was obviously very excited. Casli looked around excitedly and kept saying something to him. It was a pity that Song Qingshu had only learned the Hui language for a short period of time and could only understand a few words. It was very difficult for him to understand what she was saying. I don't understand. Song Qingshu could only use the Hui language that he had just learned to answer. Casli was stunned at first. Then, a smile appeared on her face. It was like 100 flowers blooming. She hugged his neck and kissed him on the cheek. This action could be used all over the world. He knew what the other party was trying to say without words. The air was filled with the girl's unique fragrance. Feeling her warm and soft lips, Song Qingshu felt his heart pounding. He hadn't felt like this for many years. Casli really had a special charm. Feeling the strange fragrance on her body at such a close distance, he even had a sudden urge to get her immediately. He couldn't help but be shocked when he thought of this. Could it be that the strange fragrance on Casli's body could arouse men's lust? But he hadn't heard of it. All these years, the people from the Muzhuoluan tribe and even Qinjialua respected her as a goddess every time they interacted. They didn't dare to have any blasphemous thoughts. Then why was it different for him? Yuanzi, who was on the ground, watched Song Qingshu fly around the valley with Casli in his arms. She tightened her clothes and couldn't help but kick the stones on the ground. This guy really has a lot of tricks up his sleeves. However, she had to admit that there probably weren't many women in the world who could resist such an attraction. While she was in a daze, Song Qingshu had already returned with Casli. The moment they landed, Casli said something to Yuanzi excitedly. What did she say to you? Even though he couldn't understand, Casli's voice was too soft and pleasant. Even if she was just chattering, it was still an extreme enjoyment. Nothing much. Yuanzi blushed slightly. Some private words between women. It turned out that Casli had described how wonderful the feeling was earlier and asked her to give it a try. However, how could she say such words? Unexpectedly, Song Qingshu said, do you want to give it a try too? Yuanzi was shocked. She thought that he had understood their conversation. However, looking at his eyes, he must have thought of it himself. She hurriedly replied, it's okay, it's okay. Don't stand on ceremony. It's quite tiring for you to be my guide day and night. I haven't had the time to thank you. Song Qingshu didn't wait for her reply and directly flew up with her in his arms. Yuanzi finally understood why Casli had shouted so loudly just now. It was because this feeling was indeed thrilling and exciting. She also knew lightness skill, but she usually only moved at low altitudes. How could she move on the steep cliff as though it was flat ground like now? Looking at the trees and rocks on the ground becoming smaller and smaller, Yuanzi couldn't help but exclaim along the way. Even when they returned to the ground, her heart was still pounding. The way she looked at Song Qingshu was a little different. After this episode, the relationship between the three of them seemed to be more harmonious than before. After a night's rest, the three of them hurriedly started their journey the next morning. They were originally worried that Casli wouldn't be able to handle the long journey. However, it turned out that she grew up in a wooden house and herded horses and sheep every day. Her riding skills weren't worse than anyone else's. The three of them traveled all the way to the east and finally arrived near Xinqing Prefecture. However, they could see the Mongolian army surrounding the city from afar. As far as the eye could see, the Mongolian army was densely packed. The banners connected together covered the sky and the sun. Xinqing Prefecture stood alone in the center, like a small boat in the raging sea, as if it would sink at any time. Song Qingshu heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he came in time. You guys settle down here and wait for me. I'll go into the city first. It'll take a few hours to 1 or 2 days. I'll come out to look for you guys. The battle was so chaotic, and it was too dangerous for him to bring people in. Yuanzi nodded. Okay, I'll protect Casli. We'll wait for you nearby. Arriving at the outskirts of Xinqing Prefecture City, Song Qingshu originally thought that if the city was too tightly surrounded, he would fly through the high void. However, when he got closer, he realized that not every inch of land was surrounded. Thinking about it, Xinqing Prefecture was the capital of Western Xia. Even compared to the entire Central Plains, it was still a big city. It was impossible to completely surround it. Moreover, besieging a city had always been about leaving an opening. The attacker would intentionally or unintentionally leave an opening for the defending side to waver in their determination to defend the city. Song Qingshu took advantage of the darkness and sped towards Xinqing Prefecture like a wisp of smoke. The tall city wall couldn't stop him, so he climbed up the city wall with the tips of his toes. But the commotion here still alarmed the soldiers guarding the city. After all, it was a critical moment. Countless eyes were on him. No matter how good his lightness skill was, he couldn't hide from them. Some soldiers shot arrows at him, but he easily brushed them off. The soldiers on the city wall were shocked. Just as they were about to sound the alarm, Song Qingshu had already climbed up the city wall. He flashed the golden token and said, "Take me to the palace." The soldiers on the city wall were stunned. Only the emperor had this golden token. With this token, it was as if the emperor himself had arrived. They didn't dare to be negligent. They sent people to inform him and escort him to the palace. Soon, a tall and slender figure wearing golden armor came with a group of cavalry. Obviously, the commotion here had alarmed her. The group of people bowed to her. "Greetings, Crown Princess." Song Qingshu was secretly shocked. The respect these soldiers had for her could be seen with the naked eye. It was not because of her identity, but because they had gone through thick and thin with her, fighting together on the city gate, and the friendship they had left behind. The figure on the horse was beautiful. Between her brows, there was a hint of heroism and exhaustion. Her skin, which used to be as white as jade, was now stained with a lot of dust. Her golden armor was dull, and there were even some blood stains on it. Who else could it be but Yelu Nanxian? Brother Song. Seeing Song Qingshu, Yelu Nanxian's furrowed brows relaxed in an instant, her beautiful eyes shining with a startling light. Song Qingshu's heart ached for her. He didn't need to ask to know how much hardship she had been through. In front of so many soldiers, Yelu Nanxian still remembered her status and did not do anything too extreme. But after entering the palace, she could no longer hold back and threw herself into his arms, tightly hugging him, not saying a word. Feeling her trembling body, Song Qingshu comforted her softly, "It's okay, it's okay. I'm back. Everything will be fine." When he arrived at the imperial study, Mu Wanqing and Li Qinglu were already waiting there. What was surprising was that there was also a flirtatious figure in the room. Who else could it be but Li Qiushui? Seeing his puzzled expression, Li Qiushui giggled and said, "Xixia is my home. How can I not come back when there is a problem here?" Mu Wanqing said, "Fortunately, there is the old princess. If she hadn't arrived in time, the city gate would have been broken in the previous attacks by the Mongolian masters." Li Qinglu also answered, "Yes, if it wasn't for the old princess and Wu. Old Master Wu Yizi, it would have been troublesome during this period of time." Strictly speaking, from her point of view, Wu Yizi was the old princess's lover. Naturally, she would not like him. Song Qingshu was very glad. He was worried that the Xianxia would not be able to withstand the attack of the Mongolian masters. Although the martial arts masters were not very useful on the battlefield, they were very effective as special forces to attack the city gate at night. With Li Qiushui and Wu Yizi here, it would not be easy to defeat them unless the great grandmaster personally intervened. By the way, where is Senior Wu Yizi? Li Qiushui answered, he has spent a lot of energy these days and was injured before. He is resting now. Song Qingshu was shocked, is the injury serious? I have a lot of healing medicine here. In addition, I know how to use the solitary young finger to heal. Li Qiushui rolled her eyes, in terms of healing medicine, nothing can compare to the 9 turns bear snake pill. Don't forget that we are also from the Xiaoyao sect. As for the solitary young finger, it is not that serious. It is just that his old injury was too serious. Although he got your black jade connection ointment to reconnect his muscles and bones, and the God-illuminating scripture to restore his power, it has been delayed for decades. He can't return to his peak, so he has been struggling these days. He will be fine after resting for a while. Song Qingshu was relieved. By the way, what is the situation now? It is not very good. Li Qinglu opened a scroll of map and said, some time ago, the Mongolian army divided into 2 groups and destroyed the city. The 2 main forces we sent to help, Wei Ming Linggong and Ashiganbu, were defeated. Now they can only retreat inside the city. Xinqing Prefecture has been surrounded. There are still some cities in Xianxia that are holding out, but unless a miracle happens, it is impossible to turn the situation around. Song Qingshu asked in a low voice, how many soldiers are there in the city? How long can the supplies last? Mu Wanqing answered, there are still around 100,000 soldiers. They are the last fighting force of Xianxia. The supplies can last for around a year. 100,000 soldiers sounded like a lot, but it was such a big city. Even if they were distributed to every side, it was not a lot. Yelu Nanxian added, this is all in theory, but once there is no hope, the soldiers and civilians in the city may not be able to persevere. Recently, I have sensed that some people are tempted. During the earthquake yesterday, the 4 great villains and some soldiers wanted to open the city gates to let the Mongolian army in. Fortunately, we noticed it in time. Senior Wu Yizi was injured at that time. The 4 great villains? Song Qingshu was stunned. He looked at Li Qiushui, aren't they always part of Class 1 Hall? Why did they suddenly betray us? The Mongolians must have agreed to help Duan Yanqing restore his country, and the others followed Duan Yanqing's lead, so they naturally rebelled as well. Li Qiushui had been in charge of Class 1 Hall for many years, and he had already guessed the general truth. Song Qingshu did not pay too much attention to it. These people were just martial artists and did not have the ability to lead troops, so they could not affect the overall situation. By the way, where are the reinforcements from the other routes? Mu Wanqing looked worried. The Jin Kingdom and the Southern Song Dynasty's Sichuan have both sent reinforcements, but they are still patrolling 100 miles away. They must be wary of the Mongolians and do not dare to get too close. Song Qingshu knew that these 2 routes of reinforcements were probably waiting for his news. After all, the current situation was too chaotic, and they did not dare to advance rashly. The current situation was very similar to the Battle of Julu. On one side, the Qin army surrounded the Zhao kingdom, and the allied forces of the other countries did not dare to advance. Unfortunately, he was not Xianyu, and Temujin was not Wang Li. But he had already found an opportunity. Don't worry. Before long, Temujin will split up and leave. Really? Mu Wanqing and the others all perked up. It must be known that the pressure of the Mongolian army during this period of time was too great. Because Desiluo snatched Princess Sweet Fragrance, who was offered to Temujin. Song Qingshu roughly explained the situation with Mu Zhuoluan, and at the same time told them about the rescue of Princess Sweet Fragrance. Although Temujin is not Wusan Gue, he is so powerful that he will not tolerate his woman being snatched away. Moreover, there are already enough troops surrounding Xinqing Prefecture, and many of the Mongolian soldiers have not been fully mobilized. So, if nothing unexpected happens, he will send troops to Qingtang. On one hand, he will take back Kazli, and on the other hand, he will completely wipe out the threat from the flanks. In history, when Temujin had besieged the capital of Xianxia, he had left his troops behind to besiege the capital of Xianxia while he led another army to attack Shaanxi and Qinghai. Now, all kinds of reasons had been found for him, and they were just waiting for him to fall into the trap. This is great news. Li Qiushui's face was full of excitement. Desilluo and Xianxia have always been enemies, and they would never help us this time. But now that this has happened, it's impossible for them not to fight with the Mongolians. I can only say that we are lucky that Desilluo has an ambitious person in his ranks. Otherwise, with his knowledge and experience, he would never offend the Mongolians at this time. Song Qingshu also had a smile on his face. After discussing some of the details of the plan, Song Qingshu was about to bid farewell to them. Leaving so soon? Mu Wanqing was a little reluctant. Although Yelu Nanxian and Li Qinglu did not speak, the meaning in their eyes was quite similar. I need to contact the people from both Jin and Song. That way, we can seize the fleeting opportunity at the crucial moment. Song Qingshu's tone was full of apology. Although he had many female friends over the years, he had been wandering around and had spent too little time with each of them. The girls also knew that this was a serious matter and did not dare to delay it. They just kept reminding him to be careful. After leaving the city, Song Qingshu ran to inform Yuanzi and Kazli, and then hurried in the direction of the Jin reinforcements in the east. 100 miles away, in the Jin camp, Song Qingshu did not want to reveal his identity in case there were Mongolian spies and Temujin realized something. He used his superior kung fu to sneak into the camp. He went all the way to the commander's tent and saw that it was brightly lit and full of people. It seemed that they were also restless in the face of the situation in Xianxia. He was worried that there were other generals inside and was hesitating whether to go in or not. Suddenly, a cold snort came from inside. Who is it? Song Qingshu was shocked. How could he be detected by someone with his level of cultivation? He had no time to think. Alarmed, he hurriedly dodged to the side. 3 embroidery needles shot directly at the place where he was just a moment ago, and even blocked his possible way out. This is... Seeing the familiar hidden weapons, Song Qingshu could not help but be surprised and happy. At this moment, a red shadow rushed out of the tent. It was as fast as a ghost and attacked his vitals the moment it made its move. Song Qingshu did not dare to be careless and hurriedly defended himself. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged more than a dozen moves. The speed was so fast that the surrounding people could not see the two clearly. Huh? The red shadow obviously sensed something and could not help but exclaim. Song Qingshu took the opportunity to pull down his scarf and said, stop fighting, it's me. The red figure was stunned when he saw his face, but he snorted and continued to attack. Song Qingshu was flustered. He dodged and shouted, why are you still hitting me after recognizing me? It's your own fault for sneaking around like a thief in your own home. You deserve to be beaten up. Dongfang Muxue was the only one who was dressed in red and whose kung fu was close to Song Qingshu's. The commotion here had alerted the soldiers of the Jin kingdom. Soon, heavy footsteps could be heard, and a group of armored warriors surrounded them. Stand down. A woman in a tight leather dress shouted. She was not only the princess of the Jin kingdom, but also the sister-in-law of Tang Qibian, the most powerful official in the Jin kingdom. Most importantly, she was in charge of the secret service and could stop children from crying at night. These warriors did not dare to object and left as quickly as they came. Song Qingshu was enraged by Dongfang Muxue. He wanted to grab her, press her on his thighs, and spank her. Unfortunately, her kung fu was too high. Even with his current cultivation, it would not be easy for him to defeat her. He could only dream about it. Miss Dongfang, we have taught him a lesson. Let's discuss business again. Wan Yanping smiled. Dongfang Muxue snorted and returned to her side. She stood with her hands behind her back like a ghost. Song Qingshu heaved a sigh of relief. Sister-in-law is the most considerate. Brother-in-law. Even though they were already intimate, Wan Yanping still called out subconsciously. General Wan Yanchen, who was at the side, saw the shyness of a young girl on the face of the cold and emotionless demoness. His heart was in turmoil. Actually, Gubai and Wan Yanping had revealed a lot of things to him these days. Coupled with the current situation, how could he not understand Song Qingshu's identity? Even though he was shocked, he hesitated for a long time when he remembered that all of them were trained by Song Qingshu. In the end, he did not ask. Big brother Xianxia, a beautiful girl, bounced over and grabbed his arm. She didn't seem to mind that her breasts were pressed tightly against his elbow. Little demon. Wang Yanping snorted, but thinking about Wang Yanchongjia's pitiful life, she didn't say anything. Sister Xianxia, you are here too. Isn't Mr. Ouyang nearby? Song Xianxia looked around. Ha ha ha, a burst of laughter rang out, and a tall, white-haired old man walked out of the tent. He had an indescribable aura about him. It was none other than the Western poison Ouyang Feng. Brother, do you still remember me? What are you talking about, Brother Ouyang? If it wasn't for your warning, I'm afraid I would still be muddle-headed for a long time. When Song Xianxia thought of what happened on Divine Dragon Island, he couldn't help but feel as if a lifetime had passed. Ouyang Feng also sighed and said, time really flies. It's true that the new generation excels the old. Now your martial arts have far surpassed mine. I'm ashamed of my inferiority after witnessing your fight. Song Xianxia smiled and said, Brother Ouyang, you're being too humble. This time around, I can see that you've restrained your mythological power. I'm sure you've improved a lot during your seclusion. It's just a small improvement. It's not worth mentioning. Although Ouyang Feng said this, he couldn't help but reveal a hint of smugness on his face. Previously, when he witnessed the life and death battle of several great grandmasters on Mount Wudong, he was greatly shocked. He also comprehended something in his heart. After returning to seclusion for a long time, he had faintly touched the threshold. Stop flattering each other. Come in and discuss business. Dongfang Muxue couldn't bear to listen anymore. She directly opened the curtain and took the lead to enter. Song Xianxia smiled embarrassedly and hurriedly followed. After so long, Dongfang Muxue still had a natural domineering aura. She was completely different from other women who were timid and helpless. However, for some reason, the more she acted like this, the more he felt that there was a special charm about her that attracted him. Damn it, wasn't she cheap? When the group entered the tent, Song Xianxia and monk Wan Yanchen nodded in acknowledgement. There were many things that didn't need to be said too clearly. Everything was understood without words. Dongfang, why are you here? Song Xianxia then asked Dongfang Muxue. Dongfang Muxue rolled her eyes. How could I not come for such an important matter? It's just that the Qing kingdom is too far away and it's not convenient to send troops to help Xianxia. So I came to see if I could be of any help. According to your previous plan, you should need me. Song Xianxia laughed. That's right. At first, I only had a 50% chance of success. But now that you're here, I have a 70% chance. Dongfang Muxue frowned. We still can't be careless. The Mongolians are full of masters. Just the two of us alone may not be enough. Song Xianxia explained. Most of the grandmasters by Temujin's side are dead. The only one left is Pang Ban in the forest. The masters by his side are unprecedentedly weak. It's a good time to strike. He briefly explained what had happened a while ago. Beside him, Wang Yanping hurriedly reminded him. Brother-in-law, you still have to be careful. Even though he doesn't have any grandmasters by his side, he still has many other masters. Let's not talk about the masters of Ba Siba and Tantric Buddhism, but the 2,000 guards and quiver soldiers in his army are not to be underestimated. Every one of the guards is a top-notch master in Jianghu, and every quiver soldier is comparable to a godly archer like the 8 divine archers. What's more, unlike the masters of Jianghu, these people specialize in joint attacks. Even a grandmaster would die if he were to face them. She was in charge of the intelligence department of the Jin kingdom and naturally knew all of this. Song Xianxia nodded. He had been in Mongolia for a long time and had learned this information. The number of famous masters by Temujin's side had indeed decreased, but the guards by his side were still very strong. If he did not end the battle quickly, not only would he have to face the 2,000 guards and quiver soldiers, but he would also have to fight with thousands of soldiers. Even a grandmaster would not be able to escape death. Grandmasters were powerful, and their internal energy was endless. However, there was a limit to the recovery speed of their internal energy and stamina. If they were surrounded by thousands of soldiers, the consumption of their internal energy would be greater than their recovery speed. If this continued for too long, they would definitely be exhausted to death. Of course, unless they were forced into a desperate situation where they could not leave, grandmasters or even grandmasters could still avoid danger in advance. It would not be easy for the army to exhaust them to death. Song Qingshu roughly explained his plan. The others were all amazed, but Dongfang Muxue was a little hesitant. Are you sure Temujin will mobilize his army to fight against Laosi for a woman? Believe me, he definitely will. Princess Fragrance is a woman that any man in the world would want to have. Kazli's stunning appearance appeared in Song Qingshu's mind as he sighed from the bottom of his heart. Even someone like you, who's used to seeing beauties, would say that. Princess Xianxia must really be a peerless beauty. Even I want to meet her. A hint of curiosity appeared on Dongfang Mushua's beautiful face. Song Qingshu suddenly remembered that this guy seemed to have some offensive attributes, and for a moment, he couldn't help but have a strange expression. Wanyan Zhongjia was a little angry. Seeing how highly Song Qingshu praised Princess Fragrance's beauty, she couldn't help but feel a little jealous. She quickly changed the topic. Then we will wait for you to kill Temujin. After we send the signal, we will attack while the Mongolian army is in chaos. But what if the assassination fails? After all, I heard that countless people have tried to assassinate Temujin and failed. Just the king of assassins in the West has organized thousands of assassination attempts. As the commander-in-chief of the army, Wan Yanchen was much more thoughtful. Song Qingshu sighed. If the assassination fails, then immediately take the army back to the Jin kingdom and prepare for the next Mongolian attack. Wan Yanping gently held his hand. Brother-in-law, I believe in you. You will definitely succeed. She was speaking the truth. In her heart, Song Qingshu was a man who could do anything and create miracles. Song Qingshu smiled at her, but he was a little unsure. It had been a long time since he had been so nervous and perturbed. The last time was when he had staked everything on one throw to assassinate Xianyi and replace him in the Jin kingdom. This time, he was more prepared and had more helpers. Even his own cultivation had improved, but he still felt uneasy. After discussing the details of the plan, Song Qingshu was about to leave. He still had to confirm with the army in Sichuan. Before he left, he called Wan Yanping aside and asked her gently, "How is your sister?" A smile appeared on Wan Yanping's face. "She is doing well." "Oh right, the child has been born." "It's a girl." Song Qingshu was overjoyed. "It's good to have a girl. She will be as gentle and beautiful as her mother." "Oh right, have you named her yet?" Wan Yanping let out a sigh of relief. Her sister had been worried that Song Qingshu would prefer boys. "No, she said that she will name her after you go back." Song Qingshu's heart trembled. A warm feeling flowed through him. This simple sentence made him feel at home. Good, for our baby daughter, I will definitely succeed this time. Thinking of Goodbye's gentle appearance when he comforted the child, Song Qingshu felt a surge of pride. He felt that there was no difficulty that he could not overcome. Wan Yanping blushed. Since brother-in-law likes children so much, why don't I give him a few as well? After leaving the Jin kingdom's tent, Song Qingshu rushed towards the Song army's camp in the south. With the information provided by Wan Yanping, it was not difficult to find them. Dongfang Muxue also followed him. Along the way, she saw that he could not stop smiling. She could not help but ask, "Do you like children so much?" Song Qingshu looked at her with a smile. "Why? Do you want to give birth to children for me too?" Dongfang Muxue snorted. "Giving birth is so painful. I'm not interested. In comparison, I'm more curious about how beautiful Princess Xianxia is." Song Qingshu rolled his eyes. "Can you change this hobby of yours? There are so many concubines in the Forbidden City. Isn't that enough?" Dongfang Mushua's lips curled up into a beautiful smile, making her look even more beautiful and alluring. "What, are you jealous?" Song Qingshu was annoyed. "No, I must get you pregnant so that you don't have any bad thoughts." Dongfang Mushua's figure flashed, leaving only a red afterimage in the air and her bell-like laughter. "Let's see if you have the ability you want to compete with me in lightness skill?" Song Qingshu chuckled and hurriedly chased after her. Download the Zongheng app. Everyone can bookmark my new book, Land Fairy, and slowly raise it. If it wasn't for Song Qingshu, Dongfang Mushua's lightness skill would probably be the best in the world. Thus, the two of them chased each other in the wilderness, running like the wind and moving like smoke. Song Qingshu suddenly thought of an old joke from the filthy demon king in his previous life: "If you catch me, I'll let you, he he he." Therefore, he was suddenly motivated and did not hold back as he used his light body technique to chase after her. It was a pity that Dongfang Mushue was a step ahead of him. After chasing for such a long time, although the distance between them was decreasing, it was not realistic for him to catch up in such a short amount of time. Song Qingshu had no choice but to use so. Close, yet worlds apart, and appeared in front of her almost instantly. Dongfang Mushue was startled when she saw the person who was originally behind her suddenly appear in front of her. However, she immediately realized that this was his skill. She snorted and directly bumped into his chest. Although she didn't use the embroidery needle this time, she still attacked the vital acupoints on his body. Song Qingshu was shocked. "Trying to kill your husband?" Dongfang Mushua's lips curled up slightly. "If you want to take advantage of me, you'll have to beat me first. Then don't blame me for being rude." Song Qingshu chuckled and also attacked at lightning speed. Dongfang Mushue was stunned. She felt that there was an unspeakable secret hidden in his smile. However, she had always been proud and didn't think that she would really lose to him. Thus, she fought with 120% of her energy and wanted to compete with him. However, after a few moves, she was already limp in Song Qingshu's arms. "You're cheating." Dongfang Mushue was embarrassed and angry. She didn't expect that she would talk to a man in such a soft tone. Song Qingshu hugged her alluring body and injected a strand of joyful vital energy into her body. He smiled and said, "How can you say that I'm cheating? This is obviously the attribute of my cultivation technique. It would be a waste not to use it." "Bastard." Dongfang Mushue was so angry that she opened her mouth to bite him. However, her red lips were blocked by him in the next moment. Dongfang Mushue's body trembled. After a long time, she finally closed her eyes and let him do whatever he wanted. After a while, she tightly grasped his hand that had reached into her clothes. "Here?" "What, are you afraid?" Song Qingshu teased. Dongfang Mushue was enraged. "Why would I be afraid?" Although she didn't want to admit defeat, she still waved her hand after saying that, and a large pile of leaves and branches surrounded them, weaving a simple thatched hut to hide the two of them. Then, there was a faint sound of dispute coming from the haystack. "I want to be on top." "No, Qian is the sky and Kuan is the earth. I can't mess it up. If you want to be above, you'll have to defeat me next time. I should have killed you when I was in the Forbidden City if I had known this." "Humph, you didn't show any mercy back then. Today, I'll have my revenge." "Then hurry up, we still have to hurry, all right." After an unknown period of time, a cold voice suddenly sounded, directly on the road. "It really is a pair of adulterers." A gap immediately appeared in the haystack. Song Qingshu was surprised and delighted. "Jiruo, you're here too?" Not far away stood a girl in white, her dress fluttering in the wind. She was as beautiful as an immortal. Who else could it be but Zhou Jiruo? Glancing at him, Zhou Jiruo snorted coldly and turned her face away. Dongfang Mushue also poked her head out from the gap, and a strange smile appeared on her face when she saw Zhou Jiruo. "So it's sect leader Zhou, long time no see." Zhou Jiruo bit her lip lightly. "Disheveled clothes, what a scandal." Dongfang Mushue twirled her hair with her fingers and said teasingly, "Sect leader Zhou, you can join us too." "I don't mind." "Tui." Zhou Jiruo spat on the ground. She was indeed from a demonic sect, and her vulgar language was not to be underestimated. "Are you guys done yet? If you're done, then hurry up and come out to talk business." Dongfang Mushue hugged Song Qingshu provocatively. "It's not like you don't know how powerful your man is. How can you be done so soon? Why don't you wait a little longer?" Zhou Jiruo's eyebrows twitched involuntarily, and she immediately lashed out with her long whip toward the thatched hut made of leaves. Dongfang Mushue was already prepared. She flicked her fingers, and several embroidery needles shot out, dissolving the menacing whip into nothingness. All right, stop fighting." Seeing the two women fighting, Song Qingshu felt a headache coming on. He hurriedly came out and asked while buttoning his shirt, "Jiruwa, why are you here?" Noticing the kiss mark on his chest, Zhou Jiruwa's face turned a little colder. "I heard that the Mongolians were attacking Western Xia, and I thought that you would definitely need help here, so I came to take a look. I was in the Sichuan army camp, and this time I was going to the Jin army camp to communicate with them, but I didn't expect to meet you two on the way, hee. Well, we also wanted to go to the Sichuan army camp to discuss and communicate with them." Song Qingshu's face turned hot. No matter how thick-skinned he was, it was still quite embarrassing to be caught red-handed by the Empress. Dongfang Muxue, on the other hand, slowly put on her clothes, as if she was watching a good show. Zhou Jiruwa's face was originally cold, but she suddenly took a deep breath, and a warm smile appeared on her face. She walked over and carefully tidied up Song Qingshu's clothes. "I'm not by your side, so it's good to let other women serve you. Your health is more important, don't suffocate yourself." Song Qingshu was stunned, and for a moment, he didn't know what she was up to. Dongfang Muxue, on the other hand, understood immediately. She was obviously using her as a tool to vent her lust. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but laugh. This woman looked gentle on the surface, but deep down, she was an extremely powerful person. However, with her boldness and style, she naturally disdained to be jealous of other women in the harem. She was just trying to provoke the other party for fun, so naturally, she couldn't be bothered to respond now. Seeing that Dongfang Muxue didn't respond, Zhou Jiruwa also blushed. She felt that she had gone too far, and this was too petty. Moreover, the two of them had entered the Qing imperial palace together to seek revenge. Ahem. Song Qingshu also realized that the atmosphere was a little strange, and hurriedly said, "We've already communicated with the Jin kingdom. What's the situation in Sichuan now?" Zhou Jiruwa answered, "This time, Shen Xiaolong and Lin Pingji will lead the troops in Sichuan, and Madame Ruan will stay behind to oversee the rear. By the way, Madame Ruan is also one of your people, right?" Ahem. Song Qingshu felt that his throat was particularly itchy today, and said guiltily, "This. I remember telling you before. She's already given birth to your child." Zhou Jiruwa said sourly. She actually wanted a child, but the two of them spent more time apart than together, and she never got pregnant. Instead, other women outside gave birth to one after another. Ah? Song Qingshu was surprised and happy. These 2 days, good news came one after another. "It's a daughter, and Madame Ruan named her Ishu." As Zhou Jiruwa spoke, she felt that her teeth were a little itchy, and she wanted to bite him fiercely. Ishu. Song Qingshu instantly understood Madame Ruan's feelings when she named her daughter, and for a moment, he was filled with emotions. When he came back to his senses, he suddenly realized that with his physique, how could he give birth to so many daughters? In the future, he didn't know which brat would be the lucky one. Sect leader Zhou, you don't have to be envious of others. These 2 days, you should hurry up and fool around with him, and maybe you can also get pregnant. Dongfang Muxue had already tidied up her clothes and walked out. Zhou Jiruwa snorted, "I can't be like you guys on the street, humph." Actually, this wasn't a street, but it was still a road in the forest. Occasionally, there would still be people passing by. Just now, when she passed by, she thought that she had bumped into a pair of wild mandarin ducks having an affair here. In the end, when she felt the familiar breath and voice, she realized that it was the two of them. Dongfang. Muxue smiled, "Sect leader Zhou is too reserved, so you let other women get ahead of you. If you want to get pregnant, you have to use more embarrassing positions in the end." Zhou Jiruwa's face instantly turned red, and she looked at her flat belly, "You speak as if you have experience." Dongfang Muxue replied, "Although I don't have experience, don't forget that I am the cult leader of the evil cult. These kinds of things, I know more than you people from the orthodox sections." Zhou Jiruwa was stunned. She thought, could it be true? No wonder I didn't get pregnant before. Seeing that Zhou Jiruwa was almost fooled, Song Qingshu hurriedly interrupted the two of them. Jiruwa, did you come alone this time?" Zhou Jiruwa grunted, "After all, there are too many countries in between, so the green camp in Yangzhou can't be mobilized. I only chose 100 people with high martial arts skills and brought them here. They are now staying in the Sichuan military camp. Audiobook and the others originally wanted to come, but considering that the situation in Yangzhou is not stable, she will stay in Yangzhou for me. Qing will continue to take charge of the Golden Snake camp. As for Miss Ren, she is busy persuading the court officials not to take advantage of this opportunity to send troops to Sichuan. Song Qingshu nodded. Although he secretly controlled many countries, because he took shortcuts, it was difficult for him to fully mobilize the power of all sides in the open. Just like the siege of the Western Xia this time, it was a clear example. Soldiers need quality, not quantity, Dongfeng Muxue said. This time, the key is Temujin's life and death. It all depends on whether we can solve this problem. You plan to assassinate Temujin? Zhou Zhirua was shocked. I want to go with you. Dongfeng Muxue smiled faintly. Sect leader Zhou, it's not that I look down on you, but although your martial arts skills are not bad, to kill Temujin in the midst of thousands of soldiers is still a bit lacking. We don't want to split our energy to protect you when the time comes. Zhou Zhirua thought that the other party would explode in anger, but instead of getting angry, she frowned and said, you are right, this assassination of Temujin is of great importance. I can't add to your troubles. How about this? I will stay outside with the Sichuan army to provide support. She knew that in that kind of situation, even a grandmaster would be killed, and only a grandmaster would have the right to participate. Song Qingshu also nodded. Yes, originally we were going to meet up with Xin Xiaolong and the others, but now that you are here, it saves us half the time. I will tell you the plan. When you see the signal, you will attack the Mongolian army in the chaos. If everything goes well, the Mongolians will suffer heavy losses this time. Didn't Zhao Min help you? Zhou Zhirua suddenly asked. Song Qingshu was surprised for a moment, then realized that she was talking about Zhao Min, thinking that these two were really a pair of enemies. She helped me with many of the details of this plan. He then explained the details of the plan. After listening to the detailed plan, Zhou Zhirua nodded repeatedly. At least she has a conscience. But in the end, she still looked worried. Qingshu, Temujin is also a grandmaster, and he has many experts under his command. You will most likely die this time, so you must be very careful. Song Qingshu smiled and comforted her. It's not that exaggerated. We have planned everything, and there should be a 60 to 70% chance of success. The rest is up to the will of the heavens. Zhou Zhirua then bowed to Dongfeng Muxue solemnly. I will have to trouble you to protect him along the way. Dongfeng Muxue smiled. Originally, I was thinking of running away as soon as the situation got out of hand, but sect leader Zhou begged me like this. How about this? As long as you call me sister when you see me in the future, I will consider it. Zhou Zhirua hesitated. She knew that this was not just a simple form of address, but had many other meanings. But she still nodded and said, okay, it's a deal. This time, it was Dongfeng Muxue's turn to be surprised. Then she smiled and said, forget it, I have no interest in fighting with you women. How about this? Let me sleep with you for one night after the mission. Finally, Zhou Zhirua could not take it anymore and directly spat on the ground, blushing, and ignored her. Song Qingshu was speechless. After saying goodbye to Zhou Zhirua, he grabbed Dongfeng Muxue by the collar and flew north. Seeing that I have grown so much in the past few days, shouldn't you go and buy the new book, The Land Fairy? Song Qingshu heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Yuanzi and Kazli were still waiting for him outside Xingqing Prefecture City. He was afraid that something would happen to them in such a chaotic situation. If that happened, his subsequent plans would be in vain. Big brother Song. Kazli threw herself into Song Qingshu's arms. It was clear that she had been watching the might of the Mongolian army in the distance, and she was at a loss for what to do. Now that she finally saw him, she immediately felt at ease. After all, she had learned the Mongolian language for some time. It was not a problem for her to have such a short conversation. Song Qingshu patted her shoulder and comforted her. At the side, Dongfeng Muxue's eyes widened. There's really such a devastatingly beautiful woman in the world. It's no wonder that there have been many cases of men getting angry for a beauty in history. Song Qingshu could not help but say, you're not bad either. You'll be sought after by countless people in the world. Dongfeng Muxue shook her head. That's not the same. Her beauty isn't offensive at all. No man would be on their guard when they see her. Even a woman like me feels pitiful when I see her, and I feel an urge to do anything for her. It's really strange. Yuanzi, who was at the side, was also a little shocked by Dongfeng Muxue's aura. She only came back to her senses now. Brother Song, this is, Song Qingshu hurriedly introduced her to them. After knowing that she was cult master Dongfang, who had once shocked the world, Yuanzi was speechless for a long time. It's too risky to let Kazli go to the Mongolian army camp. Why don't you let me disguise myself as her? It'll be easier for us to work together. Dongfang Mushue was stunned after saying that. Why did she subconsciously not want Kazli to be hurt? This young lady's temperament was really magical. Song Qingshu shook his head. I've thought of this method before, but Kazli's appearance has gathered the essence of the world. Every part of her has reached the most extreme balance, forming the most extreme beauty. Changing even the slightest bit would easily destroy her natural beauty. It's not a big problem for me to disguise other people, but it's hard for me to be 100% accurate when I disguise her. If there's even the slightest mistake, she'll give off a sense of disharmony, and it'll easily attract the Mongolians' suspicion. So, I can only let her take the risk. Dongfang Mushue nodded to herself. What he said made sense. Kazli's beauty was indeed difficult to imitate. Yuanzi had been translating at the side. Kazli answered, Brother Song, I'm not afraid. This is not only for Brother Song, but also for our brothers and sisters who died on the prairie. Song Qingshu said in a deep voice, Don't worry, Kazli. I'll definitely protect you and not let anything happen to you. He then said to Yuanzi, I might have to trouble you to go with us. After all, it's hard for us to communicate with Kazli. I'll definitely protect the two of you. Yuanzi smiled and said, Brother Song. You don't have to be so polite. Even Kazli has the courage to go. How can I not go? I grew up in the western region and have seen too many killings by the Mongolians. I've always wanted to do something. Now that I have the chance, I'll certainly do my part. Dongfang Mushue, who was standing at the side, said with a teasing smile, You're quite popular with girls. Don't worry, little beauty. I'll also protect you when the time comes. Thank you. Yuanzi was flattered, but she felt that Dongfang Mushue was looking at her weirdly. Song Qingshu said to Dongfang Mushue, I'm going to Xingqing Prefecture to inform the people there. You should take this opportunity to disguise yourself. After all, you're so beautiful in female clothes. If you enter the Mongolian camp and arouse the lust of some people, it'll be easy to cause trouble. Dongfang Mushue stretched out her hand and pinched in the air. She snorted and said, Whoever dares to have evil thoughts about me, I'll let him practice the Sunflower Treasure Book. However, although she said so, she didn't actually resist disguising herself. Anyway, she had always been dressed as a man. Even Song Qingshu couldn't see through her disguise. Song Qingshu only felt a chill between his legs. After bidding farewell to the girls, he quickly rushed into Xingqing Manor and met with Mu Wanqing and the others. He told them the details of what was to come, such as when to cooperate, and so on. Then, he took a large pile of materials needed for the disguise and left the city without stopping. At this time, Dongfang Mushue had already changed into a man's dress. She was the familiar cult master of the devil cult. Song Qingshu was speechless and said, If you dress like this, everyone will know that you're going to assassinate someone. Without any explanation, he pushed her to the side and sat her down. Then, he began to put on makeup for her. Soon, a domineering underworld tycoon with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes became an ordinary passerby in the crowd. Seeing her appearance in the mirror, Dongfang Mushue snorted and said, This is really degrading my prestige. Forget it, I'll just put up with it this time. Song Qingshu smiled and turned to look at Yuanzi for a while. You don't need to disguise yourself. Just maintain your original identity and appearance. Just think of it as my captive from the Wooden Table Luan tribe. Let's compare our statements so that we won't be exposed. Dongfang Mushue frowned. Aren't you afraid that someone will be lustful after seeing her beauty? Song Qingshu replied, Since she is now my slave, she is naturally one of my people. Who in the Mongolian camp would be stupid enough to offend me? Now that the top experts in the Mongolian camp were either dead or injured, the only one who could suppress the Shuiyue clan was Ba Siba. Moreover, he was a monk, and Temujin would never steal the women of his subordinates. Therefore, with this identity, Yuanzi's safety was naturally guaranteed. You don't mind, do you? Song Qingshu asked to confirm. Yuanzi blushed and shook her head. For some reason, even though it was clearly fake, when she heard that she would be his woman, her heart seemed to beat faster. I just received the latest news from Xingqing Prefecture. Just as we guessed, Temujin has led an army to the Qingtang region to attack Desiluo. Let's follow him now and find an opportunity to show up again. Song Qingshu knew that they had to show up at the right time. If they were too early, they wouldn't be able to fight with Desiluo. But it was too late. The Mongolians had already conquered Desiluo. If they showed up again, they wouldn't be able to borrow Desiluo's strength. After that, they followed the Mongolian army from afar and rehearsed the details of what would happen after they entered the Mongolian camp. Time passed day by day. News came from the front that the Mongolian army had already engaged in a fierce battle with Desiluo. Desiluo lost the first battle and retreated to the Lupan Mountains, hoping to use the terrain to reduce the Mongolian cavalry's advantage. Temujin still led his army to pursue them all the way to Mount Lupan. During their expedition to the west, when they attacked the Persian Ming cult, the mountains there had been conquered even more, so they were not afraid of the enemy's plans. However, Desiluo was an ambitious and ruthless character. For the time being, they held their ground and the Mongolians couldn't do anything about it. Song Qingshu had Dongfang Mushue take care of the two girls while he quietly snuck into Desiluo's camp and had a long private talk with him. Desiluo was initially baffled by this unexpected disaster, but when he found out that the Mongolians had colluded with the great chieftain of Qingtang, Wendiki, to seize the opportunity to take over his territory, he was so angry that his balls almost exploded. Song Qingshu didn't reveal too many details. It was enough for him to give some advice. With Desiluo's ruthlessness, he would naturally know what to do when the time came. He then met up with Dongfang Mushue, changed into the attire of the Shuiyue clan, and entered the Mongolian camp with Kazli. When he learned from the soldiers that Temujin was meeting with Desiluo's emissary, Song Qingshu was startled. His first reaction was that Desiluo had sold him out. But he quickly realized that based on their speed, the other party's emissary couldn't possibly be faster than him, which meant that this batch of emissaries had been sent before. Moreover, even if Desiluo sold him out, he wouldn't be able to sell any information, because he had taken precautions and didn't reveal any key information to Desiluo. Soon, a soldier came to take them to see Temujin. When they arrived near his tent, they saw two people sparring in the distance. Duan Yanqing? Wielding two iron staffs, with slightly golden hair, who else could it be but Duan Yanqing? His opponent was someone they had met during the Western Xia marriage contest. It was Desiluo's Grand Preceptor, an expert of Tantric Buddhism, Li Lizuan. The two of them fought back and forth fiercely. It could be said that they were evenly matched, and it was difficult to tell who would win. Shuiyue, you're back. Haha, just in time. Let's see who will win. Temujin was sitting on a wide chair, holding a glass of wine in one hand and waving at him with a smile. Their martial arts skills are about the same, and I'm afraid they won't be able to tell the winner in a short period of time, Song Qingshu replied. When I went to the Wood Table Luan tribe this time, I found that the brothers were killing each other. Bo Do had already surrendered to the Khan, so I didn't go and get the Treaty of Alliance from the 36 tribes. It's no longer necessary. Ba Siba, who was standing next to Temujin, said, Bo Do was killed by Song Qingshu, do you know that? Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. He shook his head and said, when I arrived, Song Qingshu and the others had already left. Temujin waved his hand. Forget it, forget it. Even if you went, you wouldn't be able to beat Song Qingshu. Anyway, the Wood Table Luan tribe has been pacified. It's better that he killed Bo Do, and I can directly send people to take over the southern region. Song Qingshu continued, on my way back this time, I ran into a group of Desiluo warriors. Out of curiosity, I rescued a girl from under their hands. After asking, I found out that the girl was Princess Fragrance, whom Bo Do had offered to the Khan. Temujin, who was originally listening attentively to the battle in the field, hurriedly turned his head. Oh, where is she? Song Qingshu clapped his hands, and Dongfang Mushue and Yuanzi brought Kazli over. At this time, the sun was setting, and the girl's hair, face, hands, and clothes were all bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun. Along the way, thousands of Mongolian Warriors stared at the girl in a daze. Everyone's heart suddenly began to beat violently. Be it the officers or the soldiers, they were all intoxicated by the light of this peerless beauty. Duan Yanqing and Li Lizuan, who were fighting fiercely in the field, happened to catch a glimpse of the beautiful figure in white. Suddenly, as if they were possessed, the two of them froze. The image of her figure lingered in front of their eyes, and they felt a sense of warmth and tranquility in their hearts. How could they still have the slightest desire to fight? With a clang, the wine cup in Temujin's hand fell to the ground. He stared blankly at the girl in white who was slowly walking towards him. The other Mongolian warriors were even worse off. The spears in their hands all fell to the ground. If even the Khan was like this, how could the officers dare to stop him? Moreover, they were also stunned by the girl's beauty and could not say anything for a moment. Originally, the Mongolian camp was filled with murderous intent, but with the appearance of Kazli, the entire camp became peaceful. There is actually such a beautiful woman in this world, Temujin muttered to himself. It is just as Bai Fenghua said, she really is a goddess descended from the heavens. Suddenly, his expression changed and he glared fiercely at Li Lizuan and his men. How dare you, Si Luo? How dare you steal my woman? He was already very angry when he heard about this, but now that he had seen Kazli's beauty with his own eyes and smelled the enchanting fragrance in the air, he was even more furious. How could such an unparalleled beauty have almost been taken by Si Luo? Just thinking about this made him furious. Men, kill them all. Yes, sir. The warriors closest to him all drew their swords and charged at Li Lizuan and the other Si Luo messengers. Li Lizuan and his men's expressions changed drastically. They wanted to explain, but it was already too late. They could only draw their swords and defend themselves. But these warriors were the Xianxia's most elite guards. 3 to 5 of them formed a formation to attack one person, and in the blink of an eye, Li Lizuan's companions were all killed. Song Qingshu recognized some of them. He had seen some of them before during the marriage selection in western Xia. They were the experts of the Qinghai sect brought by Si Luo's side. Each and every one of them was quite accomplished in swordsmanship, but he did not expect to be defeated so miserably by the Xianxia's guards. In the blink of an eye, Li Lizuan's body was also covered with wounds. With a roar, he found an opening and rushed out, wanting to escape. A group of Xianxia's arrow guards drew their bows and instantly turned him into a hedgehog. Seeing the expert who was on par with him just a moment ago being killed so easily, Duan Yanqing's face turned deathly pale. His body swayed and he almost fell. Song Qingshu and Dongfang Muxue exchanged a glance. Even if they were to face these guards and arrow guards head-on, it would be somewhat troublesome. It seems that they must be more careful this time. I feel like I'm getting longer and longer. Reporting to the Great Khan, De Siluo's men have been executed. 2 generals reported to Temujin. Having been in Mongolia for so long, Song Qingshu naturally recognized them. One was Levi, the leader of the Imperial Guards. He was highly skilled in martial arts and had been Temujin's bodyguard for many years, saving him from danger many times. The other was the leader of the Quiver Warriors, Dolos. He was the son of Jib and had inherited his father's skills in archery. In terms of archery, he was not inferior to Guojing. Temujin laughed. These border people dared to offend the Mongolian heavenly kingdom. They deserved to die. He then looked greedily at Kazli's beautiful face. Princess Fragrance, I have avenged you. Are you happy? Kazli was a kind-hearted person. When she saw how Li Lizuan and the others had died, her face paled and she furrowed her brows. In Temujin's eyes, it was as if she was dissatisfied with what he had done. Temujin's face darkened. Yuanzi hurriedly said, reporting to the Great Khan, Kazli only knows the Hui language and does not understand what the Great Khan is saying. Oh. Only then did Temujin's face relax a little. Noticing that Yuanzi was also pretty and radiant, Temujin's heart skipped a beat. He did not expect to see such a beauty here, so he looked at Song Qingshu inquiringly. Shueyue, this is? Song Qingshu replied, she is a slave I captured from the Wooden Table Luan tribe. She is proficient in the Hui language and Chinese, so I kept her by my side as a translator. He secretly glanced around and found that Bai Yejing, Lai Rian, and the other Masters of Destiny sect were not here. He secretly let out a sigh of relief. Although he was not afraid of them, they had seen Yuanzi before. If they questioned him, it would be troublesome to explain. Judging from the current situation, they should be staying outside Xingqing with Ali Buge. In addition, the masters under Kublai's command were also there. Temujin's guards were indeed unprecedentedly weak. Of course, this was only relative. Even these 2,000 imperial guards and quiver warriors who had not reached the level of Grandmaster would only be sending themselves to their deaths. Hearing that it was his slave, Temujin frowned and sighed inwardly. However, he did not say anything else. Then send Princess Fragrance to my tent and make her the fragrant concubine. The rest of the warriors cheered and congratulated Casli. At the same time, they kowtowed to Casli, leaving her at a loss. Song Qingshu did not expect that Casli would become the fragrant imperial concubine in the end. He thought that the inertia of fate was really scary. He secretly sent a telepathic message to comfort Casli, telling her that Dongfeng Muxue would protect her. After learning the echo language for a few days, he still knew how to say such simple words. Only then did Casli gradually calm down. Song Qingshu took the opportunity to say to Temujin, "Great Khan, since we have obtained such a peerless concubine today, why don't we hold a feast so that everyone can share in the Great Khan's happiness?" Temujin laughed. "Well said." Temujin laughed. "Pass down my order to prepare a feast. Also, split the army into 3 shifts and keep a close eye on the movements of the Muscovites." As expected of a peerless general. Even though he was extremely happy, he did not forget to take precautions. Song Qingshu breathed a sigh of relief. He had been worried that Temujin would not agree, but it seemed that Casli's beauty was indeed too great for Temujin to get carried away. Of course, the fact that Mongolian nobles loved to drink was probably one of the main reasons. Soon, a group of soldiers came to set up the feast. Song Qingshu, on the other hand, tried to keep toasting Temujin. Temujin's alcohol tolerance was good to begin with, so he did not refuse any of the toasts. The other generals were even more eager to curry favor with him. Duan Yanqing and the others who had just joined Temujin did everything they could to become familiar with him. Song Qingshu held a jar of wine and went around urging people to drink. He had originally wanted to take the opportunity to persuade the guards and arrow quiver soldiers to drink, but seeing that they were all as still as mountains and did not participate in the feast, he knew that this was a matter of discipline. He did not dare to be too obvious to avoid arousing suspicion. The atmosphere became more and more lively. Cup after cup, Temujin drank until he was dizzy. "Great Khan, drink less. Your health is more important," Basiba comforted him from the side. He did not know why, but he had a strange feeling in his heart. But now that the Mongolians were invincible and surrounded by Mongolian masters and soldiers, he could not think of any danger. Temujin waved his hand. "Don't worry, my alcohol tolerance is very good." After a while, Basiba tried another way to persuade him. "Great Khan has just obtained the fragrant consort. If you get drunk like this, wouldn't it be a waste of such a beautiful night?" Casli's beautiful face appeared in Temujin's mind, as well as her youthful and pure temperament. Anyone who saw her would want to press her under their body and ravage her. As the saying goes, wine is the medium of sex. Now that he was half drunk, he felt his whole body stiffen. He chuckled. "Not bad, the Imperial Preceptor is right. I will leave this to the Imperial Preceptor to handle. I will go and pamper the fragrant consort now, ha ha ha." With that, he stood up shakily and walked towards his own tent. Song Qingshu frowned and also quietly left the banquet. Basiba's eyes narrowed, but when he saw Song Qingshu walk in the other direction, he relaxed. He was probably going to relieve himself. Leaving Basiba's sight, Song Qingshu's shaky figure instantly straightened up, then quickly ran through the camp like a bolt of lightning. Most of the soldiers were at the bonfire party, and another group of soldiers were guarding against the fighting outside. As a result, the defense inside the camp was relatively weak. Although there were still many patrolling soldiers, how could they stop a grandmaster like him? He quietly went to the gunpowder warehouse. Although the Mongolian army mainly relied on mounted archery, they had learned to use gunpowder in their battles with the Western countries. They also had some guns and cannons. Song Qingshu gently put some black iron balls in. These were the thunderbolt bullets he got from Zhou Jirua. Although they were not as powerful as cannonballs, they were easy to carry. He then ran to the granary and put some more. At the last moment, he did not use gentle force, but threw them in and detonated them. There was a boom, the thunderbolt bullets from before were detonated one after another, and the granary was instantly set on fire. The surrounding soldiers hurriedly sounded the alarm and brought water to save them. It was a mess in an instant. The people who were drinking at the bonfire party also heard it and stood up shakily. What happened? Ba Siba, who was the most sober among them, suddenly stood up and hurriedly ordered, "Everyone, return to your duties and prevent the enemy from invading. In addition, Lamy, take some people to protect the Khan." Yes. Many people were mostly sober. When they were about to leave, suddenly there was a loud noise, and balls of fire exploded under their seats. It turned out that when Song Qingshi was toasting, he conveniently placed the thunderbolt bullets under their seats. Now that these people hurriedly got up and moved their seats, someone was bound to accidentally step on them. The thunderbolt bullets had a trigger mechanism. Once they were shaken, they would explode, and then the other thunderbolt bullets would also explode. The soldiers on the scene instantly suffered heavy casualties. Boom, another muffled explosion sounded out, causing the entire camp to shake. It turned out that the thunderbolt flame bullets in the gunpowder warehouse had also been detonated. This explosion was no small matter, and many soldiers nearby were directly killed by the shockwaves. Ba Siba turned pale with fright. With his martial arts, he was able to dodge the explosion at the banquet in time. Now that he had no time to check on the injured, he immediately took some people to check the granary and the gunpowder warehouse. As for Temujin, he was not too worried. After all, the Khan was a grandmaster, and he had the guards of the Imperial Guard and a quiver warrior. Who in the world could hurt him? Meanwhile, when Temujin drunkenly returned to the main tent, he found Kazli sitting quietly on the couch, like a jade statue of a fairy. He had seen many beauties over the years. Empresses, princesses, he had slept with countless of them, but none were as beautiful as the girl in front of him. "Concubine fragrance, serve me well, and I will make you the fifth Han or duo." Temujin laughed as he walked towards her. What duo meant the tent of the empress. The previous 4 empresses were either the first wife, or they had followed the monarch in conquering the north and south and achieved great merits, or they came from powerful families. For someone like Kazli, who was made empress as soon as she arrived, it was all because of her beauty. Kazli did not understand what he was saying, so she quickly babbled something. Even though her tone was a little panicked, it still sounded gentle and pleasant. Temujin also did not understand what she was saying, but he did not need to understand. After so many years, he had slept with countless concubines from different countries, and he often faced this problem of language barriers. But what did that matter? No matter what language, it was all the same. Seeing Princess Sweet Fragrance acting like a frightened rabbit, Temujin's desire to conquer her rose uncontrollably. At that moment, he just wanted to press the girl under his body and ride her to his heart's content. She had a strange fragrance on her body, and he wondered if the fragrance would grow stronger when he was aroused. Thinking about this, his desire grew even stronger. Like a tiger pouncing on its prey, he pinned Princess Sweet Fragrance down and reached out to tear off her clothes. At that moment, he was suddenly alarmed and hurriedly dodged to the side. Unfortunately, he was half drunk and his body's reflexes were still affected, so he was still stabbed in the back by his opponent. Temujin roared in anger. His drunkenness was also greatly awakened, and he quickly retreated. But Dongfang Muxue had been lying in ambush for a long time. Now that she had found an opportunity to attack, how could she let him leave so easily? A red shadow had been circling around him, attacking him incessantly. Temujin roared again and again, but his opponent was too fast. Every attack landed on empty air, and on the contrary, a few more acupoints on his body were punctured by his opponent. He knew that if this continued, all the acupoints on his body would be punctured. When that happened, he would be like a leaking balloon, and all the energy in his body would be drained. Where the hell did this grandmaster come from? Temujin was shocked. His opponent's speed and power were not inferior to his at all. On top of that, Temujin was caught unawares, causing him to fall into a passive position. If it weren't for his years of training in mountains of corpses and seas of blood, he might have lost his life just now. Thinking about this, he no longer dared to hold back. He immediately summoned his sea of blood and bones to protect himself. At the same time, a monstrous sea of blood wrapped around his opponent. As long as he was entangled by his sea of blood, even a grandmaster would be turned into nothingness. Dongfang Mushua's eyes narrowed. Even though she had heard Song Qingshu talk about his methods before, she was still shocked to see it herself. Her instincts told her that this sea of blood and bones was extremely dangerous, and she did not dare to touch it. Her body completely ignored the laws of physics, moving left and right, up and down, as if she was teleporting. While dodging the sea of blood around her, she continued to attack Temujin. Temujin soon felt a numbing sensation all over his body. He immediately realized that his opponent had smeared poison on the tip of the needles. Thinking about this, he was both shocked and angry. "You're a grandmaster, and you're smearing poison on your weapon? Do you have any shame?" Dongfang Mushue, on the other hand, sighed in pity. The tip of the needles had been smeared with Ouyang Feng's meticulously concocted poison. Normally, it would kill upon contact, but after reaching the level of a grandmaster, one would be immune to all poisons. If not for Ouyang Feng's poison, Temujin might not have been affected at all. If only he had the golden moonflower. Even Song Qingshu had almost died from that poison. Temujin would not fare much better if he encountered it. Unfortunately, he had been in too much of a hurry and had no time to prepare. Temujin quickly gave up on attacking his opponent. His opponent's movements were too ghostly, and he couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes. Rather than that, he might as well focus on defense. As long as his subordinates arrived, everything would be settled. However, a question arose in his mind. Why hadn't anyone arrived after so long? In actuality, Zilil had heard the commotion inside the tent and was just about to rush over with the palace guards when a cold, spinning light flashed by, and a large number of the palace guards at the very front were killed. In an instant, dozens of them had fallen. Zilil was shocked. Every one of the palace guards was a top-notch fighter in the Jianghu, and all of them were experts in combined attacks. How could so many of them be killed in a single exchange? Just who was this person? But when he saw his opponent's face, he couldn't help but be shocked and angry. "Shueiyue sect, what are you doing?" Song Qingshu didn't say anything else and directly used the Shueiyue saber to execute the divine saber slash. The full moon saber slash was inherently demonic and murderous, making it perfect for situations like this. Basically, it could kill a person with one slash, just like cutting vegetables. If this was a normal army, they would have collapsed a long time ago. But these were the most elite warriors of the Qing Shui, and each of them charged forward without fear of death. Song Qingshu frowned. These people were experts in combined attacks. At the beginning, he could kill one with one slash, but now, his slash would often be blocked by the other's combined attacks, and the damage would be evenly distributed. No wonder Li Lizuan and the Qinghai sect were almost instantly wiped out by them. But Song Qingshu was still a grandmaster. He found the right opportunity and, while the crowd was surrounding him, used the divine saber slash. Dozens of meters of void energy instantly cut hundreds of palace guards in half. With this move, even Song Qingshu felt that it took a lot of energy and couldn't keep using it. It still couldn't compare to the martial arts that he was skilled in. While the power of the divine saber slash was not inferior to his sword energy, it was still lacking when it came to group attacks. But in his plan, his identity was crucial and related to the Mongolian strategy. So even though it was difficult, he still didn't reveal his true martial arts. But he was a grandmaster after all. No matter if it was in terms of movement or martial arts, these guards couldn't make up for it. He quickly changed his strategy and avoided clashing head-on with the guards. Instead, he used the speed of his movement to instantly appear from the side and slash. While the Imperial Guard's combined attack was powerful, it also had a weakness. If one person was missing, the formation would instantly collapse. At this time, Boris had already arrived with the quiver soldiers. Looking at the situation, he knocked an arrow and aimed at the figure that was flying up and down. Song Qingshu felt a sense of foreboding. Even he would not be able to bear the consequences if he was hit by an arrow that was comparable to Guo Jing's. Just as he was about to dodge, a huge green sword shadow suddenly fell from the sky and landed in the midst of the Quiver Warriors' camp. The Quiver Warriors were instantly thrown off their feet, and more than half of them were killed or injured. Even Bolas died on the spot. Ah Ching! Song Qingshu's heart jumped. How could he not recognize this familiar feeling? At this time, a slender girl in green clothes appeared on the tall flagpole. She held a green bamboo stick in her hand. Clearly, the terrifying sword energy had come from this ordinary stick of hers. Big brother, can you give up on today's operation? Ah Ching stared straight at Song Qingshu. Her intelligent eyes seemed to see through the mask on his face. Since there's been another increase today, come to Zongheng and cast a monthly vote for my new book, The Land Fairy. I want to rush up the monthly vote rankings and show my face. The number of collections right now is too pitiful. Song Qingshu was surprised, but he wasn't surprised that she could see through his disguise. After all, she was a legendary character, and the tricks of the world couldn't escape her eyes. Qing, what kind of operation are you talking about? Song Qingshu tried to take advantage of the situation. Qing's confused eyes suddenly turned cold, as if she was looking at the ants in the world. Her voice was emotionless. Temujin is the original Renhuang of this world, and no other factors are allowed to interfere. Seeing that she had turned back into the persona of the Empyrean fairy, Song Qingshu gave up on the small talk and said lightly, "Who decided to be the Renhuang?" Ah Qing glanced at him. "This is the arrangement of fate." "What an arrangement of fate," Song Qingshu laughed. "Was it fate that I came to this world? If that's the case, then it's fate that I killed him." Qing calculated with her fingers. Your background is indeed a bit strange, even I can't see your past. But I am responsible for protecting the fate of the Renhuang, so I will not allow you to do as you please. If you insist on being stubborn, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Heaven and earth are heartless, treating all living things like straw dogs. Do you have any feelings in your current appearance? Song Qingshu shook his head. Qing stood with her hands behind her back, revealing a mature temperament that didn't match her petite and pretty appearance. No matter what, if you dare to act recklessly today, only death awaits you. Song Qingshu frowned. Then can I go in and have a word with Temujin? Okay. Qing hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. With Temujin's level of cultivation, even if he went in, he wouldn't be able to kill him in a short amount of time. Once he made a move, she could immediately stop him. After all, the other consciousness in her body was still quite close to him, and unless she had no other choice, she didn't want to fight with him. Song Qingshu entered the tent and found Dongfang Muxue standing in a circle with Temujin. Her figure was like a ghost, like thunder and lightning, circling around Temujin and attacking him from all directions. However, Temujin's blood, sea and bones made her quite wary of him. Although Dongfang Muxue had the upper hand due to her sneak attack, it would be extremely difficult to kill him. That person is here? Dongfang Mushue's voice sounded. Song Qingshu grunted. His expression was solemn, and it was obvious that he was thinking about something. Temujin laughed heartily. I am the current emperor of the world, and I have great fortune to protect me. If you surrender now and swear fealty to me, I can let bygones be bygones. The conversation between the two of them had clearly entered his ears. Back then in Peerless City, he already knew that he was the human emperor chosen by heaven's will. Now that he had received confirmation once again, his pride surged, and even his blood sea became more vigorous. Dongfang Muxue was forced to retreat. A smile suddenly appeared on Song Qingshu's face. Actually, I alone am enough to kill you. The reason why I called her along is to guard against any sudden changes. Temujin suddenly had a bad feeling. What do you mean? Song Qingshu closed his eyes. Ever since I saw the fairy of the ninth heaven in Peerless City, I'd been worried that she would come out and cause trouble today. Do you think I'm not prepared? Temujin grinned. So what if you're prepared? Even if you two work together, you won't be able to defeat her. Besides, I'm also a grandmaster. Do you think you can kill me right under her nose? Why not? Song Qingshu's eyes suddenly opened. In his pupils, there was a vague image of a little golden man performing swordsmanship. Then, as if it had a physical body, it jumped out of his eyes and grew larger and larger. It quickly flew towards Temujin. Oh no! Ah Qing, who had been resting outside, was also startled awake. With a light tap of his foot, he hurriedly flew into the tent. Inside the tent, Temujin's scalp went numb. All the hairs on his body stood on end. Unable to stop Dongfang Muxue, he immediately used all the blood, sea and bones in front of him in an attempt to stop the little golden man. Unfortunately, the ever-successful blood, sea and bones seemed to have no effect at all. The little golden man passed through the blood, sea and bones as if it was transparent, and then penetrated through his body. At that moment, a distant, cold, and emotionless ballad seemed to ring in his ears. The Zhao guest wears the tassel of a beard, and the Wu hook is as bright as the snow. The silver saddle shines on the white horse, like a shooting star. 10 steps to kill a man, 1,000 miles unstoppable. After the deed is done, he brushes his robe and leaves, hiding his identity and name. Being penetrated by the little golden man, Temujin's eyes, which were usually as bright as an eagle's, suddenly dimmed, and he lost all signs of life. Ah Qing came in just in time to see this scene. He immediately flew into a rage. "You're courting death." Immediately, a shocking sword aura pierced towards Song Qingshu. "Watch out." Dongfang Muxue hurriedly stood in front of him. A strange purple sunflower bloomed around her and blocked the sword aura. The purple sunflower was instantly shattered by the sword aura, but the sword aura also dissipated by more than half. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Dongfang Muxue's beautiful face instantly became extremely pale. By now, Song Qingshu had already regained his senses. He grabbed her waist and protected her behind him. Then, he also condensed a sword aura and dispersed the remaining sword aura. "Leave her to me. You take Casli and Yuanzi and get out," Song Qingshu quickly said to Dongfang Muxue. Then, with a light push, he sent her to the side with a gentle force. Then, he gave Ah Qing a provocative look. "If you want to settle the score, come with me." With that, he rushed out of the tent. Ah Qing's face was as cold as ice. With a light tap of his foot, he also flew out. "You're dead." As soon as Song Qingshu left the tent, he circulated his internal energy and shouted, "Temujin has been killed by the Shuiwei clan. The biggest opponent of Dongying's entry into the Central Plains has been eliminated. Cherry blossoms will bloom all over the Central Plains. Long live the Emperor." Bakayaru. Ah Qing, who was chasing after him. The Mongolian camp was originally in chaos, but his chi was incredible, and his voice still traveled clearly into everyone's ears. At the instant they heard his words, the Mongolian camp, which was originally in chaos, sank into a short period of silence. The Khan was dead. How was that possible? The Khan was invincible. How could he be dead? Everyone's first reaction was disbelief, but they still subconsciously rushed toward Temujin's main tent. But when they saw the panicked expressions of the remaining arrow guards and guards, their hearts skipped a beat. The shocking news of Temujin's death could not be kept a secret. Very quickly, the news spread to every corner of the Central Plains. The Khan was really dead. Temujin was the totem and religion of all the Mongolians. When they heard of his death, everyone's mind went blank. Some even sat on the ground and started crying. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" The thundering of horse hooves and the sounds of battle came from all directions. Clearly, Si Luo had heard the commotion in the Mongolian camp and had led his men to attack. The Mongolian camp was already in chaos because of the explosions in the supply and ammunition stores. More than half of the generals were either killed or injured in the bonfire, so the entire command system was in chaos. Temujin had divided the army into 3 shifts, so at least half of the army was unharmed and should have been enough to deal with Si Luo's attack. But the news of Temujin's death came at this time, and everyone broke down. Fear was contagious, and it spread like wildfire. Then the Mongolian camp was in chaos. Under the technological environment of ancient times, explosions at night were the most terrifying. Once an explosion occurred, even hundreds of thousands of soldiers would be wiped out in minutes. Even though Ba Siba and the others tried their best to control the situation, it was already beyond their control. In the end, he could only steal Temujin's body and flee with the rest of the army. The Mongolian army suffered heavy losses in this battle, but Temujin's death was the most shocking thing in the world. Song Qingshu didn't know any of this. He had already done what he could. As long as Si Luo wasn't an idiot, he should be able to seize this opportunity. At this time, he was running at top speed in the forest to avoid being pursued. His qigong was the best in the world, and theoretically, no one should be able to catch up to him. But after running for dozens of miles, he still couldn't shake off the green figure behind him. How would I know this guy isn't human? Song Qingshu was filled with emotion. In fact, he didn't know what Qing was either. Was she the innocent girl who raised sheep, or the projection of the consciousness of a deity from heaven? Did deities really exist in this world? He suddenly remembered that when he used up all his martial arts and went to Tubo to seek medical help, Chu Fian had mentioned to him on the way. In the secret chamber of Blackwood Cliff, there was a vague mention of people who had seen the legend of the goddess of the ninth heaven. At that time, he thought it was just a ghost story, but now he knew it was real. How long are you going to keep chasing me? Song Qingshu was also very helpless. You broke the destiny of the human emperor, and you will be punished by heaven. Qing's face was cold, and there was anger in her eyes. She had been fooled by this ant. She didn't expect him to be able to kill a great master in a second. That seemed to be the inheritance of the poem immortal. God's execution, is it just you? Song Qingshu asked. Qing sneered and said, I alone am enough to kill you. Song Qingshu turned around and said, then I am relieved. Seeing that he couldn't escape, he might as well save some energy to fight the enemy. Now that things had come to this, there was no need for him to disguise himself. He took off the mask of the Water Moon Great Sect and revealed his original face. Seeing that he was going to fight her, Qing had a sarcastic smile on her face. Your martial arts are really good, and I am afraid no one can be your opponent at this time. But you are still not as good as me. Song Qingshu smiled slightly and said, that may not be true. Qing humped and didn't want to talk nonsense with him. She waved her bamboo stick, and a sword energy that was dozens of meters long came sweeping out. Song Qingshu was speechless. This woman really wasn't human. Such a huge sword energy came out of nowhere as if it didn't cost money. He could also use such a huge sword energy, but it would consume a lot of energy. He wouldn't be able to withstand such a torment. Facing the sword energy that could destroy heaven and earth, Song Qingshu's body flashed, and he used his movement skills to avoid the sword energy attack. Huh? He has touched the threshold of space. Qing was surprised. She also gave up on the idea of using the huge sword energy to attack. Instead, she raised her bamboo stick and stabbed at her opponent. The two of them fought back and forth in the air. If someone was watching from the side, they would be shocked to find that they seemed to completely violate the laws of physics. They kept flashing in the air, and their swordplay had completely abandoned the complicated and fancy tricks of the Jianghu. It was completely simple stabbing. How to use the shortest distance and the fastest speed to stab the opponent's vital points. After exchanging nearly 100 moves, the two of them suddenly separated. At this time, Song Qingshu's entire body was covered in wounds from head to toe. There were many wounds on his body caused by the green bamboo stick. Blood flowed out and stained his long gown with blood. Qing's green dress fluttered in the wind. She stood there elegantly, and there were no injuries on her body at all. You can be proud of yourself for being able to take so many of my attacks. But I said that you will definitely die today. Song Qingshu wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth, but his face was full of smiles. I let you stab me so many times just now, I will stab you back later. Qing laughed coldly. I am afraid you don't have that ability. Just as she was about to continue attacking, her expression suddenly changed. His body couldn't take it anymore, and he had to take some time to relax. Speaking of which, today wasn't considered short, right? What's going on? She sensed that something was wrong with her body. She felt weak all over, and there was a strange feeling rising from the depths of her body. A stream of heat spread through her limbs and bones, making her tremble in her soul. Song Qingshu answered, have you forgotten how you lost to me in the Golden Snake meeting? Qing was stunned. She hurriedly searched through her memory, and her expression changed. Huanqi genuine qi, you shameless guy. There were actually two consciousnesses in her body. Most of the time it was Qing, the shepherd girl, and her own consciousness would come out occasionally. She was not interested in Qing's daily life, so she didn't know about this and suffered a great loss just now. She finally understood why Qin Haodong wanted to have a close combat with her. It turned out that he wanted to inject as much Huanqi genuine qi into her body at the cost of getting injured. Unfortunately, it was too late for her to realize it now. She could feel that her body had become much hotter, and her legs were a little weak. It seemed that she couldn't even stand. Song Qingshu said coldly, "We all rely on our own abilities. What's the difference between us? You think it's noble for you to bully those with lower cultivation because you have lived for a long time? Shut up. I'm not the same as you ants." Ah Qing's figure flashed, and she stabbed him with her bamboo stick. She had to kill him quickly, and then find a quiet place to expel the evil poison in her body. Song Qingshu didn't fight her head-on anymore. Instead, he mainly dodged and delayed her attacks. He was injured because he wanted to get close to her to use Huanqi genuine qi. Now that the situation was reversed, he wouldn't be hurt so easily again. Ah Qing attacked him for 81 times in a row. Although she almost killed him several times, she was always very close. In the end, her hand that was holding the bamboo stick started to tremble. She knew that if she continued to fight, she would probably die here. So she turned around and ran away immediately after stabbing him with her sword. Song Qingshu laughed, "Aren't you an immortal in heaven? You represent the will of heaven and see us as ants, right? Why are you running away now?" Ah Qing was ashamed and angry. She wanted to burn this guy's bones and scatter his ashes. Unfortunately, the feeling in her body was getting stronger and stronger, and it was a special feeling that she had never felt before. She couldn't care so much anymore, and she just wanted to get out of here as soon as possible. The tips of her toes stepped on the branches a few times, and the slight feedback made her tremble all over. That feeling of shame made her feel even more ashamed and resentful. Song Qingshu followed her from a distance. After all, she was a legendary figure. He was worried that she might have other tricks up her sleeves. Anyway, the longer they dragged it out, the better it would be. Once again, the two of them ran for dozens of miles. Ah Qing stepped on a tree branch and suddenly let out a groan. Her legs went soft, and she fell into the grass below. Song Qingshu rushed over and looked at the unconscious young girl lying on the ground. He secretly rejoiced that his cultivation technique just happened to restrain her. Otherwise, if it was any other man, he would definitely be dead. Just as he was about to check on her injuries, Ah Qing suddenly opened her eyes, and the green bamboo stick in her hand stabbed towards his throat like a poisonous tongue. Her movements were fast and accurate. Even with Song Qingshu's cultivation, it would be difficult for him to dodge. Fortunately, her hands and feet were weak at this moment. As a result, there was a small gap between her moves, allowing Song Qingshu to escape. Touching the bloodstain on his neck, Song Qingshu's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. "You're always acting all high and mighty. What's the big deal? I'll make you fall from the clouds. At most, we'll die together." Previously in the Mongolian camp, he used the divine knife slash to kill hundreds of Shui imperial guards. The divine knife slash was originally very demonic, and it could easily make people fall into madness. Previously, when he used it on Gao Cheng's group, it triggered the demons in his heart. This time, the bloody massacre, the demonic nature of the divine knife slash, and the cold and arrogant attitude of the Nine Heavens fairy, who represented the heavenly Tao to punish you, and the way she looked at him as if he was an ant, stimulated him. The sneak attack that almost killed him was like the straw that broke the camel's back, and it caused him to completely go crazy. Noticing that his eyes had turned red, Ah Qing was both shocked and angry. What are you doing?" Song Qingshu did not answer. He only reached out and sealed all the important acupuncture points on her body. In reality, the stab just now had used up the last of her strength, and it didn't matter whether she sealed the acupuncture points or not. "Aren't you high and mighty, looking down on ants like us? I want to see how you feel when you are pressed down by ants from the lower world." Song Qingshu's eyes were full of madness. Since his opponent represented the heavenly Tao protector Temujin, and he had violated the heavenly Tao, he could not escape the fate of being erased. If that was the case, what was there for him to be afraid of? "You ant, if you dare touch me, I will make sure you die a horrible death, and you will never be able to reincarnate." At this point, how could Ah Qing not understand what her opponent was trying to do? She had never encountered something like this in all her years, and for a moment, she could not help but panic. What's the point of threatening me now? Song Qingshu pointed at the wounds on his body. I told you, you stabbed me so many times just now, and now I'm going to stab you back. Ah. Ah Qing was about to go crazy when she felt him pressing down on her. She had never been humiliated like this by an ant from the lower cohort. But for some reason, the feeling coming from her body made her not want to resist so much. In fact, she even felt a little hopeful. Wait, as soon as this thought came into her mind, she suddenly woke up. How could she have the same thoughts as those ants? Her eyes became indifferent, and her voice became extremely cold. You forced me to do this. There is only a strand of my soul in this body, and that is why I have fallen into your trap. You forced me to come to this world. Feeling the sudden increase of the girl's aura, a gust of wind blew through the forest, and the clouds above his head gathered together. A huge and beautiful shadow was faintly discernible in the clouds. The huge pressure made Song Qingshu's soul tremble. He could not help but feel sad. In the end, he still could not fight against the will of the heavens. Was the saying that man can conquer nature a lie in the end? No, I can't accept this. Temujin led his men to burn, kill, and loot all over the place, bringing only destruction and destruction to the people everywhere. How many families were broken up? How many brilliant civilizations were destroyed? Why did he represent the will of heaven and earth? Why did the heavens choose him as their emperor? This kind of will of the heavens was not worth it. In his previous life, the protagonists in the novels often fought against the will of the heavens. At that time, he thought it was stupid, but now he gradually understood. This represented the unyielding heart of humans. People could be defeated, but they would never surrender. Thinking of this, Song Qingshu made up his mind. He directly tore off her dress and pressed his whole body on top of her. Even if he was about to die, he would drag her down with him. You. Ah Qing's eyes were wide open. She was both shocked and furious, and her mind was similarly blank. She never expected that she would actually be taken advantage of by an ant from the lower realms. It was all because her body was too useless. It was actually sensitive to such an extent, causing her to instantly. I'm going to kill you. Ah Qing finally reacted. She turned over and pressed him under her. The restriction on her body seemed to have lost its effect. Song Qingshu laughed. If I die, then I die. It's worth it anyway. Ah Qing's face turned cold. She waved her hand and summoned thousands of invisible swords to float around her. I will let you suffer thousands of cuts and still not die. I will let you taste the most miserable torture in the world. She was about to attack when she suddenly froze. Huh? By now, Song Qingshu was completely indifferent. What's wrong? A day as husband and wife means 100 days of love. You don't want to kill me? Ah Qing's expression changed. Why do you have the aura of the Yellow Emperor on you? Song Qingshu was stunned. That's too much. I don't deserve it. Ah Qing closed her eyes and felt carefully. No, it's the technique you practice. It has the shadow of the Yellow Emperor's Goddess Sutra. Huh, it's not exactly the same. It seems that you've gone astray. Song Qingshu was stunned. Are you talking about the Mary Diana of the esoteric sect? He thought about it and realized that this was the only thing that could be related to the Goddess Sutra. It was said that the emperor had 3,000 women and ascended to heaven. The Mary Diana was quite close in some aspects. The Mary Diana of the esoteric sect? Ah Qing was stunned. She counted with her fingers. I see. The Yellow Emperor's Goddess Sutra was lost. Those guys from the esoteric sect found a part of it. They changed it according to the part and their own understanding. That's why they went astray. Song Qingshu was enlightened. It turned out that the esoteric sect's technique he practiced had such a background. No wonder it was so powerful. It was like he was cheating all the way. Well, since we have such a relationship, can we make up? Ah Qing laughed coldly. You've done such a thing to me, and you think you can just let it go? Song Qingshu suddenly had an idea. He hurriedly said, you keep saying that Temujin is the emperor of this world, but Mongolia has been the most powerful country in the world for decades. In a sense, he has been the emperor for decades. Besides, his fate was to die on Mount Lupan. What I am doing is not going against the law of heaven, right? Ah Qing said coldly, sophistry. I don't want to waste time with you. Just as she was about to attack, her expression suddenly changed. She quickly counted with her fingers. Huh? That seems to be the fate of Temujin. She suddenly exclaimed, and why do you have the aura of the heavenly Tao on you? Song Qingshu had a strange expression on his face. Could it be that he stole it from you like we did just now? There are 3,000 paths, but there is always a chance of survival. He had been thinking about how to find a way out of this situation. She claimed to be the protector of the heavenly Tao, so if he joined forces with the heavenly Tao, would he be able to find a chance of survival? He didn't know what the heavenly Tao was, and it was too vague. After thinking about it, the girl in front of him was the closest thing to the heavenly Tao. What happened just now was partly due to his inner demons, and partly because he had a vague guess in his subconscious. By using the dual cultivation technique to become one with her, he would also be contaminated with the aura of the heavenly Tao. Ah Qing's expression changed faster and faster. After a long time, she looked at him deeply and waved her hand. The sword aura in the air disappeared. You seem to know the arrangements of the heavenly Tao. If you had killed Temujin somewhere other than Mount Lupan, even if you had the aura of the heavenly Tao, you would not have escaped death. Song Qingshu, however, was overjoyed. Does that mean I don't have to die now? He couldn't tell if he did it intentionally or not. Perhaps his subconscious mind knew about the fate of the past, so it would subconsciously follow the rules. Just like in searching for Qin, if there was a Qin Shi Huang in history, then there must be a Qin Shi Huang in the future, but it didn't matter if this Qin Shi Huang was the real one. Similarly, since Temujin died on Mount Lupan, then Yi Futian's plan to kill him on Mount Lupan was, to a certain extent, in line with his original fate. A look of struggle flashed across Ah Qing's face, but she finally nodded. Yes, you have now obtained Temujin's original fate and become the new Ren Huang. Song Qingshu laughed. I don't believe in these things that are predetermined by fate. I only believe in my own hard work. Wasn't Temujin killed by him even though he was a Ren Huang? Then wouldn't it be possible for him to be killed by Temujin as well? Ah Qing nodded. Yes, the heavenly Tao will leave a trace of uncertainty. Although you have been chosen as the new Ren Huang, you may not succeed in the end. The rest will depend on your luck. With the confirmation, Song Qingshu instantly relaxed. When he planned to kill Temujin, he was wary of the top masters around Temujin and worried that the assassination would fail. But after the incident at Peerless City, he was still most worried about this fairy of the ninth heaven. He knew that she would most likely come out to mess things up. Therefore, he had been thinking about how to deal with the fairy of the ninth heaven. Relatively speaking, with the Skirich shaman Meng Qiheng, and many other masters dead, and the evil master Peng Ban gone, killing Temujin was no longer a problem. But no matter how he thought about it, he was in deep despair about the future. No matter what, it was difficult for him to resist her. Even if he could use the Pure of Joy to deal with Ah Qing for a while, he would not be able to deal with the will of the fairy of the ninth heaven. This matter had always been pressing down on his heart like a huge mountain. Now that he had finally obtained a satisfactory conclusion, his entire body became extremely relaxed. He felt as if the sky was high and the sky was high and the sea was wide and boundless like a fish leaping about. This world was still that world, but in his eyes, it was already suddenly enlightened. Then let's part ways here. Song Qingshu cupped his hands. First, he was worried that she would turn hostile, and second, he needed to meet up with Dongfang Muxue. Dongfang Muxue had been injured quite badly, and he did not know how the battle was going in Xingqing. Wait! Ah Qing called out to him. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself, I'm done for. This woman probably still remembers how I offended her just now. Sure enough, she won't let me off so easily. He forced out a smile and said, What instructions does Fairy have for me? Ah Qing sneered, You're so respectful to me now? Just now. At this point, a trace of unnaturalness flashed across her beautiful and holy face. Just now, I was being controlled by my inner demons. I really did not mean to offend you. For some reason, Song Qingshu did not have the courage to throw caution to the wind like before. He was very timid. Do you think I'll believe you? Ah Ching stared at him. Her eyes, deeper than the stars, seemed to be able to see through every cell in his body. Song Qingshu smiled embarrassedly. He did feel a little guilty and did not know how to explain himself. Fortunately, Ah Ching spoke again. However, there is indeed a problem with your cultivation method. Although you have thought of some ways to control your inner demons over the years, the most you can do is to prolong the time when they act up. One day, they will act up completely, and you will fall into the devil's path and fall into endless madness. Song Qingshu was stunned. Originally, he thought that no one from the Tantric sect had mastered it for thousands of years because they were Buddhists and did not have the resources to find so many female confidants. Therefore, they had to use force to occupy some women, which left an irreparable flaw in their souls. He was different. He had many female confidants and could avoid the pitfalls that the predecessors of the Tantric sect had encountered. He thought that he had mostly solved this problem, but from what Ah Ching said, it seemed that he had only restrained himself to a certain extent. Is there a solution? Song Qingshu was not stupid. Ah Ching was a real fairy who had descended to the human world. She had just recognized him as the emperor. If he did not take this opportunity to learn from her, he might as well die. A strange expression appeared on Ah Ching's beautiful and indifferent face. Fine, I will teach you the real plain girl sutra to make up for the flaw in your cultivation method. This will prevent you from falling into the devil's path and bringing disaster to the human world. Ah? Song Qingshu was dumbfounded. How? A faint blush gradually spread on Ah Ching's pure face. I don't believe that you really don't know. Song Qingshu smiled embarrassedly. I just don't believe it. Shut up. Come here. There was a hint of annoyance between Ah Ching's eyebrows. At the same time, there was a hint of gentleness. The green dress seemed to be unobstructed as it slowly slid down from her white and soft skin. Song Qingshu swallowed his saliva and walked over. His trembling hand touched her body that was glowing with holy white light. Today's chapter is long enough, right? If you are satisfied with it, please help me vote for my new book, Land Fairy. Thank you, everyone. After who knew how long, Ah Ching's reproachful and helpless voice sounded. Are you done yet? A muffled voice answered, I don't think there will be a next time. Of course, don't waste the opportunity. Ah Ching's cheeks were bright red. She bit her lips and said, How did I meet such a scoundrel like you? I have just passed the Plain Maiden Sutra to you. I have to go now. Song Qingshu said hurriedly, the last 3 times. Ah Ching's face was burning, and there was a hint of annoyance between his brows. How many times have you said that? This time, I promise it will be the last 3 times. Ah Ching pursed her lips and said worriedly, Don't damage your body. Song Qingshu laughed. The blissful Zen is good at this. I also got your Plain Maiden Sutra, which can support both yin and yang. To be honest, I was worried that your body wouldn't be able to take it. Ah Ching snorted and turned her face away. Her voice was sweet and charming, and the meaning in her tone was self-explanatory. I have a question. Is your mind here or your body? What do you think? Then can your main body feel it as well? Shut up. Don't ask. The last 3 times. No, the last time. Okay, after a long time, when Song Qingshu woke up, she was already gone. He sighed. He probably wouldn't have the chance to see her again in this life. She had clearly told him that because he, the Ren Huang, was a bit unusual and different from Taimuzhen, she was no longer responsible for protecting him. The heavenly path would operate on its own, and the final outcome would depend on one's own luck. But now that he had taken down his greatest enemy, Temujin, and solved the problem of his inner demons that had been troubling him for a long time, he felt as if he had transcended all worldly affairs, and all problems were no longer problems. What's more, he had just learned a lot from the Plain Maiden Sutra with Ah Ching. Now, he really felt invincible and undefeatable. Seeing that it was already dawn, he hurried to Xingqing Manor. On the way, he was still thinking about the unprecedented experience from yesterday. The body of a goddess was really different. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Could it be that he had to break through the void in the future to continue their relationship? However, there were so many beauties in this world. How could he bear to give them up? He was conflicted all the way back to the Mongolian camp, and he noticed that the Mongolian army had left behind a ground full of corpses. They had long since retreated completely. He continued to rush in the direction of Xingqing Manor. He wanted to know how the battle was going there. If there was no clear winner yet, he didn't mind going there to finish them off. Because he had been chasing and killing Qing all the way, he had run quite a distance. By the time he returned to Xingqing Prefecture, it had already been a day and a night. Coincidentally, he ran into the Mongolian army being routed. The Jin Kingdom's Iron Buddhas and the Loyal Army, the Western Xia Kingdom's Iron Sparrowhawks, and the Southern Song Dynasty's Godly Arm Bows were all out in pursuit of the Mongolian army. Seeing that the outcome of the battle had been decided, Song Qingshu no longer interfered and directly entered the imperial city. Knowing that Song Qingshu had arrived, Mu Wanqing rushed out and threw herself into his arms. "Big brother Song, you really did it. You really did it." Previously, the entire Western Xia had been pressured by the Mongolians to the point of suffocation. Not to mention the people of Western Xia, even the upper echelons of the country were on the verge of despair. Only when they thought of Song Qingshu did they have the slightest bit of hope. Even so, they didn't have too much hope. After all, the Mongolians were too strong, and Temujin was too strong. Mu Wanqing was very nervous and worried about the future of his trip. She even thought that if he failed, the worst that could happen was that she would die with him. As soon as this thought came to mind, she actually calmed down. Now that she knew that it was a great success, how could she not be excited? "I'm back. From now on, there's nothing to be afraid of." Song Qingshu gently hugged her trembling body and gently stroked her hair. Many of the palace maids and guards around them looked at each other. How could our empress throw herself into the arms of another man? But this time, the empress and the crown princess had led Western Xia to victory against the Mongolians. Their prestige was unprecedentedly high, and no one dared to criticize them. After all, everyone knew that the emperor's health was failing and he was lying in the palace waiting for death. It wasn't strange for the empress to find another man. Western Xia had always been a semi-nomadic country, and this kind of thing was much more open than the southern Song dynasty. Song Qingshu also noticed the gazes of those people, but he didn't care at all. After the war that destroyed Western Xia, the power of the upper echelons of the country could be said to have been purged. Now, the remaining people basically followed the lead of the empress, the crown princess, and the crown princess. Moreover, even if there was no purge, so what? His current mentality was very different. He had even killed Temujin, and even the fairy of the ninth heaven. A mere opposition force from the Western Xia was nothing to him. "Hey, big brother Song, you're injured?" Mu Wanqing suddenly noticed the bloodstains on his body. She hurriedly looked around and found that he was covered in wounds and blood. She almost fainted. Song Qingshu hurriedly supported her. "Sister Wan, don't worry, these are all small wounds. They've already healed. If you don't believe me, look." As he said this, he showed her the wounds. It was obvious that they had already scabbed. Mu Wanqing gently touched his wounds, almost crying. "Big brother Song, this trip must have been very dangerous. I don't know who was so cruel as to stab you so many times." Song Qingshu had a strange expression on his face. "Don't worry, I've already gotten my revenge. I stabbed her even more times." Mu Wanqing, however, couldn't understand the meaning behind his words. She blinked a few times in confusion. "Right, where are Xianxia and Qinglu?" Song Qingshu hurriedly changed the topic. Mu Wanqing answered, "Sister Nan Xian led the army out of the city to pursue the Mongolians. Qinglu also brought people from Class 1 Hall to help." Song Qingshu frowned. "Will there be any danger? I'll go and take a look." Although the Mongolians had been defeated, they still had a lot of experts. If something happened to the two women, it would really be too much for him to bear. Mu Wanqing smiled. "Big brother Song, rest well. Taifei and Senior Wu Yazi also went. With them looking after you, you should be fine." Only then did Song Qingshu relax. Right now, there were no grandmasters in the Mongolian army. With Li Qiushui and Wu Yazi looking after them, there was indeed no need to worry. Mu Wanqing continued, "Right, Sister Dongfeng is also in the palace. She seems to have suffered some serious injuries." Really? Quick, take me there. Song Qingshu hurriedly said. Mu Wanqing nodded and led him in the direction of the inner palace. On the way, she said, I've also seen that Princess Fragrance. She really is a beauty that can cause the downfall of a city. No wonder Temujin didn't hesitate to mobilize the army for her. Her tone was full of amazement and admiration. Song Qingshu smiled. She is indeed very beautiful. Mu Wanqing originally wanted to ask about the relationship between the two of them, but on second thought, with Big Brother Song's temperament, there was no need to ask to know what was going on. He had just risked his life to save Xianxia, so what was the point of being jealous like this? In this way, the two came to a courtyard in the inner palace. They found Yuanzi and Casli pacing back and forth anxiously in the courtyard. Seeing him, they both rushed to him with a cry. Big Brother Song, are you okay? Song Qingshu hurriedly checked on the two women. After all, they were in the Mongolian camp, so he was worried about whether they were in danger. We're fine. But in order to protect us, Sister Dongfang suppressed her internal injuries. Now she is suffering from internal injuries. Yuanzi looked into the room with a worried expression. Song Qingshu pushed the door open and entered the room. As soon as he entered, a fierce qi rushed toward him. Yuanzi, Mu Wanqing, and the others all turned pale with fright. Song Qingshu waved his hand and dissipated the qi. Then, he said to Yuanzi and the others, she is forcing the sword qi out of her body. Don't come in, lest you get hurt. Yuanzi and the others nodded. That's what Sister Dongfang told us just now. Song Qingshu walked in. Dongfang Muxue, who was healing herself on the bed, looked pale. Hearing the noise, she opened her eyes. She was a little surprised to see Song Qingshu come back. Have you taken care of that man? Yes. Song Qingshu knew who she was referring to. Didn't you lose an arm or a leg? Dongfang Muxue stopped cultivating and stood up to check on him. In her eyes, the injuries all over his body were nothing. After all, he was going to deal with a legendary figure. Song Qingshu rolled his eyes. Do you want your man to be disabled so much? Dongfang Muxue clicked her tongue in wonder. I'm just a little shocked. I was hit by her innate sword qi, and I still can't force it out. But you came back unscathed. To be honest, I really didn't expect that. Her innate sword qi is really powerful. It is like maggots in the bones after entering the meridians. When venerated Ming was injured by her sword qi, he had to use the star-sucking great method to resolve it. He lost all his cultivation and started from the beginning, Song Qingshu said. Come here, I'll help you resolve the sword qi. You can resolve it? Dongfang Muxue was a little upset. She was proud and couldn't accept the gap. She had spent so much effort but still couldn't force it out. How could he do it? In her eyes, as long as he didn't use the sword 23, their cultivation was almost the same. Alas, I still miss the time when I could beat him up. Why didn't I take the opportunity to play with him? Of course. If it was in the past, it would be really troublesome. But Song Qingshu had just had the most intimate communication with Ah Qing. He was very familiar with the sword qi in her body and it was no problem for him to resolve it. He helped Dongfang Muxue sit down and pressed his palm on the acupoints all over her body, removing the innate sword qi in her body one by one. How did you deal with that person? Dongfang Muxue didn't care about her injuries and asked in a gossipy tone. Ahem. Song Qingshu coughed and said, of course it was because of my talent and looks. Do you believe that I won't slap the stool on your face? Dongfang Muxue said angrily. I used the joyful genuine qi to temporarily affect her and buy some time. Later, she realized that the heavenly mandate had changed and that I had the fate of a human sovereign, so she let me go. Song Qingshu thought for a while and decided not to tell her about the two of them. Who knew if the mysterious fairy of the 9 heavens would know what he was doing? If he angered her, the heavenly punishment would not be a joke. Joyful genuine qi? You didn't take advantage of that person? Dongfang Muxue was instantly full of gossip. Song Qingshu smiled embarrassedly and said, it's not that easy to take advantage of. Dongfang Muxue didn't suspect anything. After all, in her opinion, the gap between the two of them was too big. She didn't expect someone to be so bold. About 2 hours later, Song Qingshu finally succeeded in removing the innate sword qi in Dongfang Mushua's body and almost healed her internal injuries. Mu Wanqing came in and said, "Our allied army defeated the Mongols. Sister Nan Xian and Qinglu are both back. In addition, the Jin Kingdom, Dasi Luo, and people from Sichuan also came with them." She looked at Song Qingshu subconsciously as she spoke, and there was a hint of worry in her eyes. Song Qingshu was stunned for a moment, then realized that she was probably worried about meeting Zhou Zhirua. He smiled and said, "We'll meet sooner or later. Don't worry, I'm here." Mu Wanqing blushed and said, "I'm not worried at all. After all, this is my territory. If she bullies us, don't blame me for being rude." Song Qingshu took a deep breath and then remembered that none of these women were easy to deal with. In the past, they were scattered all over the country, and it was natural that they would be fine if they didn't meet each other. But from now on, the chances of them meeting each other would increase significantly. At that time, one could imagine the scene of the charaba. A group of people hurried to the main hall. After all, apart from their confidants, there were also some envoys from other countries. They had to receive them. In the main hall, the people from the various countries had a deep and friendly conversation. Obviously, because of the common enemy, Mongolia, everyone's relationship had become closer. Even Dasi Luo, who used to be enemies with Xianxia, was talking and laughing with the officials of Xianxia. This was how the world was. There were no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Siluo expressed his gratitude to Song Qingshu as well. If it wasn't for his help, the traitors would have destroyed their country and destroyed their homes. In Sichuan, the three emotions Daoist and Lin Pingji were also reminiscing with Song Qingshu and discussing the changes in Sichuan at the same time. When the banquet ended, the officials from the Ministry of Rights of Xianxia led the representatives to the Four Quarters Embassy to rest. As for Zhou Zhirua, Wan Yanping, Wan Yanzhongjia, and the others, they all stayed in the palace. The atmosphere suddenly became a little quiet. The women looked at each other, and the atmosphere was especially strange. Dongfang Mushua drained the wine on the table with a faint smile and said, "You guys chat first, I'm going to play with Taifei." Watching her leave, Song Qingshu had a strange expression on his face. What did she mean by playing with Taifei? He thought of Li Qiushui's flirtatious and dissolute nature. Were they going to play all the way to bed? Song Qingshu was speechless. But he knew what she liked, and she was looking for another woman this time, so he couldn't be bothered to care about her. After Dongfang Mushua left, the hall fell into silence again. Zhou Zhirua's mentality was different, so she was the first to speak. "Qingshu, just now you and Lao Silua said that because the Khan is dead, the Mongolians will fall into internal strife and won't be invading south for a while. But if they do so in the name of avenging Temujin, the Xianxia side will be in danger. After all, Temujin died near Mount Lupan." Song Qingshu explained, "It was inconvenient to tell you before because Lao Siluo and the others were there, but now I can tell you the real reason. I've already made arrangements in Mongolia. Zhao Min has been lying low all this time. She has already arranged everything. Once Temujin is dead, she will be able to stir up public opinion. After all, everyone saw that Temujin was killed by the Shuiyue clan of Dongying, and they must avenge him. Among all the Mongol kings, Kublai and Ali Buj have always been evenly matched. Now, if I'm not mistaken, there will be a consensus in the Mongols that whoever can avenge Temujin, kill the Shuiyue clan, and destroy Dongying will be able to become the Khan." All this time, Song Qingshu had been following the method of pushing the boat with the current. For example, if he knew that Temujin died at Mount Lupan, he would plot to kill him there. If he knew that the Mongolians would invade Japan in the east, he would give them a reason to do so. This was the advantage of going with the flow. Most of the time, you don't need to use much effort, and the whole thing will go according to your plan. Hearing his explanation, the girls came to a sudden realization and were completely relieved. Zhou Zhirua sighed to herself. Although Zhao Min was a little annoying, she could be very powerful sometimes. After everyone finished talking about this matter, the scene suddenly fell into a strange silence. Song Qingshu couldn't help but feel a headache coming on, but with his rich experience, he quickly came up with a plan. Suddenly, he let out a loud cry and fell toward Mu Wanqing. The other girls were shocked and ran over to check on him. Brother Song, what's wrong? Song Qingshu's face was pale. I'm afraid that the injuries caused by the mysterious lady of the ninth heaven are acting up. As he spoke, he purposely revealed the wounds on his body. Mu Wanqing, who was holding him, blinked. Didn't he say that he was already healed? Quick, go get Dongfang Muxue. Zhou Zhirua was also panicking. There were only 2 grandmasters in the city. If they didn't look for Dongfang Muxue, who else could they look for? Song Qingshu hurriedly organized. There's no need. Just soak me in the hot spring in the backyard of the palace. You guys just need to use your internal energy to help me heal. Mu Wanqing's face instantly turned red. Now that things had come to this, how could she not know what the other party was planning? At this moment, the other party's voice sounded in her ears through the secret voice sending. Sister Wan, don't undermine me at this time. Mu Wanqing bit her lips and didn't say anything in the end. Quick, help him in. Where is your hot spring? Zhou Zhirua hurriedly asked Mu Wanqing. Mu Wanqing's face was extremely red, but she didn't answer. Li Qinglu, who was beside her, felt a little strange. She hurriedly answered for her, I know. Follow me. The girls hurriedly helped Song Qingshu into the inner palace. Kazli was also anxious. Although she didn't understand Chinese, she could still see that Song Qingshu had fainted. She was also anxious to follow them, but she was stopped by Yuan Zi. Sister Yuan, why are you stopping me? Don't go. Yuan Zi's face turned red. She had been with Mu Wanqing before, so how could she not see through Song Qingshu's trick? Why? Brother Song is injured. Kazli's eyebrows were full of anxiety. Yuan Zi whispered something in her ear, and Kazli's pure face also turned red. Brother Song is really a little naughty. On the other side, Wanyan Zhongjia also wanted to follow them, but he was stopped by Ouyang Feng. Grandpa, quickly think of a way to save Brother Qingshu. Wanyan Zhongjia also looked anxious. Ouyang Feng was speechless. What are you going to do? You have to take off your clothes to heal in the hot spring. It's his wife who is going there. Why are you going there? Wanyan Zhongjia muttered, I don't mind being seen by him. Ouyang Feng was speechless. Then you should find a time to take it off for him in private. Do you have to do it in front of so many women? Wanyan Zhongjia raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and a hint of enlightenment appeared on his beautiful face. That makes sense. But is there really nothing wrong with Brother Song? There's nothing wrong with him. Ouyang Feng scolded. As the saying goes, old people become shrewd. After so many years, he had seen all kinds of things. He could see through Song Qingshu's plan at a glance. Naturally, he didn't want his precious granddaughter to fall into his hands. At this time, Zhou Zhirua and the other women had already helped Song Qingshu to the backyard of the palace. They helped him take off his clothes and soaked him in the hot spring. They hurriedly asked, what's next? You guys help me heal my injuries. I'll disperse the ninth heaven mystic fairy's innate sword chi into your bodies. This way, I won't hurt you. Song Qingshu's face was weak, and he also spoke seriously. The women couldn't help but be stunned. How could they go into the hot spring to heal him? Did they have to take off their clothes? It wasn't that they couldn't get along with each other in private, but how could they do it in front of so many people? Only Mu Wanqing knew that he was faking it. Her first reaction was to leave, but she suddenly thought that this was a rare and good opportunity to promote the relationship between everyone. If she left and they became sisters after this, wouldn't she be in a disadvantageous position? But if she really had to accompany Song Qingshu to fool around, just thinking about it made her heart beat violently. For a moment, she couldn't help but hesitate. Perhaps some readers didn't pay attention to the official account, so I'll say it again. I never intended to treat Temujin as the final big boss. There should be a few more scenes later on, but the pace will be faster. In addition, I'm getting longer and longer. What about you guys? Monthly tickets for the new book, The Fairy of the Land. Zhou Zhirua was the first to make up her mind. This was her husband after all. She was worried about his injuries and couldn't care too much. She took off her jacket and skirt, but she was still too embarrassed to take it all off. She jumped into the hot spring with only her underwear on. Qingshu, how do I heal you? Which acupuncture point should I press on? Song Qingshu thought that his wife loved him the most, so he hurriedly told her about an acupoint. Zhou Zhirua made a sound of agreement and gently placed her fair and moist palm on his acupoint, preparing to treat his injury. Li Qinglu was the second to go in. She was from Li Qiushui's branch after all and had a much bolder personality. With someone taking the lead, the others saw this and also jumped into the water with red faces. They spread out and pressed on his acupuncture points in different directions, preparing to heal him. Song Qingshu only saw a field of white in front of him. No matter which body it was, they were all sparkling like jade. Under the steam of the hot spring, they emitted an enchanting light. He couldn't help but feel his blood boil. "Wanqing, why aren't you coming down?" Yelu Nanxian was very embarrassed at this time. It was fine if she was with Mu Wanqing or Li Qinglu. After all, they had been together for so long, but she wasn't familiar with Zhou Zhirua or Wan Yanping at all. She subconsciously tried to talk to Mu Wanqing to divert her attention. Mu Wanqing's face reddened. She stuttered that, "You guys can help him." She knew that this was Song Qingshu's trick. How could she have the nerve to jump in? "Come down, one more person means more strength." Wan Yanping also urged. Song Qingshu also laughed and extended his hand to her. "Yeah, let's go together. It'll heal faster this way." Mu Wanqing spat. In the end, she was still extremely shy. "You heal yourself." After saying that, she jogged out with a red face. Song Qingshu secretly felt a little regretful. This girl was still a little thin-skinned. If he had known it would be like this, he would not have told her that his injury was fine. He turned around and looked at the other beauties, who were either delicate, elegant, or charming, and said, "Then let's get started." But which one of these women wasn't the most outstanding person in their respective territories? They first felt strange about Mu Wanqing's reaction, and then they finally understood. Zhou Zhirua was both embarrassed and angry. "You bastard." With her taking the lead, the others also joined in, pressing him down and giving him a beating. Throughout the process, although Song Qingshu had a lot of advantages, in the end, all the women left one after another, leaving him alone in the hot spring. Sigh, I went for wool and came home shorn. Song Qingshu wanted to cry but had no tears. No matter who he went to, he was rejected. In the end, they simply gathered together to play Pai Gao, not giving him any chance at all. Song Qingshu was alone in the empty room. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. This couldn't go on. Of course, he knew that it was mainly because everyone was shy. No one could put down their pride to be alone with him, and it was even more impossible for them to be together. In order to avoid such a situation where the three monks had nothing to eat, they had to set up a rule as soon as possible. This way, it would be completely up to the will of the heavens, and they wouldn't have to figure out each other in private. Sigh, Senior, you are so wise. The rules that have been formed for thousands of years are really reasonable. He really couldn't sleep, so he went out to wander. Unconsciously, he came to the yard where Castley was. He saw Yuanzi sitting in the yard with her, seeming to be comforting her. What's wrong with her? Song Qingshu approached and asked. Ah, why are you here? Obviously, Yuanzi didn't expect him to come. Thinking of something, she blushed instantly. Song Qingshu smiled embarrassedly. My injury has been cured, so I came out to exercise. Yuanzi slightly raised the corner of her mouth. She had roughly guessed what was going on, so she didn't expose his lie. She said, Castley is a little homesick. She still misses her sister. After thinking for a while, Song Qingshu walked over, held Castley's waist, and directly flew to the roof to sit there. Castley didn't resist and let him hold her. She even gently leaned on his shoulder. On the other side, Yuanzi was a little embarrassed. She hurriedly got rid of his hand and took 2 steps back. If you want to bring Castley up, just bring her up. Why did you bring me up too? Song Qingshu said with a wry smile, if I didn't bring you up, it would be inconvenient to talk. Yuanzi pouted. It turned out that she was just a translator. Song Qingshu said, Castley, although you can't go back to see your hometown for the time being, I can let you see the bright moon in your hometown. Saying that, he pointed to the moon in the sky. While translating for him, Yuanzi couldn't help thinking, this guy is really good at deceiving girls. It's indeed as bright and beautiful as the moon in my hometown. Hearing his explanation, a bright smile appeared on Casley's face. It won't be long before Qingtong comes. Then you and your sister can reunite. Song Qingshu thought of the agreement between him and Hu Qingtong. Calculating the time, he should have arranged the people in the Vulture Palace. Maybe they had already started to come here. Thank you, Brother Song. Perhaps it was because of the coldness of the night, Casley's body trembled slightly and she subconsciously shrank into his arms. Song Qingshu hugged her while secretly transferring vital energy into her body to warm her up. If you really miss home too much, wait for Qingtong to come and ask her to bring you back to the southern border, Song Qingshu said. Now that the Mongolian army had been defeated, their control over the southern border would definitely be extremely weak. Casley shook her head and said, No, I want to be with you. My father and brother are already gone in Yarkand. The place where you are is my home. Hearing her words, Song Qingshu was stunned. A feeling of tenderness welled up in his heart and he hugged her tightly. Yuanzi also had a complicated expression. She did not expect Casley to have such deep feelings for him. At the same time, she secretly admired her courage. If it was her, she would definitely not dare to express her feelings so straightforwardly. However, Casley said it in a very normal and natural manner. It was as if it was a matter of course and would not cause any displeasure. Casley nestled in his arms and looked at the bright moon in the sky. Her eyes were filled with longing. What's more, my sister will be coming with us soon. With Brother Song and my sister, it's like home to me. Smelling the refreshing fragrance of the young lady in his arms, Song Qingshu lovingly combed her hair that was a little messy from the cold wind. Casley, tell me about your hometown. I want to know more about you. Okay, Casley talked about the grasslands. She talked about herding horses and goats since she was young. She talked about how she secretly ate flowers behind her father and sister's back. Her eyes were like crescent moons. Even Yuanzi was infected by her smile. They recalled their childhood. After all, they had known each other for a long time and had played together on the grasslands. Later, Casley also pestered Song Qingshu to ask about him. Song Qingshu said with a smile, I have a lot of things. What do you want to hear? Casley raised her head. Her exquisite and perfect face was covered with a layer of moonlight as if it was covered with a layer of veil. It gave off a sparkling luster. I want to know everything. Tell me. Song Qingshu was stunned. That's a long story. Casley smiled like a flower. It's okay. Tell us one by one. Anyway, we have plenty of time. Song Qingshu thought it was true. As the saying went, there was still a long way to go. Anyway, he had plenty of time in the future. Therefore, he told her about the things that happened after he came to this world. Casley kept exclaiming and clenching her fists nervously. Yuanzi, who was at the side, had a strange look in her eyes. He had always been high-spirited, but she didn't expect him to have such a miserable past. The more she knew about him, the gentler she looked at him. On the way, Song Qingshu saw her gently massaging his waist with her little hands. He said with a smile, It's quite windy up there. It's a little tiring to keep balance. Do you want me to lend you a shoulder? Yuanzi blushed and shook her head subconsciously. However, she immediately regretted it. She couldn't be as natural as Casley and say whatever she wanted to say. Just as she was worrying about her gains and losses, she was hugged by Fang Xingjian. Yuanzi was shocked. However, when she found that Fang Xingjian simply let her lean on him, she gradually felt relieved. The three of them sat on the roof and talked about their past while admiring the moon. They got to know each other more and more. In the end, Casley fell asleep while leaning on Song Qingshu. Then it became Yuanzi and Song Qingshu's turn to chat. In the end, even Yuanzi didn't know when she fell asleep. When she woke up the next morning and found that she was sleeping in Fang Xingjian's arms, she couldn't help but be startled. She quickly sat up with a blush. Casley also woke up. Her big beautiful eyes were full of doubts. It was so windy last night. Why did I feel so warm when I fell asleep? Yuanzi was stunned. She also remembered that her body seemed to have been basked in the warm sun last night. She soon realized that Song Qingshu had been circulating his energy all night to keep him warm. She hurriedly explained the reason to Castley. As she spoke, she suddenly noticed that both her and Castley were very dry. However, there were some dew drops on Song Qingshu's clothes. The softest part of her heart was immediately touched. Song Qingshu said, "Go and freshen up. Of course, you can also go back to sleep. I still have some things to deal with." As he spoke, he flew back to the ground with the two girls in his arms. On the way, Yuanzi no longer resisted his touch. After bidding farewell to the two girls, Fang Xingjian came out of the courtyard and ran into Dongfang Mushui in red. Under the sunlight, she looked even more beautiful. At this moment, she was looking at him with a faint smile. "You really put in a lot of effort to pick up girls." Song Qingshu rolled his eyes. "How dare you criticize me? What did you and Li Qiushui do last night? You can ask her." Dongfang Mushui left a bright smile and turned to leave. Song Qingshu shook his head. These two were really. Next, he went out of the palace and found Lady Zhen, whom he had not seen for a long time, in a courtyard in the city. Lady Zhen was surprised and delighted to see him. She threw herself into his arms and cried uncontrollably. "Brother Song, Khoresm has been completely destroyed." She had stayed in Xinqing Prefecture during this period to be responsible for the exchange of materials between the Central Plains and Khoresm. Not long ago, she had received the news that the Mongolians had sent Su Liawu to wipe out the remaining forces of Khoresm with an army. Prince Zalandin was betrayed by a traitor. He was killed when he was resting under a big tree. After receiving the reward from the Mongolians, Khoresm was completely destroyed. It was hard for her to live alone in a foreign country. Fortunately, she had faith to support her. But now, this faith was gone. She felt that there was no place for her in this big world. Especially when the Mongolians had besieged Xinqing Prefecture, she felt even more hopeless. Firstly, she was worried that she would fall into the hands of the Mongolians after the city was breached. Secondly, she felt that the Mongolians were becoming more and more powerful, and no other country could resist them. Until yesterday, when the Mongolians suddenly collapsed, she still felt as if she was in a dream. Song Qingshu gently patted the voluptuous body in his arms to comfort her. "Everything is in the past. I have already avenged you." "Did you really kill Taimu?" Zhen Sushan raised her head. Her plump face was still streaked with tears, but she immediately reacted. "Who else in this world can deal with that demon other than you? I should have thought of it long ago. Thank you. Thank you for avenging my country, my family, and my fiancé." Zhen Sushan's face was filled with emotion. Before Song Qingshu could reply, Zhen Sushan looked at him with a red face and passion. "I have to thank you." As she said this, she directly knelt in front of him. Song Qingshu was stunned. But because he could only look at the many beauties in the palace last night, he was already filled with anger. At this moment, he was instantly ignited by her passion. In the following period of time, Si Siluo and the troops from Sichuan left Xinqing Prefecture one after another. Because Wanyan Zhongjia and Wanyan Ping were reluctant to leave, the Jin kingdom temporarily stayed in Xixia to help the Xixia army recover the broken land. There were still many remnants of the Mongolian army in some cities. There were also some local forces that had surrendered to the Mongolians, and there were also bandits that came from the war. Song Qingshu brought Zhen Sushan into the palace to introduce her to the ladies. Initially, the ladies were not used to seeing a foreign beauty, but they were soon convinced by her ability. After all, she had led the remnants of Khwarezmis to fight against the Mongolians for so many years. Whether it was military affairs or the fickleness of human relationships, she was very good at them. Soon, she got along well with the ladies. Hua Qingtong also rushed over from Sky Mountain. When she learned that he had defeated the Mongolians, she was shocked and in awe. She also helped Xixia to fight against the remnants of the Mongolian army. In the end, she and Xianxia worked together. With Zhen Sushan's help, they quickly recovered the territory that Xixia had before the war. They even expanded their territory. Of course, Xixia also suffered great losses in this war. They could only slowly recover by recuperating. During this time, they also received news from the Mongolians that Ali Buj and Kublai were really fighting for the throne. With Zhao Min's help and Hai Wanli and Iluan's help, they successfully created public opinion that only the one who avenged the Khan could inherit the throne. So, Kublai and Ali Bege sharpened their swords and turned their attention to the east. That damned Watermoon sect, that damned Japan. When he heard that the Mongolians had decided to attack Japan, Song Qingshu was finally relieved. He specially asked Dongfang Muxue not to let the Qing army stop them. Dongfang Muxue said that she would not stop them. Even if she did, it would be useless. Although the area in the northeast was under the control of the Qing kingdom, it was sparsely populated and extremely cold. There were not many soldiers stationed there. If one did not pay special attention to it, it would be hard to notice if the Mongolian army passed by. Song Qingshu was completely relieved. He lived like an emperor for the next few days. Wang Yanping did not leave, Zhou Zhihua also stayed here. Together with the women of Xianxia and Dongfang Muxue, he was so happy that he forgot about his duties. One day, he received news that there was a huge change in the southern Song dynasty. Guojing, the hero of Xiangyang, was the direct descendant of Chai Rong. The Jia family and the Shi family worked together to launch a coup in Linen. They helped Guojing ascend the throne and changed the name of the country to Zhou. I remember that it was announced 2 months ago that it was going to end. Why are there still so many people who are shocked? You can follow the public account, Monk Lu Ru, to understand the latest news. Hearing this news, Song Qingshu was completely shocked. Previously in Mongolia, he learned of Guojing's background, but he never imagined that Guojing would participate in the rebellion and even become the emperor. However, he immediately shook his head. This was not in line with Guojing's character. There must be a reason behind it. He hurriedly inquired about Guojing's situation in detail, but unfortunately, the messenger also did not know. What about the reaction from Prince Qi's side? Is Ying and the others safe? Song Qingshu felt that the whole thing was extremely strange. Logically speaking, he had left quite a lot of forces in Linen City. With Ren Wuxing leading the Sun Moon sect to assist Ren Ying, and the Vulture Palace controlling the Imperial Palace, he had also taken in Han Xingzhou's subordinates. Coupled with the Wang family's support, the Jia family and the Shi family shouldn't be able to overturn the sky. Especially when Golden Snake Battalion was stationed in Linen, the messenger replied, originally, the Jia and Shi families did not dare to make any moves. However, not too long ago, news of Wang Ye's appearance in Mongolia reached Linen. There were rumors that Yu had died under the siege of 3 Mongolian grandmasters. The Jia and Shi families claimed that the Prince of Qi in Linen was an impostor. At that time, many of our allies were also watching from the sidelines, allowing them to succeed. Song Qingshu secretly sighed. This time, he had reaped what he had sown. Disguising and causing trouble everywhere was always successful. However, once it was exposed, it was easy for others to use it against him. But now, he did not care so much. He could not always live in the dark. He had to be in front of the stage. Now that he had enough confidence, it did not matter even if his disguise was exposed. The messenger continued to answer, however, Princess Qi is currently fine. She has already withdrawn with some people in the Imperial Palace. She has not been caught by the Jia and Shi families. Only then did Song Qingshu feel relieved. Ren Yingying's body was not very good after using the blood ignition technique. Although she later received Zhang Sanfeng's rootless tree technique to nourish her body, she could not return to her peak in a short time. It did not matter how chaotic the situation in Linen was. He could clean it up slowly. But if anything happened to Ren Yingying, he would regret it for the rest of his life. However, he did not understand why the Jia family would take such a risk. He did not doubt that the Jia family had the power to do so. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse. There were many former officials of the Jia family in the imperial court and local governments. Moreover, there were secret forces such as the Isle of Knighthood and the Ghost Mountain Villa. With the help of the Shi family, it was possible for them to succeed. What he couldn't figure out was the motive of the Jia family. Although Jia Shidao was dead, the imperial court had adopted a conciliatory strategy. Moreover, Jia Baoyu had become the emperor's son-in-law of the western Xia country. Overall, the Jia family had seen a new dawn. There was no need for them to take risks. Was Jia family? Was because they were worried about the family. And Jia family was because they was afraid of Mongolia would be destroyed. Jia family Jia. But that was still not right. Calculating the time when the Mongolians launched their attack, the Mongolians hadn't even started to attack the western Xia when they planned all of this. He could not figure it out. It seemed that he had to go to Linen to figure it out. Because of the great changes in the southern Song dynasty, Song Qingshu obviously couldn't stay in Xixia anymore. He had no choice but to bid farewell to the girls. Mu Wanqing, Li Qinglu, and Yelu Nanxian still had to clean up the ruins of Xixia, so they had no time to accompany him. They had no time to stay. Wanyan Ping and Wanyan Zhongjia had to go back to the Jin kingdom. After all, the Mongolians had also attacked the Jin kingdom. They had to go back to help goodbye. Song Qingshu thought about it and sent Zhen Sushan to them. He felt that they did not have enough manpower in the Jin kingdom. It would be easier for them to have Zhen Sushan, a top military counselor, to help them. Over the years, they had been able to deal with the Mongolians with Khwarezm's resources. Now, with the power of the Jin kingdom, she would have more room to play. Dongfang Muxue went back to the Qin kingdom. Without her there, Song Qingshu could not rest assured. Li Qiushui's reluctant expression before she left made Song Qingshu feel strange. What, are you jealous? Dongfang Muxue pulled Song Qingshu aside and said with a faint smile. Song Qingshu rolled his eyes to express his current mood. Dongfang Muxue kissed his earlobe and said, next time you come to the Forbidden City, I'll accompany you no matter what you want. I can also get those concubines in the harem to come together. Some of them are not bad. Song Qingshu swallowed with difficulty and immediately refused sternly, am I that kind of person? Pfft, Dongfang Muxue chuckled. When someone heard what I said just now, his heart beat faster. You can't hide it from me. I will wait for you. She smiled and blew him a kiss. Then, she turned into a red shadow and disappeared into the distance. Next, Song Qingshu asked for Kazli's opinion. Because she had expressed homesickness before, if she missed her hometown, he would ask someone to escort her back to the Nanjiang kingdom. Kazli refused. She insisted on being with Song Qingshu. Moreover, with her sister Hu Qingtong accompanying her, she would not feel lonely. Hu Qingtong was a little disheartened because of what happened in the Nanjiang kingdom. She did not want to go back to that sad place. She also wanted to go to Jiangnan to have a look and relax. Moreover, they had just established their relationship, so she was very attached to Song Qingshu subconsciously. Song Qingshu naturally would not refuse. With the two sisters accompanying him, it would be very pleasant on the way. Moreover, Hu Qingtong was capable of becoming a general and a minister. With her assistance, it would be much easier to deal with the chaos in the Jiangnan kingdom. Needless to say, Zhou Zhirua would go the same way even if she returned to Yangzhou. Moreover, they were husband and wife and did not want to be separated again. In the end, only Yuanzi was left. She said gloomily, now that Sister Hua is here, I don't need to translate anymore. The matter in Xixia has been settled, so it's meaningless for me to stay. It's time for me to go back to Grandpa. Hearing the self-pity in her tone, Song Qingshu comforted her with a smile, I didn't take you as an interpreter. Now that Yelkiang City is ruined, and you have nothing to do when you go back, why don't you go to Jiangnan with me? Compared with the desolation of the desert, the gentleness of Jiangnan has a different flavor. Yuanzi bit her lip. Although she was willing, she always felt very shy. They were a family. What was the point of her following them? So she had been quite hesitant. At this time, Kazli also took her hand and shook it. Sister Z, come with us. Hu Qingtong also said, yes, you have been working hard taking care of Kazli. It's a good time to go to Jiangnan. Before I left, Senior Yuan specially told me that you don't have to go back in a hurry. He has to pay homage to my master and masteress, so I'm afraid he has no mood to accompany you. The Vulture Palace is deep in the mountains. It's not fun for you to go there. Ah? Yuanzi blushed. She thought, what's wrong with Grandpa? Why does it seem like he keeps sending me out? It will be too embarrassing if Brother Song and the others misunderstand. At this time, Zhou Zhirua also said, Sister Z, you'd better come with us. You have a relationship with the Amei sect, and the Amei sect has lost many talents now. I can teach you some kung fu of the Ame sect along the way. Seeing that she had spoken, Yuanzi finally nodded. Then, thank you, senior sister. Next, the group of people embarked on the journey to Jiangnan. Xianxia had always produced horses, and they had also seized a large number of good Mongolian horses this time. Therefore, Mu Wanqing and the others had prepared good horses for them. Each person had 3 fine horses to take turns to ride. This way, they could rush to Jiangnan at the fastest speed. They kept on going and stayed overnight in a small town before dark. It was such a long distance, and they couldn't sleep in the open all the time even if they were in a hurry. This kind of small town in the northwest had never seen so many fairy-like figures, especially these peerlessly beautiful women. Any one of them would be the undisputed #1 beauty in this small town, let alone so many of them standing together at the same time. Both the guests and the waiters in the inn were stunned. Especially after the news that Princess Fragrance carried a strange fragrance spread out, many people in the whole town came to see the fairy after hearing the news. At the beginning, Song Qingshu was quite proud. After all, he enjoyed the envious eyes of those men around him. As the saying went, men didn't need ornaments, and women were his best ornaments. However, later, more and more people came, and he even faintly heard that some people were secretly discussing some bad things. Therefore, he taught some ignorant guys a lesson, which completely shocked all the onlookers. Even Zhou Zhirua and the others showed their kung fu intentionally or unintentionally. Noticing his special kung fu, no one dared to have any improper thoughts. At the same time, they all discussed secretly. With such great kung fu, it was no wonder that he could find so many beautiful women as his companions. After this episode, they became much more familiar with each other. Zhou Zhirua praised Kazli's beauty, and Kazli envied Zhou Zhirua's kung fu. Moreover, Yuanzi and Hua Qingtong translated for them from time to time. Therefore, they became more and more familiar with each other. However, although they were familiar with each other, they still faced a problem at night. How many rooms should they get? Hua Qingtong and Kazli were biological sisters, so they naturally shared a room, and Yuanzi shared a room. Originally, Song Qingshu intended to share a room with Zhou Zhirua. After all, they were a legitimate husband and wife. However, in front of other women, Zhou Zhirua was too embarrassed to ask him to get another room. However, as an experienced man, Song Qingshu had already secretly bribed the shopkeeper. Knowing that there were no more empty rooms, he had to share a room with him. After all, he couldn't sleep in the same room with Yuanzi. Zhou Zhirua could only agree helplessly, but she still felt embarrassed. In addition, she secretly regarded herself as a wife and was worried that she would leave a jealous impression. Therefore, she kept driving him to Hua Qingtong's room. Song Qingshu was also helpless. She is sleeping with Kazli. Anyway, Kazli is willing to marry you. It doesn't matter. Zhou Zhirua said as she pushed him out. Song Qingshu was also helpless. Was he going to fall into the predicament of 3 monks without water again? However, Zhou Zhirua was firm and didn't allow him to stay in her room. Therefore, he had to go to Hua Qingtong. Who is it? Hua Qingtong was alert after all. Soon, she heard the sound of someone sneaking in and woke up from the bed. It's me. Song Qingshu said embarrassedly. He made some noise on purpose just now. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to be discovered with his martial arts skills. Hua Qingtong blushed at once. She was shy and anxious. Why are you here? Zhirua drove me out. Song Qingshu said with a wry smile. Noticing Kazli who was sleeping quietly beside him, he asked, is Kazli asleep? She was really blessed by heaven. She was so beautiful even when she was asleep. Every strand of her hair was extremely seductive. Yes, she doesn't know martial arts. She's a little tired from the journey today. Hua Qingtong gently tidied her sister's hair, but she quickly reacted and said, Sister Zhou chased you out. What are you doing here? Song Qingshu had a wronged expression on his face. If she doesn't come to your place, should she go to Ziyi's place? She's just a little girl, don't scare her. Seeing that she also wanted to drive him away, he hurriedly said, if you don't take me in, I can only sleep on the streets. In the end, Hua Qingtong still couldn't bear to do it. I'll get you a blanket and spread it on the floor. feel bad for yourself. Sure. Song Qingshu also knew the principle of taking things step by step. Hu Qingtong helped him make the bed on the floor, and the two of them slept separately. Lying on the bed, Hu Qingtong felt her heart pounding. She couldn't fall asleep. She turned over and wanted to talk to the man on the ground. Who knew that when she turned around, he was already lying beside her. When did you come up? Hu Qingtong blushed. I wanted to say something, but I didn't know what to say. I just wished everyone a happy weekend. I just came up. Song Qingshu looked at the girl in front of him from a close distance. Her skin was fairer than the women in the Central Plains. Not only did the years of war not add to the weathered look on her face, but it also added a bit of heroic spirit. It perfectly combined with the gentleness of a woman and formed her unique temperament. Get down. Hu Qingtong pushed him gently, thinking what would happen if her sister woke up and saw it. Unfortunately, she couldn't move him even after pushing a few times. Song Qingshu grabbed her hand tightly and looked aggrieved. I'm tired enough from the journey. It's uncomfortable to sleep on the floor. Do you really have the heart to do that? Come on. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Hu Qingtong was embarrassed and angry. Song Qingshu moved closer to her. Then tell me what I'm thinking. Even though the two of them had already had physical contact, Hu Qingtong was still not used to such intimate contact. She tilted her head slightly and said softly, Then why did you watch me make the bed for you just now? Song Qingshu smiled embarrassedly. I was afraid that you wouldn't do anything if I mentioned it directly. Hu Qingtong's cheeks turned red. She felt her face burning. So you're insatiable. Song Qingshu's fingers gently stroked her smooth and white face. He smiled and said, In the end, you still feel sorry for me. You can't bear to chase me down. Hu Qingtong's body trembled. She twisted her body and moved further in. She whispered, You can stay here, but you're not allowed to do anything naughty. Okay. Song Qingshu agreed immediately. After a while, Hu Qingtong suddenly froze in the darkness. You promised not to do anything naughty. Is hugging you considered mischievous? Song Qingshu said innocently. Then where are your hands? Hu Qingtong bit her lips gently. Her face was as red as blood. Hee, it was a mistake. It was completely spontaneous. It had nothing to do with me. After a while, Hu Qingtong's voice trembled. What about now? I'll just rub. Hu Qingtong's heart was thumping hard. Girls who had just had physical contact with their lovers were often very clingy. Actually, she did not mind and was even looking forward to being intimate with him. However, her younger sister was still asleep at the side. She wanted to call him out, but where could the two of them go in the middle of the night? The innkeeper had said that there were no other rooms available. She could only clench her teeth and endure it with a red face. She didn't want to disturb her younger sister and make everyone feel awkward. The next morning, when the group of people woke up for breakfast, Kazli could not help but ask Hu Qingtong, Sister, did you hear any strange sounds last night? Hu Qingtong's heart skipped a beat. She looked at Zhou Zhirua and the rest guiltily, her face burning. No, maybe you're dreaming. Oh. Kazli was simple-minded and did not question much. However, the way she looked at Song Qingshu became a little strange. Zhou Zhirua, who was at the side, secretly pinched Song Qingshu's thigh under the table. However, she was still chatting cheerfully with the other women at the table. Song Qingshu was also very depressed. He thought to himself, You were the one who chased me out last night. Why are you pinching me now? Recalling everything that had happened last night, especially the unique light and elegant fragrance from Kazli's body, which seemed to be the most stimulating drug in the world, Song Qingshu could not help but secretly click his tongue. Being able to cause the downfall of a nation was just an adjective, but Kazli let him see that such an existence really existed in the world. Such a woman was enough to make any emperor in the world go crazy. After the group finished their breakfast, they continued on their way. Along the way, the women seemed to be mingling together. No one knew what they were talking about, but they often let out all sorts of bell-like giggles. Song Qingshu was like an outsider. He could not interrupt at all and could only let them be. However, he was too bored along the way, so he dragged Kazli along to learn how to speak Chinese. Casley also learned Chinese from him. However, it was obvious that her aptitude in learning was not as good as the other parties. Out of 10 sentences of Chinese that Song Qingshu could learn, she could only learn 1 sentence. However, why would he care about the progress of her studies when he was conversing with such a beautiful and fragrant girl? Just listening to her speak was an extreme enjoyment. Because Casley's temperament was too pure and innocent, even if her beauty could cause the downfall of a nation, it would not make people feel that she was aggressive. The other women unconsciously treated her like a younger sister. They did not mind her staying with Song Qingshu and were even worried that she would be bullied. The group hurried on their way. They entered the country from Hanzhong and went south via Shenyang. They directly rented a large ship and took the water route. Noticing that the passenger ship belonged to the Ruan family, Song Qingshu lamented that the Ruan family's business was getting bigger and bigger. He recalled the time when he and Ying entered Sichuan by water and were replaced by Madame Ruan. Although it was very dangerous at that time, now that he thought about it, he still took advantage of it. Thinking of Madame Ruan's soft and plump body that was like cotton, a smile appeared on the corner of Song Qingshu's lips. When he was free, he had to enter Sichuan to see the mother and daughter. He did not know whether she had lost weight or not. Because the South were not accustomed to the climate, Casley and Hua Qingtong were a little seasick. Yuanzi was taking care of him. When Song Qingshu came out of the cabin, he noticed that Zhou Zhirua was standing at the side of the ship and staring blankly at Hanshui. The river wind blew her white dress and black hair, attracting the attention of many people nearby. "What are you thinking about?" Song Qingshu walked to her side and put a coat on her. Zhou Zhirua sighed faintly. "When I was young, I made a living by fishing with my father by the Han River. Although it was hard and tiring, the days were truly carefree. At that time, my father never told me his identity. It's a pity that he died at the hands of the Yuan dynasty soldiers despite his lofty aspirations." Song Qingshu held her cold hand and comforted her in a soft voice. "These years, we have killed many Mongolian soldiers. Even Temujin has been beheaded. I think this should be enough to comfort your spirit in heaven." "Yes, thank you, Qingshu." Zhou Zhirua snuggled in his arms with a gentle smile on her face. Looking at the fishing boat not far away, Zhou Zhirua said, "When I was a child, I also met Zhang Wuji by Hanshui. If only I met you at that time, then there would not be so many messy twists and turns." Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. "At that time, I might not have been able to enter Miss Zhou's eyes." Zhou Zhirua pursed her lips into a smile. "Humph, that's true." The two of them snuggled together and told each other about their experiences in the past few days. Ever since they reunited, the two of them had never had a heart-to-heart talk like this. Time passed without them noticing. Zhou Zhirua leaned in his arms, her heart filled with warmth and peace. "Right, Miss Yuan, what do you plan to do?" "What do you mean what?" Song Qingshu was surprised. Zhou Zhirua rolled her eyes at him. "You already know the answer. She is a girl who followed you all the way from the desert to Jiangnan. Shouldn't you say something?" "What can I say?" Song Qingshu bitterly smiled. "It's not like you don't know that your husband is a womanizer. She has some feelings for me now, but she might regret it when she calms down in the future. So it's better if I don't harm her." Zhou Zhirua spat. "You don't mean what you say. Since you don't want to harm her, why do you provoke her? Haven't you noticed that she smiles less and less these days? Obviously, she is worried about personal gains and losses." "You're her senior sister, so you should enlighten her more," Song Qingshu replied. "How can I enlighten her?" Zhou Zhirua snorted. But she suddenly thought of something and changed her tone. "Well, leave it to me." After saying that, she struggled out of his arms excitedly and went to find Yuanzi excitedly. Song Qingshu was a little puzzled. He didn't know why she was so happy. Yuanzi heard Zhou Zhirua's intention in the room. She answered hesitantly, "I'm willing to talk with you all night. You can teach me a lot of things, but what about Brother Song? He will have no place to sleep." Zhou Zhirua answered directly, "Don't worry. How can he have no place to sleep? There are many empty rooms in the cabin. Besides, he can sleep in Qingtong's room." Yuanzi was shocked. "But Sister Hua is with Casley." Zhou Zhihua looked at her with a faint smile. I don't believe that you didn't notice it on the way. Yuanzi blushed. How could she not know that they were traveling and living together? Thinking of her embarrassing identity, she sighed secretly. In the evening, Song Qingshu went to visit Hu Qingtong and Kazli, while Yuanzi and Zhou Zhihua had a heart-to-heart talk. Originally, Yuanzi was a little afraid of Song Qingshu. After all, Song Qingshu was her senior sister and the first wife, which made Yuanzi feel inferior. However, during the whole process, Zhou Zhihua's attitude was quite gentle, which made Yuanzi less nervous and smile more. The two women took off their clothes and whispered to each other on the bed. As their relationship grew closer, Zhou Zhihua seized the opportunity to ask, Sister Z, what do you think of Qingshu? Yuanzi answered subconsciously, Brother Song is able to bring peace to the country, is kind to others, and is so young. He is really a wonderful man in the world. She added in her heart, except that he is a little lecherous. Ladies' fragrant dresses for my love reading net, please visit, mobile phone, please visit. Zhou Zhihua said with a smile, just praise him. I think he's just a greedy and lecherous guy. Yuanzi had the same feeling, and the two women immediately exchanged numerous thoughts on this topic. Zhou Zhihua suddenly asked, Sister Z, how about we really be sisters? Yuanzi was startled and blushed instantly. She hurriedly waved her hand and said, Senior sister, please don't misunderstand me. There is nothing between Brother Song and me. Is that so? But why did I hear that you were seen by that bastard several times? Zhou Zhihua said with a smile that was not a smile. Yuanzi's face was very hot, that was an accident. He did it to save me. Zhou Zhihua smiled, all right, you don't need to explain. I've been through it, and I understand. After a pause, she added, actually, you don't need to worry about it. I don't mind it. He has so many confidants. If I get jealous and angry with each of them, I'm afraid I'll die of anger. Yuanzi said timidly, Brother Song, you do have a lot of female friends. Zhou Zhihua held her hand and said, you are different from others. You belong to the Ame faction. To some extent, we are on the same side. If I don't help you, who should I help? Thank you, senior sister apprentice, but you really don't need to. Yuanzi said with a timid tone. After whispering to each other for a while, Zhou Zhihua said, go to the bathroom. You sleep first. Yuanzi answered. Thinking of what Gu Changel had said to her just now, her heart pounded and her face burned. Zhou Zhihua put on her clothes and went to another room. Song Qingshu was reading a stack of secret letters at the desk. She asked curiously, what are you reading? Song Qingshu looked up at the beautiful woman at the door and said with a smile, it's some information from Linen. I want to gather all the information. I want to speculate what's going on there. There were many sources of information, and each of them had their own focus. Usually, they only knew the details of the matter. What Song Qingshu needed to do was to gather all the information and speculate the whole picture of the matter. Don't be too tired. It's late now. Come to sleep early later. Zhou Zhihua greeted him at the door and did not come in. Okay. Song Qingshu agreed casually. After a while, he realized, are you asking me to sleep in your room? Zhou Zhihua pursed her lips and smiled, if you don't want to come, then forget it. I will. Why not? Song Qingshu looked excited. On the way here, he almost made the situation that the three monks had no water to eat. On the boat, his trick was seen through, so he had to sleep alone. This was the first time that Zhou Zhihua had allowed him to enter her room. Seeing that he was impatient to stand up, Zhou Zhihua blushed and said, I won't run. I'll come back after I finish my business. I don't want to be called a femme fatale in the future. Oh right, if it gets too late and I fall asleep, lower your voice and don't wake me up. Song Qingshu nodded and returned his attention to the secret letters. There were many sources of secret information, such as the Prince of Qi's mansion, the Golden Serpent Camp, the Sticky Branch, the Laundry Yard, the Five Lakes Gate, the brothel, and other places of low order. He knew that Reninging was safe and sound. As for why the Prince of Qi's mansion seemed to not exist during the coup, she did not explain in detail, only saying that they would talk when they met. It seemed that she was worried that the secret would be leaked. It seems that there are other secrets? Song Qingshu stroked the stubble at the corner of his lips, deep in thought. Initially, he thought that Reninging and the rest were caught unprepared, which was why the Jia family and the Shi family got what they wanted. But now, it seemed that it was not that simple. As for the reason why the Jia family risked their lives to rebel, he knew that Shui Baochai was suspicious in Xianxia. She sent someone to find Song Ci and found out that he did not know Jia Baoyu. In a panic, Shui Baochai went to the Jia clan to seek confirmation. Over time, the Jia clan became suspicious. Later on, they confirmed that the real Jia Baoyu was dead through some unknown channel. As a result, the last hope of the Jia clan was shattered. They knew that the imperial court would settle accounts with them sooner or later because of the dragon slaying on Wutang Mountain. Jia Baoyu became the emperor's son-in-law of Xianxia, so they could attack and defend at will. But now it turned out that all their efforts were in vain. As the saying goes, a cornered dog will jump over a wall. Finally, the Jia family decided to take the risk. Although Jia Sherdao was dead, the power of the Jia family could not be underestimated. With the help of the LV family in Xiangyang and the Shi family, the situation changed completely in a short time. What on earth is the Shi family doing this? Song Qingshu tapped the table with his fingertips, feeling very confused. The Jia family was cornered, but there was no other way. The Shi family was like the sun in the sky, so it was not necessary to take such a risk. Although the Jia and Shi families were related by marriage, how could they participate in this kind of disaster, which would lead to the death of 9 generations, just because they were related by marriage? Recalling that Shi Miyuan's fiancé for his daughter Shi Shengyun was Wei Rulin, the top scholar, the Shi family's intelligence network probably knew that Wei Rulin was the descendant of Chai Rong. Considering their secret layout in the Jiangnan beggar gang, it could be totally determined that the Shi family had always been disloyal and this time they were using the Jia family. But compared with these, Song Qingshu was most curious about Guo Jing. With Guo Jing's character, how could he participate in this kind of usurpation? Unfortunately, there was no relevant information in the intelligence. It only revealed that Fu Yaohong of the Tianming cult and Tang Sire of the White Lotus cult were involved in this matter, and there seemed to be traces of the Xiaoyao school. Song Qingshu looked a little pale. No wonder the Jia and Shi families succeeded in the coup so easily. Because he mainly relied on the people of the Vulture Palace to control the Imperial Palace, and Tang Sire of the White Lotus cult was actually Fu Mini of the Vulture Palace. If she instigated the Vulture Palace to rebel, the Imperial City could be said to be defenseless against the Jia and Shi families. But did Fu Mini have the ability to instigate the entire Vulture Palace to rebel? Song Qingshu still couldn't believe it until now. The whole thing revealed great strangeness. In the letter that Reninging gave him, she also mentioned that the water in Linan was too muddy, and there were many undercurrents surging, so she didn't know how. Many forces were hiding in the shadows. It seems that I can only wait until I reach the Jiangnan to know what exactly happened. During this period of time, the continuous flow of intelligence made Song Qingshu understand more and more about what happened in Linan, and at the same time, his heart also became more and more puzzled. Unknowingly, it was already late when dealing with these intelligence reports. Song Qingshu stretched and decided to rest first. Thinking of Zhou Jirua's smile before she left, he felt incomparably hot inside. Hurrying to Zhou Jirua's room, he noticed that the light in the room had been turned off. He was startled. Could it be that she's already asleep? Thinking of her previous entrustment, he didn't dare to disturb her. He gently pushed the door and found that the door was open. He couldn't help but smile. It seems that Jirua still knows how to care for others. In the distance, a hazy figure with a graceful figure was lying on the bed. Her breathing was quiet, and it was obvious that she was fast asleep. Song Qingshu was worried that he would wake her up, so he closed the door and quietly walked to the bed. He took off his clothes and got into bed. Recently, I've been a bit stuck. I have to think about some details in Linan. How can it be reasonable and without any obvious flaws? End of this chapter. For the fastest and error-free reading, please visit for mobile. Please visit Apex. Song Qingshu burrowed under the blankets, and as usual, his hand slipped beneath the hem of her robes and pulled her into his embrace. Jirua. Eh? If it was in the past, he might not have been able to detect anything when his blood rushed to his head. However, with his current cultivation, he could see things in the dark as if it was daytime. Moreover, he often didn't just use his eyes to sense people. He could also remember a person's qi. What's more, the size was different. Ahem, the fragrance was different too. He immediately found something abnormal. Miss Yuan? Yuan Zi had been waiting for Zhou Jirua to come back, but Zhou Jirua didn't come back. Therefore, she fell asleep in a daze. When she was suddenly hugged by someone, her first reaction was that Zhou Jirua had come back. She thought, why did my senior sister do this? However, she immediately realized that the breath of the person beside her was different, and his hands were definitely not that of a woman. Thinking that a man hugged her like this, she woke up all her sleepiness at once. When she was about to exclaim and attack him with her palm, she froze when she heard his voice. Brother. Brother Song? Song Qingshu looked at the door subconsciously and thought that he had gone to the wrong place. However, after looking at the room, he found that there was no mistake. Why are you here? Where's Jirua? Yuan Zi's mind went blank. She answered subconsciously, my senior sister asked me to come here and sleep with her tonight. She just said that she needed to go to the toilet. Hearing the other party's incoherent speech, Song Qingshu immediately understood what was going on. It was most likely Jirua's scheme to matchmake the two of them. He carefully explained, well, Miss Yuan, I'm really sorry. I didn't expect that it was you. Yuan Zi's trembling voice came in the dark. Brother Song, can you take your hands off me first? Sorry, I didn't react in time. Song Qingshu hurriedly took back his hands. In order to cover up his embarrassment, he sat up from the bed and flicked his fingers. A stream of pure yang genuine qi shot into the oil lamp. Soon, the room was bright again. As the light was turned on, Yuan Zi's flushed face appeared. She grabbed the quilt to cover her chest and looked at him with a grievance. Her eyes were watery as if tears would fall down at any time. Song Qingshu felt a headache coming on. I'm really sorry. I swear to God, I really didn't mean it. I know. Yuan Zi suddenly said. Song Qingshu was stunned. Huh? Yuan Zi let out a sigh gloomily, if I'm not mistaken, senior sister apprentice must have set it up. Song Qingshu couldn't help but say, well, Jirua didn't do it out of bad intentions. Don't blame her for this. In the end, it's all my fault. He was worried that the other party would bear a grudge against Zhou Jirua. That would be troublesome. Yuan Zi shook her head. Senior sister apprentice must have set us up. How could I blame her? It's just. She was smart. Thinking of Zhou Jirua's hints, she instantly understood what was going on tonight. Thinking that Song Qingshu did it for her own good, she naturally wouldn't hold a grudge against him. However, she was a virgin after all, and it was a little scary for her to do that. Thinking of something, she became sadder and sadder as she spoke. Big drops of tears fell down her cheeks. Song Qingshu immediately panicked. Well, don't cry like I really bullied you. Yuan Zi glanced at him with hidden bitterness, thinking, how could you say you didn't bully me just now? Thinking of this, she burst into more tears. Song Qingshu sucked in a breath of cold air. In the end, it's all because of my hands. Why don't you slash me a few times to vent your anger? As he spoke, he stretched out both his hands. Yuan Zi spat. You know I won't slash you, but you still did it on purpose. Song Qingshu smiled embarrassedly and grabbed a small stool. I really don't want my hands to be broken. How about you smash me with a stool? In this way, I won't break my hands, and you can vent your anger. Yuan Zi took the stool and bit her lips. Then I'll smash you for real. Song Qingshu looked like he was ready to die a martyr. Go ahead. In order to apologize, I won't run my martial arts to resist. Yuan Zi held the stool and made a few gestures. Finally, she threw it aside and sighed. Forget it. Song Qingshu approached her. Miss Yuan, are you reluctant to do that? Yuan Zi turned her face to him. Anyway, you've seen what I should and shouldn't have seen and touched what I should and shouldn't have. It's meaningless for me to beat you again. Hearing the loneliness in her tone, Song Qingshu was stunned. Then he remembered what they had done before. Although they were all accidents, they were indeed more intimate than many couples. Now, he couldn't let the woman take the initiative to say anything. He directly grabbed her shoulders and made her face him. Looking at her big tearful eyes, he said in a low voice, "I'm a playboy. I didn't express my feelings before because I was afraid of delaying you. But after thinking about it, I think it's too hypocritical. If you really choose someone else, I can't stand it. So, if you agree, I'll take care of you for the rest of your life." Yuanzi trembled all over. She didn't expect that he would suddenly say these things to her. The window paper between them was finally broken. Her heart was beating fast, but she still couldn't help saying, "What if I don't agree?" As soon as she said these words, she regretted it. She had been envious of Kasley's pure nature, who could say whatever she thought without any scruples. She had warned herself many times in her heart that sometimes she shouldn't lose her temper and say something against her will. In the end, she would suffer losses. But at the last moment, she still couldn't change this habit. She slightly opened her red lips and wanted to explain. However, she had always been proud. She thought it was a bit shameful that her grandfather sent her here. She shouldn't make it seem that she was in a hurry to stick to him. At worst, I can go back to inherit my master's mantle and become a monk completely. Thinking of that kind of ending, a trace of sadness appeared on her face. Song Qingshu was also stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect this answer from her. However, after getting along with her for so long, he roughly knew what kind of person she was. He said with a smile, "It doesn't matter if you don't agree. Anyway, I won't allow you to marry anyone except me." Yuanzi never thought that he would be so overbearing. However, this overbearing made her completely relaxed. Because she didn't need to struggle anymore and take the initiative to express her feelings. Song Qingshu gently held the chin of the girl in front of him. He had to admit that Yuanzi was really beautiful. Her thin eyebrows were as light as a distant mountain. Her phoenix eyes looked more delicate and charming because she had just shed tears. The skin on her face was as pure as the first snow. Her rosy and delicate cherry lips looked more tender and charming under the candlelight, making people unable to resist biting them. Feeling that his face was getting closer and closer to her, Yuanzi's mind went blank. Should she refuse him? What if he really misunderstood that she didn't like him? But if she didn't refuse, would it seem that she was too unreserved? She struggled inwardly, but her eyes slowly closed. Only her slightly trembling eyelashes showed how restless she was at this time. A few days ago, it was longer. Many readers said that the pace was too fast. Now, wouldn't it seem too slow if he took it slowly? Their bodies were getting closer and closer. The girl's body fragrance and the man's masculine breath intertwined. Finally, Yuanzi's lips were kissed gently, and her body was pressed on the bed. The girl's heart seemed to have a little deer running around. Her white face blushed. She closed her eyes and shyly catered to his kiss, wholeheartedly giving the best of herself to the man in front of her. Unknowingly, her clothes had already slowly slid down from her shoulders. Because her skin was too delicate and smooth, there was almost no stagnation. Her well-proportioned snow-white body was revealed to him without any concealment. Her snow-white skin seemed to have a layer of rouge, gradually being smeared with a layer of captivating red. Her breathing also became hot and rapid. When the man broke through her last defense, Yuanzi hugged her lover tightly. The next day, Zhou Jirua sat on the bed and visited the blushing girl. "Sister Z, will you blame me?" Yuanzi blushed. "Senior sister, you did it for my sake. How could I blame you?" Saying this, she struggled to sit up. After all, it was not polite to talk while lying down. However, the strange feeling in her body made her frown and subconsciously freeze. Zhou Jirua came over and helped her to sleep again. "Don't get up. That guy is always like this. He doesn't know how to be tender to women. Have a good rest." Yuanzi felt that her cheeks were burning. Looking at Zhou Jirua's slender waist at a close distance, a thought suddenly came to her mind. "Senior sister, you are so slender. Can you really bear brother Song?" "Oh, what am I thinking about?" The two girls talked about something private on the bed, and there was a tinkling laughter from time to time. Later, Hu Qingtong and Kasley also came to visit her. Obviously, they had also got the news, which made Yuanzi so embarrassed that she wished there was a hole to hide in. However, their relationship was originally very good. They were sisters who grew up together in the southern border. Their apprehensive hearts slowly calmed down. At this moment, Hu Qingtong's emotions were also very complicated. She had always been proud and arrogant. She had never thought that there would be a day when she would share her lover with another woman. However, when the time came, she did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. Could it be that Brother Song was too powerful? A man like this, at such a young age, was already at the pinnacle of martial arts, and was in control of the world. With a flip of his hand, he could summon clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. Presumably, no woman would think that she could monopolize him. Sister Hua, what are you thinking about? Yuan Zi's voice woke her up. It's nothing. Hu Qingtong smiled. He thought to himself that Ziyi was not an outsider anyway. He just didn't know if the other girls in Jiangnan were easy to get along with. Anyway, no one could bully Casli. However, with Casli's appearance and personality, no one would bully her. In the following days, the large ship entered the Yangtze River from the Han River and traveled down the river. Although it was not as exaggerated as traveling 1,000 li in a day in Jiangling, the overall speed was not slow, and they were getting closer and closer to Jiangnan. Because Yuan Zi and Hu Qingtong had been brought together, Zhou Zhirua did not refuse Song Qingshu to enter her room. The couple reunited after a long separation, and it was really a good rain after a long drought. Song Qingshu did not know why his body also had an inexplicable desire for Zhou Zhirua. After thinking about it, this must be the original wife's obsession. Zhou Zhirua also changed her previous shyness and tried her best to please him every time. As long as he had a request, she would satisfy him without reservation. It really made Song Qingshu feel that he was living in heaven. I want a child. One night, when Zhou Zhirua was aroused, she hugged him tightly and whispered in his ear. Song Qingshu also felt that it was a bit unreasonable that he had some illegitimate children outside, but the original wife did not have one. Moreover, whether it was Song Bai or Madame Ruan, because of various reasons, he could not bear the surname Song, which had always been a regret in his heart. But there was no such problem on Zhou Zhirua's side, so he sweated and irrigated her without reservation. All the way to Jiangnan, after arriving at Zhenjiang, Song Qingshu and Zhou Zhirua finally parted ways. They had already discussed on the way. First, Zhou Zhirua would return to Yangzhou City to mobilize troops and wait for an opportunity, and he would go to Linan to investigate the situation there. Although a lot of middle-level generals in Yangzhou had been promoted, there had been no suitable candidate for the commander-in-chief. Zhou Zhirua was not good at leading troops to fight, so she asked Hu Qingtong to help. Hu Qingtong naturally agreed happily. What she was most afraid of was being raised in a boudoir after arriving in Jiangnan, like in the legends, where the concubine stayed alone in the palace and wasted her youth. Now that she could show her strength, she naturally could not ask for more. For her, the battlefield could always bring her extreme excitement and space to show her strength. Because the trip to Linan was full of danger, Casli was also brought to Yangzhou by Hu Qingtong's side. After things stabilized in the future, she would meet up with Song Qingshu. During this period of time, the two sides had been together day and night. Casli was already able to communicate with Song Qingshu on a daily basis. Of course, the main reason was that Song Qingshu had learned more Chinese, and Casli was still slower in learning Chinese. Although she was very reluctant to part with him, she was also very sensible and did not want to delay the business of her sweetheart. She said goodbye to Song Qingshu with tears in her eyes and set off on the journey north to Yangzhou with Zhou Zhirua and Hu Qingtong. Yuan Zi was left by Zhou Zhirua to take care of Song Qingshu's daily life. Originally, Song Qingshu thought it was unnecessary, but because of the incident of the golden wave flower, which made Zhou Zhirua have a lingering fear, she would send someone to take care of Song Qingshu as long as the conditions allowed. Yuan Zi's martial arts were originally not weak. During this period of time on the ship, Zhou Zhirua systematically taught her the martial arts of the Amei sect. With Song Qingshu's guidance from time to time, her martial arts improved by leaps and bounds. In the whole Jianghu, she could be regarded as a first-class master below the guru. With her taking care of Yuan Zi, Zhou Zhirua was relieved. Yuan Zi had just had a physical relationship with Song Qingshu, and they were most attached to each other. Naturally, she was willing to take on this task. They went all the way south. Not long after, they heard the news that the crown prince gathered troops in Huzhou and called for the rescue of the emperor. Huzhou? Song Qingshu thought of something. At that time, Shuang'er wanted to go back to the Zhuang family in Huzhou to keep vigil for Master Zhuang. However, there was no news from her after they parted. It just so happened that he would pass by Huzhou on his way south to Linan and could visit her. As for the crown prince, Song Qingshu recalled that when he came to Linan, the old pedants of the crown prince gave him a lot of trouble, but they were all solved by him. Now that Linan was in great changes, he came out to call for the rescue of the emperor. He could be regarded as a competent crown prince. However, how could the Xianxia families let such an important person escape? Besides, how many troops could the crown prince gather in Huzhou? Therefore, he took Yuanzi all the way south, crossed Taihu Lake, and came to Huzhou. He thought that this place would be heavily guarded with banners covering the sky. After all, it was the stronghold of the crown prince for the rescue of the emperor. However, after entering the city, the whole city was extraordinarily quiet. There were still people coming and going on the streets, and there were peddlers everywhere. It seemed to be no different from the usual towns. What about the rebellion? What about the rescue of the emperor? It doesn't look like it. Song Qingshu had no clue after thinking about it. He planned to go to the Zhuang family to see if he could get any information. What kind of meeting will I arrange for Shuang'er next? I guess you can't guess it. End of chapter 2486. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.